Jung-moo, who transmigrated into the book, becomes the villain, and after failing to pass the plot set by the system dozens of times, finally gets the Goldfinger, a diary. It was sunny on March 5th. Ding Nanrong's body is very explosive, but the clothes are so ugly, and ugly. Ding Nanrong, Jung-moo, don't think I won't kill you. On the evening of March 5th, Shui Menghan was about to break off the marriage. This nympho was so S***upid, what line should I say? Shui Menghan, you're the nympho. You're the one who's S***upid. Who do you look down on? I thought I would write a diary to get a reward, play the villain, finish the plot, and live a YOLO life, but I didn't expect that the female protagonists actually had a copy of the diary, and they didn't play cards according to the routine, and the plot became more and more crooked. The more he wrote in the diary, the further the story went from the main story. The more he wrote to set up the heroine with MC like it's supposed to be, the closer they got with the villain, Jung-moo. The more he wrote in the diary, the stronger he got. Nothing ever goes as he wishes. Chapter 1, Writing a diary will make you stronger. I love this world deeply, but for you, I am willing to destroy it. Jung-moo closed his eyes and let the thousands of swords cut him into pieces, finally died tragically. Master, it's time to get up and take a medicinal bath. A woman's voice rang in my ears. This cold tone is so familiar. Is it Ronger calling me? Jung-moo slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is an antique house. There is also a maid, Ding Nanrong. She was wearing a loose purple robe, with her slightly messy long hair falling casually to her waist. She looked at Jung-moo expressionlessly. All this familiarity made Jung-moo's heart skip a beat. Didn't clear the level? Reincarnation, damn, dog system. After cursing in his heart, he sat up and instructed Ding Nanrong, Ronger, prepare the medicinal bath. After Ding Nanrong left, Jung-moo called the system directly. System, tell me, what's going on? Haven't I finished the plot of the novel? Why haven't you cleared the customs yet? I need an explanation. Ding. 100 Reincarnations plot system, happy to serve you. Master, I'm sorry. As the villain, your last words before dying changed the heroine's personality, causing her to fall in love with you, and then causing her to kill the hero. So, if the hero dies, you are not considered to have cleared the level. Damn it, this crappy novel is really shit just because of what I said before I died. The heroine fell in love with me. Love, please love. I am the villain, but the heroine doesn't love the protagonist, but instead falls in love with the villain, even killed the male protagonist. What a rubbish novel, what a hole in the brain. The novel is called The Martial God Record of the Harem. It roughly tells the story of, in a fantasy world, humans and demons compete with each other. The protagonist has an extraordinary destiny and endless opportunities. He collects concubines along the way, and finally becomes a god of war and saves the world. At the beginning, the protagonist met the first female protagonist, Shui Menghan. Then the protagonist fell in love with Shui Menghan at first sight. Then at Shui Menghan's birthday party, the protagonist stepped forward and helped her break off the engagement in a domineering manner, and Jung-moo is the unlucky villain whose engagement was broken off. Then conflicts arose. This triggered a series of subsequent stories. The protagonist of the novel is Ling Outyan, who likes to hide his strength and can also defeat monsters above his level, commonly known as pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. What is more disgusting to the readers is that until the end, the protagonist has not even touched the hands of the heroines. Anyway, it's just a rubbish harem novel. System, I've been reincarnated dozens of times. I'm almost going insane. I really don't want to continue. Why don't you give me a golden finger? In exchange, I'll make this reincarnation my last. Let the system calculate it. Don't calculate. Do you still want me to kneel down and lick that heroine like a dog for dozens more rounds? Do you know what it feels like to lick a woman on her knees? Do you know how it feels to be slapped in the face? Do you know? In this case, the system will give you a cheat code, diary. That's more like it. You only need to write a diary related to the plot every day to get rewards. After clearing the level, the host can return to the real world with the reward and can also choose a character from the novel. Warm tip, since the host has obtained the golden finger, this will be the last of the 100 reincarnation opportunities. I wish you a smooth clearance. Goodbye. Can I get rewards by writing a diary related to the plot? Seems pretty good. Jung-moo came to the table and sat down with a change of mind. Try to activate the cheat code immediately afterwards. A phantom of a diary appeared before my eyes. It's quite convenient. His fingers moved across the notebook. Try starting a journal. March 5th. Sunny, I'm very angry right now, but this is a broken game copy. It's been over 70 rounds, and the dog system always finds various reasons to prevent me from completing the game. It must be doing this on purpose. But luckily, I'd become familiar with the plot. Even if this is the last round, I'm 100% sure I can clear it. And now that I've tricked the system into giving me a cheat code, I'm making a lot of money. By the way, what was the first main storyline? Oh, I remember now. Tonight, there's a main plotline going on. It's probably about Shue Menghan breaking off her engagement with me at her birthday party. Damn it, who would like Shue Menghan? She's spoiled and rebellious. Besides being rich and pretty, and her father being the city lord, what else does she have? What else is she? I wouldn't even want her for free. As the leader of the Wuyo sect, I hold a high position of power, I'm handsome and wealthy, and I have every woman I want. Why do I have to lick her alone? Isn't Ding Nanrong, with her stunning figure, more attractive than her? Everyone in this world is stupid. Speaking of Ding Nanrong, she is my personal maid. She is very powerful, beautiful, and has a sexy body. But her hairstyle is so sloppy and her clothes are so ugly. She always wears loose purple gowns and trousers underneath. Her embroidered shoes are so old-fashioned, revealing nothing at all. She makes herself look like a drooping purple eggplant, so ugly. Ugly, 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 ugly. After finishing writing it, Jiang-mu felt like he had lost several £100. It seems that writing a diary is very good for the body and mind. Why didn't I realize it before? Jiang-mu closed the diary with a thought, the diary disappeared with another thought, the diary appeared again. Not bad, the golden finger given by the dog system is quite humane. At this time, Jiang-mu didn't know that the diary he had just written was copied into many copies and appeared in front of many women. Bathhouse, the hot steam rises and the fragrance of medicine wafts in the air. Ding Nanrong threw the last elixir into the bathtub. When he was about to ask Jiang-mu to give him a medicinal bath, a shadow of a diary suddenly appeared before his eyes. Who? She thought there was an enemy attack, and immediately burst out with powerful spiritual power. An invisible aura wrapped around her body, and her loose purple robe fluttered in the wind like a plump purple eggplant. After being on guard for a long time and making sure there was no danger, he withdrew his presence. I took a quick look at the diary in front of me, Jiang-mu's private diary. She opened it and read it curiously. The engagement was broken off, and my clothes are ugly, like a drooping purple eggplant. Ugly. Ding Nanrong's eyes fixed Jiang. I've spared your life until now, but don't think I won't kill you. At this time, the diary was updated with new words. Chapter 2, Ding Nanrong's character is distorted. Actually, Ding Nanrong is very beautiful. If she dressed up a bit, put on a tube-top short skirt or something, she would definitely be extremely sexy. Shue Menghan, the most beautiful girl in Shuecheng, would be just a little girl in front of me. Rong Dade. Ding Nanrong calmed herself down. After waiting for a long time and not seeing any updates in the handwriting, I started to analyze it. The appearance of this diary seems like a kind of spatial magic. But the sect master is only a cultivator in the gathering spirit realm and doesn't know any spatial spiritual arts at all. So, how did you get this diary to me? Ding Nanrong was very confused. She tried to move her mind, and the diary disappeared. With another thought, the diary appeared again. That's so weird. She really couldn't understand the reason, so she decided to ask directly. When she was about to call Jiang-mu, she subconsciously looked at her purple robe. With the support of those few pounds of charm, the purple gown became very fluffy. Is it really ugly? After hesitating for a moment, he slowly took it off. Ding, congratulations to the master, the diary. Writing was successful. A temperament +1, appearance +1 reward, pretend to be beaten reward. I've always been so cool, I've never been killed. When attacked, I'll negate 50% of the damage. After the system sound, Jiang-mu felt that his body was infused with a mysterious power. Obviously, the body has been strengthened. Negative 50% damage? Bullfrog. Jiang-mu almost jumped up with joy in this fantasy world. He lived almost to the end before dying. As a villain, he is either pretending to be cool and getting beaten, or on his way to pretending to be cool and getting beaten. Now, my body can offset 50% of the damage, so I don't have to worry about being beaten to tears. Very good and very strong, and from now on, there will be no need to take a medicinal bath to temper the body. This not only saves a lot of personal time, it also saved the Woyo sect a large amount of spiritual medicine. Jiang Mu's identity as the leader of the Woyo sect. 3 years ago, my father and mother led 90% of the disciples of Woyo sect to the Monster Mountain range to stop the invasion of the Monster Army. As a result, only the father and mother survived, and the rest of the people were all killed. It was not until a year ago that both parents died due to serious injuries. Then, Jiang Mu naturally inherited his father's position as the leader of the Woyo sect and became the leader of the Woyo sect. It's just that he was used to being arrogant and didn't know how to develop the sect, so disciples ran away every day and the sect became increasingly decadent. Moreover, it was also thanks to the protection of Ding Nanrong, a powerful personal maid. Otherwise, I, who was good for nothing except being handsome, would have been killed by some wicked person long ago. While Jiang Mu was lamenting his life experience, the door was opened. Master, the medicinal bath is ready. Please move to the bathhouse. At the door, Ding Nanrong stood silently. Her style and dress are completely different from before. She had a jellyfish hairstyle with 2 braids, wore a purple tube-top miniskirt, and replaced her old-fashioned embroidered shoes with amethyst sandals. The milky white skin, the exaggerated curves, and the sexy long legs are all displayed to the fullest and are extremely alluring. Fuck! Jiang Mu stared with his eyes wide open and almost had a nosebleed, but more than that, my scalp tingled and I felt panicky. I have been reincarnated more than 70 times and have already understood Ding Nanrong's personality clearly. He could even count the hairs on her body. According to Ding Nanrong's personality, even if she was killed, she would never dress like this. Could it be that is Ding Nanrong's character distorted? Don't do that. If the character setting is distorted, the plot will also be distorted. I only have one last round left. Ronger, you're not sick, are you? No, are you okay? I'm not sick, Sect Master. Do I look good? Ding Nanrong walked towards Jiang Mu. The sound of her shoes was pleasant, her skirt fluttered, and the waves surged gently. It's beautiful. It's not beautiful at all. It's so ugly. Go back to your room and change it. Hurry up. At this moment, Jiang Mu's expression was distorted, as if he had been constipated for dozens of days. He knows Ding Nanrong is a cold and aloof person. She is ruthless and doesn't talk much. She never pays attention to her appearance and will never ask herself whether she looks good or not. Could it be because he got the golden finger, so the dog system distorted her personality? This to increase the difficulty of passing the level. That's impossible. If you get it wrong, you will definitely tell me. Ding Nanrong did not listen to Jiang Mu. She dodged and appeared behind Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu only felt the fragrance in his nose, and his body felt lighter. He was carried out of the room by her and arrived at the bathhouse in no time. Sect Master, Japan. Ding Nanrong was just about to ask directly, how did the diary get to her? Why did he say such bad things about her? Did he want to die? The result was that I couldn't speak at all. It's as if there is an invisible force that has eliminated my voice. She tried several more times, but the result was the same. Unable to understand why this happened, I began to speculate fearfully. This is the power of heaven. The so-called secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. So, she didn't dare to explore further. Master, I'll come back in the evening and take you to Miss Schwemminghan's birthday party. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Jiang Mu with a sexy and seductive back. Okay. Jiang Mu was a little confused. Although there is something wrong with Ding Nanrong, at least the current plot is not distorted. I was following the original plot, taking medicinal baths to exercise my body, waiting to be slapped in the face by the divorce in the evening. Jiang Mu stripped naked and jumped into the medicine pool, call out the diary and write something. Oh shit, I was so scared just now. This old maid Ding Nanrong must be in heat. Yuri suddenly wearing something so sexy. Are you trying to seduce me? No, this is just one last reincarnation for me in this lousy novel world. Please don't mess up the plot. Thank you in advance. In Ding Nanrong's boudoir, she had changed back into a loose purple gown because she was not used to showing her shoulders and legs. Suddenly, she felt something. So summoned the diary. When she saw the updated content, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Reincarnation? Is this a fictional world? How is that possible? Ding Nanrong thought Jiang Mu was crazy. He must not be able to accept the death of his parents and the decline of the sect, and the following diary content completely shattered her 3 views. Chapter 3, Broken Engagement? I'm good at it, alas. Ding Nanrong's character is actually even worse than mine. When she was very young, she awakened her innate yuan body, a very rare physical condition for cultivation. She was later discovered by the leader of a small sect. So the clan leader began to desire her, wanting to use her as a cauldron, so he secretly killed her entire family and abducted her. Ding Nanrong. When she was 12 years old and about to blossom, the sect leader tried to take her essence, but she escaped. Later, she returned and personally destroyed the small sect. After her revenge, she once considered committing suicide because her family was gone and she could no longer find the meaning of living. The only thing that keeps her alive now is to stay by my side, to witness the complete decline and destruction of the Woyo sect, and then to kill me with her own hands. Ding Nanrong. Her excuse was ridiculous. Just because the leader of that small sect was my distant cousin, she had determined that my worry-free sect was the culprit. That's why she was willing to become my personal maid, protecting a worthless me while I watched me destroy the worry-free sect. How did he know? I have never told anyone. Ding Nanrong's 3 views were shattered. No one knew that she was responsible for the destruction of that small sect, and she did think about suicide. Now, staying by Jiang Mu's side and watching the Woyo sect slowly fall apart is indeed the only meaning of her survival. Jiang Mu actually knew all these secrets clearly. Is it really as he said, that this is just a fictional world? Has my fate been decided? Ding Nanrong was so shocked that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Half a quarter of an hour later, only then did I slowly adjust myself. She put down her diary, walked to the window, and looked out at the white clouds and cranes dancing under the cliff. Their calls clear and loud. The cliff breeze gently caressed her beautiful face, her fragrant hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin felt a slight chill. The authenticity of these senses made her aware that I in this world, she, Ding Nanrong, is real. One way or another, her purpose will not change even if Jiang Mu knows it. Also, obviously Jiang Mu didn't know that his diary had been read by someone. This seems interesting. Ding Nanrong showed great interest in Jiang Mu's diary. This was the first time she became interested in things after her revenge. There is a sense of pleasure in peeping into other people's privacy, but now, the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. An old maid, huh? Are you feeling horny? She looked down at her puffed out purple gown, then tear it apart. It was evening. I in the bathhouse. It has been a day since Jiang Mu took the medicinal bath, but he feels that there is no effect. It's not because the spiritual medicine is bad. On the contrary, these spiritual medicines are the highest grade in Woyo sect. The real reason is his body. It has been strengthened by the body that pretends to be cool and gets beaten. I feel like I can take a beating now. Even if someone as strong as Ding Nanrong is, I can still survive a full strength attack from her. Wearing the handsome jade white robe of the clan leader, Jiang Mu opened the diary. Start writing. I'm going to perform a show about being broken off later. I'm not bad at it. What kind of line should I say this time? And what kind of facial expressions should I use? She cried and said, Menghan, how can I live without you? Still saying bitterly, the furthest distance in life is not between life and death, but when I stand in front of you and you don't know that I love you. Or perhaps someone said indignantly, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't despise the young and poor. Wow. After writing, the system voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the master. The diary writing was successful. A temperament +1, appearance +1. There were no other rewards this time, just some temperament and appearance. Shouldn't it be the first time you write in your diary the day that you get a good reward? Jiang Mu didn't quite understand this reward model, but it doesn't matter. It's just a diary, so just write it. The reward you deserve will come. Shuecheng, the city lord's mansion and the flower garden in the back garden. Miss, this servant really can't see anything. Forget it, you can leave now. Shui Menghan asked the maid to leave. Looking at Jiang Mu's private diary in her hand, she felt it was unreal. This diary can only be seen and touched by me. And when she wanted to tell the maid the relevant information in the diary, I found that I couldn't open my mouth at all. Even if I write with a pen, I can't write it at all. It was as if there was an invisible force that blocked all the information in the diary. After thinking about it over and over again, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. In the end, we can only think with fear that it is the power of heaven. After seeing the content about herself, she was really shocked. I just decided to cancel the engagement today. I've never told anyone about it. How did Jiang Mu know? Is this really a world of fiction? The furthest distance in life. Don't bully the poor young people. When Shui Manghan saw these words, her heart seemed to be touched by something. I didn't expect that this dandy guy who was engaged to me could write such philosophical words. I was wrong. At this time, the diary was updated with new content. The male protagonist Ling Outnan should be in the city lord's mansion now. Ah ha 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 ha, I remembered now. Shui Manghan was sulking because she was unhappy with her engagement to me. Ling Outyan happened to be passing by the courtyard and went over to comfort her, saying, "Manghan, you're adorable when you're angry, but you're most beautiful when you smile." Then, Shui Manghan, this silly dog, thought Ling Outyan was so handsome and gentle, and she blushed instantly. Before Ling Outyan left, he gave her a devilish smile. "I'll protect your smile." Shui Manghan, the silly boy, fell head over heels for him and fell in love with him right then and there. You so greasy and careless, maybe this is love. You are the stupid dog, you are the nymphomaniac. Shui Manghan was furious. It's fine to call her spoiled and rebellious, but now you're calling her a silly dog and a nymphomaniac, as the most beautiful woman in Shuecheng. How could I fall in love with someone just because of a few words? Who are you looking down on? She kicked the diary away in anger. The diary flew in a beautiful parabola and landed on a young man in a black robe who was passing by. It then disappeared after passing through him. The young man in black robe was completely unable to see the diary and was walking towards Shui Manghan. He has a handsome face, a tall figure, a steady gait, and an imposing air. The most noticeable thing is that his deep eyes seem to emit an evil light. Ling Outyan, the heroine, the martial god in the harem, has an extraordinary destiny, endless opportunities, and countless harems. Mr. Ling? Is there something wrong? Shui Manghan puffed up her cheeks and tried hard to suppress her anger. To be honest, Shui Manghan doesn't dislike Ling Outyan, who was handsome, confident, and powerful. In addition, when she encountered trouble in the Monster Mountain range before, it was Ling Outyan who helped her, so she developed some good feelings towards him. Ling Outyan came to Shui Manghan, looked at her angry face, and said softly, "Manghan, although you are cute when you are angry, you are the most beautiful when you smile." Shui Manghan. The opening routine is similar, but the subsequent plots are very different. Chapter 4, the plot of breaking off the engagement. Start the show. Shui Manghan was completely stunned. Ling Outnan actually said out loud every line in the diary word for word. She was stuck for a moment and didn't know what to say. Seeing her cute and adorable look, Ling Outyan felt his heart skip a beat. It's a heart-pounding feeling. He said calmly and firmly, "Manghan, don't worry, I won't let you marry that useless sect leader Jiang Mu." Then he smiled evilly, "I will protect your smile." After saying that, he turned around and left gracefully. Shui Manghan was left with a frown on his face. The other side. On the night sky, Ding Nanrong took Jiang Mu and flew on swords, heading towards Shuecheng. Looking at Ding Nanrong's sexy and attractive back and smelling the faint fragrance of her hair, Jiang Mu felt a toothache. Is this woman really in heat? Ronger, can we discuss something? What's up? Your jellyfish hairstyle and tube-top skirt are so ugly. Exposing your arms, legs, and shoulders so much will make you catch a cold easily. Why don't you change back to your original style? Your original purple robe was so beautiful. No. Change it back, it really looks good. No. As the sect master, I order you to change, roll. Damn, this old virgin has spoiled you all the time, hasn't she? If I could beat you, I would have pressed you against the flying sword and rubbed you 300 times. Jiang Mu was very angry, but helpless to die in this fantasy novel world, unless you die. Otherwise, the plot will continue until all the villains' plots have been dealt with. The condition for passing the game is, the main storyline cannot deviate. Alas, now there is only one last reincarnation left, there is no way back, and I can only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, Ding Nanrong had nothing to do with the broken engagement plot. Not long, the two arrived in Shuecheng. Shuecheng is a big city on the southern border of Lizhou. Its main responsibility is to monitor the movements of the Monster Mountain range in the south and prevent the invasion of the Monster Army. Tonight, Shuecheng has changed from its usual solemn and harsh atmosphere. Every household, street, and alley in the city is filled with joy and is extremely lively just because. Tonight. It's Shui Manghan's 16th birthday party. The most beautiful woman in Shuecheng, the daughter of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Mu brought Ding Nanrong to the city lord's mansion. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw Shui Manghan, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. She was wearing a floral green silk dress with a high satin waist and long hair that reached her hips. She looked youthful and beautiful, and her light makeup made her look charming and attractive. It has to be said that her body proportions are very perfect, and she has a face that can captivate everyone. As the daughter of the city lord, her temperament is even more overwhelming. She truly deserves to be the most beautiful woman in Shuecheng. it's none of my business, I'm a villain, I'm here to act tough so I can get beaten up and have my engagement broken off. Jiang Mu walked towards Shui Menghan excitedly. As soon as all the guests in the hall saw Jiang Mu, they stopped talking and quickly focused all their attention on him. Their eyes were filled with respect and awe. The Woyo sect once had tens of thousands of disciples, and was very powerful and respected. It was once the dominant sect in the southern region, managing many small sects and large cities like Shuecheng. However, it has now declined and fallen into decline, with only a few hundred disciples left, and its overall strength is far less than before. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. In Shuecheng, Jiang Mu's status and position are still the highest. Shui Menghan's father, the city lord Shui Yuanshan, greeted Jiang Mu with a smile on his face and greeted him with various greetings. After Jiang Mu exchanged a few polite words with him, he came to Shui Menghan. He is about to start performing. Menghan, long time no see, you've become more beautiful again, I like you more and more. While speaking excitedly, he gestured to Ding Nanrong to take out the gift. Ding Nanrong took out dozens of exquisite large boxes from the ring. After opening the box, he stepped aside and watched the scene in front of him silently. This should be the plot of breaking off the engagement that the sect leader mentioned, right? Quite curious, Jiang Mu waved his hand and pointed at the pile of exquisite boxes with great pride. Menghan, these are gifts for you. I wish you a happy 16th birthday, eternal youth, and rapid progress in your cultivation. Inside the box, there are elixirs, martial arts techniques, demon cores, spiritual weapons, etc. Such a grand gesture amazed the guests present. Master Jiang is so generous. Master Jiang and Miss Shui are a match made in heaven. Congratulations to City Lord Shui on finding a good son-in-law like sect Master Jiang. Master Jiang, I have quadruplet daughters. Master Jiang, my wife knows how to crow. Listen to the compliments from people around you. Jiang Mu crossed his arms and held his head high. He looks like he's awesome. Looking at Jiang Mu in front of her, Shui Menghan smiled politely. Thank you, Sect Master Jiang. This official fake smile and this calm and indifferent tone made Jiang Mu almost laugh in his heart. Sure enough, this is the heroine. Even when facing a nasty villain, he still maintained his manners. But how can this be enough? You still have to break off the engagement with me. Menghan, you're 16 years old today. Let's choose a date to get married. I can't wait. I'll treat you well. These words were spoken with great emotion and full of love in their urgency. Jiang Mu couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. I am really a little movie star. Shui Menghan just smiled and watched his performance quietly. Humph, this Jiang guy said in his diary that he didn't like me and slandered me as a silly and nymphomaniac, but now he is showing his true feelings. A breakup plot, right? Very good. I'd like to see what you can do if I don't cancel the engagement today. Chapter 5, Shui Menghan's character is also distorted. Shui Menghan looked at Jiang Mu and smiled slightly. There's no rush for the wedding date. It won't be too late to talk about it after Sect Master Jiang has taken good care of the worry-free sect. What's going on? Why do you ask me to take care of the sect at this time? You should have said desperately, I don't like you, and I won't marry you. Where's your rebellious personality? Jiang Mu quickly reminded. Menghan, do you have anything else to say to me? No. Would you like to think about it again? Well, the birthday gift is very expensive. I'm sorry for the expense. It doesn't cost a dime. Damn, is it possible that Shui Menghan's character is also distorted? Damn it, never mind, I can only continue acting. For you, Menghan, I'm willing to spend the money. Let's set a date to get married. Master Jiang is obsessed. You should focus on reviving the sect instead of being sentimental. Menghan, as long as you marry me, the entire Woyo sect will be yours. Why not get married today? Am I courageous enough? Which dog dares to spend all his money to lick someone? No, right? Master Jiang, you're joking. Your Woyo sect has made great achievements and has repelled the invasion of the demon tribe many times. You are worthy of respect from the world. It is also the result of the hard work of your parents. Menghan dare not and should not interfere. I allow you to get married, and I hope you will. Let's get married. Master Jiang is joking. It's true, I like you, let's get married. Master Jiang is joking. Let's get married. Master Jiang is joking, become Master Jiang is joking. What a joke, damn, Jiang Mu is here. He stopped arguing and walked up to hold Shui Menghan's pretty face. Then in full view of the public. He opened his mouth and pretended to kiss her little by little. Wow, there was an uproar in the hall. No one could believe what they were seeing. The leader of a sect actually behaves like a hooligan in public. Is there still law? Xue Menghan was also confused by Jiang Mu's behavior. She forgot to push him away for a moment and just stood there stupidly looking at his anus that was getting closer and closer. What are you doing? Push me away and say you want to cancel the engagement. Jiang Mu was worried about her just when the distance between the two mouths is 0.1 mm. A shout came from behind. Shut up, Hu. Jiang Mu let go of Xue Menghan and turned to look. Oh no, I almost forgot about this male protagonist. He came just in time, although I don't know what happened to Xue Menghan. She didn't follow the original plot, but the male protagonist Ling Outyan is in place. Who are you? Jiang Mu instantly immersed himself in the role and asked with narrowed eyes. I'm Ling Outyan. Ling Outyan took a step forward, his momentum not inferior to others. Jiang Mu hugged his chest and looked at him with his nose. Ling Outyan, where did this country bumpkin come from? Oh, I remember now. A few days ago, Meng Han met a young man in black robes in the Monster Mountain Range. I think his name is Ling Tian. Your fucking name is Ling Outyan? The tone was contemptuous and arrogant. He looked as if he didn't take the other person seriously at all. So what? Ling Outyan replied coldly. Jiang Mu pointed at him viciously. Meng Han is my sex-fiancé. If you, a country bumpkin, dare to get close to her, I will make you regret coming into this world. Ling Outyan sneered. Fiancé? Have you asked Meng Han to agree to marry you? That's ridiculous. Jiang Mu angrily said, whether she agrees to marry our sect or not is not anyone else's business. Who do you think you are? Ling Outyan continued to sneer. Meng Han is my woman. Who do you think I am? You're looking for death. Jiang Mu was furious on the spot, his eyes wide open as if they were about to burst into flames. Ling Outyan narrowed his eyes, staring at the furious Jiang Mu, and sneered evilly. Just a dissolute leader of a downtrodden sect. His cultivation level is only at the gathering spirit realm, and he even relied on drugs to improve it. How can a loser like you bring happiness to Meng Han? Today, I will cancel Meng Han's engagement. Only I, Ling Outyan, can give Meng Han everything she wants. And you, Jiang Mu, don't deserve it. After saying that, he took a fighting stance and hooked his finger at Jiang Mu. The provocation is evident. Ah, this sect wants you to die. Jiang Mu roared angrily and rushed towards Ling Outyan like a madman who had lost his mind. Ling Outyan showed no sign of weakness and mobilized his spiritual power to meet the enemy head-on. Boom 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 boom. Both sides attacked fiercely with their fists, leaving almost no one on guard, and every punch hit the flesh. Seeing this, everyone started whispering to each other. Some say that peace is the most important thing and that we should stop them. Some people who like to watch the show don't mind the trouble and enjoy it very much. Some people also admired the fight between the two and pointed and talked. As everyone knows, martial arts are respected in the Tsangling realm, and there are 6 realms of cultivation: the Gathering Spirit realm, the Qi-Si realm, the Return to Origin realm, the Refining Void realm, the Void and Dark realm, and the Martial God realm. They can see it. Ling Outyan's cultivation level is the same as Jiang Mu's. Both are in the Spirit Gathering realm. However, Jiang Mu is a notorious incompetent leader. He had reached the level of the Gathering Spirit realm by taking drugs, and he couldn't even beat an ordinary cultivator in the Gathering Spirit realm. Very empty. But Ling Outyan is different. He was in the Gathering Spirit realm, but the power he displayed had vaguely reached the Qi-Si realm, so there is no suspense in this battle. It was definitely Ling Outyan who completely defeated Jiang. What's going on? Everyone noticed something was wrong. Chapter 6. She finally said she wanted to cancel the engagement, and it scared her dad to death. Jiang Mu, this idiot sect leader, actually fought Ling Outyan on equal terms? Not only were everyone shocked, but Ling Outyan also discovered it. Each of my punches has at least 80% power. If an ordinary cultivator in the Gathering Spirit realm was hit, he would be seriously injured, but when the fist hit this useless sect leader, it felt like hitting a cushion. It felt like half of my strength had been taken away. This useless clan leader is actually so strong? Ling Outyan became more and more serious as the fight went on. He himself had bruises all over his body. On the other hand, Jiang Mu seems to be fine. If the fight continues like this, Jiang Mu will most likely win. Am I going to be forced to rely on Master's power? Ling Outyan's mind became active. Jiang Mu felt very depressed. Damn, did this male protagonist not eat? Why are his fists so soft? In the original plot, he beat me to the point of vomiting blood in just a few hits, and I couldn't get out of bed for several days. But what does it matter now? As his mind changed, Jiang Mu gradually understood. It's not that the other party didn't eat, but his own body has been strengthened by the body that pretends to be tough and gets beaten, which will automatically offset 50% of the damage. So, unless Ling Outyan cheats and relies on the power of his master, if otherwise, there is no way to cause serious harm to yourself. In this case, After being punched, Jiang Mu screamed in pain. At the same time, he quickly bounced back and threw it hard. To create the effect of being beaten away by Ling Outyan. When the crowd saw this, some exclaimed in surprise, some were delighted, while others were completely confused, especially the city lord Shui Yuanshan. As a cultivator in the Guiyuan realm, he is the most powerful figure in Shuecheng. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Mu did it on purpose. So he waited and saw what Jiang Mu was going to do. After Jiang Mu flew out, he landed in Ding Nanrong's arms and was caught steadily by her, fragrant and soft. Although I really want to enjoy two waves, I still have to focus on the plot. Coming down from Ding Nanrong's arms, Jiang Mu pointed at Ling Outyan with a ferocious look on his face and shouted, "Aronger, kill him for this sect. This sect wants him dead." Cough cough. K2. As he spoke, he covered his abdomen and deliberately spat out a mouthful of blood. It looks like he is seriously injured. Ding Nanrong was indifferent and just looked at him coldly. Good acting skills. In fact, Ding Nanrong is not inferior to Shui Yuanshan, so she can naturally see that Jiang Mu did it on purpose. In addition, she had already read the diary and knew that Jiang Mu was acting in order to complete the plot of breaking off the engagement. So, from beginning to end, she was eating melons. This time, Shui Menghan, who had already responded, quickly spoke up to stop him. "Stop it, stop fighting, this is all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? This country bumpkin beat me to the point of vomiting blood, and you call this a misunderstanding? Jiang Mu stared at Ling Outyan with resentment, then turned to look at Shui Menghan and asked sternly, "Menghan, you haven't agreed to marry me yet. Is it because of Ling Outyan? Do you like him?" No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Shui Menghan was stunned by the question and quickly denied it 3 times. First, she admitted that she had some feelings for Ling Outyan, but it was far from being love, especially now, since she knew the contents of the diary. A sense of rebellion rose in her heart for some reason. She really doesn't like the feeling of being arranged by fate. No? If you don't like him, how could he say you are his woman? And how could he stand up and break off the engagement for you? Jiang Mu continued to ask in a stern voice. I really don't. Shui Menghan was so angry that she almost cried. I have only known Ling Outyan for a few days and we haven't talked much. How did I become his woman? Of bullshit. At this time, Ling Outyan came in front of Shui Menghan. He reached out to support Shui Menghan, wanting to comfort her. Jiang Mu saw this and angrily shouted, "Put away your country bumpkin hands." Shui Menghan didn't let Ling Outyan help her either. She moved aside and felt so angry that she wanted to cry. Seeing her sad look, Ling Outyan comforted her gently. "Menghan, don't worry, I won't let you marry someone you don't like at all." Then he turned to face Jiang Mu, his eyes sharp and his tone suddenly cold. Your Wuyo sect is a famous and prestigious sect, with a reputation that resounds throughout the entire Lizhou. Even though I lost my dominance in the southern part of Lizhou, I never lost the respect of the people. However, as the leader of a sect, you relied on a marriage certificate to engage in moral kidnapping, forcing a young girl who doesn't even like you to marry you. What kind of man are you? The situation between the human race and the demon race is serious now, and war may break out at any time, and Shuecheng, as the front line against the monster mountain range, is constantly facing the invasion of the monster tribe. You don't make progress, don't work hard to revive your Wuyo sect, don't focus on resisting the demon plan, but instead indulge in love? What kind of sect leader are you? Have you forgotten the battle at Monster Mountain Range 3 years ago? Are you worthy of your parents? Are you worthy of the 9,000 lives of Wuyo sect? Are you worthy of the monks throughout the southern region who sacrificed their lives fighting against the demon army? Are you still a human being? Wow, Ling Outyan's barrage of shots was like huge rocks hitting the lake, causing a huge uproar and leaving everyone in the audience amazed. Even City Lord Shui's eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Ling Outyan unexpectedly. In addition to his strength, this boy is also so sharp and outstanding in talent. This Ling Outyan is extraordinary. Alas, it's a pity that Honor is engaged to sect leader Jiang Yi. Otherwise, Honor and Ling Outyan should be able to succeed. Shui Yuanshan looked at the righteous Ling Outyan, and then looked at Jiang Mu, who was in a mess and vomiting blood. He shook his head helplessly and felt sorry for her. Ahem. Jiang Mu vomited blood again after hearing what Ling Outyan said, as if he had been greatly stimulated. Damn, this is the male protagonist. He helped the heroine Shui Menghan to break off the engagement with the villain Me, and then he took over himself later, right, as expected of Ling Outyan, as expected of a rubbish brainless harem novel. Jiang Mu continued to act, pointing trembling fingers at Shui Menghan, baring his teeth and glaring, the anger in his eyes like a volcanic eruption. I see. I understand, it's you, Menghan, who wants to cancel the engagement. You pushed Ling Outyan out so that he could be used as a shield and break off the engagement for you. Good. That's great. I'm so infatuated with you, cough cough, cough. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn, I really tried my best. How much food will I need to eat to replenish these mouthfuls of blood? But there is no way. This broken engagement plot is the main storyline, and it must be guaranteed to be 100% completed. Jiang Mu's words made Shui Menghan feel very aggrieved. It is true that she wants to cancel the engagement, but she never thought that she needed to rely on a man to break off the engagement for her. Master Jiang, it's not what you said. I did think about breaking off the engagement, but Before she could finish her words, Jiang Mu interrupted her heartbreakingly. What? You really want to cancel the engagement? Menghan, I have always loved you since I was a child, and I only love you. Do you know how many daughters of the sex geniuses want to marry me? Do you know how many city lords' daughters want to marry me? Do you know how many women I have rejected for you? But you never looked at me. I hate it. Jiang Mu was heartbroken, and he squeezed out 2 lines of tears skillfully, looking at Shui Menghan bitterly. The furthest distance in life is not between life and death, but when I stand before you and you don't know that I love you. After saying that, his eyes went dark and he fainted in Ding Nanrong's arms. Ha damn, she finally said she wanted to break off the engagement, which scared my dad to death. Chapter 7. What rewards will there be today? Jiang Mu felt relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The process of breaking off the engagement is a little different from the original plot. Fortunately, the outcome of the plot did not change. That is, Ling Outyan came forward to cancel the engagement on behalf of Shui Menghan, then Shui Menghan said she wanted to cancel the engagement herself, and finally, Jiang Mu was so angry that he fainted. Well, the plot was done pretty well. Tomorrow, I have to go to Lihua Pavilion, eat, listen to some music, pray for help, and reward myself. Praise. Jiang Mu fell asleep soundly in Ding Nanrong's soft arms. Seeing him sleeping so peacefully, Ding Nanrong was speechless. She didn't say much, but fulfilled her duties as a personal maid and picked up Jiang Mu in a princess hug. Then he walked straight out the door. Because Jiang Mu was there, no one observed Ding Nanrong. Now that he was unconscious, everyone took a serious look at Ding Nanrong. As the powerful maid of the Woyo sex leader, Ding Nanrong is almost known to everyone in the entire southern region. Today, she is no longer wearing the loose and ugly purple eggplant skirt like before, and her hairstyle is no longer messy and casual. Instead, she changed into a tube-top miniskirt and styled her hair into a double-braided jellyfish style. The slender legs, the exaggerated curves, the beautiful face. It's like a different person. It turns out she is so beautiful. Everyone is amazed at Ding Nanrong's figure and beauty. Even Ling Outyan, who thought he had great self-control, was distracted by her stunning beauty. Yet if we say that Shui Menghan has the beauty of a lady from a noble family, then Ding Nanrong is the beauty of maturity and indifference. These two beauties are the only ones who can match them in the entire Shueqing, or even the entire southern region, except for the owner of the Lihua Pavilion and the owner of the Dark Knight Tower. I'm afraid there will never be a fifth woman who can match her. Ding Nanrong ignored everyone's gaze. She held Jiang Mu in her arms and looked back at Ling Outyan as she walked to the door. Is this the male protagonist of the novel? There is indeed something. From now on, I will have more good shows to watch and won't be so bored. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Her smile was stunning in everyone's eyes. Ling Outyan was also stunned. At the same time, I felt a little surprised and proud. Is she smiling at me? It was not until Ding Nanrong left that Ling Outyan came back to his senses from his self-satisfaction. Seeing that Shui Menghan was still feeling wronged and angry, he stepped forward to comfort her. Menghan, don't worry. Disciples leave the Woyo sect every day. In a few months, their strength will be weaker than Shueqing's. By then, Jiang will no longer be eligible to marry you. Even if he's desperate and wants to force you to marry him with just a marriage certificate, Ling Outyan, will never let you marry him. I swear. Ling Outyan rubbed the black ring on the middle finger of his left hand. This black ring houses the soul of a demon cultivator. That's his master. With the help of our master, we can fight even against cultivators in the Guiyuan realm. Don't worry, Master Ling. Shui Menghan was in a very bad mood. If she hadn't seen the diary, then the result of breaking off the engagement would have been a good one for her. The problem is, now that I know the diary, I deliberately don't follow what it says. What's the result? The result was almost exactly as described in the diary, and the engagement was broken off. This made her feel powerless, and she hated the feeling of being arranged by fate. I'm tired, please excuse me. She bowed to the guests and then left surrounded by her maids. Seeing this, Ling Outyan also expressed his understanding. After all, it was a nice birthday party, but suddenly someone forced him to get married, and no one wanted to continue the party. The guests present also said goodbye to Shui Yuanshan one by one. Before leaving, some people took the initiative to show their goodwill to Ling Outyan. These people are of high status. Some are the leaders or elders of small sects, and some are representatives of large families in Shuecheng. In response to this, Ling Outyan responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. His behavior revealed an excellent character, which made Shui Yuanshan think more highly of him. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Wuyo sect, the sun is shining, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, the bedroom of the sect master's palace. Jiang Mu woke up early and enjoyed the singing of birds outside the window, while happily drinking the spiritual rice porridge that Ding Nanrong cooked for him. Ding Nanrong is a really good maid. The food she cooks is something you never get tired of. It's a pity that I didn't get hurt. Otherwise, I could have enjoyed all the feedings from her. Originally out in the original plot, after Jiang Mu was severely injured by Ling Outyan, he was unable to get out of bed for several days. As for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they were all fed by Ding Nanrong. She even helps with washing. But now, I eat well, drink well, sleep well, and feel full of energy. Almost nothing happened. Negating 50% of the damage done by an attack is truly impressive. This is just the first day's reward, and it's already so impressive. So what will today's reward be like? Jiang Mu was looking forward to it. After drinking the spiritual rice porridge, he took out the diary with great interest. Start writing in your diary for today. Chapter 8 Rewards. No one is stronger than me. March 6th, sunny. My mood is like the chirping of birds in the trees, so relaxed and happy. Today I don't have any plot, so I don't have to lick Shui Menghan, that silly dog. It feels so good. But I was really scared last night. This silly dog's character is a bit off. It almost stopped the breakup plot from going forward. Jiang, you're looking for death. You are the stupid dog. Your whole sect is stupid dogs. Shui Menghan was so angry that she threw the emerald green belly band out of the bed. She had just gotten up and was halfway through putting on her belly band when she felt something. After calling out the diary, the first thing she saw was Jiang Mu calling her a stupid dog. This made her very angry. But now it seems that everything is fine. The divorce plot was completed smoothly and things have returned to normal. Well, according to the original plot, today, Ling Outyan will investigate the destruction of Ling village 5 years ago. So Shui Menghan took him to the Dark Knight Tower, because the Dark Knight Tower was a very powerful intelligence agency. Bring your ass. I won't take it. Shui Menghan was so angry that she immediately took a nap. Tsk. Speaking of Dark Knight Tower, the owner is simply an old witch. She's already 290 years old. But her figure and appearance are still like a ripe peach, so beautiful that you can squeeze out juice. The fantasy world is truly magical. Dark Knight Building. I am the room on the 7th floor. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure in a blue dress was lying lazily on the bed. The heavy arc-shaped object seemed to be able to crush the bed. At this moment, her jade hands were stroking in the air. He muttered to himself, am I old? When Ling Outyan saw this old witch, he was instantly stunned by her beauty and fell in love with her. It was the same love at first sight as when he saw Shui Menghan, falling in love with every girl he meets. Maybe this is the attribute of a male protagonist. Later, the old witch gradually discovered Ling Outyan's strengths and fell in love with him. But this old witch was quite foolish. She thought Ling Outyan was too good, so she introduced him to her niece, hoping to bring them together. Later, she discovered that Ling Outyan was still obsessed with her, so she deliberately avoided him. As a result, she was killed by the demon tribe while hiding. It was outrageous. The niece also turned evil because of her death, and was eventually killed by Ling Outyan. What a stupid tragedy. Damn, this novel's author's head is filled with pig food. Aunt and niece, this is a great show that attracts subscribers. How come they're killed off before they even hold hands? You deserve to be without a girlfriend. Really, what do I do? The beautiful woman in the blue dress looked worried. This made the maid Warner beside her very worried. Oh nar. Warner wanted to ask, but seeing the beautiful woman's worried look, it seemed that she was thinking about something. So I didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. That's not right. I'm the villain. Why should I care about the lives of these heroines? Even if they don't die, it has nothing to do with me. Could it be that they will fall in love with a villain like me? Unless a certain football team wins the championship. Well, I'm not involved in today's plot. I don't have to go to work, so I can go out and have fun. Ollie Goo, where should we go for some fun later? Is he, as the sect master, checking on the cultivation of the female disciples within the sect, or is he going to the Lihua pavilion to listen to music and seek the truth? As a great and righteous sect leader, you shouldn't harass female disciples. Let's go to Lihua pavilion. Besides, disciples of the Woyo sect are deserting every day. If I did something unjust to the female disciples, the sect would probably collapse. Oh, by the way, according to the plot, the Woyo sect will not go bankrupt, and will even grow stronger. Because I will have a wife named Han Yuqing, a proud child of the Xianyang sect. After she married me and became the sect master's wife, she took over everything in the Woyo sect and gradually developed and expanded the sect. At the back mountain of the sect, on the edge of a cliff, Ding Nanrong sat quietly on the stone bench, listening to the singing of birds in the tree behind her, staring blankly at the sunrise. Suddenly, she felt something and called out her diary. The worry-free sect will not collapse and will continue to grow stronger. When she saw these contents, her eyes gradually turned cold. She was willing to become Jiang Mu's personal maid in order to witness the Woyo sect's gradual destruction and then kill Jiang Mu with her own hands, but the contents of the diary now say that the Woyo sect will become stronger in the future. This was completely contrary to her original intention. Han Yuqing, looking at the name, Ding Nanrong, felt murderous intent in her heart, and a powerful spiritual energy suddenly spread out, scaring the birds in the trees so much that they chirped and flew away. Today, Han Yuqing will depart from Xianyang sect and head towards Woyo sect. Damn, this woman is a pervert, a masochist, and often commits suicide. Oh, forget it, I won't talk about her anymore. A miserable childhood. Xianyang sect. In a room in the female disciple dormitory. A beautiful female disciple with a butterfly scar on her cheek was bathing in the bathtub. She held Jiang Mu's private diary in one hand and read it with relish, the other hand kept caressing the body. If Jiang Mu were here, he would see that the abdomen, waist, hands, legs, and back that she had touched were all covered with dense, ugly scars. These dense and ugly scars are in the shape of nails, knife lines, and thorn ropes. This formed a huge contrast with her beautiful face, like a beautiful porcelain doll with a destroyed body. Woyo sect Jiang Mu. Husband, hey. She murmured something and suddenly burst into a strange laugh. When I saw the miserable childhood at the end of the diary, her expression turned a little painful. Scenes from my childhood gradually emerged in my mind, and my body began to tremble. As the childhood scenes became clearer, my body began to shake more violently, and the water in the bathtub began to churn. She took out a knife out of habit, and then skillfully cut her arm. Cut slowly, it cut it one by one. Cut from shallow to deep a stretch. Back and forth, the bright red blood flowed down his arm and soon dyed the churning bath water red. The flesh on the arm was turned over, revealing the white bones, which was shocking. Such piercing pain made her teeth tremble, her eyes half closed, her breathing became more and more rapid, and sweat oozed from her forehead. A series of ho-ho-ho sounds came out of that cherry little mouth. It looks like a lot of pain and enjoyment. Ding, congratulations to the host, the diary writing was successful. A temperament +1, appearance +1 reward, force the iron body reward, no one is tougher than me. When attacked, 100% of the attack damage is reflected back to the opponent. Note, some attacks cannot be rebounded, the effect is subject to actual conditions. After the system sound, Jiang Mu felt that his body was infused with a mysterious power. Obviously, the body has been strengthened, good fellow. This is a fierce and powerful skill. Jiang Mu punched his body, it was hard, and it felt like he was hitting iron. Suppose, for example, I was attacked by an opponent with 100 points of damage. Then you can reflect 100 points of damage back to the opponent. Combined with the previously awarded pretentious body that takes a beating, it will offset 50 points of damage. Defense 50% plus damage reduction 100%. It's like a cow rubbing against an electric wire. It's awesome. Where can I find such a conscientious golden finger? Long live the system overlord. Jiang Mu was very satisfied with the reward. As a villain, he was often beaten, even Ding Nanrong beat him until he cried, and now there is Force Steel Body that he wanted to challenge Ding Nanrong to a duel right away and let her taste his hardness, but I quickly dismissed the idea. Because if you anger her, you might be killed instantly. Let's go to Lihua Pavilion to listen to music and seek the truth. Chapter 9, Sect Leader Jiang? Infatuated or elixbil, after closing the diary, Jiang Mu prepared to go out and play based on the experience of the previous 70 or so reincarnations. And no matter what he does, as long as it doesn't affect the main plot, it's completely fine. Jiang Mu changed into an ordinary bluish-white disciple robe. She then secretly used some of Ding Nanrong's cosmetics and, following the makeup techniques of modern internet celebrities, she did a little makeup to disguise herself. As the leader of a sect, he is a well-known figure in shoe etching, and there are many little fans in the sect who are infatuated with his power and good looks. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to change your appearance and lower your appearance. After changing his appearance, Jiang Mu walked out of the sect leader's bedroom and headed towards the sect's mountain gate. As the former overlord of the southern border, Woyo sect occupies a very large area. The sect was built on a huge flattened mountain. Jiang Mu's residence, also known as the Patriarch's Hall, is located in the north. The mountain gate is located on the south side. To walk from the sect master's hall to the mountain gate, you need to pass through the elders' hall, the disciples' dormitory complex, etc. It takes quite a bit of time. Just take it as an opportunity to enjoy the scenery. What are they doing? When we arrived at the huge bluestone square, Jiang Mu was shocked to see that several beautiful female disciples were confronting several male disciples. They seemed to be arguing about something. He planned to take a detour and didn't want to interfere too much in the sect's affairs, but from their quarrel, one could vaguely hear words like Master Jiang, broken engagement, and waste. Damn, they were scolding me. How can you tolerate this? So Jiang Mu walked over. It just approached. Then I heard the female disciples criticizing the male disciples. You are not allowed to speak of sect Master Jiang like that. Apologize to me now. Yes. Apologize now. It's fine if you've just left the sect, but you dared to belittle our sect Master Jiang before leaving? You're not allowed to leave until you apologize. Don't leave. Apologize. Apologize now. After hearing this, several male disciples on the opposite side retorted with disdain. Apologize as hell. Aren't we right? Jiang Mu is a dandy and incompetent man. In his hands, the worry-free sect will be destroyed sooner or later. Just last night, Shui Menghan broke off his engagement with him, and he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and passing out by a gathering spirit realm cultivator named Ling Outyan. He was completely humiliated. As the sect leader, his cultivation level is only at the gathering spirit realm. What a waste! He even relied on drugs to get to this point. He couldn't even beat Uncle Fu, who was guarding the mountain gate. I feel ashamed for him. What's even more shameful is that just last night, Uncle Fu yelled, "I don't even want to stay in this rubbish sect," and then ran away with the mountain gate in the middle of the night. What a sin! TSK, let's go and stop wasting our time talking to these brainless little fans of the sect leader. Let's go, leave this rubbish sect. Go down the mountain. Stop. You can't leave until you apologize. The female disciples were angry. You slandered sect leader Jiang and you still want to leave the mountain? No way. They drew their swords aggressively and blocked the way for several male disciples. The male disciples were also angry, and they drew their swords with clangs. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Just when the battle was about to break out, Jiang Mu immediately intervened and interrupted them. Senior sisters and brothers, what's going on? Seeing someone coming, everyone turned to look up. He was a handsome man, her skin was fair, her facial features were sharp, and her deep eyes seemed to contain a sense of indifference to the world. Even though he was wearing the same ordinary disciple uniform as them, it couldn't conceal his outstanding temperament at all. So handsome, this junior brother's looks are almost catching up with sect master Jiang. This was the unanimous reaction of the female disciples, but they soon calmed down. Almost all the male disciples in the sect despise sect master Jiang. Almost all the disciples who leave the sect every day are male, and since this handsome junior brother appears here, he is probably going to leave the sect. When the male disciples saw Jiang Mu, they treated him as a teammate and asked him to judge the situation. Junior brother, please tell me. We need to leave this rubbish sect. But these brainless sect leader fangirls are trying to stop us. Don't you think it's infuriating? The female disciples angrily said, "Who told you to slander sect master Jiang?" The male disciples sneered, "This is the truth. Jiang Mu is arrogant and lazy in cultivation. He thinks about his Menghan all day long. He is simply a useless lickspittle." The female disciples angrily said, "You lick your mother's dog. Sect master Jiang is just infatuated. You're obsessed with your father's love, but you're just a useless lickspittle infatuation. A useless lickspittle infatuation. A useless lickspittle infatuation. A useless lickspittle. Ahem, everyone, why don't you listen to what I, your junior brother, have to say? I guarantee fairness and justice." Jiang Mu stopped their quarrel. As expected, both sides stopped. Everyone wants to hear what he means by fairness and justice. Chapter 10 Sect Leader Jiang is the most handsome man in the Zhongling realm. Jiang Mu cleared his throat and said seriously, Sect Master Jiang is gentle and elegant, handsome, filial to his parents, and kind to others. He devotes himself to the development of the sect and is extremely loyal in his personal relationships. Even though he is so handsome that he has no friends, he never flirts with women. He has noble morals and often repays evil with kindness. He is kind-hearted and never bullies others by taking advantage of his power. He is especially caring and loving towards women, especially his personal maid, who he treats with nothing but love. He can guide the 9 provinces with his literary skills and enlighten the world with his Tsangshan skills. He can also annihilate the demon race and establish world peace with his martial arts skills. He, Jiang Mu, Sect Master Jiang, is truly the most handsome man in Lizhou, even in the 9 provinces, and even in the entire Zhongling realm, unrivaled in history, dominating the universe. Bang! A sword fell to the ground. The male disciples were all dumbfounded. This junior brother is crazy. Even if you want to brag, you have to check whether it is a cow. This is pure fucking bullshit. The female disciples were very excited. Junior brother is absolutely right. That's right. Sect Master Jiang is the most handsome man in the Zhongling realm. Long live junior brother. Long live Sect Master Jiang. Why don't you apologize? Apologize now. Don't ever think of leaving the mountain without an apology. Yes. Apologize. 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 Apologize your mother. Get out of here, you babbling idiot. One of the rough-looking male disciples finally couldn't stand it anymore, picked up the sword on the ground, and chopped it down on the head of a soft and cute female disciple. Wow! The cute female disciple screamed in fear and had no time to dodge. In a flash, a tall figure stood in front of her. The sword struck the figure's shoulder fiercely, making a dull sound of steel clanging. The rough disciple suddenly screamed in pain, covered his shoulders, and fell backwards. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They were horrified to find that the rough disciple's shoulder had a strange crack. This bloody crack looked like it was cut by a sword. What on earth did this junior fellow do? Everyone looked at Jiang Mu, who was unharmed, and felt incredible. Jiang Mu looked at the rough disciple lying on the ground indifferently. Although the surface is calm, in fact, I was very happy inside. Defense 50% damage plus reflect 100% damage. So cool. From now on, if I am attacked, I may be able to kill the opponent just by standing still. Very good. In fact, the reason why Jiang Mu took the initiative to step forward to be chopped, the main purpose is to test the 100% anti-injury effect of iron body. Now it seems that I should be invincible in the same realm. After all, the other party fell down before he even made a move. Junior brother, what did you do to senior brotherly? The male disciples asked Jiang Mu fearfully. They couldn't even see how Jiang Mu attacked and injured senior brotherly. The only thing they could think of was that Jiang Mu used some mysterious and powerful spiritual technique, or hit his cultivation level. I didn't do anything. Maybe he accidentally cut himself. Jiang Mu replied perfunctorily, then said calmly, logically speaking, you guys are no longer disciples of the worry-free sect. And this man surnamedly wanted to attack and kill the disciples of the Woyo sect. According to the sect's rules, this is a capital crime. As his companions, you are accomplices. So, you are the mortal enemy of the Woyo sect. Dead. Dead enemy? The male disciples suddenly panicked. Only then did they remember that the Woyo sect did have such a rule. So they rushed to apologize. Sorry. We were wrong. We are useless lickers. Master Jiang is a love-struck genius. Master Jiang is the most handsome man in the Zongling realm. We will love sect leader Jiang forever. Alright, let's go. Jiang Mu felt very uncomfortable and waved his hand to let them leave. After they ran away in panic, the female disciples gathered around excitedly, all clamoring to get to know Jiang Mu, especially the cute little fangirl who was rescued. Her face was so red that it was dripping with water. She twirled the edge of her skirt with her little hands, lowered her head shyly and looked at Jiang Mu secretly, saying that she wanted to visit Jiang Mu's independent residence. I'm sorry, I have something else to do. Goodbye. Jiang Mu didn't want to get entangled too much, so after saying this, he walked towards the mountain gate without looking back. He didn't care at all about the loss of those female disciples shueching on the street. Menghan, you don't seem happy? Ling Outyan followed Shui Menghan to the Dark Night Tower, but along the way, he found that Shui Menghan seemed very unhappy. No, I'm quite happy. Shui Menghan appears calm on the surface, but is actually very depressed inside, not happy at all. Originally, she planned to go to Lihua Pavilion to stop Jiang Mu from listening to the music. Her purpose was to ruin Jiang Mu's good deeds and to avenge him for calling her a stupid dog in his diary. More importantly, he had to prevent himself from taking Ling Outyan to the Dark Night Tower as written in the diary. After all, she hated the feeling of being determined by fate. Who knows, before I even stepped out of the door, my father called me. It was said that Ling Outyan wanted to obtain some intelligence information, so he asked her to take him to the Dark Night Tower. Because the Dark Night Tower's information and intelligence gathering capabilities are first class, the City Lord's mansion often purchases various types of information such as monsters from the Dark Night Tower. Before leaving, her father whispered to her, Ling Outyan is very good, has great potential, and has good character. His future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. This made her so depressed that she wanted to hit her head with tofu. What does his potential have to do with me? He wants to go to Dark Night Tower. Can't he just ask a servant to take him there? Why does it have to be me? I don't know what my father is thinking. Snort. Shui Menghan muttered angrily, very dissatisfied with her father's arrangement. Menghan, what's wrong with you? Ling Outyan vaguely heard what she was saying, so he walked forward curiously and asked. Nothing, we're almost at the Dark Night Tower. Shui Menghan didn't want to talk and quickened her pace. People are coming and going on the street. Many people showed admiration when they saw Shui Menghan. They were still whispering. Hey, did you hear that Miss Shui broke off her engagement with sect leader Jiang last night? Yes, as expected of Miss Shui, she still has such a stubborn temper. Of course. Sect leader Jiang is so useless that he is not worthy of the most beautiful woman in Shuecheng. In my opinion, even if we don't cancel the engagement, once Wuyo's sect is ruined by sect master Jiang, he will become a worthless bootlicker with nothing, and the marriage certificate will be useless. Indeed, a useless bootlicker with no potential ended up with nothing. Speaking of potential, I think the guy named Ling Outyan is pretty good. Ling Outyan? Yes, that's the guy in black clothes standing behind Miss Shui. Everyone's eyes turned to Ling Outyan behind Shui Menghan. He had a stern face, evil eyes, a strong body and an imposing bearing. The steady and powerful steps seemed to reveal a sense of confidence. He's quite handsome, almost catching up with sect master Jiang. Being handsome is useless. Strength is king. I agree. This Ling Outyan looks like sect master Jiang, only in his early 20s. Although his cultivation is only at the gathering spirit realm, the power he unleashed is close to that of the Qi-Si realm. He beat sect master Jiang so hard that he vomited blood and fell unconscious. Hiss, those who can reach the Qi-Hai realm are usually over 30 years old. This Ling Outyan is indeed very strong. Ling Outyan has good hearing, and he feels very happy listening to the words of the people around him. But before I could enjoy it for a while, I heard Shui Menghan's voice in front of me. We've arrived at the Dark Night Tower. Chapter 11, Give this young master. Chapter 11 To this young master. Hearing this, Ling Outyan looked up. There is an old-looking tower building in front of us. It is 7 stories high and more than half a meter taller than the surrounding buildings. On the plaque at the gate were 3 large characters made from the bones of unknown monsters. Dark Night Building. You go in, I'm leaving. Shui Menghan said something to him and turned to leave. Menghan, won't you come in with me? Where are you going? Ling Outyan called her. Ever since he met Shui Menghan in the Monster Mountain range, he fell in love with her, the kind of love at first sight, whether it is Shui Menghan's voice, smile, or her innocent and rebellious personality. Ling Outyan likes her very much. It's just that he doesn't understand matters of the heart and doesn't know how to bring it up, so he can only slowly enhance his feelings through contact and interaction in daily life. You go in by yourself, I'm going to have breakfast. Shui Menghan said this casually and left without looking back. Have breakfast? Looking at her pretty back as she left, Ling Outyan raised his eyebrows to express his disbelief. They came after having breakfast. So, Shui Menghan was lying to him. That's fine. To cultivate feelings, you have to take your time. I believe that with all my heart. Menghan will definitely be moved and eventually become my woman. Thinking of this, Ling Outyan showed a confident and evil smile. This made some girls around shyly glance at him. Ling Outyan glanced at those ordinary girls and shook his head. Compared to Menghan, they are too mediocre. My woman, Ling Outyan, must at least be a beauty on Menghan's level. After thinking about it, he turned around and walked towards the Dark Knight Tower. After wandering around for a while, Shui Menghan finally arrived in front of a brothel, Lihua Pavilion. At the entrance of Lihua Pavilion and at the railings on the second floor, there are charming women dressed in gorgeous clothes. They waved their handkerchiefs, posed coquettishly, and kept calling out to the men passing by in a coquettish voice, "Come on, sir." Shui Menghan felt nauseous when seeing this. This Jiang guy said he only loves me, but he came to a place like this so early in the morning. Still listening to music to seek truth? What truth can you seek in a brothel? Bah, not a good thing. Spitting secretly, Shui Menghan sneaked in, intending to ask the madam inside. Miss Shui? Why are you here? The sharp-eyed madam saw Shui Menghan coming in and hurriedly went to greet her. It may be a professional habit, but when the madam walked, her hips twisted extremely exaggeratedly, the round fan in her hand kept fanning, and the rich fragrance from her body wafted everywhere. Shui Menghan choked so much that she almost vomited out her breakfast. She suppressed her nausea, pulled the madam to a corner, covered her face with her hands, and asked in a low voice, "I'm asking you, which room is Jiang Mu in? Who?" The madam thought she had misheard and nearly dropped the fan in her hand. Shui Menghan lowered his voice again and said, "Jiang Mu, Sect Master Jiang." Sect Master Jiang? He has never been to Lihua Pavilion. The madam covered her mouth with a round fan, her eyes wide as big as quail eggs, her face full of disbelief. Everyone knows, although Sect Master Jiang is arrogant and useless, but he is a truly infatuated man, infatuated with Shui Menghan alone. So there is no possibility of prostitution. What's more, the two of them had just broken off their engagement last night. Why does it seem like Shui Menghan is here to catch sect leader Jiang committing adultery today? Never been here? Shui Menghan's brows relaxed slightly for some reason. When she found out that Jiang Mu had never been to a brothel, she actually felt a little happy in her heart. Bah. What does it have to do with me whether he comes or not? Shui Menghan shook off the strange thought. This time, a man came up behind the madam, his tone indescribably relaxed and comfortable. Hey, what are you doing hiding in this corner, you old brothel owner? Hurry up and find me a young technician. A talented young lady. Why does this familiar voice sound so much like Jiang Mu's? Shui Menghan looked at the young man in front of her through the gaps between her fingers. I saw that he looked quite outstanding, but he was not Jiang Mu. The man obviously noticed her too. Although she covered her face with her hands, her graceful figure was perfectly displayed in the slim emerald dress. In particular, the conical curve created by raising the arms is extremely eye-catching. Wow, this wave is worth it. The man was Jiang Mu, who had changed his appearance. He didn't expect that there was such a stunning beauty in Lihua Pavilion. Her perfect figure was almost on par with Shui Menghan's. If he didn't know that Shui Menghan was in the Dark Knight Tower, he would have thought that this woman was her. Sir, you have a talented little sister. When the madam saw a customer, she immediately put on a professional smile. She took Jiang Mu's arm, leaned halfway towards him, and introduced him enthusiastically. The girls in our Lihua Pavilion are all very pretty. Especially the 4 little golden flowers, each of them has unique skills. Chunhua subdues the dragon. 18. Summer flowers, a sculpture, and 2 rabbits. Autumn flowers rustle in the empty valley. Donghua's mouthpiece skills. Sir, which one do you need? I don't want any of them. I want her. Jiang Mu pointed at Shui Menghan with a smile. With such perfect body proportions, how could her appearance be ugly? What's more, once you cover yourself with the quilt, the world is full of love. Very worth it. Her? No. The madam's hand trembled and the fan fell to the ground. She was obviously frightened. You let the city lord's daughter receive guests. Although I make a lot of money, I have no life to spend it all. Why not? Jiang Mu was puzzled. Because she's not from the Lihua pavilion. She's just here to sell monster insurance, right? Seeing that Shui Menghan didn't say anything, the madam had no choice but to explain. Is that so? Never mind. I'm sorry, girl. Jiang Mu apologized to Shui Menghan and felt very sorry. Sir, let's go up to the second floor. The madam quickly pulled Jiang Mu upstairs to prevent him from saying anything that would anger Shui Menghan. Shui Menghan was indeed angry. She was actually mistaken for a prostitute. It's all Jiang's fault. She stamped her feet in anger and wished she could give Jiang Mu a beating when she saw him later, but now there were more and more people around, and she was afraid of being mistaken for a prostitute again, so she covered her face and slipped out of the Lihua pavilion as if escaping, planning to stay outside. In room 8 on the second floor, the madam cast a wink at Jiang Mu. Sir, please wait a moment. The 4 little golden flowers have just woken up and are taking a bath. They will be well soon. After saying that, she walked out with her hips twisted. Do we have to wait for this? Jiang Mu was a little depressed, so he had to lie on the big red bed and stare at the ceiling in boredom. Well, it's useless to wait anyway. Why don't you write in your diary and see if you can get some good rewards? So he sat up and called out his diary. Just write something. Chapter 12. Mr. Jiang keep scolding me. I'm going to have sex. I'm really excited. The 4 little golden flowers will be here soon. I must experience what it means to be a dragon traveling around the world. However, compared to these 4 flowers, I prefer the insurance woman at the door just now. At the door? Insurance girl? Shui Menghan, who was hiding in the street corner and monitoring Lihua Pavilion, stared at the diary in his hand in confusion. What's the meaning? Because the insurance woman's figure is so perfect, even her long skirt is the same green as Shui Menghan's. Unfortunately, she covered her face with her hands, so I couldn't see her appearance. She should be pretty though. After all, they sell monster insurance. Hands covering face. Green long skirt. Monster insurance, that's me. Who was that man just now? After thinking about it for a while, Shui Menghan finally came to his senses. Turn out to be the man who mistook her for a prostitute in Lihua Pavilion just now. It's Jiang Mu. Good for you, Jiang. So that person is you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You even disguise yourself to go whoring. Shui Menghan was so angry that she punched the wall and cracked it. The dog sleeping in the yard behind the wall was frightened and started barking wang 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 wang, etc. That's not right. What does it have to do with me whether he prostitutes or not? Why should I be angry? Humph, it must be because he treats me like a whore that I'm angry, right? You Jiang. You dare treat me like a whore? I will never forgive you. She was so angry that she punched the wall again and cracked it. Wang 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 wang, wang wang wang. Oh, right. At this time, Shui Menghan and Ling Outyan must have already arrived at the Dark Knight Tower. Ah ha 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 ha, I remembered now. In the Dark Knight Tower, Ling Outyan was looked down upon, so a conflict arose between the 2 sides and a fight ensued. He is indeed the protagonist, attracting hatred wherever he goes. Even a toenail could tell that Ling Outyan had slapped the other person in the face. It's an old trick. Then Ling Outyan gave Shui Menghan a devilish smile. Shui Menghan blushed instantly and then started to look at Ling Outyan infatuatedly again. You are indeed a silly female protagonist, your IQ is unmatched. Jiang, if you keep swearing. Shui Menghan was so angry that she threw the diary away and stared at Lihua Pavilion with gritted teeth. Being mistaken for a prostitute would be fine. What kind of nymphomaniac, stupid dog, and IQ is this? But it really pissed her off, coupled with the barking of dogs behind the wall. It sounded particularly ironic to her ears. Wang, 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 wang. What are you barking about, you bastard? She punched the wall in anger, and bricks flew everywhere, hitting the dog's head. The dog whimpered and peed in pain and ran away. Shui Menghan came to a mask stall in a rage and bought a pig head mask, put it on tightly again. She made up her mind now, at this moment just go into Lihua Pavilion and beat the guy named Zhang into a pig's head. Also due to Ling Outyan's outstanding performance, he was praised by the owner of Dark Knight Tower. Damn, the owner of this Dark Knight Tower is one of the 3 most beautiful women in Xueqing. She is also the second female lead. Like Xue Menghan, she is a stunning beauty. I'm so jealous of the protagonist. I want to have a harem, too. I don't want to be Xue Menghan's exclusive lapdog anymore. Finished. Jiang Mu closed the diary, looking forward to some good rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host, the diary writing was successful. A temperament +1 appearance +1 reward, good waste. Your kidneys have been strengthened. This reward? Who the hell needs this? Does this dog system look down on people? Jiang Mu felt insulted. He twisted his waist. I found that no matter how I twisted, folded, or bent it, I didn't feel tired at all. Obviously, the kidneys have been greatly strengthened and become very, very, very flexible and tough. Well, the reward is okay. Dark Knight building. On the 7th floor, in a spacious and elegant room. Am I the second female lead? A graceful woman in a blue dress leaned lazily against the window, enjoying the warm sunshine while carefully reading the book in her hand. Jiang Mu's private diary. Will I really admire Ling Outyan? Regarding the male protagonist Ling Outyan mentioned in the diary, she wanted to test it out to see if she really admired him. After thinking for a while, he whispered a Warner. The door was immediately opened and a maid in blue came in. What are your instructions, Lord? Bring Ling Outyan up here. Yes, host. After Warner left, she closed her diary, went into the side room bathroom, took off her blue dress, and prepared to take a bath. The first floor lobby. Ling Outyan was sitting and waiting. Originally, he wanted to buy information about Lingjia village 5 years ago, but the shopkeeper told him that this information was top secret and he had to wait for the person in charge to arrive before he could buy it. During the boring wait, Ling Outyan listened to other people's conversations to kill time. Brother Tang, I saw your wife enter Wang Fugui's house last night. Are you planning to buy all the information about Wang Fugui's entire ancestry? No, I bought the information about the monster. Information about monsters? That's very expensive. Expensive? I'm rich now. Brother Tang, where did you get the money? Aren't you going to seek revenge on Wang Fugui? When your wife came out of his house this morning, her legs were shaking badly. How can I have money if her legs don't shake? How can I come to the Dark Knight Tower to buy information about monsters without money? Are you stupid? Could this money be your wife, Brother Tang? You're not using it for tomorrow's hunting season, are you? That's right. It's all for the hunting season. Tomorrow, I'm going to hunt down lots and lots of demon cores. I'm going to make a killing. Brother Tang is so domineering. Brother Tang is unconstrained. Brother Tang will definitely make a fortune tomorrow. Of course. But Brother Tang, your wife, hey. Why do you keep talking about my wife? Will you come to my house for dinner tonight? Okay. Hunting season. Ling Outyan thought silently. City Lord Shui had already told him about the hunting season last night. Every 3 months, Xuecheng holds an activity to hunt monsters, which is called the hunting season. The benefits of hunting season are numerous. It can not only reduce the number of monsters, relieve the pressure on Xuecheng, but also make contributions to the human race. You can also gain experience and improve yourself by hunting monsters. The skin, meat, blood, bones, etc. of monsters can all be sold for money. If you are lucky enough to hunt down a demon core, you will make a lot of money, because the demon core is extremely useful. It can serve as energy for spacecraft, formations, spiritual weapons, etc. However, not all monsters will give birth to monster cores. This also makes the price of monster cores very expensive. Demon core. Ling Outyan rubbed the black ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Master's strength can be restored by absorbing demon cores. Then you can go and participate in the hunting season tomorrow. While thinking, a pretty maid in blue came up to him. Chapter 13, He is Ling Outyan? The man who beat sect Master Jiang to vomit blood. The maid in blue bowed to Ling Outyan. Hello, Master Ling. My name is Warner, and I'm the official person in charge of Dark Knight Tower. The host invites you to the 7th floor. Please follow me. The host invites me to the 7th floor. Why? Ling Outyen was stunned for a moment. He had heard that not just anyone could go up to the 7th floor. Good. Although he didn't know the reason, Ling Outyen still stood up from his seat and followed Warner. Seeing this, everyone in the hall showed surprise. The owner of Dark Knight Tower, LV Churu, is one of the 3 great beauties in Shuecheng, and rumors. Lu Churu's cultivation level seems to be the same as that of Shuecheng's most powerful city Lord Shui. Both of them are at the Guiyuan realm. So far, the only person who has been invited to the top floor of the 7th floor is City Lord Shui. Even City Lord Shui had to put in a lot of effort to get up there. So who exactly is this Mr. Ling? How could he be invited by Lu Churu? Everyone looked at Ling Outyen carefully. He has a good appearance, but his clothes are a bit rustic. He was wearing an ordinary, cheap black outfit, and the ring he wore also looked of inferior quality, judging from the spiritual energy emanating from him. His cultivation level is only at the spirit gathering realm. Generally speaking, he should not be from a famous family or a sect. How can such a person be invited by the OP? Almost everyone disagreed. A burly man with rough hair stood up. He stood in front of Ling Outyen and questioned, "Boy, why did the host invite you to the 7th floor?" Ling Outyen did not answer, but just looked at the other person expressionlessly. The thick-haired man said in a bad tone, contemptuously, "Kid, I see you've only been in the spirit gathering realm for a few years. Apart from your good looks, what do you have that's worthy of the OP's attention?" Ling Outyen's eyes turned cold in an instant. He really disliked people who looked at others with dog eyes, and replied coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" The shaggy man sneered, I'm not happy with you." Ling Outyen narrowed his eyes, "So?" The shaggy man held up his ears with his thumbs and said disdainfully, "Don't say I'm bullying you. We're both in the gathering spirit realm. If you beat me, I'll let you go up to the 7th floor. Otherwise, you'll have to crawl out of the Dark Knight Tower from under my crotch." As soon as these words were spoken, this caused laughter in the hall. Ling Outyen also laughed in anger. Why should I fight you?" "Reason?" The shaggy man said impatiently, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? You're just babbling like a woman." After saying that, he launched a sneak attack and flicked the yellow and black earwax on his thumb towards Ling Outyen. Ling Outyen dodged in shock. A ball of earwax passed through his nose, leaving a fragrant smell, and shot into the mouth of a servant in the crowd. Vomit. The servant fainted from spitting on the spot, and everyone covered their mouths and felt nauseous. Ling Outyen was immediately furious. Court death. He suddenly burst out with spiritual power and rushed to the front of the burly man with shaggy hair. In an instant, he threw a punch, hitting the burly, hairy man squarely in the face. The burly man had no power to resist and was knocked away on the spot. After hitting the pillar and falling to the ground, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Bah, what the hell?" Ling Outyen coldly put away his fist and spat in the face of the hairy man on the ground. As a result, he lost control and spit on his blackened lips. With one move, the eyes of the people around looking at Ling Outyen changed. Both of them were at the gathering spirit realm, yet this guy managed to defeat the other with just one move? Even some cultivators at the 2nd level of Chi Hai realm felt pressured by Ling Outyen's punch just now. At this time, someone recognized Ling Outyen and couldn't help but exclaimed, "I know. It's him, Ling Outyen." What? Ling Outyen? Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and started discussing it. He's the man who broke off Miss Shue's engagement last night? He's the man who beat Sect Master Jiang and made him vomit blood and fall unconscious? It's him? No wonder the host invited him. This boy is so courageous. This boy is extraordinary. So terrifying. Now, no one looks down on Ling Outyen anymore. I even feel that he has great potential and will become a great man in the future. Mr. Ling, you. Warner looked at Ling Outyen in surprise. She naturally knew about Ling Outyen's broken engagement. It's just that I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I don't have much feeling about it. However, after seeing his strength with my own eyes today, I was truly shocked. So awesome. No wonder the host met him alone. I guess the host already knew his potential. Thinking silently, she looked at Ling Outyen's back with a strange look in her eyes. Ling Outyen turned around gracefully and said, "To Warner, Miss Warner, let's go up to the 7th floor. Please lead the way." After saying that, he smiled evilly. So handsome. Warner's heartbeat suddenly quickened. The devilish look and the carefree and confident aura made her face start to feel hot, her head even a little dizzy, and she couldn't help but show a crazy face. This feeling is so wonderful. She quickly turned around, covered her heaving chest, and took a deep breath. Then he pretended to be calm and walked towards the stairs. But her voice has become unnatural. "Mr. Lingling, please follow me." "Good." Ling Outyen laughed and followed him. Soon, the two of them reached the 7th floor. There is only one room on the top floor of the 7th floor that was the private residence of Lu Churo, the owner of Dark Knight Tower. Warner pushed open the door. After Ling Outyan went in, Warner closed the door. Before the door closed, she shyly glanced at Ling Outyan's back through the crack in the door, and her face turned red again. Even the standing posture is so beautiful. The spacious and elegant room is filled with a faint fragrance. Ling Outyan held his head high and chest out, observing everything with a sharp gaze. If I'm not mistaken, the poster should be observing him secretly. So you have to leave a good impression. In front of him was a screen painted with a sea of blue flowers. Up behind the screen, there was steam, the fragrance of flowers, the sound of gurgling water, and a woman's gentle humming, which made people feel happy. This OP taking a bath, an inexplicable sense of anticipation arose in Ling Outyan's heart. She called me here alone now. Is this a hint to me? That's right. She must have researched me and knew my potential. In that case, she might be attracted to me. Ling Outyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He immediately walked towards the screen. Just when you were about to cross the screen into the bathroom, several invisible sound waves surged out from behind the screen. The sound waves were like millions of fine needles, piercing Ling Outyan's ears and then began to wreak havoc in his brain. Almost in an instant, Ling Outyan felt that the whole world was turning upside down and in chaos, falling into an endless sharp buzzing sound. He held his head in pain and knelt on the ground. His face turned red, veins bulged on his forehead, and a hoarse growl came from his throat. He felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. Gradually, after the sound waves dissipated, he fell weakly to the ground. At this moment, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat, his breathing became heavy, his head felt dizzy, and his soul was trembling. Ling Outyan, right? You're quite good for being able to withstand my soul sound technique without passing out. A soft, mature woman's voice sounded in Ling Outyan's ears. He looked up with difficulty, despite the dizziness. Then I saw a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Her face is like a peach blossom, her eyes are like the passing years, her smile is calm and peaceful, and her demeanor is gentle and graceful. What a nice view. Ling Outyan was stunned. If we say that Shui Menghan is a pure and beautiful lotus, then, the owner of the Dark Knight Tower, Lu Churu, is a ripe peach waiting to be picked. She is worthy of being one of the three great beauties of Xuecheng. Lu Churu was a little surprised when she saw Ling Outyan staring at her in a dazed, this the so-called male protagonist. My concentration is a bit poor. Chapter 14. Should we kill the male protagonist? Master Ling, what are you doing lying on the ground? Do you want me to help you up? Lu Churu turned around, walked to the bed gracefully, and lay down on her side lazily yet elegantly. Her long legs were crossed, one hand was on her waist and hips, and the other hand was supporting her head, looking at Ling Outyan playfully. Ling Outyan felt that he was being looked down upon, so he stood up in defiance, his eyes flashing with determination. Although he was still dizzy, he finally stood up straight with his strong willpower. After watching it, Lu Churu couldn't help but secretly admire. This male protagonist is really something. If it were an ordinary cultivator in the gathering spirit realm, he would have probably fallen into a coma or even died with his soul torn apart. She thought and called out the diary, Jiang Mu's private diary. With a flick of her jade hand, she opened the diary and found one of the entries. When Ling Outyan saw this old witch, he was instantly stunned by her beauty and fell in love with her. Just like when he saw Shui Menghan, it was love at first sight. Lu Churu wanted to verify the authenticity of the diary again, so she asked, Mr. Ling, do you think I'm old? Ling Outyan was stunned by the question. His eyes swept over Lu Churu's graceful body. Finally, he reluctantly looked away, looked into Lu Churu's beautiful peach blossom eyes, and answered seriously, you are not old at all. On the contrary, you are young and beautiful. Very beautiful. You are one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Really? I'm very happy to hear Master Ling say that. Lu Churu smiled and asked, does Master Ling like me? This Ling Outyan's ears turned red. Why did she ask this suddenly? Could it be that she likes me? Don't quite understand, but since she asked so directly, why should I shrink back? Ling Outyan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Lu Churu's beautiful peach blossom eyes and said sincerely, I like you. From the first moment I saw you, I knew I fell in love with you. It can be said to be love at first sight. Love at first sight? Lu Churu murmured to herself, basically confirming the authenticity of the diary. She looked at the diary and saw these entries. Later, the old witch gradually discovered Ling Outyan's strengths and fell in love with him. But this old witch was quite foolish. She thought Ling Outyan was too good, so she introduced him to her niece, hoping to bring them together. Later, she discovered that Ling Outyan was still obsessed with her, so she deliberately avoided him. As a result, she was killed by the demon tribe while hiding. It was outrageous. The niece also turned evil because of her death, and was eventually killed by Ling Outyen. What a stupid tragedy. I died myself. After Ni Chang turned evil, she was also killed by Ling Outyen. Tragedy. Seeing the ending of herself and her niece, Lu Churu was extremely sad. She has recently been collecting information on young talents from the 9 major sects in the Jojo continent. The purpose was to find a good husband for his niece, Xu Nishang. If Ling Outyen is good enough, he can suppress those talented people. So she, Lu Churu, would definitely introduce Ling Outyen to Xu Nishang and try every possible way to bring them together. For her niece's happiness is above everything else. But now, the contents of the diary say that this one is a tragedy. If I want to change this ending, I must not like Ling Outyen first. Secondly, you can't introduce Ling Outyen to Nishang or kill the male protagonist Ling Outyen? An idea arose in Lu Churu's mind. She looked at Ling Outyen, and murderous intent gradually revealed in her gentle eyes. At the same time, the blue long skirt on her body fluttered in the wind. Ling Outyen took 2 steps back cautiously. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression. It was as if the person in front of him was not a beautiful woman lying on the bed, but a ferocious beast that could suddenly attack and kill people at any time. Lu Churu instantly withdrew her breath and shook her head slightly. The idea of killing the male protagonist was rejected. Since this is a novel world, if the male protagonist Ling Outyen dies, the story may be out of control. This may also cause Jiang Mu's diary to disappear, and I won't be able to peek into future events. In the worst case scenario, everything might just end. So, unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to kill Ling Outyen. In that case, after some internal consideration, Lu Churu made a temporary decision distant from Ling Outyen. Wan she shouted, and the door opened immediately, and Wan walked in gracefully. She then ordered, "You entertain Mr. Ling and take him out." "Yes, host." Wan agreed, then smiled at Ling Outyen, her face flushed. "Mr. Lingling, please follow me." "Are you going out now? Then why bother asking me to come up?" Ling Outyen felt very baffled, and at the same time felt a little reluctant and unwilling. "Owner, why did you invite me up here?" Lu Churu replied softly, "I heard that last night, Master Ling was willing to break off the engagement for Miss Shui, even at the cost of offending sect Master Jiang of the Woyo sect. I truly admire his courage and determination." Ling Outyen was delighted, and felt that she might really be interested in him, so he quickly asked, "So you, the host?" "So I'm just curious. Master Ling is indeed a handsome man. Wanner, please see him off." Just like that, Ling Outyen could only follow Wanner out in frustration. Lu Churu stood up and walked to the window. Looking down from a high place, he silently gazed at the busy scene of Shuecheng. The warm sunshine shone on her face, and the fresh breeze mixed with the scent of the city's fireworks made her feel the reality of the world. Whether this is a fictional world or not, I am who I am. Since I am alive, I must live a meaningful life. I can't let tragedy happen. I can't let Nikhang get hurt. If I want to completely change this tragic ending, I can't continue according to the contents of the diary. She flipped through Jiang Mu's private diary, her eyes flickering, and a strong interest and curiosity arose in her heart. This diary is unexpectedly only visible and accessible to me. It must be the power of heaven. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Does that mean Jiang Mu is the chosen one? What kind of relationship do he and I have? What kind of person is he really? Will he be better than the male protagonist Ling Outyen? Leave Wa Pavilion. Damn it, why did those 4 golden flowers suddenly come home? I took off all my clothes. In roommate on the 2nd floor, Jiang Mu, wearing only his shorts, lay depressed on the big red bed, doing the little flying swallow movement. Just now, the madam suddenly came in and told him that the 4 little golden flowers had gone home to play for the holiday. I haven't experienced the 4 Seas dragon yet. Bah, what a rubbish chicken pavilion, shut it down and start raising. Bad review. At this time, a graceful figure wearing a pig head mask gently opened the door, sneaking in stealthily. Chapter 15. Girl, I think I've seen Yu Shui Manghan, wearing a pig head mask, quietly came behind the big red bed. She saw Jiang Mu, wearing only his shorts, lying on the bed with his head and feet raised up, moving back and forth, and complained at the same time. Why hasn't the little sister come yet? It's unprofessional to make customers wait so long. My divine waist can't wait any longer. Magic waist. Shui Menghan looked at Jiang Mu's waist and suddenly her eyes flashed with ferocity. She jumped into the air in anger. She raised her little pink fist, channeled her spiritual power, and smashed it hard on Jiang Mu's waist. I'll make you have a strong waist. There was a dull sound of steel. Shui Menghan's fist hit Jiang Mu's waist completely. However, Shui Menghan actually screamed in pain. She felt a sharp pain in her lower back. It was like someone had hit her waist hard with a fist. Almost breaking it, she was in so much pain that she fell on Jiang Mu's naked back. I couldn't get up for a while. Oh shit, there's a ghost. Jiang Mu felt something lying on his back and immediately turned over in fear. Moreover, he felt something hit his waist. It hurts. Fortunately, the kidneys have been strengthened, coupled with the pretend to be tough and get beaten effect. 50% of the damage was offset, otherwise, his waist might have broken on the spot. Fuck. Who are you? Jiang Mu just turned over. He saw a woman wearing a pig head mask lying on top of him. Fuck, I was scared to death. Jiang Mu angrily reached out to grab the pig head mask, wanting to see the woman's face clearly. Shui Menghan was shocked. She ignored the pain in her waist and quickly grabbed Jiang Mu's hand. Jiang Mu stretched out his other hand to grab it, and she also stretched out her other hand. Result: Jiang Mu's hands were held tightly by her and pressed above his head. The two of them were stuck in a stalemate on the big red bed, feeling ambiguous and awkward. Time passes by every second and neither of them spoke. Just staring at each other, their breath hitting each other's faces, their heartbeats hitting each other's rhythmically. This made the two of them feel an indescribable strange feeling. After a while, Jiang Mu had no choice but to speak to break the silence. Girl, why did you attack me? As he spoke, he struggled with his hands. Shui Menghan did not answer, for she was afraid that Jiang Mu would recognize her after hearing her voice. She also knew that this was a place for pleasure, and this big red bed is specially used for that. Now we are alone. If Jiang Mu breaks free, maybe he will. Her heart tightened. So he held Jiang Mu's hands and pressed harder. Jiang Mu struggled in vain. He was not as strong as her, so he could only say to girl, please let me go. I won't pursue the matter. Really? Are you kidding? I will definitely pursue you. I will catch you until you are dead. You hit me on the waist without any grudge against me. I'll use you to test my waist later. But Shui Menghan still didn't dare to respond. Girl, I think I've seen you before. Are you the one selling monster insurance? Because they were so close, Jiang Mu could feel her perfect figure firsthand. Coupled with her soft emerald green long skirt, she looked exactly like the woman selling monster insurance that she had met at the door before. Tell me, why did you attack me? We don't know each other, right? Jiang Mu continued to ask. Shui Menghan still didn't respond. Her waist is in so much pain now that it feels like it's about to break. She had no idea how she got hurt. Is there someone else in the room protecting the man named Jiang? She glanced nervously around the room, but found out in the huge room, apart from Jiang Mu and I lying on the bed, there was no third person in sight. What the hell? Girl, are you mute? Jiang Mu was very unhappy. It would be fine if he just attacked him by surprise, but now he doesn't even reply and is looking around. You are so disrespectful. I see. Did I misunderstand you as a prostitute before? Is that why you want to take revenge on me? Jiang Mu thought of this possibility. After all, no one would be happy if a woman who works hard with her hands was mistakenly thought to be in this line of work. But Shui Menghan still didn't reply. Jiang Mu immediately became angry. Damn it. No matter whether it's revenge on me or not, you should at least say something. Why are you holding me like this? It's really incomprehensible. He struggled to free his hands. Seeing this, Shui Menghan hurriedly grabbed his hand tightly, preventing him from moving. Hey girl, I was wrong to misunderstand you, but I've already apologized, and you also attacked me, so we're even now, right? Shui Menghan still didn't reply, and even increased her strength, holding him down tightly. Fuck. You forced me to do this. Jiang Mu was too lazy to talk anymore and just kissed her neck directly. Shui Menghan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She leaned back desperately to avoid Jiang Mu's shameless behavior. However, how could this posture be avoided? Then, Baji, she cried, and even though she was crying, she didn't let go of Jiang Mu's hand. Are you kidding me? How come you are the victim? Fuck, I'm so tired. Jiang Mu was very depressed. It was not a good idea to continue chewing like this. I had no choice but to shut up and said helplessly, girl, go ahead and let's just pretend nothing happened. Woo. Why are you still crying? Don't cry, go away, I want to go back too. Damn, she's crying so annoyingly, and what's the point of her doing that? Woo woo. Wah. Oh. Why don't you try crying louder? Jiangmu pursed his lips and pretended to kiss her. Shui Menghan was so scared that she stopped crying immediately, only her trembling shoulders showed that she was still sobbing. Whatever, cry all you want. Jiangmu was at his wits' end. To be honest, he was a little helpless about what to do when a girl cried. As a good young man with positive values in the new century, he plays the villain here. But he really had to impose some unspeakable punishment on this girl who worked hard with her own hands out. He asked himself if he could do it. Although he couldn't do it, he was a man of vigor and vitality, and he was a man in shorts. A man with inch-high abdominal muscles. A man with strength and kidneys. Under in short, very manly. Shui Menghan screamed and jumped up, escaping from Jiangmu's body like a frightened rabbit. Finally, he walked out of the room in shame and anger, holding his waist. Jiangmu was left alone, lying on the big red bed. What bad luck! How can I return to the sect like this? There's nothing I can do. Professional issues can only be solved by professionals. Jiangmu was about to call the madam, but in the end, he still hadn't spoken. The madam opened the door and rushed in with her hips twisting. When the madam saw the change in Jiangmu, her heart skipped a beat and her eyes widened. Oh my god, it turns out that Miss Shui's visit to sect leader Jiang was fake, and her real purpose was to have fun. I didn't expect that. Yesterday she just came of age, and today she's out with a man, and with such a powerful man, no wonder he came out holding his waist. Chapter 16, Let You Bully Me, Humph. The madam reluctantly looked away. She had not forgotten the arrogant order Shui Menghan gave before she left. Kick this young man out immediately and permanently ban him from entering the Lihua Pavilion, otherwise the Lihua Pavilion would be demolished and used as a chicken farm. So he said to Jiangmu in an apologetic tone, Sir, I'm so sorry, but girls from Lihua Pavilion can't serve you today. Why? Jiangmu widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Sir, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and from now on, Lihua Pavilion will no longer be able to serve you. You have been blacklisted by Lihua Pavilion. Why? Jiangmu's voice rose several degrees, as if he had heard bad news, and his soul instantly fell into the abyss. On the street, Shui Menghan rubbed her waist, walked with an angry pace, and said to herself in shame, How dare you, Jiang, bully me? From now on, let's see how you can enter the Lihua Pavilion. I'll let you whore. He 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 he. He 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 he. As she spoke, she suddenly burst into laughter. He must be having a hard time holding it in right now. Also a divine waist? Use the magic hand. Ha ha. Shui Menghan's mood is good. As a fiancé, it is reasonable for me to use my power as the city lord's daughter to correct my fiancé's bad habits, right? Then we walked and walked. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the ambiguous posture of the two of them in bed just now. Her pretty face gradually turned red. White little heart was beating like a deer. What does this feel like? Menghan? Why are you here? Are you here to take me back to the city lord's mansion? Suddenly, a voice came from the front. Shui Menghan looked up. It turned out to be Ling Outyan. Menghan, your face is so red, are you shy seeing me? Ling Outyan came to Shui Menghan jokingly. From the smile on his face, it can be seen that he is in a good mood, because just now he bought the information he wanted from Wanner in the Dark Knight Tower, the destruction of Lingjia village 5 years ago. It turns out that the murderer is a demon, and he is in the Monster Mountain range. Then, tomorrow's hunting season is exactly the time for him to take revenge. Ling Outyan was very excited. 5 years, the seeds of hatred have been planted for 5 years, he is about to give birth to a demon in his heart. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, he would imagine how the villagers of Lingjia village were being tortured and killed, how they were wailing and helpless, and how rampant and cruel the murderer was. His heart was broken, and he wished he could tear the murderer into pieces. Now, I finally have the chance to kill my enemy. He wanted to share this good news with Shui Menghan. Menghan, let me tell you, goodbye. Shui Menghan covered her face in panic, turned around and ran away. She didn't want others to see her blushing face. This Ling Outyan felt like there was something stuck in his throat, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He felt like he had internal injuries from holding it in. He didn't understand why Shui Menghan suddenly ran away. Think about it for a moment. He seemed to have figured it out. Whenever you see me, you blush and you don't dare to face me. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? Wanner also blushed in front of me before, and even her speech became unnatural. It seems like Menghan might really like me. After thinking about it, Ling Outyan suddenly felt extremely relaxed physically and mentally. He couldn't help but smile evilly. This made the girls passing by shyly glance at him. There were even a few bold widows who would pass by him and flirt with him. Ling Outyan looked at it, smiled helplessly and shook his head. These women are not even as good as Wanner, let alone Menghan and Lu Churu. After laughing, he walked towards the city lord's mansion in a leisurely manner. Dulalam. Just returned to Woyo Sect. Jiang Mu took out his diary and vented his anger. Lihua Pavilion is crazy. You permanently blocked me for no reason. I had to take a cold shower before I dared to come back. Jiang Mu felt as if his life had lost half its fun. He can't go to Lihua Pavilion to play at any time, and he only knows how to wear that kind of makeup. It's a rare opportunity today, but I was blocked. As for why she blocked him, the madam didn't give any reason. After thinking about it, he really couldn't understand it. Inside the city lord's palace, Shui Menghan took off her skirt and lay on the bed while applying the magic medicine to the swollen lower back. He smiled secretly while looking at the diary. Ha ha ha, I'll let you bully me, humph. But why did he take a cold shower? Forget it, I'll leave this amazing kidney of mine to Ding Nanrong from now on. Ding Nanrong, who was meditating on the cliff at the back mountain. Well, hunting season starts tomorrow. That's the second main plot, so I have to finish the scene of pretending to be awesome and getting beaten up. Damn it, if I don't get any pleasure today, I'll have to lick Shui Menghan's ass tomorrow. It's so hard for me. You are the stupid dog. Shui Menghan was so angry that she threw the diary away and gnashed her teeth. Very good. I'd like to see it tomorrow. How could the infatuated sect master John kneel down and lick my ass? Chapter 17 Hunting Season. I go to participate in a wheelchair the next morning. A huge jet-powered spaceship took off from Shueching and flew at high speed towards the Monster Mountain Range in the south. After 2 hours, the spacecraft finally landed at the foot of the Monster Mountain Range before noon. Hundreds of monks gathered on the deck of the spaceship. Among these cultivators, most are from Shueching, and the rest are young disciples from small sects who are out for training. They were talking to each other, chatting animatedly without exception. They all had excited expressions on their faces simply because today is the monster hunting event that happens every 3 months, hunting season. This hunting season, I will kill 10 wolf demons to avenge my brother who died last time. This young master will definitely kill 100 demonic beasts and spread the power of our Polar Star Divine Sword sect. I will rule the world, annihilate all the demons and bring peace to the human race. I will definitely live up to your trust. I want to get rich. Everyone looked eagerly at the Monster Mountain Range in front of them, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles and looked like a giant dragon that had been sleeping for eternity. I wanted to rush in and start killing people right away. Quiet. A loud voice mixed with spiritual power came from the high platform at the bow of the ship. Everyone fell silent and looked towards the bow of the ship. Then he saw a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples, Shui Yuanshan, standing majestically facing the wind with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood Shui Menghan, Ling Outyan, and a dozen guards from the city lord's mansion. Shui Yuanshan touched his slightly gray hair roots and lectured the hundreds of monks on the deck. I'll just say 2 things about the hunting season. These 2 points are very important. You must keep them in mind. He raised a finger. First of all, the demon race is our human enemy. So, no matter what your reasons for participating in the hunting season are, you should unite and face the outside world together. He raised a second finger. Secondly, monsters are ferocious and cunning. If you see one, don't hesitate. Either kill it or run away. He raised a third finger. Also, some people may make a fortune in this hunt, but money is only a thing of the body. Therefore, you should not be jealous of others, should not steal their spoils, and certainly should not kill each other. He raised a fourth finger. The most important point is that I recently received news that there is a demon army base hidden in the Monster Mountain Range. Their intentions are unclear. If anyone can find them, the city lord's mansion will reward them handsomely. He simply spread out his 5 fingers. One last thing. The hunting season lasts for 5 days. After 5 days, the spacecraft will return to Shuecheng. No more waiting after this time. He held out his other hand and raised another index finger. The monks. Shui Yuanshan suddenly pointed towards the Monster Mountain Range, his voice loud and majestic. Hunting season begins. Crash. As his voice fell, hundreds of monks instantly jumped off the spaceship like wild bulls that had been injected with chicken blood, roaring wildly. After a while, all the monks rushed into the forest. Ling Outyan was also preparing to get off the spaceship and enter the monster mountain range, but he saw Shui Menghan, who was waving something in the air with her hands. I went up to him curiously and asked with a smile, "Menghan, what are you doing?" Shui Menghan did not respond, because she was concentrating on reading her diary. March 7th, sunny. Today, Ding Nanrong is still as sexy as ever, a feast for my eyes. But why did she suddenly pinch my kidneys? This almost made me laugh. This wasn't in the original storyline. Is this old maiden entering menopause? Forget it, don't worry about her, anyway. Shui Menghan felt strange, because the diary suddenly stopped. After a while, the contents of the diary continued. I was so scared. Just now, this old maid suddenly burst into my room and asked me what I was doing. Don't you know I'm taking a bath? You're the one who filled the hot water yourself. Why are you watching me take a bath instead of just flying the spaceship? You're crazy. That's right. She seemed unable to see me writing in my diary just now. In other words, I'm the only one who can see this diary. Not bad, not bad. The dog system's confidentiality work is top-notch. If I ever get upset with this old maid, I'll write a diary and curse her in front of her, haha. Ding Nanrong, try it, Shui Menghan, childish. Forget about her. After all, her changing of clothes and hairstyle didn't affect the main plot. Well, today's main storyline is the hunting season. Although I was beaten so badly by Ling Outyan that I couldn't get out of bed. But according to the plot, as the villain, I still have to participate in the hunting season in a wheelchair. Damn it, how can I fight monsters in a wheelchair? A slide tackle? What a fool. Ha ha. Seeing this, Shui Menghan couldn't help laughing out loud. Menghan, you look so beautiful when you smile. Ling Outyan gave a sincere compliment. Shui Menghan replied politely, thanks. Then he smiled and continued reading his diary. She found that sometimes it was quite entertaining to watch Jiang Mu complain that no way, who let that silly dog Shui Menghan also participate in the hunting season? As her exclusive licking dog, I will be crying and performing the doggy-style licking in front of her again. Alas, I feel like I'm crying in a cemetery. Tread. Shui Menghan suddenly stepped hard on the deck, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. This scared Ling Outyan. Menghan, what's wrong with you? Ling Outyan was shocked to find that Shui Menghan, who had a smile on her face just now, looked like a cat with its fur standing on end in the blink of an eye. Her arms were still in the air, paddling something with great effort or nothing. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Shui Menghan tried hard to control her emotions. Continue reading below. Now, the hunt has begun. I don't have many scenes today. I just kneel down and lick Shui Menghan in the monster mountain range, begging her not to break off the engagement. Of course, she rejected me. I kept pestering her, and then Ling Outyan showed up. Then I had a conflict with Ling Outyan. He ended up giving me a good beating, and I ended up running away in disgrace like a stray dog. Well, that's about it for today. High in the clouds. A small private jet-powered spacecraft was flying at high speed towards the monster mountain range. This private spaceship is a smaller version of Shui Chang's. It is shaped like a ship, has no sails, and its hull is made of wood and iron. The bow, stern, and bottom of the ship are all embedded with huge crystals used for spraying. There were only Jiang Mu and Ding Nanrong in the huge spaceship. Ding Nanrong was controlling the spacecraft in the cockpit, while Jiang Mu was in the luxurious room, taking a bath and writing in his diary. What kind of reward will there be today? Jiang Mu closed the diary. Ding, congratulations to the master, the diary writing was successful. A temperament +1, appearance +1 reward, a body that can carry all kinds of poisons. Reward introduction, I am poisonous. When infected by poison, the poison will automatically condense into a poisonous blast pill. You can discharge the poisonous explosion pill at any time to trigger a poisonous explosion. Can actively absorb poisons. Chapter 18. Jiang Mu cannot be killed. After the system sound, Jiang Mu felt that his body was infused with a mysterious power. Obviously, the body has been transformed and strengthened. Wow! A body that carries thousands of poisons? This reward is awesome. I won't be afraid of being tortured by poison anymore. Moreover, the poisonous explosion pills formed by the absorbed poison can also be used to attack the enemy. It's both offensive and defensive. Jiang Mu was very satisfied with the reward. Then, he suddenly thought of a situation. This body capable of bearing a myriad of poisons doesn't specify how much poison it can withstand. Does that mean I can absorb poisons infinitely and condense poisonous explosion pills infinitely? If that's true, then if we can condense a poisonous explosive pill of atomic bomb level. Hiss. It's terrifying just thinking about it. At this time, the spacecraft began to descend, and Jiang Mu felt a slight sense of weightlessness. Well, we're almost at the Monster Mountain range. He got up from the bathtub and put on the handsome jade-white robe of the sect leader. Get ready for the second main storyline, hunting season, Monster Mountain Range, Outer Forests. Die, pig head. An angry cry. Shui Menghan used a sword to stab a large black-tusked wild boar to death. Then he drew his sword and walked straight into the depths of the forest, followed closely by 5 guards from the city lord's mansion. As for Ling Outyan behind, he used a dagger to break open the black-tusked boar's skull to see if there was a demon core inside, and it turns out there is. Menghan, it's a demon core, don't you want it anymore? Ling Outyan happily held up a dark red crystal stone, which was the size of an egg and felt cold to the touch. No. You are not allowed to follow me. Shui Menghan said this angrily and continued to walk deeper without looking back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Dai Jiang Mu. How dare you treat me like a graveyard and even cry about it? If you dare to come later, I will make you cry enough. As she walked, she picked out the good-looking trees and cut them down as if they were river trees. Seeing this, Ling Outyan smiled helplessly. It seems that she is not satisfied with City Lord Shui's arrangement. He knew why Shui Menghan was angry, because just now on the spaceship, Shui Menghan said that she wanted to go hunting alone for training, but City Lord Shui objected and arranged for Ling Outyan to accompany her, saying that they could take care of each other. Given her rebellious nature, that's why she's been angry until now. Smiling and shaking his head, Ling Outyan put the demon core into the ring and said to it, Master, please absorb this demon core. Any recovery of strength will be beneficial. A little girl's voice came from the ring, hoarse and a little cold, like a human and a snake. Ling Outyan said solemnly to the ring, Master, I got some information from the Dark Knight Tower. The murderer who destroyed Lingjia village 5 years ago was a soul-devouring sandworm, and it's in the Monster Mountain range. This soul-devouring sandworm has reached a very high level of cultivation. My disciple is no match for it. But I must seek revenge. Otherwise, I might develop a demon within myself, which would affect my cultivation. So, I hope Master can lend a helping hand to my disciple. From the ring, a little girl's voice, half human and half snake, came out again, hoarse and cold. Your current cultivation level is only at the gathering spirit realm. If you rely on this god's demonic power for a long time, I'm afraid your body will not be able to withstand the backlash. Ling Outyan had a resolute expression and looked domineering. Disciple, I'm not afraid. Even if my body dies and my spirit is scattered. Disciple, I also want revenge. Then go to hell. This Ling Outyan, who was so domineering just a moment ago, was like being doused with cold water the next moment. He was speechless and embarrassed. Master, I was just saying this to express my desire for revenge. Don't talk nonsense. You can help me, but if you are defeated, retreat immediately and don't fight to the death. Yes, Master. Ling Outyan regained his resolute expression. But since you want revenge, forget about that girl named Shui Menghan. A sentimental relationship will only become a burden to you. Master, don't worry. I will only accompany her today. Because City Lord Shui told me that Jiang Mu will also participate in the hunting season today, and he will definitely pester Menghan. So, City Lord Shui hopes that I can protect Menghan. After all, Jiang Mu was humiliated by his broken engagement, so he might do something crazy to Menghan. Jiang Mu. Yes, a dandy, arrogant and incompetent leader. Menghan is the woman I, Ling Outyan, am determined to have. If he dares to touch a hair on Menghan, I will tear him into pieces. Jiang Mu cannot be killed. Why? Ling Outyan was surprised that he could hear a strong sense of importance in his master's tone. Why does master value Jiang Mu? No reason, don't ask. What if he really hurt Menghan? Even if he took Shui Menghan's virginity, he cannot be killed. This Ling Outyan felt a tightness in his chest and suffocation. He didn't think his ruthless master was joking, so he replied depressedly, "Disciple, I understand. Although I don't know why Master gave such an order, but think about it seriously. Master has never harmed him. Since Master didn't tell her the reason, she must have her concerns. Maybe it was to protect me." After thinking about it, Ling Outyan felt much better. He used a dagger to cut the skin, flesh and bones of the black-tusked wild boar and put them into another ring. After busying himself for a while, he chased in the direction of Shui Menghan Dai and the Monster Mountain Range, in the vast forest. There is a private spaceship parked. On the deck of the spacecraft, Jiang Mu sat in a wooden wheelchair, staring worriedly at the woods ahead. That's strange. Why hasn't Shui Menghan come out of the woods yet? According to the plot, she should have come out with 5 guards at this time. I'm not too early or too late, am I? Jiang Mu pondered over it but couldn't find the answer. He calculated the time accurately. In the original plot, he met Shui Menghan when he just landed in the Monster Mountain Range on a private spaceship, but now 5 minutes have passed, there was no sign of Shui Menghan either. Sudden, from deep in the forest, a girl's panicked scream was heard. "Help! Ah! No! Why would someone shout for help? This is not in the original plot, and why does this voice sound so much like Shui Menghan's? It can't really be her." Jiang Mu felt even more worried and quickly instructed Ding Nanrong beside him, "Ronger, someone is calling for help. Push me over and take a look." Since he didn't understand what was going on and was afraid that it would affect the main storyline, he had to go and see for himself. Ding Nanrong glanced at Jiang Mu indifferently, knowing that he was pretending to be in a wheelchair and was just acting, but she didn't expose it. She was very curious about how Jiang Mu flattered Shui Menghan and how he was slapped in the face and taught a lesson by Ling Aotian. So he walked behind him, grabbed the wheelchair, and jumped off the spaceship with him. Then he pushed him and walked quickly into the depths of the forest. Soon, the two of them came to the lake. "Help!" Another burst of screams for help from a girl came from the front. "Fuck it!" Jiang Mu's eyes almost popped out. He was so shocked by the scene at the lake in front of him that he wanted to do splits on the spot. Chapter 19. Damn! How did the plot get so twisted? What did Jiang Mu see? He saw a lush, fiery red tree in front of the lake. It was shaped like a mushroom, and it was waving its branches in the air with its fangs and claws bared. The branches had poisonous thorns and were entangled with 5 withered male corpses and a living girl. This girl, was Shui Menghan. She was hung upside down, her colorful green dress flipped up, revealing her fair legs. The skin on her legs was torn by the branches and blood was flowing out. Fuck! What the hell is going on? How did Shui Menghan encounter the blood-poison tree demon? Jiang Mu's scalp was tingling and he was extremely panicked. He was not panicking because of how powerful the blood-poison tree demon was, but because in the original plot, the one who encountered the blood-poison tree demon was not Shui Menghan, but Ling Outyan. Although the poison of this blood-poison tree demon is extremely vicious and strong, it never actively attacks humans. It has always grown peacefully and has never been exposed. Only Ling Outyan's master can discover it. Moreover, Ling Outyan will follow the clue of the blood-poison tree demon and eventually find the enemy behind the destruction of the village, and the heroine Shui Menghan will never encounter the blood-poisonous tree demon. "Jiang Mu, save me!" Whoa whoa whoa! When Shui Menghan saw Jiang Mu, she burst into tears as if she had seen a savior. She regretted that she shouldn't have cut down trees indiscriminately. At that time, she was cutting down trees along the way to vent her anger. When passing by the lake, I saw a lush, fiery red giant tree, so I started chopping it down to vent my anger. It turned out to be a blood-poison tree demon. His 5 guards were caught off guard and were instantly entangled and bound by its branches. Now, all the guards have been drained of their flesh and blood and turned into mummies, and I am the next one. "Jiang Mu, save me! Hurry up, woo woo!" Shui Menghan cried for help repeatedly. Jiang Mu made a quick decision and instructed Ding Nanrong, "Ronger, save them quickly. And don't kill the tree demon." Before she could finish her words, Ding Nanrong rushed out. When the blood-poison tree demon saw another attacker, it controlled dozens of branches with poisonous thorns and swung them towards the attacker. Ding Nanrong's figure was like a ghost, dodging left and right, easily avoiding the branches, and instantly arrived in front of the tree monster. She took out a water lotus sword from her ring. The water lotus sword slashed lightly across. It was just a light cut. This tree monster, which was not hurt at all despite being slashed by Shui Menghan for more than 10 times, was actually cut in half by Ding Nanrong on the spot, and fell down with a loud bang. This old virgin is indeed at the Guiyuan realm. She's incredibly strong. Jiang Mu marveled at Ding Nanrong's strength. After reincarnation for more than 70 times, he already knew the cultivation system of this world like the back of his hand. There are 6 realms of cultivation for the human race: the gathering spirit realm, the Qi realm, the return to origin realm, the refining void realm, the void and dark realm, and the martial god realm. There are also 6 realms of cultivation for the demon race: the realm of enlightenment, the realm of wisdom, the realm of transformation, the realm of refining emptiness, the realm of emptiness and darkness, and the realm of demon god. The cultivation realm of the human race corresponds 1-to-1 with that of the demon race. The cultivation level of this blood poison tree demon is at the first realm. The enlightenment realm. It is equivalent to the first realm of the human race. The spirit gathering realm. Only at the same level. Demons are generally much stronger than humans. What's more of this blood poison tree? Demons' branches can not only absorb the spiritual energy in the human body, but also contain toxins. No wonder only Shui Menghan, who was in the gathering spirit realm, and the 5 guards suffered awe. Shui Menghan cried out in surprise. After she lost the restraints of the tree demon, she fell headfirst from a high altitude. Under normal circumstances, she could have landed steadily by changing her posture in midair, but now her legs had been poisoned and were completely paralyzed, unable to move, and she couldn't even turn over. If he hits his head on the ground, he will probably be half disabled. Ronger, catch her quickly! Jiang Mu shouted to Ding Nanrong anxiously. Ding Nanrong turned a deaf ear to it. After chopping down the tree demon, she walked back slowly. Damn this old virgin, if you dare to disobey me, I will punish you again in the future. Jiang Mu was angry and helpless. As his clan leader's personal maid, Ding Nanrong obeyed his leader's orders casually. In other words, she will execute it if she wants to, and not execute it if she doesn't want to. No way. Jiang Mu had no choice but to stand up from the wheelchair, mobilize his spiritual power, and run over quickly. Asshole, save me! Shui Menghan was crying in panic, and when she saw Jiang Mu running towards her, she cried even louder, "Save Namabo, you are the one who has so many troubles." Jiang Mu cursed inwardly. You are a good heroine, but why do you come here to provoke the blood poisonous tree monster for no reason? Can't you just follow the plot? What a sin! At the moment when Shui Menghan's head was about to hit the ground, Jiang Mu held her waist with one hand and legs with the other, just enough to hold her steadily. Because of the position, Jiang Mu had a series of words in his mind: light green, thin silk, embroidered with the word dream, shallow concave seams. Shaked his head. Jiang Mu used the instep of his foot to press against the back of her neck and, using the law of leverage, slowly laid her flat on the ground. Jiang Mu, I can't feel my legs anymore. Woo. Shui Menghan was lying down and felt that only her upper body could move. Her originally smooth and white legs were now riddled with holes due to being pierced by the poisonous thorns of the branches. She was bleeding profusely and had lost all feeling. Jiang Mu, am I disabled? I don't want to sit in a wheelchair. She tightly grasped Jiang Mu's arm and cried bitterly, like a helpless and weak kitten, completely losing her usual demeanor as a rich lady. Look at her bloody legs. Jiang Mu's expression was solemn, but he remembered that the blood poison tree demon's toxin would first paralyze the human nerves and then turn the flesh and blood into thick water. If Shui Menghan doesn't receive treatment soon, her legs will definitely be ruined. Romer, find the antidote quickly. Jiang Mu quickly instructed Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong did not do as she was told. Instead, she looked at the bloody holes on Shui Menghan's legs that were beginning to turn black and replied coldly, the poison has penetrated the bone marrow. There's no cure. Cut it off. No. I don't want to be cut. Jiang Mu, please save me. I will commit suicide if I lose my legs. Woo. When Shui Menghan heard that her legs were going to be amputated, she was so scared that she burst into tears and her face turned pale. As a 16-year-old girl, the most beautiful woman in Shuecheng. If I don't have legs, I might as well die. Jiang Mu became even more panicked when he heard her say suicide. What the hell is this weird development? The heroine is dead, so what's the point of the main plot later on? Damn. What went wrong? How did the plot become so distorted? Jiang Mu's mind was in a mess for a moment. Ding Nanrong is right, the poison has penetrated into Shui Menghan's bones, and her flesh and blood will eventually turn into thick water. After that, if the legs are not removed, the poison will slowly spread throughout the body, turning the flesh and blood into thick water. Final, she will turn into a withered mummy. After more than 70 reincarnations, Jiang Mu felt helpless for the first time. The only thing we can do now is to slow down the spread of the toxin. He said to Ding Nanrong with a wry smile. Ronger, anything is fine. Bring out all the pills that can relieve the toxins, etc. poison. Jiang Mu suddenly became alert. He suddenly remembered the reward he received when he wrote in his diary today, a body that carries thousands of poisons. Introduction. I am poisonous. When the body is infected by poison, it will automatically condense the poison into a poisonous pill. You can discharge the poisonous explosion pill at any time to trigger a poisonous explosion. Can actively absorb poisons. Can actively absorb poisons. Damn, why didn't I think of this? Introduction to the third point. Let Jiang Mu see hope. After all, anything produced by the dog system is absolutely a top-notch product. He believed that he could definitely cure Xue Menghan's legs, but before the treatment, let's follow the original plot and lick Xue Menghan. So he showed concern on his face and said to Xue Menghan affectionately, Menghan, if your legs are broken, I will become your legs. I will carry you on my back, stepping on the sand you like to step on, kicking the grass you like to kick, and go wherever you want to go. If you die, I will die with you, so, please, don't cancel the engagement. I really love you. After the performance, he waited expectantly for Xue Menghan's response. However, woo. You're a ghost, damn, this plot is not going anywhere. Xue Menghan kept crying, making it impossible for Jiang Mu to follow the original plot. Forget it, now I can only help detoxify her legs. Menghan, don't be afraid, I will help you get rid of the poison now. After saying that, he grabbed one of her bloody legs, then she raised her mouth and pointed it at the black bloody hole on her calf. In Xue Menghan's desperate crying, in Ding Nanrong's curious gaze, he sucked it down hard. Chapter 20. Xue Menghan's character must be distorted. Baji. Jiang Mu sucked on Xue Menghan's calf wound. The dark and thick blood immediately turned into a warm current after entering his mouth. The warm current passes through the throat, through the chest cavity, and finally gathers in the dantian in the abdomen. Gradually, a black, marble-sized pill began to condense in the dantian. Is this the poison explosion pill? Jiang Mu could see what was happening inside his dantian. It was a small blue space, and the black poisonous explosive pill was quietly suspended in the air. After the poisonous explosion pill stopped condensing, Jiang Mu's mouth left Xue Menghan's calf. He saw it. The blood hole that had been sucked was no longer black and had turned back into a normal wound. Even the bleeding stopped. Obviously, the toxin in the wound had been absorbed. The dog system is awesome. Jiang Mu praised him highly. Xue Menghan also stopped crying, wiped her tears and looked at him nervously. Jiang Mu, can I still be saved? Yes. Don't worry, I will definitely make you better, Menghan. Jiang Mu gave her a comforting smile, then one by one, he sucked the other black and bloody holes on her legs. That's all. After sucking all the blood from Xue Menghan's two calves, Xue Menghan clearly felt the pain in her calf. I can feel it. Jiang Mu, I can feel it in my legs, woo. She cried again with joy, like an innocent little girl who had lost her love and found it again. Ding Nanrong next to her was very surprised. It is also difficult to understand. Logically speaking, once the poison enters the bone marrow, it almost means there is no cure, but Jiang Mu actually sucked out the poison with his mouth. He himself did not seem to be affected by the poison. Could it be that? Does he have an unknown secret in his body? I have to check his body when I get back. Ronger, give me some ointment, the kind that heals wounds. Jiang Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong took out a white jade bottle containing liquid medicine from her ring and handed it to him. By the way, a gentle reminder, her thigh, and the wound. Thigh's still there. Jiang Mu didn't say anything and directly lifted up Xue Menghan's colorful green dress, then he grabbed her thighs and scanned them carefully and seriously, up and down, 360 degrees, over and over again for more than 10 times, just to see the condition of the wound on her thigh clearly. Xue Menghan covered her mouth with her hands in panic, feeling ashamed and angry. You rascal. Don't look at me. Do you think I want to see it? How can I suck it for you if I don't watch it? Damn, Jiang Mu cursed in his heart. On the surface, he pretended to be concerned and distressed. Menghan, please bear with me. I will absorb the last bit of poison right now. I will definitely cure you. After the performance, he didn't bother to pay attention to her screams of objection. Just then, a roar was heard from the woods in the distance. Beast! What are you doing to Menghan? Let her go. A black shadow rushed out from the woods and headed straight for Jiang Mu and the other two. Ronger, stop him first. Jiang Mu didn't stop and continued to inhale hard. He recognized that the voice was Ling Outyan's. The male protagonist Ling Outyan saw the female protagonist Xue Menghan being treated like this by the villain. Shouldn't you run away on the spot? If Ling Outyan goes berserk, here, only Ding Nanrong can stop him. After all, Ling Outyan has a golden finger, that is his master who is in the demon god realm. Ding Nanrong took 2 steps forward, spiritual power surged in her body, and her skirt swayed. Slightly, she looked at Ling Outyan, who was running towards her with a calm gaze. Just when the two sides were nearly 10 meters apart. Boom, an invisible and powerful sense of oppression emanated from Ding Nanrong's dantian in the abdomen, pressing towards Ling Outyan like an overwhelming tidal wave. Puff. Ling Outyan was crushed to the point of spitting out blood and kneeling on the ground. This powerful feeling of oppression made him feel uncomfortable all over and he could no longer move forward. He looked up with difficulty. It seemed that the person standing in front was not Ding Nanrong, but a majestic mountain. The pressure as strong as a mountain came from Ding Nanrong. This is Ryatsu. Ling Outyan was shocked. Ryatsu can suppress the spiritual power of others, making it difficult for them to perform spiritual arts and unable to move. The spiritual pressure can only be possessed by those who have reached the Guiyuan realm. With his current cultivation level at the Gathering Spirit realm, he is simply unable to contend with Ding Nanrong's powerful spiritual pressure. Master, I need strength. Ling Outyan, who was kneeling, almost roared. However, a hoarse and cold little girl's voice came from my mind. Stupid, take a look at Shui Menghan's legs first. Menghan's legs. Ling Outyan looked past Ding Nanrong and looked at Shui Menghan, who was lying there crying. It was discovered that her calves were covered in blood and many places were covered with white mucus. Master, what is this? There is a blood-poisoned demon tree by the lake. Shui Menghan must have been infected by the tree demon's poison. And Jiang Mu should be treating her. What? Menghan is poisoned, blood-poisoned demonic tree. Ling Outyan's expression changed drastically. He turned his head and looked towards the lake. There was a giant fiery red tree that was split in two, and its countless branches were full of poisonous thorns. There were 5 withered mummies on the ground. They were Shui Menghan's guards. He turned around and looked at Jiang Mu, who was hiding under Shui Menghan's skirt, doing something unknown. The anger in his eyes gradually ignited, and he swore secretly, I hope he is really saving Menghan. Otherwise, I will definitely cripple his hands. He stood up with difficulty and jumped back with all his strength, away from Ding Nanrong's spiritual pressure range. Seeing this, Ding Nanrong withdrew her spiritual pressure. At the same time, he evaluated Ling Outyan in his heart. With only the cultivation level of the Gathering Spirit realm, he can withstand my spiritual pressure. This male protagonist is indeed extraordinary. She couldn't help but look back at Jiang Mu lying on the ground, with a strange look on her face. If it was this guy, he would probably be crushed to death. At this moment, Jiang Mu has finished his work. He put his arm around Shui Menghan's waist, put her hand over his shoulder, and slowly helped her up. Menghan, try to stand up. Shui Menghan wiped away her tears and stood up slowly and nervously. She felt her legs, weak and painful, but Jiang Mu had already absorbed all the poison from the tree demon. So in addition to weakness and pain, there was also excessive blood loss. There are no longer any abnormalities. It's okay. Jiang Mu, my leg is healed, woo-woo. Shui Menghan hugged Jiang Mu and cried happily. This scared Jiang Mu. Wipe, you are the heroine, how can you hug the villain? She even hugged her in front of the male lead. And if you continue like this, how can I continue to play the role of a bootlicker? How can I let Ling Outyan teach me a lesson? And how can I run away in shame like a stray dog? The plot is not going to continue. Jiang Mu was so anxious that he quickly pushed Shui Menghan away. However, I couldn't push it open because I wasn't as strong as her. Menghan, Ling Outyan is here to see you. Go back to the spaceship with him. Woo-woo. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Mu was extremely anxious. Damn, Shui Menghan's character must be distorted. In the previous broken engagement plot, she already seemed a little abnormal. While struggling, Jiang Mu looked at Ling Outyan in the distance ahead. Pray silently in your heart. I hope the male protagonist Ling Outyan will follow the plot and come and teach me a lesson. At this moment, Ling Outyan clenched his fists and had a fiery look in his eyes. He really wanted to rush over, pull Jiang Mu away from Shui Menghan's arms, and give him a good beating, but Jiang Mu did save Shui Menghan. If I attack him, I'm afraid I'll be criticized. Ling Outyan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He looked at the two people hugging each other, suppressed his anger, and said in a calm tone, Master Jiang, thank you for saving Menghan. Now, please let her go. What the hell? The male protagonist didn't get angry. I had physical contact with the heroine right in front of you. Instead of coming to beat me up, you actually thanked me. A villain? No. He has to stand up straight. In order to advance the plot and to let Ling Outyan teach him a lesson, Jiang Mu decided to sacrifice his looks. He held Shui Menghan's pretty face in his hands. Then, under Ling Outyan's bad premonition, under Ding Nanrong's curious gaze, under Shui Menghan's confusion. Be it G. Chapter 21. He kissed me. How dare he let go of my Menghan? Ling Outyen was completely furious. Jiang Mu actually kissed Xue Menghan's little mouth in front of him. I'm going to destroy you. He pounced on Jiang Mu like an angry lion. Oh, that's right. If you don't teach me, the villain, a lesson, then you, the male protagonist, will be treated like a dog, right? Boo! Jiang Mu's mouth left Xue Menghan's small mouth. Ronger, get out of the way quickly. Let me take over. He quickly stopped Ding Nanrong, who was about to take action. If she takes action, then I won't have any chance of success. He pushed Xue Menghan away with all his strength, as if struck by lightning, and exerted force with his legs, shooting towards Ling Aotian. At the same time roaring, I'll beat you to death, you country bumpkin. Boom boom boom. The two men raised their fists and attacked fiercely, punch after punch. Jiang Mu was punched in the abdomen, screamed in pain, and flew backwards. So finally, it flew into Ding Nanrong's soft arms. While Ling Outyen was beating Jiang Mu, he also felt like he was punched in the abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. But at this moment, he was so angry that he didn't care about these things at all. He half knelt, stretched out his arms, and used an extremely vicious spiritual technique, Snake God Poison Water Fist. The spiritual energy in his body surged, accompanied by a subtle demonic aura. On each of his arms, a shiny black water snake was wrapped around it. The black water snake coiled from the elbow to the fist, its tongue making a gasp like the abyss, and its inverted golden pupils stared sinisterly at Jiang Mu in front of it. It's like staring at your eternal enemy. You want to poison him? A hoarse and cold little girl's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Outyen's mind, her tone full of doubt and dissatisfaction. Master, don't worry. I will control the amount of snake venom. At most, it will only cripple his hands. Disciple will make Jiang pay for blaspheming Menghan. Oh shit, this male protagonist is trying to cripple me. Jiang Mu was frightened when he saw the two black water snakes with golden pupils on Ling Outyen's arms. He knew this spiritual technique, Snake God Poison Water Fist. This is the spiritual technique taught to Ling Outyen by his master, who was in the demon god realm. The toxin contained in that dark water snake with golden eyes is extremely strong. Just a small amount is enough to paralyze a person on one side of the body. This vicious spiritual technique is one of Ling Outyen's trump cards, but I didn't expect that it would be used on Jiang Mu. This is not in the original plot. Jiang Mu began to worry again. In the original plot, Ling Outyen just beat him up severely and would never use this trump card. It must be because Xue Menghan went astray that Ling Outyen also deviated, right? I'll destroy you. Ling Outyen rushed forward at full speed, rushing towards Jiang Mu. There was no other way. Jiang Mu had to collect his thoughts, break away from Ding Nanrong's embrace, and face her head-on. Crazy roar, this sect will definitely beat you to death. Boom boom boom. The two men attacked fiercely with their fists, punch after punch. Finally, with a bang, the two fists collided, and the black snakes on Ling Outyen's arms instantly wrapped around Jiang Mu's arms. Then the two bounced away and each moved several meters back. What is this? Jiang Mu looked at his arms in horror. The two black water snakes were tightly wrapped around his arms and were beginning to seep into his skin through his sleeves. In the end, the two black water snakes were completely submerged in the arms and disappeared. My hand. Jiang Mu still had a horrified expression. His hands slowly dropped to his sides and began to tremble uncontrollably. Asshole. What did you do to my hand? Although Jiang Mu looked furious and panicked on the surface, but secretly, however, he silently absorbed and refined the black water snake's venom, strengthening the poisonous explosion pill in his dantian. Not bad. If it weren't for my body that can carry all kinds of poisons, my hands would have been broken. Jiang Mu secretly felt relieved. Ling Outyen stared at his trembling hands and sneered. Snake God Poison Water Fist is my secret technique. The snake venom in it will make your arms lose the ability to move. It will also affect your cultivation, slowing it down several times. What? You vicious demon. Evil demon? Ha, if it weren't for you saving Menghan, I would have crushed you to ashes. And now, crippling your hands is the price you pay for blaspheming Menghan. Quickly bring the antidote to this sect. Jiang Mu was so scared that he was shaking all over. Seeing this, Ding Nanrong couldn't tell whether she was truly scared or just pretending to be. She looked at Jiang Mu's trembling hands, then at Xue Menghan, who was standing beside him. Finally, he looked at Ling Outyen, who was sneering across from him. This should be the second main plot mentioned in the diary. She continued to watch the show curiously. It's impossible to give you the antidote. Ling Outyen felt very happy when he saw the miserable Jiang Mu. He then said calmly, even a tiny amount of my black water snake venom is enough to paralyze your arms. However, if you don't seek treatment in time and if you misuse your spiritual power, it will be more than just paralysis. The reason why he said this, firstly, Jiang Mu cannot be pushed too hard, after all, there is Ding Nanrong who is in the Guiyuan realm. Secondly, by giving Jiang Mu a glimmer of hope, he could focus on healing his hands and not have time to bother Shui Menghan. After all, in the next 4 days, Ling Outnan had to go alone to find his enemies and take revenge, and he would not be able to take care of Shui Menghan. Sure enough, when Jiang Mu heard this, a glimmer of hope immediately flashed in his eyes. And he hurriedly asked, "What? You mean it can be treated? Believe it or not." Ling Outyan sneered, "I advise you not to participate in the hunting season. Go back now and get the poison treatment. If it takes too long, I can't guarantee your arms." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Mu grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly ordered Ding Nanrong beside him, "Aronger, quick, take me back to the spaceship." As he said this, he hurriedly walked to the wheelchair and sat down, waiting for Ding Nanrong to come and push him back to the private spaceship. But he didn't forget to say something cruel. "Ling Outyan, right? Next time, I will definitely kill you." "Is that it?" Ding Nanrong felt a little bored. Since there was no more show to watch, she had no choice but to go over and push Jiang Mu towards the private spaceship and fly back quickly. "Menghan, are you okay?" After Jiang Mu and the others left, Ling Outman came forward to comfort Shui Menghan. Seeing her standing there in a daze, he felt a slight pain in his heart. "Menghan, believe me, one day, I will chop off Jiang Mu's hands and feet and make him pay the price for kissing you." "How dare he kiss me?" Shui Menghan was muttering to herself, not yet fully awake from her daze. Ling Outyan couldn't hear clearly, so he asked louder, "Menghan, what are you talking about?" "Ah. Nothing. I'm going back to the spaceship. Mr. Ling, please don't see me off." Shui Menghan, who had been confused for a long time, finally woke up. She covered her red face with her hands and ran towards the Shueching spaceship with quick lotus steps. "Master, what's happening to Menghan?" Looking at Shui Menghan's flustered back, Ling Outyan was confused. "A silly woman in heat. Ling Outyan was speechless. "Don't forget your business, you are here for revenge. The blood poison tree demon by the lake isn't dead yet. Go kill it and refine its poison to strengthen your poison water fist. Yes." Private spaceship, inside a luxurious room. "Romer, please go out. I want to be alone." After Jiang Mu was pushed into the room by Ding Nanrong, he sat in the wheelchair, rubbed his temples, and began to think harder for today's plot. He needs to sort it out carefully to see if he can find out why the plot has gone awry. Also, he kissed Shui Menghan's little mouth. This is Shui Menghan's first kiss, although it was an urgent matter and a helpless move at that time. But this may cause a huge change in Shui Menghan's attitude towards herself. This will in turn affect the subsequent plot. "You don't want to apply medicine anymore?" Looking at his hands that could already move, Ding Nanrong was quite curious. "It seems to be a false poisoning. He cured Shui Menghan's tree demon poison with his mouth, and he himself is not affected by Ling Outyan's black water snake venom. So there must be some unknown secret about him." "No. Oh, I'll apply it myself later." Jiang Mu immediately changed his words and pretended his hands were shaking again. "Although my hands are fine now," but Ding Nanrong didn't know that in her opinion, Jiang Mu was a fool, and his hands were poisoned, so it was impossible for them to heal for no reason. "Do you apply it yourself?" Looking at his hands that suddenly started shaking, Ding Nanrong wanted to laugh. "The pretending is quite similar." "Yes." Jiang Mu replied vaguely. "Where is the medicine?" Ding Nanrong asked playfully. "Well, what's wrong with her? Why does she talk so much?" "Of course it's in the ring. Please get out quickly. I need to remove the poison." Jiang Mu urged perfunctorily. "But you're not wearing the ring. All your belongings, even your underwear, are with me. So you're lying. Why are you lying?" A hint of smile appeared in Ding Nanrong's beautiful eyes. The more Jiang Mu tried to hide it, the more curious she became. She decided to dig out his secret. Chapter 22. This. What's wrong with this old maid? Where did her character of being ruthless and taciturn go? Jiang Mu felt embarrassed when his lie was exposed. After a little thought, "I found a reasonable reason to justify it. Oh, that's right. When I was little, I was noticed by a master. He said that I had amazing bones and was a rare genius in cultivation. So, he stuffed a poison eliminating elixir into my dantian to prevent me from being poisoned to death and causing the world to lose a talented person in vain. Oh, by the way, he also told me not to tell this secret to anyone else. So Ronger, you must not tell anyone. The detoxifying elixir in the Dantian Ding Nanrong immediately grabbed Jiang Mu's collar and lifted him out of the wheelchair. Ronger, what are you doing? Jiang Mu was startled by her sudden action. Let's check and see how mysterious the detoxifying elixir you mentioned is. Ignoring Jiang Mu's kicking and resisting, Ding Nanrong skillfully unbuckled his belt and put her soft palm into his clothes, covering his abdomen at the belly button. Jiang Mu felt a warm and cool sensation in his stomach. He also felt a spiritual power as warm as water slowly flowing from her palm into his Dantian dam. She's going to find out about my poisonous explosive pill. This is. Ding Nanrong frowned slightly. She discovered that there was a black, marble-sized pill floating in Jiang Mu's Dantian. Although this pill is small, it is surrounded by a strong black poisonous gas. Is this the detoxifying pill? So, the tree demon poison that Shui Menghan was infected with, as well as the black water snake venom that he himself was infected with, were both eliminated by this pill? I don't know if I can get rid of it in my body. Ding Nanrong stared at Jiang Mu calmly for a long time, without saying a word, and no one knew what she was thinking. Ronger, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mu felt a little nervous when she stared at him. Nothing, just don't bother me these 2 days. Ding Nanrong put him down, turned around and walked out. Don't disturb her these 2 days. Why? Jiang Mu scratched his head in confusion. Oh, I remember now. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly understood. Why do you say not to disturb her these 2 days? Because today it happened to be the day when the water poison in her body broke out. Ding Nanrong's physique is one of the 5 major physiques. The innate primordial body. A cultivator who has awakened his innate primordial body will have elemental power awakened in his body. The so-called elemental power is actually the power of elements such as water, fire, thunder, ice, earth, etc. and Ding Nanrong has awakened the power of water. It is also because of this water elemental power that makes her much stronger than cultivators of the same level, but because of this water element power, a permanent and incurable poison grew in her body, water element poison. TSK, this water elemental poison is a natural tonic for cultivation. Jiang Mu sighed sincerely. This water poison is actually not a deadly toxin. On the contrary, it is a good thing that can excite people and improve their cultivation. The only danger is that if the attack is not relieved in time, it may lead to possession. At the very least, your cultivation will be damaged and your realm will stagnate. In serious cases, all cultivation will be lost and one will never be able to practice again. Why does Jiang Mu know this? That's because in the later part of the story, Ding Nanrong did it to him personally. That's all for later. Jiang Mu looked towards the next room. That was Ding Nanrong's boudoir, only separated from his room by a wall. She should be taking a bath now, preparing for the onset of the water elemental poison. Since we can't disturb her these 2 days, then I can go out and play by myself. Yes, during this hunting season, Jiang Mu planned to sneak out and play for the rest of the time anyway. It won't affect the main storyline. If I stayed in the spaceship for the next 2 days, listening to the moans from next door, I would suffocate to death. But the most urgent thing is to sort out today's plot first. See if you can find out why the plot went awry. Next door, in an antique room. In the huge bathroom, Ding Nanrong took off her tube-top miniskirt, tied up her silky hair, stepped into the bathtub with her snow-white long legs, raised her hips and chest, and slowly lowered her graceful body. The bath water covered with purple petals overflowed like a waterfall. The fragrant steam rises from the water surface and fills the entire bathroom like misty clouds, just like a hot spring in the mountains, which makes people feel calm and peaceful. But at this moment, Ding Nanrong's heart was difficult to calm down. I wonder if his detoxification pill can remove the water element poison in my body. Ding Nanrong frowned inside. Today is the day when the water poison attacks. She slowly leaned back, resting her head on the pillow beside the bathtub. Then lift one leg and hang it out of the bathtub. Lift your other leg and hang it outside the tub. He folded his hands over his stomach and stared blankly at the ceiling. The fragrant bath water drips from the toes onto the floor, drop by drop, just like the passage of time. She seemed to be waiting for something to come. I don't know how long it took. Ding Nanrong's skin, as white as mutton fat jade, suddenly became even more crystal clear. Is it about to begin? A layer of transparent, lubricating mucus began to ooze out from her entire body. An involuntary groan echoed throughout the bathroom. She bit her lips with her pearly teeth, clenched her crystal clear toes, and clasped her wrists tightly with both hands. trying hard to endure the strange discomfort in her body. The next morning, the warm morning light shone through the window of the spaceship and fell on Jiang Mu's sleeping face. Suddenly, a high-pitched and long click sound came from the next room. Lasts forever. This old maid is so noisy. Jiang Mu woke up slowly, rubbing his eyes. He was awakened by Ding Nanrong's cry. One day and one night, it's really intense. She's working so hard. As the sect leader, shouldn't I go over and give her a little help? But Jiang Mu didn't go over. He just got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. There was once a reincarnation. Out of curiosity, he broke into Ding Nanrong's room. He even ran into the bathroom and saw her naked. The scene is very erotic, however. The results were bloody. She chopped off his head and he died. In the next few reincarnations, every time he broke into her room, he was either beheaded or shot in the head. So Jiang Mu never dared to go there again. After washing up, he returned to the table and had some breakfast. After thinking all night last night, he was so exhausted that his brain almost fell off. In the end, I still can't figure out why Shui Menghan and Ling Outyan went astray. There was no response from the system. Forget it. Now that the arrow has been shot, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. The only thing I can do now is to ensure that the outcome of the plot does not deviate. Based on the experience of dozens of previous reincarnations, Jiang Mu knew it very well. Even if the plot process is slightly different, as long as the result is the same, there is no problem. And the result of yesterday's plot IT was Ling Outyan, who stood up for Shui Menghan and taught him a lesson, making it impossible for him to continue to participate in the hunting activities in the next few days and unable to continue to harass Shui Menghan. As for kissing Shui Menghan on the mouth, it's not a big deal, because this is a harem clean water story. It's not just Shui Menghan's first kiss, but until the end, all the heroines are perfect, and as the heroine, Shui Menghan had to be a saintly woman because she saved her legs. Well, yesterday's plot is complete, so let's leave it at that. I don't have any plot today, so I can go out and relax. By the way, the morning is the most important part of the day. I have to write a diary first to see what good rewards there are today. Jiang Mu called out the diary full of anticipation. Start writing in your diary for today. Chapter 23. The third female lead, Blackwater Demon. March 8th, sunny to cloudy. Avoid starting work, but good for getting engaged. Happy Women's Day. Yesterday's plot is considered complete. I just didn't expect that in this reincarnation, my first kiss would be given to Shui Menghan. She'll make a lot of money. Make shit, I miss your first kiss. Shui Menghan wished she could fly to Jiang Mu in her own spaceship and smash his mouth. She had just gotten up and was about to have breakfast when she was furious by the contents of Jiang Mu's diary. Your first kiss is your first kiss, but my first kiss is not my first kiss. She slapped the table in anger. The rice porridge splashed out and splashed onto the face of the maid next to her. The maid wiped the rice porridge off her face depressedly and said softly, "Miss." The guards who went to investigate the location of Sect Master John's private spaceship yesterday have returned with news. Very good, tell them to get ready. I'll go find the nurse named Jiang later. Shui Menghan ordered angrily. She made up her mind. These past few days, I've been staying by Jiang Mu's side, just to see how the plot unfolds. Don't think that just because you saved my legs, I won't let you go, you scoundrel. He. For some reason, when she thought that this was also Jiang Mu's first kiss, some of the grudges in her heart seemed to be less severe. So he devoured the sumptuous breakfast on the table in no time. This was not at all the image of a lady, and the maid next to her twitched her lips slightly amiss. What happened? When I came back yesterday, my face was red and I looked like I had lost my soul. I overate again this morning. Could it be that the lady had her period early? Well, there's no storyline for me today, so you can move freely. This mountain range is filled with mysterious and unknown monsters. I really want to venture into it. Calculating the time, the male protagonist Ling Outyan should have found the location of his enemy by now. When Jiang Mu was writing his diary, the other side, inner area of Monster Mountain Range. No1 Canyon. Master, you are so amazing. I actually discovered the demon army's secret base from a tiny blood poison tree demon. Ling Outyan excitedly communicated with his master in his mind. He hid in a hidden crevice, staring closely at a group of reptilian monsters in the distance. The group of huge centipede reptilian monsters had heads like square stones, long tentacles, bodies like centipedes, and sharp barbed tails that could prick people. They crawl back and forth seemingly aimlessly. But Ling Outyan knew that they were guarding a secret cave behind them, and inside that cave is a secret stronghold of the soul-eating Sandworm clan. According to the clues from the blood poison demon tree, The murderer who killed my Lingjia village 5 years ago, the soul-devouring sandworm, might be in the cave ahead. Ling Outyan's eyes were burning, and he wished he could rush in and kill his enemy with his own hands. Turn out to be, yesterday, when he was refining the poison of the blood poison tree demon, his master discovered a special mark on the tree demon, the soul-devouring mark. The soul-devouring mark is a mark unique to the soul-devouring sandworm clan, and its function is to absorb the spiritual power of living beings. At that time, Xuemenghan's 5 guards had their spiritual power absorbed by the blood poison tree demon using the soul-devouring mark, so they all fell in an instant. According to this soul-devouring mark, Ling Outyan's master determined the location of the sandworm demon army's secret base, and within this stronghold it is very likely that Ling Outyan's enemy is hiding there, a soul-eating sandworm in the transformation realm, named Sha Wuwen. Master, Sha Wuwen's cultivation realm is the transformation realm, which is equivalent to the return to origin realm of human cultivators. So, Master, please lend a helping hand to your disciple. Master? Ling Outyan was a little strange, because Master did not respond to him. Master? What's wrong with you? Don't make noise. Yes. Although Ling Outyan wanted to rush into the stronghold immediately and kill the village enemies with his own hands, but he still suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to hide. Based on his understanding of Master, the Master must have been giving him a foolproof plan to attack the stronghold. After all, the ruthless yet extremely cautious Master never fights a battle without confidence. However, what Ling Outyan didn't know was his Master. This moment, I am in the ring, leisurely reading my diary. That location is a secret base set up by the Sandworm Demon Army, specifically used to collect information on human cultivators to facilitate the attack on Xuecheng later. Even such a hidden stronghold was found by Ling Outyan. I have to say, he has an amazing master. Well, today's main plot is Ling Outyan destroying the demon army's stronghold and engaging in battle with its leader, Sha Wuwen, thus beginning his journey of revenge. Fortunately, he had a powerful master. Otherwise, he would have been killed by a group of sandworm monsters before he even met Sha Wuwen at the Juling Realm. Tsk. Speaking of Ling Outyan's master, she's a little lowly with long, straight black hair. Although she is a little girl, her name is very domineering. Her single name is Sha, and her full name is Heishui Sha. She is the patriarch of the Black Water Snake Clan. Oh, by the way, she is also the 3rd female lead. It turns out that this god is really one of the heroines. Heishui looked at the diary in his hand, feeling surprised but more excited. In fact, when she first saw the diary, she suspected that someone was trying to murder her. The first person to suspect was her apprentice, Ling Outyan. She wanted to kill Ling Outyan at that time. After all, Ling Outyan is a human, and she is a demon. She knew it very well in her heart. Today, the human race and the demon race are on equal terms on the surface, but they live in peace and harmony. But in fact, the conflict between humans and demons has intensified for tens of thousands of years and has now reached its peak, ready to explode at any moment, and Ling Outyan is the so-called male protagonist. So, as the top existence of the demon clan, how good will her ending be? I guess he will be killed by Ling Outyan. So she prepared to kill Ling Outyan without hesitation, but just before she made her move, she suddenly thought of something. As the master of the male protagonist, could she be one of the female protagonists? So she waited patiently for the diary to be updated. As a result, she finally got what she was waiting for. Today, she, Heishui, is the 3rd female lead after Xuemenghan and Lu Churu. Since I am the heroine, the ending must be perfect. As long as I follow the plot and make good use of the hero Ling Outyan, I will eventually be able to successfully reclaim my body. That beast that wiped out my Black Water Snake clan, I will definitely exterminate its clan with my own hands. Heishui has good expectations for his own ending. That Jiang Mu, we must protect his life. If he dies, this god will no longer be able to spy on his own destiny through the diary. She coiled her long, thick, dark snake tail, and her petite upper body leaned on the cold stone bed. A pair of tender white hands held the diary, and the big golden vertical pupils did not blink, looking forward to the next entry in the diary. This black water demon usually has a human body and a snake tail. When it transforms into a human form, it is a little girl with long black hair. But don't be fooled by her cute appearance. She is the leader of the Black Water Snake Clan, a demon cultivator who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and a powerful demon god. It's scary. Scary? Ha, foolish and weak human. Heishui brushed his long, straight black hair. That young and cute face showed a disdainful yet enjoyable smile. Her mind is very vicious. Many times, people Ling Outyan didn't want to kill were forced to do so by her, his master. She also often taught Ling Outyan things like, kindness is the most ridiculous thing, and trust is the cheapest garbage. If you don't remove the grass at its roots, it will grow again in the spring breeze. You know a lot. Should I turn him into a slave and keep him by my side forever? Haishuisha narrowed his eyes, stuck out his long forked tongue, and licked the diary with a slurping sound. Continue reading below. Chapter 24, Invisibility. I am God. Several times, Ling Outyan broke my limbs and nearly killed me, all thanks to her. There was even one time when I praised her for being cute in person, and she smiled sweetly and said she wanted to cut my roots to express her gratitude for the compliment. I was so scared that I stewed a few snakes and offered sacrifices to her family for 3 days and 3 nights. Damn it, I'd better not talk to her next time I see her. She is not only a powerful demon cultivator in the demon god realm, but also a ruthless gossip. No, it's a gossip. The Blackwater Evil's golden vertical pupils suddenly shrank. A powerful spiritual pressure burst out from her. The spiritual pressure came out of the storage ring, covering an area of several miles in radius. The pressure made all living beings' souls tremble and crawl on the ground. Ling Outyan was startled. Master? Shut up! A hoarse and cruel girl roared, and the space in the ring exploded and expanded. This roar was mixed with powerful spiritual power and demonic power. The shock caused all living beings within a few miles to faint, be injured, or die. Master, why did she suddenly get angry? Ling Outyan's heart was in his throat. He held his breath and didn't dare to ask more questions. The master is moody and easily angered. If I say something wrong and make her unhappy, I will definitely suffer. After this terrifying spiritual pressure dissipated, Ling Outyan mustered up the courage to test it. Master? Then, an extremely cruel and hoarse girl's voice came from his mind. Enter the base immediately. Kill Sha Wuwen. But there's still a group of people guarding the cave entrance. Before he could finish his words, he was shocked to see the group of huge sandworm monsters that were originally guarding the entrance of the stronghold. At this moment, they were all shocked to death, falling to the ground. I see. Master must have come up with a solid revenge plan for me. That's why he didn't hesitate to expend his strength and use his powerful spiritual pressure to knock unconscious and kill all the monsters within a radius of several miles. This gives me the opportunity to go straight to Huanglong and face my enemy Sha Wuwen, as expected of a master. As expected of a supreme being in the demon god realm, Ling Outyan admired Haishuisha even more in his heart. He no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the crevice and headed straight for the monster stronghold ahead. Ding, congratulations to the host, the diary writing was successful. A temperament +1 appearance +1 reward, void god hidden, spiritual art, reward introduction. Under invisibility, I am a god. I can hide my body in the void, making it undetectable. Note, in the invisible state, spiritual power will continue to be consumed. When the spiritual power is insufficient, it will be automatically released. After the system sound. A mysterious colorless light penetrated into Jiang Mu's body. The void god hides? It sounds impressive. Jiang Mu's mind moved, and he tried to use the void invisibility technique. The next second, he silently turned transparent and merged into the void. It feels like the whole person doesn't exist at all. Bullfrog. This is a good thing for escaping danger. Besides, you can sneak up behind the enemy and perform dirty tricks. Jiang Mu gave a cunning smile. This void hiding technique can not only be used to escape. It can also be used to sneak attack the enemy and produce unexpected effects. Although there are some diary rewards, as a villain, he may not be able to use them all, but after clearing the customs. In addition to being able to choose any fictional character and bring it back to the real world, you can also take these diary rewards back with you. Jiang Mu thought about the rewards he had received from writing in his diary these past few days. Pretend to be tough and get beaten. I'm always pretending to be tough and never get beaten to death. When attacked, I negate 50% of the damage. Steel body, no one is tougher than me. When attacked, 100% of the attack's damage is reflected back to the opponent. Good waste, your kidneys have been strengthened. Body carrying 10,000 poisons, I am poisonous when infected by poison. The poison will automatically condense into a poisonous blast pill. The poison explosion pill can be discharged at any time to trigger a poison explosion. Can actively absorb poisons. Void god invisibility, when I am invisible, I am a god. I can hide my body in the void, making it impossible for anyone to detect me. Defense, attack, and support. We have all three. I don't know what more awesome rewards will come later. But this void god hiding consumes spiritual energy really quickly. Jiang Mu clearly felt that the spiritual power in his body was rapidly dissipating. He wanted to test how long the invisibility state could last. So I tested it for 1 minute. When the time is up, the void god's invisibility will be lifted and the body will recover from its transparency. After checking the spiritual power in the Dantian, discover. Being invisible for 1 minute consumes about 1% of your spiritual power. According to this conversion, it is no problem to last for 1.5 hours. But speaking of which, this void god's disappearance really came at the right time. I was just planning to go out and play when the system gave me an invisibility skill. Wait, how about we go watch Ling Outyan's wonderful revenge? Jiang Mu suddenly had a new idea. Firstly, although he knew the plot, he had basically never seen Ling Outyan's revenge process with his own eyes, so he had always been very curious and wanted to see what the battle was like. Secondly, the characters of the supporting actress Ding Nanrong and the main female character Shui Manghan are a bit distorted, so will the character of Haishuisha, one of the main female characters, also be distorted? Jiang Mu frowned, very worried about the second point. I don't know why his intuition told him that this third female lead, Black Water Demon, might really go astray, so it is necessary to observe her. After all, she is also Ling Outyan's master, and is directly related to the main storyline. Let's go to the deserted canyon. Just as he was about to go out, a high-pitched, sharp click sound came from Ding Nanrong's room. Lasts forever. Wow, I almost forgot about this old maid. Do you want to go over and take a look? Forget it. There's no point in looking at it. And if we're discovered, it'll be the end of us. Jiang Mu thought as he walked out of the room. Unconsciously, he arrived at the door of Ding Nanrong's room. Meditation. I am the clan leader, and she is my personal maid. Then it's my duty to go in and see if she's possessed, right? More importantly, although she's not the heroine, she's an important supporting actress. If her character becomes distorted beyond belief, it will also affect the main storyline. The most important point is that she, who is at the Guiyuan realm, cannot detect me when I am invisible. So, I have to go in and see hers. Thoughts completed. Jiang Mu used the void invisibility technique to make his body transparent and blend into the void. Then, with a caring heart and a calm expression, he quietly pried open the door. When you step into the room, you see it. The floor was covered with transparent, almost dried mucus. This was discharged when the water poison in Ding Nanrong's body broke out. Jiang Mu moved towards the bathroom step by step, quietly. When near the bathroom screen, then you can smell the intoxicating fragrance and hear the splashing sound of the bathwater. It was like someone was using their hands to shake them back and forth in the water. Jiang Mu carefully slipped behind the bathroom screen, then he quietly stuck his head into the bathroom to hiss, "She is still as fierce as ever." Chapter 25, quietly leaving, just as quietly coming. Abridged, the scene before my eyes was one I had seen several times before, but it still shocked Jiang Mu. In the steamy bathroom, Ding Nanrong leaned back in the bathtub with her head turned away from Jiang Mu. Water splashes. A long time passed. Splash sound of falling into water. Ding Nanrong stood up, but his back was facing Jiang Mu. Ding Nanrong made hand seals. The water in the bathtub seemed to come alive, instantly condensing into several water columns. The water stream fell outside the bathtub, soaking the entire bathroom floor and overflowing over Jiang Mu's ankles. The entire floor of the room was wet and slippery. She made hand seals again. Several new streams of water continuously emerged from the ring and trickled into the bathtubs. Jiang Mu could see that she was changing the water. Oh, there is no show to watch, it's not interesting. Jiang Mu felt bored and turned away. When I took a step, my foot suddenly slipped. Oh shit. Forget about the slime. With a boom, he slid and fell on his back. The noise here suddenly startled Ding Nanrong, who was in the bathtub. A powerful spiritual pressure erupted from her. The spiritual pressure covered the entire room, causing Jiang Mu, who was invisible, to feel chest tightness and almost suffocate and faint. Fortunately, he had the ability to pretend to be tough and take a beating, which offset 50% of the damage. Otherwise, he would probably faint on the spot, and the consequences would be unimaginable. He just lay quietly on the ground, not daring to make a sound or move at all. He planned to wait until Ding Nanrong relaxed her guard before leaving. Next second, he saw it. Ding Nanrong, wrapped in a purple bathrobe, rushed out holding the water lotus sword, stood barefoot in the middle of the room, and looked around with a frosty face. Been on guard for a long time. After finding nothing suspicious, she frowned slightly. Is it an illusion? But why do I feel a sense of oppression? It's like someone using spiritual pressure of the same strength. Is it because of the water poison? She was puzzled and just thought it was the onset of the water elemental poison that made her nerves overly sensitive. So he released the spiritual pressure and put the sword into the storage ring, then he went back to the bathroom and continued to relieve the damn water poison. Splash! The sound of falling into the water. Ding Nanrom has returned to the bathtub. Jiangmu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly calmed himself down and took the opportunity to stand up. He moved carefully to the door. He left quietly. Just as he came quietly, he was calm and took away the delicious taste. Well, after some inspection, Ding Nanrom is not possessed. Her character is not distorted. After leaving the private spacecraft, Jiangmu was writing in his diary while flying towards the uninhabited canyon. Unabridged tips: introduction has group number, or search the book title on the web and you should be able to find it. Remember to come back and support it. Introduction with group number, or you can search the title on the web and you should be able to find it. Remember to come back to Qidian to support us. Chapter 26: This black water evil is really crooked. Chapter 25: Driving was blocked and is being processed. Does not affect subsequent reading. The latter part is a bit stressful and heavy, but it will be fine soon. No one canyon inside a cave filled with poisonous gas and stench. Master, I have killed all the monsters in this stronghold. Why hasn't Sha Wuwen appeared yet? Ling Outyan looked at the sandworm corpses lying all over the ground, extremely puzzled. Didn't Master say that Sha Wuwen was inside the stronghold? But all the monsters here have died, and he has searched the entire stronghold inside and out. But why can't I even see the other person's shadow? Black Water Demon did not reply. In fact, she had already detected through her spiritual sense that Sha Wuwen was hiding 100 meters underground, but she hasn't told Ling Aishan why at this moment she was in the ring, staring at the diary with a grim expression. Calculating the time, Ling Outyan should be defeating Sha Wuwen soon. Thankfully, he had the help of the Black Water Demon, which allowed him to forcibly elevate his realm from the Gathering Spirit realm to the Returning Origin realm. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by a group of sandworms in the Kaiguang and Tongji realms. Are you going to defeat Sha Wuwen soon? But now the other party didn't even show up. Haishuish's face was terribly gloomy. She should have known that when she used spiritual pressure outside, Sha Wuwen in the base would definitely be on guard, but at that time Jiang Mu called her a gossip. She has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and as a demon cultivator at the top of the world, how could she have ever been insulted like this? So he was filled with rage and could not control his emotions, and a powerful spiritual pressure erupted. As a result, the spiritual pressure scared Sha Wuwen so much that he hid underground. This is a serious deviation from what was said in the diary. Sha Wuwen is about to be defeated. Haishuisha was thinking about how to turn the plot back around. She wanted to follow the plot, because she is the heroine and the hero's master. She believes that as long as the hero follows the plot to the end, her goal will definitely be achieved. There is no way. It seems that I have no choice but to use up all my strength to force Sha Wuwen to come forward. She turned off Jiang Mu's private diary. The whole person turned into a ball of black mist and emerged from the ring. Master? Why are you out? Ling Outyan, who was on guard, was very surprised. In front of him, a little girl in a black dress, straight black hair, and golden vertical pupils suddenly appeared. That was his master, Black Water Demon. Since Master is in the state of a soul without a physical body, he is relatively weak. Therefore, she needs to stay in the ring space for a long time to recuperate. So why did she come out? This god has detected that Sha Wuwen is hiding 100 meters underground. Haishuisha's golden vertical pupils looked at the land beneath his feet. Underground? Ling Outyan also looked down, his eyes flashing with excitement. So, Master is going to force the other party to come up personally. Haishuisha's skirt suddenly fluttered without wind. Stay away from this cave. This god is going to dig this beast out, yes. Ling Outyan quickly left the cave. The next moment, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the cave. The sky above the cave suddenly became covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Black Snake Divine Thunder. Followed by a cruel little girl's voice. A huge black lightning bolt fell from the sky, like a snake god descending to the earth. Boom. The entire mountain was struck by lightning and exploded. Huge rocks and mud were flying everywhere, and the scene was like a volcanic eruption. In the end, a huge sinkhole 100 meters deep was blown out of the entire mountain. Ling Outyan was shocked by what is so strong. The power of Master's Black Snake Divine Thunder has at least reached the level of refining Void Realm. Wait until the smoke and dust dissipate. He saw a human-shaped monster slowly emerging from a low-lying area in the pit. Its face resembles a human, with 2 black tentacles on its forehead, its body covered with black insect armor, its limbs slender and segmented, and a pair of black, bulging eyes looking at Ling Outyen. I found you. Sha Wuwen. Ling Outyen recognized him at a glance. It was his enemy who destroyed his village, the soul-eating sandworm, Sha Wuwen. Before Ling Outyen could make any move, Sha Wuwen covered his abdomen and limped, running away in the opposite direction in fear. It looked like he was injured by the explosion just now. Stop, you beast. Seeing the enemy who destroyed the village escape, Ling Outyen chased after him in anger. The other party was not injured. Haishuisha wanted to remind Ling Outyen, who had already gone far away, but the sound was very weak. Because she used powerful spiritual techniques, she consumed a lot of spiritual power and soul power, and became extremely weak. She had to sit and meditate on the spot. At the same time, he set up a simple empty formation and stored his spiritual consciousness into the empty formation, so that the formation had the function of spiritual consciousness, which was specifically used to detect all movements around her. Next, she sat in the formation, regulating her breathing and cultivating herself peacefully. At the same time, the entrance of an uninhabited canyon. What the hell? Am I seeing this right? Was that the black snake divine thunder just now? Jiang Mu was stunned on the spot. After reincarnation dozens of times, he recognized at a glance that the huge black lightning snake in the sky just now was caused by the secret technique of the Black Water Snake clan that can only be released by the Black Water Evil. What the hell? Damn, this Black Water Evil is really crooked. Looking at this situation, did she blow up the Sandworm tribe's base? This isn't in the original plot. Jiang Mu felt a chill in his heart. He had just seen that the hill where the Sandworm stronghold was hidden was instantly blown up by the giant lightning snake. Calm down. He quickly calmed down and sorted out the original plot. In the original plot, Ling Outyen entered the stronghold and, with the help of the Black Water Evil's secret technique, forcibly raised his cultivation to the Guiyuan realm and defeated Sha Wuwen. As a result, Sha Wuwen used forbidden techniques and managed to escape with his last breath, and finally fled back to the demon realm in southern Xinjiang. It was also because of Sha Wuwen's escape that the revenge line of Lingjia village was extended, allowing Ling Outyen to follow the clues and finally find out the behemoth behind Sha Wuwen. And this behemoth is the real target of Ling Outyen's revenge. Just now the plot has gone awry. Could it be that Sha Wuwen was directly killed by the explosion? Jiang Mu immediately used the void invisibility technique, turning his body transparent and blending into the void, and rushed straight towards the stronghold. When we reached the edge of the huge Tianking, the scene before him made the corners of his mouth twitch. Good fellow. The entire stronghold was blown to pieces. Wouldn't Sha Wuwen be reduced to rubble? Ahead is a huge sinkhole, 100 meters deep and as large as a football stadium. Jiang Mu felt a chill in his heart. Once Sha Wuwen is really dead, Ling Outyen's subsequent revenge line will be completely broken. In other words, the clearance failed, but Jiang Mu still had a glimmer of hope. He ran along the edge of the Tianking to see if he could find Ling Outyen and Sha Wuwen. What the hell? Why is this gossip sitting there? She didn't return to Ling Outyen's storage ring? Jiang Mu ran half a circle and suddenly saw a little loli in a black skirt and black hair in front of him. The little loli is the Black Water Demon. She was meditating with her eyes closed, regulating her breathing. So what about Ling Outyen? Jiang Mu hurriedly looked around her, but found no trace of Ling Outyen. Is he going to chase Sha Wuwen? Hope suddenly rose in his heart. If this is true, then there is still a chance to turn the plot around. Do you want to go up and ask this gossipy woman where Ling Outyen is? However, she was cruel and ruthless, with unpredictable moods. If he said something wrong, she might kill him on the spot. What's more, he still has conflicts with Ling Outyen. According to this gossip woman's idea of eradicating the problem at its roots, she might actually kill herself to put an end to it all. In that case, I will still fail to pass the level. Jiang Mu was in a dilemma. Chapter 27. Become my loyal servant. Just when Jiang Mu was in trouble, wow, suddenly, a hoarse and rough scream was heard from the distance ahead. There was also a powerful and chaotic demonic aura. That's it. Sha Wuwen screams. He's not dead. Jiang Mu was shocked, and the problem he was facing was solved by itself. In previous reincarnations he had seen the soul-devouring sandworms before, so he was familiar with their hoarse and rough calls. Now based on this powerful demonic energy, it is easy to judge that it is a demon cultivator in the transformation realm. The demon cultivator in the transformation realm is in the uninhabited canyon. There is only Sha Wuwen. Fortunately, the revenge thread is finally not broken. Jiang Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but he was still worried and his brows furrowed. The plot has now deviated significantly. So, we still have to go and take a look. If the plot turns out wrong, that's bad and needs to be fixed. Think about it. He ran towards the direction of Shawwowen's screams. When approaching the black water evil within a dozen meters, he slowed down. Fortunately, there is the void god hidden reward from System Overlord. Otherwise, if this black water evil finds out, I'll probably be dead. Secretly rejoicing in his heart, Jiangmu tiptoed, carefully avoided the black water evil, and walked over quietly. Sudden the black water demon who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned his head to look at him. The gaze with golden vertical pupils was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into his eyes. Can this gossip find me? Jiangmu had a bad feeling. Could it be that this void invisibility that made him feel so safe would fail? And the words that Haishuisha said next told him the answer. A mere ant in the gathering spirit realm dares to use the invisibility technique to conceal himself from my divine sense? Spiritual consciousness, the void god can't hide his divine sense, WTF? A group of mythical beasts ran through Jiangmu's mind. He understood it instantly. The spiritual consciousness of the demon god realm or the martial god realm can detect the void, therefore, this void god's invisibility is simply useless in front of the divine consciousness. Space ripples suddenly appeared around the black water evil. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Jiangmu. She raised her petite arms, precisely grasped Jiangmu's throat, and injected spiritual energy into his dantian in the abdomen. This caused the spiritual power in his body to become disordered. Finally, Jiangmu's void hiddenness was lifted due to the interruption of his spiritual power. The whole person was completely exposed to the black water evil. So it's you, bastard. Black water demon's anger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. She remembered clearly that this man surnamed Jiang called her a gossip in his diary. If he hadn't called her a gossip, she couldn't control her emotions, and her spiritual pressure exploded, scaring Shawwowen into hiding underground. He would not be forced to expend his strength and cast the black snake divine thunder to dig out Shawwowen. He would not have become so weak, and his strength would not have been reduced to the first level of Qi High Realm. Anyone who dares to call me a gossip has not yet been born. Haishuisha originally wanted to say this to Jiangmu, but I found that I was forbidden by an invisible force and couldn't speak it out. She had tried before to tell Ling Outyan some of the contents of the diary, but I can't say it. This also made her once again convinced that this was really a world of novels. Go to hell. Haishuisha punched Jiangmu hard in the abdomen in retaliation for him calling her a gossip, even though he said he was going to die, but he finally reduced his strength to avoid accidentally killing him with one punch. After all, she still has to rely on Jiangmu's diary to peek into the direction of the plot, so as to learn about her own fate and ultimately ensure that her goals are achieved. Bang! His fist hit Jiangmu's stomach. I lost it. Jiangmu was beaten so hard that he spat out a mouthful of water and flew backwards. Cough. Haishuisha suddenly coughed violently. As she punched Jiangmu, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. It was like someone had punched her in the stomach with the same fist. How did you fight back against me? Haishuisha covered his abdomen with his hands, his face showing a slight pain. Although she was only in soul form, occupying the body of an ordinary snake, her strength was only at the Qi High Realm level, but he is at the level of demon god after all, and his combat experience is far superior to Jiangmu, who was at the level of gathering spirits, and now she couldn't even see how Jiangmu fought back against her. It was simply beyond her common sense. Don't come over here. Jiangmu covered his stomach, endured the severe pain and climbed up, looking at her as if facing a great enemy. Damn it, this bitch is still so vicious when she attacks. Fortunately, he had that pretend to be tough and get beaten ability, which offset 50% of the damage. Otherwise, I would have been knocked unconscious by her punch. Answer me. How did you fight back? Haishuisha frowned and asked again. Jiangmu didn't answer. He certainly knew how to fight back, because his body has been strengthened by the steel body. When attacked, 100% of the damage will be reflected back to the opponent. So when she hits him, she will definitely receive 100% damage back. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. The black water demon flashed in front of Jiangmu. He raised his little fist again and punched Jiangmu hard in the abdomen. This time, she released her spiritual sense and captured Jiangmu's counterattack route from all directions. Bang! The fist hit Jiangmu's abdomen. Puff! Jiangmu was knocked flying again. After spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, he fell heavily to the ground. Cough! Haishuisha suddenly coughed violently, his face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back, almost falling down. As she punched Jiangmu, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. It was like someone had punched her in the stomach with the same fist. How on earth did you fight back against me? She covered her stomach and her face became extremely ugly. I have clearly used my spiritual sense, but he couldn't catch Jiangmu's counterattack route at all. How is that possible? She couldn't understand it at all. Jiangmu wiped the blood from his mouth and tried his best to stand up. Damn it, I have to find a way to escape, otherwise she might really kill me. Suddenly, a scream of "Master, save me!" came from afar. Yes, that Ling Outyan scream. Jiangmu and Haishuisha turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. That direction was exactly where Ling Outyan and Xia Wowen were. Then there was another scream of "Master, save me!" Ling Outyan is in danger. This was the conclusion reached by Jiangmu and Haishuisha at the same time. Haishuisha frowned. Even if she has the cultivation level of Demon God Realm, but he had previously used the Black Snake Divine Thunder, which consumed too much energy. As a result, the power she can exert now is only at the first level of Qi High Realm, or at best the second level. He is no match for Xia Wowen, who is in the transformation realm. Could it be that I am going to use spatial spiritual arts to take Ling Outyan away? But that goes against the plot. What should I do now? Got it. Black Water Evil suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea. Subdue Jiangmu, and then let him find a way to reverse the plot. Haishuisha showed a sinister smile. She dodged and appeared in front of Jiangmu, then he pushed Jiangmu to the ground. She then sat astride him and used space magic to temporarily restrict his movements. What are you doing? Jiangmu's body was sealed and he couldn't move at all. Haishuisha snorted coldly, staring at him fiercely with his golden vertical pupils. Although I don't know how you fought back against me. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as you become my servant, you will serve me for the rest of your life. She stretched out her delicate arms and clenched her fingers into fists. A strong soul force condensed in the fist. Black Water Soul Erosion Technique. Hiss hiss. The fist turned into a snake head, but without eyes, only a snake mouth like the abyss. Open your mouth. Open your mouth, what are you doing? Jiangmu subconsciously closed his mouth. Black Water Demon sneered. You are the first one who can make this god overdraw decades of his lifespan to perform forbidden techniques. She leaned down, pinched Jiangmu's cheek with her other hand, and forcibly pried his mouth open. Become this god's loyal servant. She shoved her snake-like fist into Jiangmu's mouth. Chapter 28, Go to hell with your gossipy slaves, M. Jiangmu widened his eyes and resisted silently. His mouth was stuffed with the Black Water Demon's snake fist, as if it was stuffed with a wooden stake flavored with mustard and cola. It was so spicy that his scalp was tingling. He also felt a warm current gushing out from the snake fist in his mouth. The warmth flowed through the throat, through the chest, and reached the heart. Eventually, the warm current merges into the blood and is transported to every corner of the body. It's over. I'm going to become her slave. Jiangmu's heart sank. He probably only knew a little about the Black Water Soul Erosion technique that can turn the object into a loyal slave. However, since it requires overdrawing one's lifespan to perform, the cost is too high. So in the original plot, the Black Water Evil was only used once before he died. The result now, she used it on him. This third female lead is completely crooked. Don't be afraid. Becoming this god's servant is the greatest value in your life. Haishuisha looked at the frightened Jiangmu, brushed his hair, and explained with a smile, the Black Water Soul Erosion technique is a forbidden technique of my Black Water Snake clan. The caster will integrate the purest black water poison into their own soul power. The soul power that is integrated into the black water poison will become the soul-eating poison. Do you feel a warm current flowing into your heart now? This warm current is the soul-eating poison. Jiangmu couldn't speak and could only stare at her. She smiled sweetly and continued to explain, once this soul-eating poison completely infects your soul, you will never be able to go against the caster's wishes. That is to say, you will forever be my most loyal servant. How do you feel now, in front of this god? Is your soul beginning to tremble? Do you want to kneel down and sing praises to this god? Do you want to sacrifice your life for this god? Praise Nima Bo, offer Namabo, come on, you're my god. You're suffering from a middle school syndrome. Jiangmu couldn't speak and could only curse her madly in his heart, but no matter how much you curse, he is not panicking now, because Haishuisha said that this soul-eating poison is poisonous. Since it is poison, then wouldn't his body that can carry all kinds of poisons be able to play a role? Jiangmu quickly looked inward at his dantian. Really, the soul-eating poison began to gather from every corner of the body to the dantian. The poisonous explosion pill in the dantian also began to take effect. It is constantly absorbing and refining these soul-eroding poisons. The volume is also increasing rapidly, nearly doubling in size in a short period of time. The poisonous gas lingering on the surface has also become stronger. good job. Jiang Mu's excitement was evident on his face. This is the poison of a demon cultivator in the demon god realm. Where can I find such a good opportunity to strengthen the poison explosion pill? So he took the initiative to suck it, wanting more. It seems that you can't wait to become my servant. Feeling Jiang Mu's active sucking, Haishuisha was very satisfied. She doesn't care whether this is a fictional world or not, what she cares about is whether she can take back the body from her mortal enemy and whether she can exterminate the hundreds of clans of her mortal enemy. Jiang Mu knew the direction of the story and her faith, then as long as Jiang Mu becomes his slave, it is equivalent to controlling his own destiny. Your goals will be achieved smoothly without any trouble. Haishuisha stuck out his long forked tongue, licked his lips, and was in a good mood. After Jiang Mu became his slave, just order him to find a way to save Ling Outyan so that the plot can go on smoothly. The more Haishuisha thought about it, the happier he became. He looked at Jiang Mu with a smile, and he wanted to hug him and kiss him. You know what, this guy is quite handsome, the way he sucks is pretty cute, huh? What's going on? My soul-eating poison is out of control. Haishuisha's expression suddenly changed. She found out the soul-corroding poison that he had given to Jiang Mu suddenly increased uncontrollably. She quickly calmed her mind and controlled the amount of soul-eating poison, however. How can I not control it? What have you done? You, let go of your mouth. She was horrified to find that as the soul-eating poison dissipated rapidly, the soul power and black water poison in the body are also decreasing rapidly. If the soul power is gone, her soul will become extremely weak and fall into a long sleep. The black water poison is a unique poison from her black water snake clan. Every drop used is a drop less, and it is extremely precious. Open your mouth, you bastard. Haishuisha was so frightened that he wanted to pull his arm away, but Jiang Mu held it tightly and couldn't pull it out. Loosen your mouth, only a fool would let go. I'll see if I can't suck you to death. Jiang Mu laughed out loud in his heart. Due to absorbing the soul-eating poison, that poisonous explosion pill has become 20 times stronger than before. Its power has also increased 20 times, he assessed it. After the poisonous pill explodes, the poison produced is so strong that it can probably kill a cultivator in the Guiyuan realm. That is to say, now, he can directly expel the poisonous explosion pill and scare away the black water evil. You! Open your mouth. The black water demon felt an unprecedented crisis. Her body had begun to become illusory due to the massive loss of soul-eating poison. She immediately used her other hand to grab Jiang Mu's throat, trying to force him to let go. However, due to her weak body, she was almost unable to exert any strength, causing her whole body to gradually fall limply on Jiang Mu. The spatial magic that imprisoned Jiang Mu was also released. Can I move? Jiang Mu was delighted that he immediately hugged Haishuisha tightly with both hands and stood up with a somersault immediately following. Fuck you, you gossipy slave. He threw the black water evil fiercely into the sinkhole. Black water demon fell straight into the 100-meter deep Tianqing. Finally, he fell headfirst onto the ground and landed heavily in the mud pit with a bang. She pulled her head out with great difficulty, and her little face and long black hair were immediately covered with mud, making her look very disheveled. Jiang Mu didn't dare to stop and ran towards Ling Outyan's position. The black water demon in the sinkhole stared at the direction where Jiang Mu disappeared with its golden vertical pupils. This god will never let you go. Bastard! A brutal roar resounded through the sky. Jiang Mu was so scared that he almost tripped while running away. Damn it, this plot has gone completely off the rails. Forget it, I can't control it anymore. We can only talk about the future later. The most urgent thing is to get back to Ling Outyan's main storyline, otherwise. If Ling Outyan revealed his trump card in advance without the help of Black Water Demon, the plot would be messed up. Jiang Mu knew Ling Outyan has only the Black Water Evil as his trump card. There is also a second trump card, which is a prismatic crystal block in the heart, but this crystal block was not exposed until the middle and late stages. What if Ling Outyan was exposed in advance? That plot is a mess. The other side, Shui Menghan and his group arrived in front of Jiang Mu's private spaceship. She ordered the guards who were escorting her. There won't be any monsters here. You guys should go back first. I'll be safe in Sect Master John's lightning ship. Yes. Miss. Several guards from the city lord's mansion responded in unison, turned around and left in an orderly manner. Looking at Jiang Mu's private lightning boat, Shui Menghan smiled slyly. Jiang, I'm going to live here for the next few days. Let's see how you can continue the story. Aren't you my exclusive lick spittle? I'll let you lick as much as you want these few days. Shui Menghan mobilized his spiritual energy, used his body skills, and easily jumped onto the deck of the spaceship. Then he walked towards Jiang Mu's luxurious room. When I arrived at the door, Kadash. A high-pitched, shrill female scream came from the next room. The latter part is a bit stressful and heavy, but it will be fine soon. Chapter 29. Let me go. How could you do this? What's that? Shui Menghan was startled. Why does this sound so strange? It sounds like it belongs to Jiang Mu's personal maid. I remember her name was Ding Nanrong? Shui Menghan was attracted by Ding Nanrong's strange CRY.SOV. He walked to the door of her room and peeked inside through the crack. The room was empty, but behind the bathroom screen, you can see mist rising and vaguely hear the sound of water. A faint scent of bath water penetrated Shui Menghan's nose through the crack in the door. She suddenly realized that Ding Nanrong was taking a bath. But why does the bath make such a strange noise? Shui Menghan felt very puzzled, but she came to find Jiang Mu, so she didn't care. So he returned to Jiang Mu's door. Humph, when he sees me later, his expression will surely be interesting. Thinking of Jiang Mu's shocked expression later, Shui Menghan smiled smugly. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one responded from inside. Is he still sleeping? Pig. Shui Menghan had no choice but to try to push the door open, but found that it was not locked. Where are the people? After entering, she looked around but couldn't find Jiang Mu.At. This time from Ding Nanrong's room next door, the sound of water falling could be heard. Could it be that is the Jiang guy with Ding Nanrong? Shui Menghan's heart skipped a beat and he thought of a possibility. Ding Nanrong is Jiang Mu's personal maid. In addition to protecting Jiang Mu, he is also responsible for Jiang Mu's basic daily life, and according to rumors, Ding Nanrong even helped Jiang Mu with bathing. All in all, of the master and servant were almost inseparable. In addition, Jiang Mu himself had said in his diary that he would leave the so-called magical kidney to Ding Nanrong. So they must be in the bathroom. Asshole. Shui Menghan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, looking at Ding Nanrong's room next door. I don't know why, but I felt very uncomfortable to think about it seriously. She seemed to understand why. Humph. This guy surnamed Jiang. As my fiancé, yet before the engagement was dissolved, he actually committed adultery with his own maid in broad daylight? What do you mean you only love me? Don't follow the rules of a fiancé. Go to hell. She kicked over the table in anger. Then murderess arrived at the door of Ding Nanrong's room. She decided to fulfill her duties as a fiancé and stop her fiancé from doing anything out of the ordinary. Bang, the door was kicked open. Shui Menghan cursed and walked towards the bathroom. Jiang! Come out here. She had just stepped into the room when her feet slipped. He fell head over heels on the spot. It hurts. Why is this floor so slippery? Shui Menghan climbed up angrily and complainingly. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her neck. A cold woman's voice came from behind. Miss Shui, what do you want to talk to me about? Shui Menghan shuddered all over. She found that there was a water lotus sword on her neck. She turned her head nervously. It turned out to be Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong had her hair tied up, her face flushed, her body sticky and wet, and she was wrapped in a purple bathrobe. Because she was too plump, the bathrobe was barely wrapped around her, as if it would break if she jumped. Snort, it's so big. I wonder if it's that guy's masterpiece. In broad daylight, Shui Menghan's arrogance as the city lord's daughter suddenly rose. She turned around and looked at Ding Nanrong proudly. I remember you. Your name is Ding Nanrong. You are Jiang Mu's personal maid, right? It's me. Ding Nanrong replied indifferently. Shui Menghan held his head high and chest puffed out, and said in a commanding tone, since you are Jiang Mu's personal maid, and Jiang Mu is my fiancé, then you are my personal maid. What do you want to say? I command you to put the sword away. Ding Nanrong replied indifferently. The water lotus sword in his hand showed no intention of moving away. This made Shui Menghan very angry. This personal maid actually disobeyed my orders, so he shouted angrily towards the bathroom. Mr. Jiang, come out here. Come and see how arrogant your maid is. However, no one responded from the bathroom. Asshole. Come out now. What kind of man are you if you hide in there? Why do you feel that the sect master is here with me? Ding Nanrong stopped her from yelling. Humph. That guy isn't in his room. If he isn't with you, would he go out alone to fight monsters? Shui Menghan was certain that Jiang Mu was here. After all, the Monster Mountain range is full of dangers. Jiang Mu couldn't even defeat any guard from the city lord's mansion, let alone those ferocious monsters. The sect master is not in my room, Miss Xue, please go back. Ding Nanrong put away her sword. It turns out he was looking for the sect leader. So, the sect leader is not in his room, is he out? How dare you walk around in the Monster Mountain range without my protection? Aren't you afraid of death? When he comes back, I have to interrogate him about what he has been doing. Ding Nanrong really disliked Jiang Mu's behavior of going out alone. Not if Jiang Muzhen was eaten by the monster, she would not be able to witness him destroying the Woyo sect with her own eyes. And in the end she would not be able to kill him with her own hands, then everything I did as his personal maid would become meaningless. How could it not be in your room? Shui Menghan put one hand on her waist and pointed at Ding Nanrong's proud curves with the other hand, and said angrily, I heard everything just now. You were screaming so loudly, and the water was splashing. Ding Nanrong's eyes turned cold, and the spiritual energy in her body suddenly surged, causing the bathrobe on her body to float and almost collapse. What was I doing with him in the bathroom? The tone was very calm, but the murderous intent was very strong. Shui Menghan was so scared that her whole body trembled. No. Nothing. She just remembered it with a palpitating heart. The Ding Nanrong in front of him was a cultivator at the Guiyuan realm. This is a powerful cultivator at the same level as his father Shui Yuanshan. If he angered Ding Nanrong, he might be killed. And now, Shui Menghan didn't dare to stay any longer. She pretended to be calm and said, since Jiang Mu is not here, I'll go out first. Hey! What's wrong with you? As she was talking, she realized that something was wrong with Ding Nanrong. Are you okay? She saw that Ding Nanrong's face flushed a little and her eyes became blurred. Ding Nanrong didn't reply, thinking to herself that something was wrong. Because of the spiritual power that had just been mobilized, the water poison in the body had accelerated its onset. And this time, the feeling was even more intense. A muffled groan came out of his throat. Involuntarily, transparent mucus began to seep out of her skin all over her body. The water lotus sword in his hand fell with a clang, and he hugged his abdomen with his arms and bit his lips tightly. Something strange happened somewhere, causing one of his legs to lose its balance. He fell forward towards Shui Menghan. Don't come over here. Shui Menghan was frightened by her sudden appearance. So he quickly stepped back, trying to avoid her. However, because the floor was slippery, he accidentally slipped and fell backwards. Boom! They both fell to the floor. Get out of here! Shui Menghan was pressed down by Ding Nanrong, and she was so frightened that she quickly pushed her away. Just push it like that. In addition, Ding Nanrong's body is very sticky. As a result, the bathrobe was directly pushed open. You! What's wrong with you? Shui Menghan was completely panicked by the pressure. Is she exaggerating a bit? You let me go. How could you do this? Shui Menghan struggled desperately. However, because Ding Nanrong's body was very slippery and he was not as strong as her, he could not break free at all. If you don't let me go, I'll ask Jiang Mu to chase you away. Ho. Shui Menghan's eyes widened instantly and her legs straightened. Chapter 30. It's all that fault. Inexplicable. In an uninhabited canyon, sandy woodland, Jiang Mu, who was in invisible state, was hiding behind a huge rock, secretly observing the man and the demon in the distant sand. Fortunately, Ling Outyan is not dead yet. Jiang Mu's heart finally settled down. He saw it. Ling Outyan was trapped in a bell-shaped sand cage. He was kneeling on one knee with a pale face, his clothes stained with blood, and he was gasping for breath, obviously seriously injured. And outside the sand cage was Xiao Wowen. He has a human face, 2 black tentacles on his forehead, a body covered with black insect armor, long, segmented limbs, and bulging black eyes. Xiao Wowen was also seriously injured. The black insect armor on his body was already in tatters, the antennae on his forehead were broken in half, and the forearm of his right hand was also broken. It is conceivable how fierce the battle between the two was before judging from the result. Xiao Wowen At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the surrounding sand to recover from his injuries. Damn, this sandy ground is clearly Xiao Wowen's home turf. Could it be that this idiot Ling Outyan is so blinded by hatred that he doesn't even know that the soul-devouring sandworms are good at controlling sand? Jiang Mu couldn't help but complain about the male protagonist, but no matter how much he complains, he still has to find a way to make the plot go smoothly. But how? Jiang Mu thought of the only way, poison explosion pill. He could use his invisibility to sneak up on Sha Wuwen and then throw out the poisonous explosive pill. When Sha Wuwen is poisoned, the sand cage will naturally lose control and be released. At that time, Out Yin will escape and defeat Sha Wuwen with his own hands. Perfect. Jiang Mu immediately communicated with the poisonous explosion pill in his dantian and secretly moved towards Sha Wuwen's position. Ling Out Yin took a deep breath and shouted indignantly with all his strength, "Master, save me! Don't waste your energy. You've called out so many times. If your master wanted to appear, he would have appeared long ago." Sha Wuwen bared his black fangs and sneered. In fact, he was also very afraid of the master that Ling Out Yin mentioned. After all, before it was Ling Out Yin's master who blew up the mountain of the stronghold and blew him out from 100 meters underground. To be able to blow up a mountain, one must be a cultivator, at least in the void refinement realm. So, as soon as he was exposed, he pretended to be seriously injured and fled desperately. The result was unexpected. Caught up, there was only Ling Out Yin. "Since your master didn't come after us, your hostage value is useless." Sha Wuwen sneered. Originally, he wanted to capture Ling Out Yin and hold him hostage so that he could have a chance to survive. Since Ling Out Yin's master has not shown up now, he no longer has any concerns. He decided to kill Ling Out Yin and then escape back to the southern border demon territory. But before killing, we must torture him to avenge the destruction of our stronghold. Sha Wuwen stood up, walked in front of Ling Out Yin, grinned and said sarcastically, "You alone are trying to kill me, Commander? Revenge? The 124 lives of your Lingjia village were massacred under the order of this commander. Now your village-destroying enemy is right in front of you. What can you do to me?" Ling Out Yin couldn't refute. He could only express his anger with murderous eyes and gnashing teeth. Sha Wuwen sneered, formed a seal with his hands, and used a sand cone magic technique. The sand on the ground gathered into dozens of pyramids and shot towards Ling Out Yin in the sand cage with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling Out Yin screamed in pain from being penetrated. "Ha ha ha ha." Sha Wuwen laughed wildly, looking at the wounded Ling Out Yin. He felt extremely relieved. "Let me out." Ling Out Yin frantically grabbed the sand cage with both hands. The sand cage emitted rays of light, which absorbed the moisture from his arms, causing them to wither. Ling Out Yin covered his arms in pain and fell backwards. His eyes were about to burst. "I really wanted to tear Sha Wuwen into pieces, but since my master is not here, I have no way of defeating the opponent and no way of escaping from this sand cage. Am I destined to die here?" Ling Out Yin was unwilling. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It was a prismatic crystal block inside the heart. "This is alright. I still have this trump card." Ling Out Yin saw hope in an instant. As long as he uses the power of this mysterious crystal, he can turn defeat into victory, so he secretly mobilized his spiritual energy to communicate with the crystal in his heart. At the same time, he angrily cursed Sha Wuwen, "You beast. I will tear you into pieces. I will avenge Lingjia village." Sha Wuwen burst into laughter. Humans are truly bound by emotions. They are easily angered by a few words. How foolish. How can lowly creatures like you humans possess the right to occupy the rich land of Kyushu continent? Only my soul-devouring sandworm clan is qualified to rule the Kyushu continent, and even the entire Sangling realm. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Sha Wuwen's face was filled with madness, and he laughed wildly. The laughter spread with the wind and sand, echoing throughout the sandy forest. Jiang Mu, who was already close behind him, was speechless after hearing this. "Brother, don't you know that villains die because they talk too much? Is this what they call a decrease in intelligence? It seems that the author of this crappy book, Jenner, doesn't know how to create villain characters." While complaining in my heart, Jiang Mu quickly mobilized the poisonous explosive pill in his dantian to poison Sha Wuwen and prevent Ling Out Yin from exposing the crystal block in advance. Once Ling Out Yin reveals the crystal block as his trump card after Sha Wuwen escapes, he will tell Shahi, then the plot would be an absolute mess. "Come out. Poison explosion pill." Jiang Mu's mind was turning. Black gas emerged from the palm of his hand, and a black poisonous explosive pill half the size of a fist was suspended above his palm. "Who is it?" Sha Wuwen was startled and immediately turned around and became nervously alert. He just felt a breath of death coming from behind him, but now there was only a sandy land behind him, without a single person in sight. Hallucination. He felt a little relieved, but in the next moment, a black ball the size of half a fist suddenly appeared in front of his face. The surface of the black ball was emitting a strong poisonous gas, filled with the breath of death. "What is this?" Bang! The black ball exploded with a bang, drowning out Xiao Wuwen's screams of terror. The red and black poisonous fog instantly enveloped him completely. Ah! This is the poison of the blood poison tree demon. And the black water poison. Ah! Xiao Wuwen fell to the ground in pain and screamed. His body and limbs began to become twisted and paralyzed. In the end, the whole person was twitching nonstop. The skin and flesh all over his body slowly wrinkled and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood mixed with minced meat continued to flow out from the holes. It only takes a moment. Xiao Wuwen's entire body withered, and his body was dyed red and black. This sudden bloody scene Ling Outyin in the sand cage was horrified by. This, but more of it is ecstasy. He could feel that Xiao Wuwen was poisoned by a strong black water poison. Is it Master? Master is here to save me. Ling Outyin was shaking with excitement. At the same time, the sand cage that trapped him disappeared as Xiao Wuwen fell. You beast! I'll kill you with my own hands. Ling Outyin immediately burst out with violent spiritual power and jumped into the air on the spot. He suddenly stretched out his right arm and roared, Snake God Poison Water Fist. The surging demonic power wrapped around his arm, forming a huge black snake with golden eyes. You beast, accept your death. Boom, a fierce fist hit Xiao Wuwen's back. It actually pierced through his entire chest. The huge and thick black snake with golden pupils instantly penetrated into Xiao Wuwen's body. Because the golden-eyed black snake contained the poison of black water and blood poison tree demon, this exacerbated the wrinkling and collapse of Xiao Wuwen's body. Eventually, his entire body went from twitching uncontrollably to becoming motionless. Puff. Xiao Wuwen, whose body was already disabled, spat out a mouthful of black blood without feeling any pain. He felt extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Ling Outyin immediately and escaped, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. He knew he was dying. So he held his breath and had to use the forbidden technique of the soul-eating sandworm clan. Sand God sheds his shell. His head actually separated from his body, turned into quicksand, and merged into the earth in the blink of an eye. Ling Outyin. This commander will never let you go. After leaving behind these harsh words, Xiao Wuwen's presence disappeared without a trace. It seems that he escaped with his last breath. You beast. I, Ling Outyin, swear. I will absolutely slaughter every last one of your soul-devouring sandworms. Endless anger and depression echoed throughout the sandy woodland. Jiang Mu, who was behind a huge rock in the distance, heard this and secretly felt relieved. Phew. Very good, this result is consistent with the original plot. Damn it, it's all that damn gossip's fault for being so inexplicably crooked. What the hell? She actually climbed out of a 100-meter deep Tianking? Jiang Mu was horrified to see the black water demon with a human body and a snake tail. He rushed out from the forest with a ferocious look on his face and rushed to where Ling Outyin was. I have to yo-yo quickly. Jiang Mu left quietly. Master. Xiao Wuwen ran away. Ling Outyin pointed angrily at the headless corpse on the ground. I see. Heishui understood, and his pair of golden vertical pupils stared at the headless corpse on the ground. It seems that Xiao Wuwen used the forbidden technique of the soul-eating sandworm clan, sand god shedding shell, to turn his head into fine sand and blend it into the earth. Finally escaped and returned to the southern border demon territory. In other words, the plot went smoothly. He is worthy of being the male protagonist. Even without the tactical experience and assistance of Heishui, he can still turn defeat into victory in the end. Heishui was in a good mood and very satisfied with the result. However, the next second, a chill appeared on his face. Jiang Mu, that bastard, after the hunting season is over, I will personally come to his house and chop off his legs. Achoo. Jiang Mu, who had already left the uninhabited canyon, suddenly sneezed. How could you sneeze in such hot weather? Is someone thinking of me? Could it be Ding Nanrong? Just thinking about the scene of Ding Nanrong playing mobile games in front of him is really heart-wrenching, but this is not very interesting, and you can't eat it in the early stage. Jiang Mu came to the stream and washed his face with some water, then find a shady place to sit down, call out the diary. I plan to write a diary, curse the black water demon, and vent my anger. Chapter 31, Crooked. It's crooked. It's crooked to the sky. First of all, the female supporting role of Ding Nanrong is crooked. Then the female lead Shui Menghan went astray. As for the second female lead, Lu Churu, she hasn't gone astray yet. And now, the third female character, Black Water Demon, has also gone astray. Damn it, that damn bitch black water demon actually wants to turn me into a slave and make me work for her for the rest of my life. Dad is something you can easily get? But if she kneels down and praises me, maybe I will reluctantly accept her as my foot washing maid. Very good, a foot washing maid, right? I've got that. In the ring space, Haishuisha recuperated on the cool stone bed. A pair of large golden vertical pupils stared at the diary without blinking, although it looks kind of cute, but there was a chilling cold light in her eyes. But she's so small and ordinary. When I threw her into the Tianqing just now, I thought I was throwing a steel plate. So, even if she lies down and sings Conquer to me, I won't let her wash my feet. Dislike. MP4, huh, good, very good. Haishuisha showed a sweet smile, but the murderous aura on his body filled the entire storage ring space. She subconsciously touched her chest with her little hand. It's really unremarkable. Damn it, Ling Out Yan's revenge plot has gone awry, all thanks to this damn gossip. I don't know what's wrong with her, she blew up Sha Wuwen's base. If you have the guts, go directly to the southern border demon territory and bomb the Sheikh Demon Army's headquarters. What a troublemaker. If it weren't for my wisdom and bravery, Ling Outyan would have died long ago. So let's all have a feast together. Now it seems that the result is not bad, at least it is the same as the original plot. Alas, why are their characters so distorted? In the dozens of reincarnations before, except for me deliberately trying to go astray, they basically didn't go astray. In 2 days, my wife Han Yuqing will be here, so will she also be crooked? I feel numb and my heart is tired. Let's take a nap first. Finish writing the diary. Jiang Mu closed the diary. Ding, congratulations to the host, the diary writing was successful. A temperament +2, appearance +2. Oh wow? The value has become +2? TSK, with this kind of temperament and appearance, I wonder how high it can go. A reward for temperament and appearance to IT was +1 every time before. So Jiang Mu didn't care, but now +2. He suddenly felt a little curious. If the value reaches a certain level. So what changes will happen? Will he become the most handsome man in the world? Will it attract heroines like Shui Menghan and Lu Churu? And in the later stages, more than a dozen female protagonists will appear one after another. The saint of some holy land. What is the Changyu Empress of the Changyu Empire? What dragon? Princess from Kanglan Sea. What is the White Fox clan leader of the Joyo Kehan Valley? What is the Lord of the Blood Abyss? What is the fairy Qingyue of the Moon Bridge? What is the girl from the Tianyu tribe in the Taichu Sea? So many heroines that if you are all fascinated by his handsomeness, then that's terrible. The plot is absolutely twisted into outer space. Don't think about it anymore, go to sleep. Jiang Mu found a safe little cave, lay down in it and fell asleep because he was injured by the black water evil. So, he needs to get some sleep and recover. The next morning inside Jiang Mu's private spaceship, Kadash. Woo! Woo Shui Menghan cried for a whole day and night until all her tears ran out. She regretted coming to Jiang Mu. I didn't expect Jiang Mu's personal maid to be so rampant. Sister Rome, please let me go, I want to go back. Wo Shui Menghan spoke while crying. She was crying and struggling hard. Ding Nanrong's cultivation is stronger than hers. So much so that I couldn't struggle. Come back tomorrow. Ding Nanrong closed her eyes and did not move, also quietly waiting for the next wave of water poison to occur. You're talking nonsense. Shui Menghan's face turned even redder with anger. How could she slander people? But speaking of which, as Jiang Mu's maid, why don't you go find him? Since she couldn't escape, Shui Menghan had no choice but to accept her fate and started gossiping about Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong did not shy away from explaining, you should have heard of the 5 major body types. I belong to the innate elemental body type and have awakened the power of water element. Innate Yuan Ti. The power of water element? Shui Menghan understood it all at once. As the daughter of Xu Yiqing, she naturally knew the 5 major physiques in the Tsangling realm. They are the innate primordial body, the innate spiritual body, the bloodline of the demon ancestor, the body of the moon god, and the reincarnation of the god of war. These 5 major constitutions each have their own characteristics. No matter which one is awakened, it will be stronger than those at the same level, and the future achievements will not be low. Ding. Nanrong is an innate Yuan body and has awakened the power of water Yuan, but at the same time water elemental poison also appeared in her body. Whenever the water poison attacks, if it is not relieved in time, one will become possessed by water. Your water elemental poison has taken effect. Wouldn't that be better? Why don't you practice dual cultivation with Jiang Mu? Shui Menghan was very puzzled. She didn't expect that Ding Nanrong didn't do anything with Jiang Mu. She was still a virgin, although the man surnamed Zhang's cultivation is not good, but with his looks and background, I wonder how many young and beautiful women are eager to marry him, huh? Wait, is what Jiang Mu said true? He only loves me. Shui Menghan suddenly recalled what Jiang Mu said to her at the birthday party. I have loved you since I was a child, and I only love you. The furthest distance in life is not between life and death, but when I stand in front of you and you don't know that I love you. As Shui Menghan thought about it, her face turned even redder and her heart was beating fast. What a feeling! So wonderful not knowing her changes. Ding Nanrong explained, it's impossible to practice dual cultivation with him. If I give him my yin yuan, I will be dependent on him for the rest of my life. If he wasn't there, when the water poison in my body would take effect, it will become more intense, the consequences will be more serious, and it will no longer be solvable. Unless I break through to the martial god realm, it's only a matter of time before I become possessed by the devil. Is that so? Shui Menghan understood. She suddenly thought of the diary and the contents about Ding Nanrong. Then an idea came to my mind. Summons Jiang Mu's private diary. Find information related to Ding Nanrong. The only thing that supports her survival now is to stay by my side, to watch my warrior sect completely decline and fall, and then kill me with her own hands. That's why she was willing to become my personal maid, protecting a worthless me while watching me destroy the warrior sect. I see. In other words, this Ding Nanrong is not actually Jiang Mu's maid in the true sense. In the end, was she going to kill Jiang Mu with her own hands? Shui Menghan finally understood why Ding Nanrong would rather relieve her pain on her own than look for Jiang Mu, because she wants to kill Jiang Mu in the end. After Jiang Mu died, if her water elemental poison took effect, she would sooner or later become possessed by water. So, Ding Nanrong will not do anything with Jiang Mu. I don't know why, but after finding out that Jiang Mu and Ding Nanrong didn't have that affair, she was actually a little happy in her heart. But then again, can Ding Nanrong really kill Jiang Mu? Shui Menghan's intuition told him that he definitely couldn't kill him. Here I come. Ding Nanrong suddenly said something. Yawn in the cave. Jiang Mu slept until noon before waking up. Maybe he was injured by the black water demon, which caused him to sleep longer than usual. Fortunately, the hunting season is over, so there won't be any gossips around for a few days. Otherwise, there's no way this hunting season can continue. Oh, I'm tired. Let's write today's diary first. It's not advisable to stop writing. Hopefully the reward won't be bad either. So he summoned the diary. Start writing. Chapter 32. I am Mrs. Zhang. March 9th. The sun is shining brightly. Today's plot is just a transitional one and not very important. The story mainly tells how Ling Outyan handsomely hunted monsters in the Monster Mountain range, how he encountered some minions who tried to steal his monster trophies, how he showed weakness, how the minions continued to push him, and finally how he lost his patience and exploded, slapping the minions in the face, shocking everyone. What's this face slapping technique called? Oh, yes, it's called first suppressing and then praising. But this is a really bad slap in the face. Put a piece of meat on the keyboard, and a dog would write better than the author. The slap in the face did not lead to the exposure of the big man behind the minion, which escalated the conflict. It fails to gain favor with female characters and satisfy readers' fantasies. I didn't steal the other party's treasure, and I felt a sense of satisfaction. It does not enrich the worldview or increase the sense of immersion. There is no suspense, so the readers are left wanting. There is no foreshadowing. No. Anyway, it's just a trivial plot that can be deleted. It seems that the author of this book, The Martial God Record of the Harem, is a flop. But it's also true that Shui is more vigorous. Otherwise, how could a book that could be completed with 2.5 million words reach 10 million words? This is an unspoken consensus in the online literature community. After writing, close the diary. Why do I feel like my diary is also boring? But there's nothing we can do about it. In the original plot, there really isn't any strong conflict in the last few days of this hunting season. Basically, it's all about the male protagonist Ling Outnan getting slapped in the face, killing monsters, and hunting for monster cores for the black water demon to absorb to restore his strength. Ding, congratulations to the host. The diary writing was successful. A temperament +2, appearance +2? Why is there no reward? Jiang Mu was stunned. There are good rewards for writing a diary in the past few days. It suddenly disappeared today. This makes people feel very uncomfortable and empty inside. After all, these rewards can be brought back to reality. Is it because I haven't written enough? So Jiang Mu tried hard to think about what plot was good to write today, in order to get a good reward. By the way, Han Yuqing should have arrived at Wuyo Sect today, right? Well, just write about her. He called out the diary again. Start writing. Today is the day Han Yuqing arrives at Wuyo Sect. Although she is not the heroine, she is an important female villain. Besides, she is my wife. Damn, she's a pervert. She likes to hurt herself and also likes me to torture her. Alas, after the hunting season ends and I return to the Wuyo Sect, I will follow my parents' wishes and marry Han Yuqing, that pervert. I have such a miserable life. During the day, I have to lick that stupid dog Shui Manghan, and at night, I have to deal with that pervert Han Yuqing. Life is not easy. I hope the system boss will give me some good rewards to comfort me. And at this moment, it is 10 miles south of Jiangmu's location. A woman was standing on a huge tree. The woman was young and beautiful, her lake blue slim dress fluttering in the wind. If Jiangmu saw the butterfly scar on the woman's cheek, he would definitely question his life because of this woman. It's Han Yuqing. She was not in Wuyo Sect, but after leaving Xianyang Sect, she headed directly towards the Monster Mountain Range. So I'm the female villain? Hey! Looking at Jiangmu's private diary in her hand, Han Yuqing gave a strange smile. My dear husband, after we get married back at Wuyo Sect, I will give you a different reward every day. She smiled beautifully, then his eyes looked towards the open space in front and below. There were 7 monks with distinctive looks surrounding a young man in a black robe. The young man in black robe was Ling Outyan. The diary said that some minions stole Ling Outyan's monster trophies. But now, they are no longer minions. They are the Biang 7 that I specially recruited to test Ling Outyan's strength. Han Yuqing watched with interest. Let's see whether the male protagonist Ling Outyan was defeated by the Buyang 7 or successfully slapped in the face as described in the diary. I, Ling Outyan, have nothing to do with you, Buyang. Just because I'm more handsome than you, do you want to beat me up? Ling Outyan was very angry. I was ambushing the black-tusked boar's lair. Suddenly, 7 people with extremely incompatible appearances jumped out from the side. Then the 7 men said he was handsome and they were jealous and wanted to beat him up. It's really unreasonable. A short, thin man with a right-angled triangular face jumped out, pointed at Ling Outyan and said in a shrill voice, if you were Sect Master Jiang, we'd avoid him. But you're not, so I'm going to beat you up. Come on, brothers. Strip him naked and throw him into the pig pen. Woohoo! 7 monks of varying heights, weights, and appearances rushed towards Ling Outyan in anger and jealousy. This is too much. Ling Outyan roared, and the spiritual power in his body burst out. Shangshan exploded instantly, revealing his strong muscles, making himself look very fierce. But that doesn't seem to help, because among the 7 people on the opposite side, 5 are in the Gathering Spirit realm and 2 are in the 2nd level of the Qi Hai realm. So, crackling, 3 minutes later Ling Outyan, covered in wounds, ragged clothes, and with disheveled hair, crawled out of the wild boar den in a panic. The Biang 7. I, Ling Outyan, will never let you go. You've gone too far. The roar of humiliation resounded throughout the forest. It also reached Han Yuqing's eardrums on the giant tree. Hey, Ling Outyan failed to slap someone in the face. It seems that the contents of the diary can be changed. But having said that, this Ling Outyan was able to rely on his Gathering Spirit Realm cultivation to resist 5 Gathering Spirit Realm warriors and 2 Qi Si Realm warriors without dying. He is indeed worthy of being the male protagonist. It seems that there is good potential. After finishing her thoughts, Han Yuqing jumped off the giant tree, landed lightly in front of Ling Outyan. Who are you? Ling Outyan immediately became alert. Those 7 inexplicable people just now dragged him into the pig pen and beat him up so badly that he was already a little traumatized. Now a stranger suddenly appeared, which made him very nervous. After all, his master was recuperating in the ring space and couldn't help him these days. My name is Han Yuqing, a disciple of Xianyang Sect. Han Yuqing did not hide her identity at all and continued to introduce herself, but in a few days, I will become the wife of the leader of the Wuyo Sect, so you can call me Madame Jiang. Mrs. Jian? What do you want from me? Ling Outyan was secretly alert. So, this young and beautiful woman is Jiang Mu's wife, she came to me to kill me? Ling Outyin felt an unprecedented crisis. Han Yuqing jumped in front of him without warning, and the fluctuation of her spiritual power was almost negligible. This shows that her cultivation strength is even higher than those 7 people just now. Maybe it's Guiyuan realm, or at least the 9th level of Qi Hai realm. Now he has no master's assistance. He would either be killed by Han Yuqing, otherwise, you can only use the trump card. The trump card was so incredible that even his master didn't know about it. Once this trump card is exposed, his master, the black water demon of the demon god realm, may kill him and rob him. But now, there is no wailing out. Yin secretly mobilized his spiritual energy to communicate with a prismatic crystal in his heart. However, Han Yuqing's next words stopped him from revealing his cards. She smiled strangely and said, "Relax, I'm not here to kill you. I roughly watched the battle just now. You're pretty good, so I want to invest in you. I hope the system boss will give me some good rewards to comfort me." After writing the diary, Jiang Mu closed the notebook, looking forward to good rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host. The diary writing was successful. A temperament +2, 12 out of 100. Appearance +2, 12 out of 100. Reward, resurrection of the dead. Rules, reward introduction. Heaven is father, earth is mother, and the Lord is the god of rebirth. You can revive any dead character once only. Note, characters resurrected through resurrection of the dead can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Note, characters resurrected through resurrection of the dead will randomly receive one of the following rewards from the host: forcing people to have a body of steel, a body that carries all kinds of poisons hidden in the void. Note, the host will permanently lose the rewards obtained by the resurrected character. Chapter 33. Xue Menghan is sick. Hiss. This is. Jiang Mu was so shocked by this series of system sounds that he couldn't react for a while. This reward looks amazing. In his mind, bright red words appeared: a resurrection of the dead. Rules, let's take a look at the introduction. Can you revive any dead character only once? And the resurrected character can actually be brought back to reality after completing the game? Cool frog. Originally, there was a reward after completing the game. You could choose any character to bring back to reality, and now there is resurrection of the dead. This is equivalent to being able to choose an extra character. Double the happiness. No, it's n times the happiness. Jiang Mu remembered. In this record of martial gods in the harem, there are several female protagonists, all of whom end up dead. For example, LV Churo, Chunishang, Haishuisha, Tianyu Qingdai, that is to say, he can revive these heroines through resurrection of the dead, and after these heroines are resurrected and you clear the level, you can bring them back to the real world. As for whether the resurrection will affect the subsequent plot, Jiang Mu is not worried about this. After all, products produced by the system must be high quality and will not let you down. Also, what do you do after bringing these heroines back to the real world? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Jiang Mu was in a very good mood, but after seeing the conditions for using this resurrection of the dead, I feel sick of the system. After using Raise the Dead to revive a character, that character will receive one of your rewards, and you will permanently lose that reward. He opened his personal rewards panel. Name, Jiang Mu. Temperament, 12 out of 100. Appearance, 12 out of 100. Possess reward, pretend to be beaten. Possess reward, forceful ion body. Possess reward, good waste. Possess reward, body that can carry all kinds of poisons. Possess reward, void god hidden, spiritual art. Possess reward, resurrection of the dead. Rules, tip. Click on the reward to view details at present. If a character is resurrected, for example, Lu Chura was resurrected, then Lu Chura will get one of the rewards among, and, if it is, then you will lose this reward permanently. Damn, the dog system is really a dog. Jiang Mu deeply felt the system's sinister intentions. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I have to finish the story first. Well, I don't really feel like visiting this monster mountain range today. Then, let's go check on Xue Menghan. I'm curious what these heroines do in their daily lives. Also, observe and see if her personality is distorted. So he walked out of the cave. He walked leisurely towards the spaceship where Xue Menghan was. You want to invest in me? What do you mean? Ling Outyin was puzzled. This woman named Han Yuqing, as Jiang Mu's wife, wants to invest in him and cooperate with him secretly. She must have some ulterior motive. Literally. Han Yuqing stroked the butterfly scar on her cheek, smiled strangely, and stated her intentions without any hesitation. In the future, I will destroy the Shenyang sect and kill its leader Fang Yensong. But Fang Yensong is at the refining void realm, and I'm only at the 9th level of the Qi Si realm, so I can't do it yet, so I need a strong helper. And you, Ling Outyan, you have great potential and will definitely be able to break through to the void refinement realm in the future, so, I want to invest in you. Destroy Shenyang sect? Kill the sect leader Fang Yensong, who was in the Lianshu realm. Ling Outyan's expression changed slightly and he was secretly shocked. Shenyang sect replaced Wuyo sect and became the new overlord of the southern border of Lizhou. It is one of the 4 major sects in Lizhou. Its power and status are so strong that it ranks among the best in the entire Kyushu continent. The leader of Shenyang sect, Fang Yensong, is a powerful cultivator in the realm of refining emptiness, who can roam around the 9 provinces. Han Yuqing, a cultivator in the Qihai realm, actually wanted to destroy such a huge monster. Why? Ling Outyan looked at Han Yuqing in front of him. She was wearing a lake blue long dress, which made her figure look slim and pretty. Judging from his youthful appearance, he was about 25 or 26 years old. The scar on her cheek not only did not hide her beauty, but also added a sense of charm to her because of its butterfly-shaped eye. In one word, beautiful. It's a pity that she has to marry Jiang Mu, the useless clan leader. Ling Outyan shook his head inside, feeling quite unhappy. Miss Han, if I remember correctly, you are a disciple of the Shenyang sect? Why did you destroy your own sect? Why did you kill Fang Yensong? And why did you marry that loser Jiang Mu? Han Yuqing suddenly pouted, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Master Ling, I've already said enough to show my sincerity in cooperation. Why are you still asking so many questions? Are you attracted to me? Do you want to bully me? Cry. As he spoke, he hugged himself with his arms and took 2 steps back. He acted as if he was being weak and helpless. So please don't bully me. This Ling Outyan's heart skipped a beat and his breathing became a little rapid. This young and beautiful Han Yuqing is obviously a cultivator more powerful than him, but now he is pretending to be weak and saying nonsense. Did it really make him feel very noble and imaginative? He touched his nose, pretended to be calm, and said with a smile, since Miss Han thinks so highly of me, Ling Outyan, then it's hard for me to refuse. How can we cooperate? Han Yuqing laughed slyly, took out an exquisite bag from her ring, and threw it to Ling Outyan. The way to collaborate is simple. I will provide you with cultivation resources from time to time, and you will help me destroy the Shenyang sect in the future. This bag of things is your first investment. Ling Outyan caught the bag. After opening it, my eyes lit up. There are actually all kinds of magical medicines and herbs, as well as dozens of demon cores. One of the demon cores was actually at the transformation realm. This bag of magical medicines and herbs is enough for Ling Outyan to recover from his injuries, and the demon core can also greatly restore the strength of his master Haishuasha. Okay. I agree. Ling Outyan agreed to Han Yuqing's request for cooperation without any hesitation. He is very confident in his potential and believes that he will definitely be able to break through to the void refinement realm in the future. Moreover, in fact, he only needs to break through to the Guiyuan realm to be able to kill the Lianshu realm cultivator. He, Ling Outyan, has a trump card that allows him to fight against opponents of higher levels. But Miss Han, aren't you afraid that I'll take the things and run away? Do you trust me so easily? Ling Outyan weighed the bag in his hand and raised his eyebrows. Han Yuqing put her hands behind her back and smiled. If you run away, it means I haven't given enough, and I don't have the strength to cooperate. Isn't that normal? Miss Han is really sensible. Ling Outyan agreed with her. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Without strength, you have no right to negotiate. Jiang Mu came to the spaceship where Shui Menghan was. He used the void invisibility technique to merge his body into the void. Prepare to board the spaceship and go directly into Shui Menghan's room. To make it easier to observe her personality, when passing by a few guards from the city lord's mansion, I happened to overhear their gossip. I heard that the eldest lady went to see Sect Master John yesterday. Is that true? It's true. We escorted her there ourselves. Hiss. She hasn't come back for a whole day and night. Could it be that she slept with Sect Master Jiang? Sleep your ass off. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, she called us back after we finished escorting her. She stayed alone? That's probably because she was asleep. Ha. Sleep. The eldest lady is the most beautiful lady in Shuecheng, and Jiang Mu is just a useless lickspittle. Is he worthy of her? That's not necessarily the case. After all, the young lady is only 16, an age of innocence. Sect leader Jiang is powerful, handsome, and wealthy. She's likely to throw herself into his arms. So, I'm pretty sure they're sleeping together. Go away, you dirty-minded bastard. Don't come near me. Why are you cursing? We're just chatting about gossip. Every hunting season, the young lady always actively participates in killing monsters, but now she's gone to see Sect Master Jiang. Don't you think there's something fishy going on? It makes sense that they slept together, right? Sleep with your mother. Don't curse, we are civilized people. Sleep with your mother. Why are you still cursing? Sleep with your mother. Fuck you, I've been putting up with you for so long. #% clang clang clang. The two men started fighting in front of Jiang Mu.at this moment. Jiang Mu had no intention of enjoying the battle. He immediately turned around and hurried towards his private spaceship. Chapter 34. You are a pervert. Fuck. Shui Menghan actually came looking for me. Damn it. She's a heroine, and she goes after the villain for no reason or motive? And it's been a whole day and a whole night? There's something wrong with you. Jiang Mu was so panicked that his scalp was numb and his hair was almost falling out. What he feared most was that Shui Menghan would break into Ding Nanrong's room. Given the old maid's ruthless and taciturn temperament, if her shameful deeds were discovered, wouldn't she cut Shui Menghan into pieces? Once Shui Menghan dies, what's the point of playing? Wait a minute. Jiang Mu stopped and thought with a frown. Could it be that the system rewarded me with resurrection of the dead because it predicted that the plot would go awry and Shui Menghan would die? And in order to clear the level, I had no choice but to use resurrection of the dead to revive Shui Menghan? Then Shui Menghan will get my reward. In other words, the system is taking my reward back in disguise? It's just dog-like. The more Jiang Mu thought about it, the more he felt that the dog system was deliberately making trouble for him, but I have no evidence. At this time, a beautiful woman in a light blue dress came forward. The woman walked with her hands behind her back, humming a tune. When she saw Jiang Mu, her eyes lit up and she shouted happily, "A husband." Husband? This voice? This name? Jiang Mu looked up. He immediately turned around and left, pretending not to see it, and in my heart, I have already started cursing the sky. Funamakuen. Damn! Isn't Han Yuqing in Wuyo sect? How could this pervert appear in the Monster Mountain range? It's over. The plot has gone astray. However, before he could go far, Han Yuqing took a step and rushed in front of him. Husband! Han Yuqing was surprised and hugged Jiang Mu in her arms, holding his face against her chest and rubbing it tightly. Let me go. Who is your husband? Get out of here. Jiang Mu struggled to break free, pointed at her nose, and cursed at her. I'm telling you. If you hadn't bewitched my parents into marrying you to me before they died, I would have ordered Ronger to kill you 1,000 times. Although I don't know why Han Yuqing appeared, but in order to maintain the villain character of the original book, Jiang Mu had to ACTI in the original plot. The two are husband and wife, but they don't love each other at all. In other words, Han Yuqing tried her best to please Jiang Mu in order to ensure her position as the clan leader's wife, but Jiang Mu hated Han Yuqing very much, because before Jiang Mu's parents died, she persuaded them to make a will that Jiang Mu should marry her, but Jiang Mu likes Shui Menghan and doesn't like her at all. They also believed that she had bad intentions and wanted to seize the Wuyo sect. Therefore, Jiang Mu wanted to kill her as soon as possible. Get out of here now, right now, instantly. Get as far away as you can. I don't want to see you. Finished cursing, Jiang Mu was furious and walked away. Damn, Shui Menghan came to find me. This is unbelievable, and now that Han Yuqing has appeared, I am completely helpless. System, say something, he called out to the system in his heart, but there was no response. Han Yuqing rushed to Jiang Mu again and opened her arms to block his way. She pouted and said aggrievedly, Husband, the Monster Mountain range is so dangerous. I was afraid you would get hurt, so I rushed over to protect you. You were so mean to me and told me to get out. I'm so sad, I'm crying. As he spoke, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. This artificial posture gave Jiang Mu goosebumps, but I still admire her acting skills in my heart, still as realistic as ever. Then cry and get out of here while you cry. Jiang Mu was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore, and now he just wanted to return to the private spaceship as soon as possible to see what kind of situation Shui Menghan was in. Husband, please don't chase me away, okay? I'm very good. I can even perform the meat-cutting trick, just watch. Han Yuqing took out a knife from the ring. She lifted her sleeves, revealing a dense patch of creepy scars. My husband, please watch carefully. She pressed the tip of the knife to the skin of her wrist, then, hiss, the knife was pulled quickly. A blood mark suddenly appeared on the arm, and blood immediately flowed down, revealing the scars on the flesh inside. Look, I didn't lie to you, husband, did I? Do you like it? He. Han Yuqing smiled brightly, but the beautiful butterfly scar on her face twisted with her smile, making her look very strange and charming. This made Jiang Mu feel a chill. You're a pervert. With a scream, Jiang Mu turned and ran away in fear. Damn, it looks like I can't go back to the private spaceship for the time being. Otherwise, if Han Yuqing went back to the spaceship with him, he would definitely be annoyed to death by her perverted masochistic tendency. Husband, don't you want me anymore? I'm crying. Whoa! Han Yuqing cried and followed Jiang Mu, like a maggot attached to his bones. How can I not cry to death? Damn, Jiang Mu cursed in his heart, completely ignoring Han Yuqing's tears behind him. All he wanted now was to avoid her and get back to his private spaceship as quickly as possible, but she followed him very closely, and her eyes never left his back. This made him completely afraid to use the void invisibility technique, so he had to hide here and there, trying his best to get rid of her. Who knows? This swing lasted for the whole day. The next day, it was just dawn. In the cave Jiang Mu woke up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Han Yuqing hugging his arm. I tried to avoid her all day yesterday, but I got tired and couldn't avoid her anymore. So they had no choice but to find a cave to live in. Han Yuqing laughed and said softly, "Good morning, my husband." Good morning, Namabo. Jiang Mu didn't treat her well because of her beautiful smile. He said coldly, "You've been holding my arms for a whole day and night. Aren't you tired? Are you a sloth?" He twitched his arm as he spoke. Couldn't pull it out. Being with my husband doesn't make me tired at all, he. Han Yuqing smiled so happily that her eyes almost turned into crescents. She said softly, "My husband, what do you want to eat for breakfast?" "I'll make it for you, okay?" Well, what a sin. Jiang Mu was helpless that he knew that everything Han Yuqing did was to please him and to gain greater power in the Woyo sect. The ultimate goal, of course, is to use the Woyo sect to attack the Shenyang sect in the future. What the hell, go ahead and do it. I want to eat barbecue. Jiang Mu immediately took back his scolding and said he wanted to eat barbecue. This is a good opportunity. As long as she isn't paying attention, you can use the void invisibility to leave. Okay. Han Yuqing smiled sweetly, let go of Jiang Mu's hand, stood up and walked to an open place, and her positioning is also very deliberate. She was facing the cave entrance, so she didn't have to worry about Jiang Mu escaping. She knew Jiang Mu hated her, but she didn't care at all. She believed that as long as she used various offensive tactics on Jiang Mu, she would be able to successfully make Jiang Mu take her virginity. Then, you will gain more and greater rights. If you get pregnant, then the entire Woyo sect will belong to him. By then, he would be absolutely sure to strengthen the Woyo sect. In the end, the Woyo sect can mobilize all its strength to kill the Shenyang sect, then torture that man to death with your own hands. A perverted and crazy look flashed in Han Yuqing's eyes. She began to take out things like roasting racks from her ring. And during this short period of time when she was busy carrying Jiang Mu on her back, Jiang Mu immediately used the void invisibility technique. Silently, completely immerse your body in the void. Then, secretly, he moved towards the cave entrance. Finally, he managed to slip out of the cave. Husband, would you like to eat venison or beef? This meat was killed the day before yesterday and is very fresh. Han Yuqing grabbed a bloody huge deer leg in one hand and a bloody huge cow leg in the other, and turned to ask Jiang Mu. Bang, 2 pieces of leg meat fell to the ground. Husband? She was shocked to find that Jiang Mu was gone. She quickly searched the cave, still not found. Did he run away? Hey. Han Yuqing laughed strangely, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't help but take out the knife and cut a hole in her abdomen, watching the trickling blood. Feeling the severe pain, her trembling body slowly calmed down. After a while, he picked up the leg meat on the ground. While humming a tune, he put the meat on the grill and grilled it. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 35. There are 3 women who make me upset. An hour later, Jiang Mu successfully escaped from Han Yuqing's entanglement. Finally, he returned to his private spaceship safely. Ding Nanrong's water element poison should have finished taking effect today. The heroine Shui Menghan must not be killed by Ding Nanrong. Praying silently, Jiang Mu used his skills to jump onto the deck of the spaceship. As soon as I landed, I was startled by a strange cry. Kadash. Woo! There was a high-pitched scream and a high-pitched CRYIT came from Ding Nanrong's room next door. Digging a trough? This is Ding Nanrong's cry. Then the other one. It's Shui Menghan. Luckily. Shui Menghan is not dead. Jiang Mu felt relieved that he was very familiar with Shui Menghan's voice, but why did she scream? Were you scared by Ding Nanrong's strength? Forget it, let's ignore it for now. Now I have to figure out why Shui Menghan is looking for me, otherwise, it would be really unsettling. Jiang Mu quickly walked to Ding Nanrong's room, just about to raise my hand to knock on the door was open from the inside. Then a beautiful figure rushed out, bang, Xianying bumped into Jiang Mu, Xianying, ouch. It hurts. Fuck. You blind dog Menghan? Why are you here? I miss you so much. Jiang Mu, who had a bump on his forehead, almost burst into a curse. Fortunately, he remembered in time that he was a bootlicker in front of Shui Menghan. So you can't scold her to her face. Menghan, are you okay? Let me help you up. Jiang Mu, with a look of concern on his face, helped Shui Menghan up from the ground. Because Shui Menghan's dress was a little messy, Jiang Mu saw the emerald green fabric inside her collar. The word dream was embroidered on the cloth. However, the word dream is the opposite to is she wearing her belly band backwards? Oh. It's Jiang Mu. I have to go back. Goodbye. As soon as Shui Menghan saw Jiang Mu, her already flushed face immediately turned redder than a tomato. As the fragrant wind blew away, the whole person rushed out of the private spaceship in a whoosh moment. The speed was so fast that Jiang Mu couldn't react for a moment. What on earth is she doing? Didn't you say you were coming to find me? Why did you suddenly run away when you saw me? I don't understand. Looking at Shui Menghan's back as she disappeared into the woods, Jiang Mu's skin was almost broken. This time. A strange fragrance came from behind me. You can still feel a slight warmth. Turning around, Ding Nanrong was standing there. Her beautiful long hair was tied up high, and the blush on her cheeks had not yet completely faded. The purple silk pajamas were hung on her plump body, and the neckline, which was originally not big, was stretched to the maximum by the offending curved object. There are still crystal clear water droplets on the snow-white neck and collarbone, and you can vaguely see the steep peaks inside. Overall, she looks like a plump beauty who has been hidden for many years, but her expression looked indifferent. It seems that you are still a little unhappy. This made Jiang Mu feel guilty and scared. Ronger, what's wrong with you? Maybe it was because he was hit by her holy light arrow before, so he felt guilty. Ding Nanrong stared at Jiang Mu and said indifferently, where have you been these past 2 days? Well, Jiang Mu was speechless. Wiped out. I almost forgot. Ding Nanrong, my personal maid, is almost inseparable from me. In addition to being responsible for my daily life, the most important thing is to keep me safe, but I took advantage of the time when she was recovering from the water poison and secretly ran out to play. If she gets angry, she will beat me. I didn't go anywhere. I just fished nearby, played in the water, ate some seafood, and looked at the mountains. There was no danger at all, really. Jiang Mu had no choice but to make up some reasonable nonsense. Anyway, she doesn't know whether it is true or not. There won't be a next time. Ding Nanrong said this coldly and prepared to close the door. Ronger, wait. Why is Shui Menghan in your room? Jiang Mu quickly called her, but her eyes suddenly turned cold. There seems to be a hint of murderous intent. Jiang Mu felt a chill, but in order to know the reason why Shui Menghan came here, he could only bear the pressure and ask carefully, Ronger, what is Shui Menghan doing here? I heard she spent a whole day and night here. You know that, right? He tried to speak in a soothing tone and forced a smile, fearing that she would beat him if she was unhappy. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Only Jiang Mu was left outside, forcing an ugly smile. Damn, who is the maid? Who is the lord? Why am I afraid of her? Are you afraid that she will kill me? She might actually kill me. Jiang Mu lost his temper instantly. He clearly remembered a previous reincarnation. I was unhappy with her constraints and her disobedience to orders. So she scolded her in person, asked her to distinguish between superiors and inferiors, and asked her to pay attention to the status of a maid. She replied calmly, really? Then, I almost closed my eyes and opened them again. Forget it, I'd better think about it myself. And we have to think about Han Yuqing's sudden appearance here. Damn, the black water demon thing is also confusing. Oh, I have no idea what to do. I'm so tired. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. Jiang Mu returned to his room. There was no storyline about him during the last 2 days of the hunting season. He planned to record these bad things in the form of a diary on the steep cliff, in the hidden cave. Master, that Han Yuqing is interested in my disciple's potential. So she would regularly provide her disciples with training resources. She hopes that when her disciple breaks through to the void refinement realm in the future, he will help her defeat the Shenyang sect. Disciple thinks she has a very good eye. Ling Outyan was sitting cross-legged, eating the magical herbs and medicines given by Han Yuqing to heal his injuries. At the same time, he was communicating with the black water demon in his mind. Master, how are you recovering? Are these demon cores enough to restore your strength? Well enough. In the storage ring space, the black water evil with a snake tail and a human body was absorbing the demon core on the stone bed. Because there are many demon cores, and one of them is in the transformation realm, this allowed her strength to return to almost its previous state. Master, you say, my disciple has such great potential, will he be able to break through to the martial god realm in the future? Meeting. Heishui replied without a doubt. In the past, she was unsure. After all, Ling Outyan is not only lucky, inexplicably confident, easily fascinated by beautiful women, but also bears the hatred of the village's destruction. There doesn't seem to be anything worth noting. The only thing worth noting is that you should obey the orders of your demon master. But now, she had read the diary. After knowing that Ling Outyan is the male protagonist, she was absolutely certain that Ling Outyan would become a martial god in the future. Ha ha ha. This proves that Master's teaching is good. That's why my disciple's potential has been tapped. Ha ha ha. Ling Outyan laughed out loud and felt very happy. Master, I have always believed that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong can have everything. Disciple, be strong. Ling Outyan said proudly. The young and beautiful Shui Menghan also came to mind. I thought of the graceful and sweet Lu Churad. I thought of the cold and mature Ding Nanrong. I thought of the charming and pretty Han Yuqing. He even thought of the cute little girl in a black dress and long straight black hair, his master, Heishuisha. So, I, Ling Outyan, will become an unrivaled powerhouse. To obtain what belongs to me. It may be because of Han Yuqing's investment and the recognition of his master Heishuisha. Ling Outyan's self-confidence is overflowing at this moment. He seemed to be able to see the domineering scene of himself becoming the god of war, ruling the world and having beauties in his harem. Yes, only the strong can possess everything. Heishuisha agreed with this statement very much, but she realized even more deeply that a strong and kind person would lose everything. One day, this god will make them pay an unimaginable price. Muttering to himself, Heishuisha's golden vertical pupils shrank extremely sharply. Suddenly, she felt something. So he immediately stopped absorbing the demon core. Summoned Jiang Mu's private diary. Then I saw that there was a diary update. March 10th. Cloudy. My mood is even darker than today's cloudy sky. There are 3 women who make me very upset. Very upset. Very fucking upset. 3 women? Will there be me? The black water demon was on high alert. There is very little information about myself recorded in my diary. So, she looks forward to the update of her diary every day. So I concentrated on reading my diary. Chapter 36. I won't do this question about a crooked character. First is the black water evil. As the third female master, as Ling Outyan's master, as a being in the demon god realm. She will shine in the later stages. But in the early stage, especially in the current hunting season plot. She's really low-key. She won't escape from the ring. But what was the result? Not only did this damned bitch escape, she even blew up Sha Wuwen's base. It even nearly caused Ling Outyan to be killed by Sha Wuwen. Grass. I feel tired and numb, and I really want to drink some happy water. This damn bitch, why did she go astray for no apparent reason? As the saying goes, a single hair can move the entire body. She's already gone astray at the beginning, so will the ending where she sacrifices herself for Ling Outyan also go astray? What? Will this god sacrifice himself for Ling Outyan? How is this possible? The black water evil was like being struck by lightning. The golden vertical pupil suddenly widened into a round shape. His face was full of shock. It's funny to say it. Originally, the author of this book intended to incorporate a theme, specifically the theme of Jakimozu. But then a document came down midway, prohibiting me from writing anything. including anything about the relationship between the master and the apprentice. So, the author, a coward, was so scared that he immediately changed the relationship between the master and the apprentice. No, it's better to say it's messed up than to say it's been changed. The author simply changed the happy ending of the little lowly Haishuisha into a tragedy, not only failing to get revenge, but even making her sacrifice herself for Ling Outyen. This not only made Ling Outyen successful, bringing him closer to the martial god realm, but also allowed him to inherit his hatred, driving the plot forward, sparking conflicts, and making the story even more dramatic. The final part is even euphemistically called it, saying it gives readers a beautiful, strong and tragic image that resonates deeply with the readers. After all, tragedy is often the most touching impossible. The black water demon's pupils shrank sharply. A fierce murderous aura burst out from the space in the ring. It instantly filled the entire cliff cave. Ling Outyen was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Master? What's wrong with you? Shut up! The black water demon roared fiercely, scaring Ling Outyen so much that he dared not say a word. She stared at the diary intently, her face gloomy and pale, the delicate palms were clenched into fists, making a clucking sound. Isn't this god the heroine? Don't heroines always have happy endings? I don't understand why this damn bitch is so crooked. I really don't understand. Then it was Han Yuqing. Han Yuqing, this pervert, was originally supposed to parachute into the Wuyo sect today. What's the result now? She came to the monster mountain range and committed a sin. She even met me, and in order to please me, she was willing to do anything. If I nodded, she would probably be happy to stay in the cave with me until the hunt was over. Hey, isn't it normal for a husband to fuck his wife? You can do it as long as you want, hee hee. Han Yuqing walked out of the monster mountain range while reading Jiang Mu's private diary and humming a tune. Since my husband doesn't want to see me now, I have no choice but to go find Miss Shui first. Otherwise, in this desolate mountain and wilderness, I'm afraid I'll be eaten by monsters. Sudden, a bone saber leopard jumped out of the jungle. The leopard was as big as a buffalo, with bone spurs as sharp as blades on its back, and a pair of scarlet eyes fixed on Han Yuqing. The bone-blade leopard roared and pounced on Han Yuqing. Ah! It's a demon beast in the Kaiguang realm. I'm about to be eaten. Help! Laugh! A cold glint of a dagger flashed, and blood spilled all over the ground. The bone-blade leopard's body, which was as strong as a buffalo, was split into two. Hey, you can't eat me, so I'll eat you instead. Han Yuqing smiled happily and dismembered the bone-blade leopard with the dagger in her hand. Damn, I don't know where this pervert is now. Could she be going to look for Shui Menghan? After all, the city lord's mansion spaceship is so large that you can see it from any high vantage point. What if she really finds Shui Menghan? One of them is my fiancé, and the other is also my fiancé. If we get together, we should get along very harmoniously. After all, Shui Menghan hates me so much that she wishes Han Yuqing would keep me under guard so that I can no longer pester her. Han Yuqing? Shui Menghan, who was sitting under a tree to rest, looked at Jiang Mu's private diary in his hand and frowned in thought. Who is Han Yuqing? Oh, I remember now. She's that bastard's fiancé too. When Shui Menghan learned that Han Yuqing was also Jiang Mu's fiancé, she had a strange feeling. It was an indescribable, uncomfortable feeling. First of all, she herself was engaged to Jiang Mu, so it was legitimate, and the marriage certificate is still kept in the drawer. But this woman named Han Yuqing, she is also Jiang Mu's fiancé. However, Han Yuqing was only called his fiancé in words. Jiang Mu's parents left a verbal wish when they were dying a year ago, saying that they hoped Jiang Mu would marry Han Yuqing. At that time, Shui Menghan was very happy. Although Jiang Mu is not a good person, he is a filial son. So he would definitely follow his parents' wishes and marry Han Yuqing. As long as he marries Han Yuqing, he won't be able to bother me anymore. But now, when he learned that Han Yuqing was also Jiang Mu's fiancé, she was actually a little worried about gains and losses. An illusion? When I get back, I'm going to marry that pervert Han Yuqing. As everyone knows, the one I love is Shui Menghan. According to my villain character, even after I marry Han Yuqing, I will still be licking Shui Menghan, and I'm even willing to die for her. But because I was arrogant and dissolute, I was lazy in cultivation, often relying on medicinal baths and pills to replace cultivation. I had no ambition to improve myself, and I only thought about playing all day instead of taking care of the sec. So, Xue Menghan disliked him very much and even disliked him extremely. Extremely disgusted? It seems not that disgusting. Xue Menghan muttered to himself. When I saw the line, even after I marry Han Yuqing, I will still lick Xue Menghan, and even be willing to die for Xue Menghan, her face flushed unconsciously. TSK. Who wants you to die for me? Go die. Damn it, if she hates me, why did she come to me? Even spending the night in my private spaceship? What will others think? The heroine spends the night with the villain. Is this King Shui-Wen? This is totally off the D5 spectrum. I don't understand, I really don't understand. I won't do this question with a crooked personality. First, Ding Nanrong's character design was distorted. She changed her look for no apparent reason and even asked me if it looked good. Then Xue Menghan's character was distorted. She came to me for no apparent reason, but after seeing me, she went back without saying anything. Then Black Water Demon's character design went awry. She inexplicably blew up the sandworm stronghold and almost turned me into her loyal slave. Now Han Yuqing's character has been distorted. She came to the Monster Mountain range for no apparent reason and even performed a flesh-cutting show for me. Ha, the collective character design is distorted. Yeah. Knock knock knock. Jiang Mu had just finished writing in his diary to vent his anger. Then I heard someone knocking on the door. I said, Ding Nanrong, go and open the door. It was indeed her. She had already done her hair into a jellyfish style with 2 braids and was wearing a purple tube top mini dress. Snow white skin, a sinuous curve, long legs, and a cold and beautiful face. Jiang Mu had to look up and down several times to show his respect. I'm going to be out for a while. Stay in the Thunder Light ship and don't go out. Ding Nanrong gave him an instruction and turned to leave. Okay. Jiang Mu replied subconsciously. By the time I reacted, I saw her jumping off the spaceship. That's not right. Who is the master and who is the servant? Damn. Besides, according to her personality, she should always stay by my side to protect me and not leave me alone on the spaceship. Where is she going? Jiang Mu had a bad feeling that something was going to happen when Ding Nanrong went out. He really wanted to follow and find out what was going on. Dante Nanrong is a cultivator in the Guiyuan realm. I simply can't keep up with her speed, never mind. Anyway, in the original book, when the important characters don't have their own plot, nothing they do will affect the main plot. Well, the premise is that what you do does not directly or indirectly affect other important characters. Ding Nanrong soon arrived at the shore of the huge lake. She jumped lightly and flew into the air right above the huge lake, hovering there. Then he opened his arms, palms facing down, and said indifferently, Shui Yuan Tian Mu Wu Zhang. The entire calm lake surface below seemed to be pulled by something and suddenly became turbulent. Crash, a huge column of water suddenly shot up from the lake and swirled into the sky. After reaching a high altitude, the water column spreads out in all directions like a curtain covering the sky. The originally gloomy sky seemed to become even gloomier and colder as the water curtain covered it. In just a moment, the water in the giant lake was drained, and in the sky, a huge water curtain suddenly formed, covering the sky. Fall. Ding Nanrong's secret seal is introduced. The sky-covering water curtain suddenly scattered, forming tiny water droplets all over the sky, spreading and falling towards the Monster Mountain range below. The coverage area is so wide that the radius reaches hundreds of miles. Those tiny drops of water. It fell on the flowers, plants, and trees. Fell into the mountains and rivers. It fell deep into the canyon. It fell on various monsters. Of course, it also fell on the human cultivators. The water droplets were so tiny that the monsters and human cultivators were completely unaware of them. Ding Nanrong mobilized the water element power in her body and sensed it carefully. Soon, she sensed that in the southeast direction, there was a woman's spiritual power fluctuation, which was very strong. The return origin realm is not right. It's the Qi-Si realm, the 9th level. Based on the direction she's moving, she should be heading towards the location of the lightning ship at the City Lord's mansion. I found you. Han Yuqing. A cold light flashed across Ding Nanrong's eyes. A water lotus sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The figure moved, and the whole person flew into the air at a high speed. That direction was where Han Yuqing was. Chapter 37, Heaven's Eye. Ding, congratulations to the host. The diary is written successfully. Temperament +2, 14/100. Appearance +2, 14 out of 100. Reward, one eye in the sky, spiritual technique, reward introduction, I can see what the sky sees. I can spy on any place in the Tsanling realm. Note, the Tsong Tian Imu consumes a large amount of mental strength, willpower, and spiritual power, so it can only be used once a day. The duration depends on the mental strength, willpower, and spiritual power. I'm just complaining about the bad things that happened today, and I haven't written today's plot. Why is there a reward for this? Didn't they say that you can only get a reward if you write a diary related to the plot every day? Could it be that the dog system sees that I'm so upset and is giving me some consolation reward? Or, seeing that I'm bored these past few days, you specially gave me a voyeuristic toy? Jiang Mu was very surprised. I was also very surprised. I didn't expect that I would get a reward just for writing about the troubles of the heroine and supporting actresses without writing about the plot of the day. Can you spy on any place in the entire Tsanling realm? Damn it, why didn't this one-eyed man show up earlier? Jiang Mu was very indignant. If only this reward had come sooner, I don't have to go and see in person whether the black water evil has gone astray, and I won't be subjected to her black water soul erosion technique, although I didn't get infected in the end, but the feud between the two has already been formed. I threw her into a sinkhole 100 meters deep. She is a cruel person who holds grudges. This will more or less affect the subsequent plot. Well, it seems better to go see the black water demon in person. After all, if I hadn't personally gone over there, I wouldn't have absorbed her black water poison, wouldn't have grown stronger, wouldn't have used the poison explosion pill to sneak attack Sha Wuwen, and ultimately, wouldn't have been able to let Ling Outyin kill Sha Wuwen, thus changing the plot's outcome. Well, then, how effective is this Tsong Tian Imu? Try it. Using the Tsong Tian Imu consumes a lot of mental strength, willpower and spiritual power. So Jiang Mu lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. I thought to myself, one eye from the sky. In an instant Jiang Mu had a sense of emptiness. It was like my soul floated out in the darkness, and vision is looking down at the world below. As the vision slowly rises, the outline of the world below gradually emerged from the darkness. Finally, a map of the Tsongling realm appeared in Jiang Mu's sight. Wow. So this is what the monster mountain range looks like. It's so majestic and spectacular. Directly below the visual field is the monster mountain range. It looks like a dozen ancient dragons lying side by side, with countless deep valleys and basins, and high peaks piercing the clouds. The area is so large that it is difficult to see the whole thing at a glance. North of the monster mountain range is the southern border, which is located in Lizhou, which is located in the southwest of the entire Zhouzhou continent. South of the monster mountain range is the vast southern border monster territory, which is the paradise of the monster clan. Yesterday, Sha Wuwen escaped back to the southern border demon territory with his last breath hanging on. It can be said that this monster mountain range, which stretches for tens of thousands of miles, is a small dividing line between the Kyushu continent and the southern frontier monster territory. 3 years ago, the Woyo sect resisted the invasion of the southern border demon tribe in this monster mountain range. Jiang Mu lowered his vision. The image below also enlarges. Green mountains and forests, waterfalls, streams and lakes, flying birds and running animals can all be seen clearly. What a convenient spying skill! Jiang Mu controlled his vision, moving it this way and that while enjoying the scenery. Also, take the opportunity to appreciate how those monks fight monsters. Within the screen in a wasteland, several male and female monks were surrounding and killing a wolf king. The battle was very fierce. On a river bank, several male and female monks were struggling to force an 8-legged river pig ashore. The battle was fierce. On a certain mountain, several male and female monks were using long-range spiritual magic to attack a group of lion vultures. The battle was very fierce. In a small forest, there were 2 monks, a male and a female, lying together in dishevel. The battle was fierce. Oh my goodness, Mashiro. Look out! There's a 4-eyed hyena in the bushes. No. Shit! Jiang Mu's lower body tightened. This bloody scene almost made him lose his sight. He quickly moved the screen away. Go see something else. Ha! Shui Menghan hasn't returned to her spaceship yet? Jiang Mu was shocked to see Shui Menghan, wearing a long green dress, sitting under a tree, her arms waving in the air. Her hand twitched? This scene made Jiang Mu laugh. This time, a group of people entered the scene and came in front of Shui Menghan in an orderly manner. Chapter 38. What the hell is this? Judging from their attire, they are guards from the city lord's mansion. No sound? I don't know if I can hear what they are saying. As I was thinking this, I heard the voice of the person in the picture talking in my mind. Bullfrog. I can even hear the sound. Jiang Mu was very impressed by this vision. He listened curiously, wanting to know what they were talking about. Miss, the city lord has learned that you secretly went to see sect master Jiang. The city lord is very worried. He ordered us to come and take you back. One of the guards, who looked like a captain, leaned forward and clasped his hands, asking Shui Menghan for instructions. Oh, thank you for your hard work, let's go. Shui Menghan stood up and brought a group of guards with him, walked towards the city lord's mansion spaceship. It turns out she ran away secretly and her father found out. Jiang Mu moved the screen again, looking for Ling Aotian's location. It's the 4th day of hunting season. In the original plot, Ling Aotian should have been recovering from his injuries in the cliff cave. As the picture rotates, a steep cliff appeared in the picture. Jiang Mu concentrated his mind and tried to see if he could see through the soil. The result is really good. Within the screen, a little Lolita in a black dress and long straight black hair was facing the young man in a black robe on the ground, beating him madly. The little Lolita's expression was extremely cruel. The young man in black robe on the ground was curled up with his head in his hands, spitting blood. It looks like it's almost over this? What's going on? Haishuisha is beating his own apprentice? You two don't have any grudges against each other, right? What the hell is this? Jiang Mu's scalp suddenly went numb. Master, what's wrong with you? Ling Aotian said in a painful voice that he had been meditating, absorbing the elixir to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, his master, Black Water Demon, appeared. She didn't say anything, just beat him up. The look in her eyes was as if I owed her a life. He was beaten so badly that he almost died. Nothing, I just noticed you were lazy, so I whipped you. Haishuisha said coldly. Then his body changed shape and turned into a ball of black mist, and drilled into Ling Aotian's storage ring. At the same time, a warning, don't disturb me until the hunting season ends, grass. What's wrong with this master-disciple relationship? Jiang Mu was so frightened that his throat became blocked and he almost suffocated. According to the characters, the relationship between the master and the apprentice, even if not ambiguous, is still quite harmonious. Why was it that when Haishuisha was beating Ling Aotian just now, he seemed to want to kill him as soon as possible? It's really fucking good. It's numb. By the way, what about that pervert? Jiang Mu suddenly thought of Han Yuqing. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling. What would she be doing now? With her cultivation level of the 9th level of the Qi Si realm, she can practically roam the outer reaches of the monster mountain range. But it seems like she didn't come here to hunt monsters. Is she after the monster core? But after she marries me, half of the Wuyo sect will belong to her. So what is she doing here? No, I have to see her, then Jiang Mu will be on the screen. He quickly located the cave where he and Han Yuqing had spent the night. Looking through the soil, I saw that there was no one inside the cave. There were only 2 giant hind leg bones of monsters and some barbecue grills and utensils inside. It looks like she left. So where will she go? Are you going to look for Shui Menghan? Jiang Mu moved the screen in the direction of the city lord's mansion spaceship. In the picture, a beautiful woman wearing a lake blue dress appeared. Found it, Han Yuqing. This woman is Han Yuqing, and in front of her, there was actually a woman standing. The woman, wearing a tube-top miniskirt, had a beautiful face and a cold expression. Ding Nanrong? Fuck. Did these 2 women run into each other? Jiang Mu's face was solemn. He didn't know what would happen if they met early. Well, let's go see them. Jiang Mu immediately lifted his eye and jumped up from the bed. After opening the door, go straight to where the 2 women are. Chapter 39. Please don't kill me. Swamp forest wetland. Han Yuqing looked at Ding Nanrong, who was blocking the way ahead, like a mouse seeing a cat, facing a formidable enemy. Her whole body was tense, and she gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, her palms already sweating, but on the surface, there was a bright smile. I know you were Sect Master Zhang's maid. The monster mountain range is full of dangers. Why don't you stay by Sect Master Zhang's side and come here alone? Aren't you afraid that Sect Master Jiang will get angry and expel you from the worry-free sect? He. Ding Nanrong lowered the water lotus sword and replied calmly, no one can expel me from the Wuyo sect. Han Yuqing seemed to understand. Oh, I remember. Because you once saved Jiang Mu's life, Jiang Mu's parents wanted to adopt you as their adopted daughter, but you voluntarily submitted and willingly became Jiang Mu's maid. She tilted her head again to express her confusion, but you shouldn't have left Sect Master Jiang even a step away. You're derelict in your duty. Ding Nanrong still said calmly, so what? Han Yuqing's head was tilted and she almost choked. Ding Nanrong, Su Wen Jiang Mu's personal maid, relies on her powerful Guiyuan realm cultivation to do as she pleases and has no regard for the sect's rules, not to mention Jiang Mu, the leader of Woyo sect. Even several senior elders in the sect could not command her. When I saw it today, it was indeed true, but Han Yuqing didn't quite understand. Why did this woman Ding Nanrong block her way, and judging from the murderous aura emanating from him, I'm afraid he has bad intentions. Why, I didn't offend her, did I? Could it be that she has learned of my plan to seize the Woyo sect? Han Yuqing was shocked and confused. She pretended to be relaxed and said with a sly smile, Ronger, you should know that in a few days, I will marry Jiang Mu and become the sect master's wife. Are you here to greet your future sect master's wife? No. Then why are you here? Are you here to enjoy the scenery? He. Han Yuqing smiled on the surface, but placed one hand on her back and secretly made hand seals. The spiritual power surged in Ding Nanrong's body, and the water lotus sword in her hand trembled slightly. A water dragon emerged from the sword and fell into the pool of water on the ground. Her eyes gradually turned cold as she stared at Han Yuqing and said, I'm here to kill you. The words fell with the cold wind. Ding Nanrong hadn't moved yet, but Han Yuqing moved first. She stomped her foot on the ground, splashing water, and rushed towards Ding Nanrong. The dagger in his hand emitted a strong mysterious light. With a hum, he came up with a full-strength attack from the 9th level of Qi-Hai realm. Xiantian Luyan slash. Han Yuqing had a crazy look on her face and suddenly swung the dagger horizontally. A beam of light as strong as the sun shot out from the dagger and cut across Ding Nanrong's abdomen. With a puff, Ding Nanrong was actually cut into two halves by Lu Guang. But Han Yuqing did not relax. She didn't think that Ding Nanrong, who was in the Guiyuan realm, would easily die from a full-strength attack from the Qi-Hai realm. So after a successful attack, she had no desire to fight. After passing Ding Nanrong's upper and lower corpses, he fled straight towards the Shuecheng spaceship. As long as he escaped to Shuecheng's spaceship, he would be safe. After all, the city lord Shui Yuanshan could not sit idly by and watch the safety of the future wife of the Woyo sect's leader. Her body suddenly stopped and she felt something pulling at her waist. He looked down in horror. I found that my waist was tightly wrapped by a water dragon that emerged from the pond. The two halves of Ding Nanrong's corpse behind her turned into a pool of water and fell into the pool on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Ding Nanrong's figure appeared in front of her. How dare you? You dare to kill me? You dare to murder the sect master's wife? Han Yuqing's face turned pale, and she slashed at the water dragon with her dagger desperately, trying to break free from its entanglement. Ding Nanrong slowly raised the water lotus sword in her hand and said coldly, it is precisely because you are the sect master's wife that I want to kill you. Why? How did I offend you? Han Yuqing screamed and chopped the water dragon more and more quickly, her hands and feet beginning to tremble, but the water dragon could not be cut off no matter how hard they tried, and instead it became tighter and tighter. You haven't offended me, but your future actions will hinder me. After Ding Nanrong finished speaking, she stabbed the water lotus sword towards Han Yuqing's heart. Wait! Han Yuqing screamed. Do you have any last words? Ding Nanrong stopped and stared at her coldly, looking at the sharp sword tip hovering in front of her heart. Han Yuqing was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her back. Her legs went weak and she knelt down at Ding Nanrong's feet, still trembling and crying, Ronger. Sister Rong. Please don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. Please don't kill me. He kowtowed heavily while saying bang bang bang. His forehead was broken and bleeding, blood slid across her beautiful cheek and across the butterfly scar. It made her crying face look unusually weird, perhaps out of compassion. Ding Nanrong's expression was slightly moved. The hand holding the water lotus sword couldn't help but loosen a little. Xian Yang Yao Dao Guang. Die, bitch. Sudden, Han Yuqing kowtowed, her whole body emitting dazzling light, and her lake blue dress began to burst. In an instant, the water dragon wrapped around her waist exploded along with her dress. Her entire body transformed into a dazzling white light like the sun, and she shot towards Ding Nanrong from the spot. Because the two sides are very close, Ding Nanrong was not careful and was pierced through the abdomen by the white light. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ding Nanrong's throat. She looked bitter and quickly covered the bloody hole in her abdomen. The water lotus sword in his hand fell into the pool, and then he made a seal. Shuai Yuan Yuan Sheng. The pools of water on the ground around them instantly turned into streams of water one after another. All the water columns gathered into the bloody hole in her abdomen. Apparently, she was nursing an injury. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to shoot you to death. Ha ha ha. Han Yuqing's sneak attack was successful and she let out a crazy laugh, but because she used the secret technique of Shenyang sect, not only did her dress burst, but her skin all over her body also burst, forming cracks that were bleeding. Plus, she was covered in scars. The whole person looks like a beautiful doll with a torn body. Ding Nanrong, who was always calm, felt horrified when she saw the scars all over her body. While Ding Nanrong was recovering from her injuries, Han Yuqing turned around and fled quickly, not caring about her naked body. He didn't forget to leave some harsh words. When I become the sect master's wife, I will definitely skin you, Ding Nanrong, and tear your bones to pieces. However, as she stepped across a pool of water with her long legs, a water lotus sword shot up into the sky from the pond. She was so startled that her lower body twitched and she quickly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the water lotus sword turned and stabbed back. Laugh. The water lotus sword pierced her lower back, pinning her to the ground. Let me go. Han Yuqing screamed in pain. She frantically grabbed the water lotus sword on her back, trying to pull it out. However, even though her hand was bleeding, the water lotus sword remained motionless. Ding Nanrong, who had recovered from her injuries, leaped up and landed lightly in front of her. Sister Rong, please don't kill me. Han Yuqing's bloody hand immediately grabbed Ding Nanrong's snow-white feet and cried and begged. Blood and tears covered her beautiful face. He looked extremely miserable. Chapter 40. Han Yuqing is dead. Looking at Han Yuqing, who was begging and struggling at his feet, Ding Nanrong remained unmoved. She took out the second water lotus sword from her ring and pointed the tip of the sword at Han Yuqing's back, planning to give her a fatal blow. No! Don't kill me! No! Han Yuqing's pupils seemed to be shaking. This time she was really scared and felt death. Truly, the 9th level of Qi-Hai realm is infinitely close to Guiyuan realm, but after all, it is still the Qi-Hai realm, a major realm away, like a natural chasm, almost insurmountable. What's more, Ding Nanrong is an innate Yuan body, far more powerful than ordinary cultivators. So from the beginning, she, Han Yuqing, has no chance of winning at all. Sister Rong. Good sister. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you great benefits once I firmly take the position of the sect master's wife. No. I will give you whatever you want. I will listen to you in everything. Han Yuqing kowtowed and begged in despair, no longer having the slightest thought of resisting, because the kowtow movement was too large. The sword blade nailed to the waist cut the wound larger, and blood sprayed out like a spray, dyeing the snow-white back covered with scars red. But Han Yuqing turned a deaf ear and continued to kowtow. Every time you kowtow, blood mist will spray out. Looking at this bloody scene, Ding Nanrong remained calm and said calmly, "You can't give me what I want. If I want to blame someone, I blame the path you've taken, which contradicts my goal." What path? I'll change. Please don't kill me. Han Yuqing seemed to see hope, and kowtowed even more violently, her forehead already covered in blood. You don't need to change. No. I will definitely change. As long as you don't kill me. The sword falls, piercing the heart. Han Yuqing's kowtow suddenly froze, her eyes widened, and the howl from her throat echoed throughout the mountains and forests. She simply couldn't accept this fact, but he also couldn't understand why Ding Nanrong would suddenly come to kill him when he had no grudge against her. Why? Why are you all doing this to me? I just want to survive. I just want to kill that scumbag. Why don't you give me a chance? Why? As darkness gradually descended before her eyes, her thoughts slowly fell into a deep sleep. After confirming that Han Yuqing was completely dead, Ding Nanrong pulled the two swords out from her back and put them back into the ring. Maybe he couldn't bear to see Han Yuqing's body exposed in the wilderness. He then used the water dissolving technique, covering her body with the water from the pond, turning the body into water as well. Finally it merged into the pool of water. Just finish these then. I heard footsteps coming from a distance. Turn around and look. Then Jiang Mu ran out of the jungle. Ronger, what are you doing here? Jiang Mu looked around curiously. Han Yuqing was nowhere to be found. Ronger, are you alone here? Have you seen Han Yuqing? Han Yuqing? Ding Nanrong seemed not to hear clearly. Jiang Mu explained, yes, the one you met a year ago is the daughter-in-law my parents personally recognized as their daughter-in-law, Han Yuqing, the pride of the Shenyang sect, my future wife, and your future sect master's wife. Yes, I did. After I exchanged some words with her, she left. Left? Where did she go? I don't know. I'm not interested in her. Ding Nanrong replied calmly, then asked coldly, You remember I told you to stay inside the Thunderbolt ship? Didn't you listen? Well, damn, this old maid really doesn't give people any face at all. Jiang Mu was frightened by her tyranny and had to make up a story. I heard that Han Yuqing came to the Monster Mountain range. I was bored staying in the boat alone, so I came out to see if I could see her. Well, let's go back. Ding Nanrong nodded and walked towards the Lei Guang ship. Perhaps because she had killed Han Yuqing and eliminated the factor that was hindering her goal, she was in a good mood and did not blame Jiang Mu for going out without permission. Jiang Mu looked around the vast swamp wetland again. I found that there were only 2 people and puddles of water on the ground. I didn't see Han Yuqing. She probably went to look for Shui Manghan. Roar. Suddenly, a roar of a monster was heard from the depths of the forest, which scared Jiang Mu. He had no choice but to keep up with Ding Nanrong's pace. Just got back to the private spacecraft. A cold voice suddenly came from Jiang Mu's mind. Byte, Resurrection of the Dead status has been updated. Host, please pay attention and check. Resurrection of the Dead, does this thing have an update function? Open the personal rewards panel out of curiosity. Name, Jiang Mu temperament, 14 out of 100 appearance, 14 out of 100 reward, pretend to be beaten reward, forcing a man to become a steel body reward, good waste reward, body that carries all kinds of poisons reward, void god hidden, spiritual art, reward 6. Resurrection of the Dead, rules, reward 7, one eye in the sky, spiritual technique, tip, click on the reward to view details. Jiang Mu moved his fingers, click reward, Resurrection of the Dead, rules. Then, the panel information changed, reward, Resurrection of the Dead, rules, introduction, heaven is father, earth is mother, and grandpa is the god of rebirth. Any dead character can be resurrected only once. Note, characters resurrected through Resurrection of the Dead can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Note, characters resurrected through Resurrection of the Dead will randomly receive one of the following rewards from the host: forcing people to have a body of steel, a body that carries all kinds of poisons hidden in the void, spiritual art, one eye of the sky, spiritual art. Note, the host will permanently lose the rewards obtained by the resurrected character. Currently resurrectable characters: Han Yuqing, female villain. Tip, click on the character to view details. WTF? What's the meaning? Han Yuqing is dead? Look at the column at the bottom. Currently resurrectable characters: Han Yuqing, female villain. Jiang Mu suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this? Why did Han Yuqing die? System, get out here. Why would such an important female supporting character suddenly die? Come out. No matter how anxiously Jiang Mu called out, the system never responded. Braze. Dog system. After cursing angrily, Jiang Mu gradually calmed down. The real reason why he was angry was not Han Yuqing's death, because after her own plot is completed, Han Yuqing will also die, but she didn't die now. Looking at the name Han Yuqing, Jiang Mu's expression at this moment it was like eating hundreds of kilograms of fresh sauerkraut from the earth. It was smoked beyond recognition. Chapter 41. Come to the front, squat, or kneel. Jiang Mu moved his fingers, click Han Yuqing, female villain, to view her details. Then in the panel information changed. Name, Han Yuqing, age, 26, role villain, relationship, your future wife, cultivation realm, Qi realm, 9th level, status, dead, can be revived, operation click to revive shit. She's really dead. Jiang Mu's mouth and eyebrows twitched wildly. Han Yuqing's sudden death made him feel incredible, but I also feel fear, the fear of the unknown future plot. I have been reincarnated for more than 70 times. In fact, many things happened that were inconsistent with the original plot, but that was all caused by my own actions. For example, he once contradicted Ding Nanrong and was beheaded by her. For example, if he ventured into the demon territory of southern border without permission, he would be torn into pieces and eaten by a group of ferocious demons. If, for example, he secretly drove a private lightning boat, trying to fly across the Zhouzhou continent and reach the Beishua holy mountain to witness how narcissistic Bai Qixua, the most beautiful woman in that Sangling realm, was. As a result, he was shot down by someone who mistook it for an air raid and was smashed into pieces. If, for example, he secretly followed Lihua, the leader of Lihua Pavilion, to experience the scenery of the Nine Fox Kingdom and appreciate the true meaning of the Kingdom of Women. As a result, he was raped by a group of fox spirits because he was too handsome. Anyway, he died, but there has never been an important character who died so suddenly like now. Just follow the plot quietly. It's numb, it's numb, it's numb. Could it be that Ding Nanrong killed her? Jiang Mu never doubted that it was Ding Nanrong who killed Han Yuqing, but Ding Nanrong said that she was just sparring with Han Yuqing. After more than 70 reincarnations, he knew very well that there was basically no conflict between Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing. So he would rather believe that Han Yuqing was killed by a monster. There's no other way. We can only revive Han Yuqing now, otherwise the subsequent plot won't be able to proceed at all. By the way, ask her how she died. Resurrection. Jiang Mu made a quick decision and clicked resurrection. Byte, you used resurrection of the dead rules, resurrected character, Han Yuqing. The character is being resurrected, please wait. 0.1%, 0.49%, 0.99%. Byte, Han Yuqing was resurrected successfully. Han Yuqing received your reward, Void God Hiding, Spiritual Art. You lost the reward, Void God Hidden, Spiritual Art. After the system sound. A ball of dazzling light like the sun appeared out of nowhere in front of Jiang Mu. Boom, a naked, beautiful woman fell from the ball of light to the floor, then the ball of light disappeared. What the hell? Why is she not wearing any clothes? Jiang Mu opened his eyes wide as he looked at Han Yuqing sleeping naked on the ground. Hiss. Even with all the scars on her body, she's still so awesome. Xiao had seen Han Yuqing's body countless times, but every time I see her legs, waist, arms, legs and back, I see those dense, ugly scars. He was deeply shocked. As expected of a woman who often abuses herself. Silently Jiang Mu squatted down and carried her like a princess. According to the progress of the original plot, the two have not yet gotten married, so it is impossible for them to have a substantial relationship. What's more, his villain character hated her, therefore, even if she threw herself into his arms, he would not go beyond the line in the slightest. Jiang Mu held her in his arms without any distractions, put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Alas, I don't know when she will wake up. After waking up, I don't know what she will do to me. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. My head hurts. Jiang Mu rubbed his temples and sat down at the table. Maybe because he had used the Tsong Tian Mu before, which caused him to be mentally exhausted. Plus, these bad things happen frequently. To the point of physical and mental exhaustion. He lay down on the table and slowly fell asleep. At the other side. No1 Canyon. Lord City Lord, this is the base of the Sandworm Demon Army. Ling Outyan pointed at the huge sinkhole in front of him, which was 100 meters deep, and said to Shui Yuanshan. After being inexplicably beaten up by his master Haishuisha this morning, he no longer wanted to hunt monsters. So he returned to the Lei Guang ship. Then I remembered what Shui Yuanshan had said before, there is a demon army base hidden in the Monster Mountain range. Their intentions are unknown. If anyone can find them, the City Lord's mansion will reward them handsomely. So he excitedly brought Shui Yuanshan and his group here. Lord City Lord. The day before yesterday, I came here by chance and discovered the stronghold of the soul-devouring Sandworm clan. I also fought with Sha Wuwen, the leader of this stronghold. But Sha Wuwen is a demon cultivator at the Transformation Realm, which is equivalent to a cultivator at the Return to Origin Realm among our human race. And I'm only at the Gathering Spirit Realm, so I'm completely no match for him. Fortunately, a wandering senior passed by and used the power of the Void Refinement Realm to blow up this stronghold. Sha Wuwen was also injured in the explosion and escaped, and I was also rescued. Ling Outyan gave a half-truthful explanation. Shui Yuanshan nodded to show that he understood. His robe fluttered without wind, and his whole body floated up and flew above the Tianqing. Begin to examine the situation of the entire stronghold. The more I looked at it, the more shocked I was. What a powerful spiritual technique! Being able to flatten a mountain, any ordinary cultivator in the Void Refinement Realm can do it. But blasting a mountain into a crater 100 meters deep is definitely not something an ordinary cultivator in the Void Refinement Realm can do. Shui Yuanshan held the root and carefully observed the huge pit. See if you can find some useful clues. According to the intelligence from Dark Knight Tower, there's a demon stronghold in the Monster Mountain range. This must be it. The purpose of this stronghold is unclear. But with a little thought, one can make a bold guess. This stronghold is likely taking advantage of the hunting season to secretly observe and collect information about the human cultivator's spiritual skills, attack methods, the cultivation levels of the sect's disciples, sect grudges, conflicts between cities, and so on. So that we can use it as a reference for our strengths and weaknesses when attacking our state in the future. And my shuecheng is directly facing the monster mountain range, so it will definitely be the first point to be attacked. Thinking worriedly, Shui Yuanshan suddenly saw a deep hole as wide as a person in the low-lying area. He then mobilized his spiritual power and dived down. Bang! The dirt flew everywhere. He instantly plunged into the deep cave. This made Ling Outyen secretly shocked. Such a strong spiritual energy. Even stronger than Ding Nanrong's. You are worthy of being the Lord of Shui City. You are worthy of being a cultivator in the Guiyuan realm. Ling Outyen knew that only by reaching the Guiyuan realm could one fly in the air. Only those who have reached the Guiyuan realm can be considered true cultivators. There are 6 realms of cultivation for the human race: the Gathering Spirit realm, the Qi-Si realm, the Return to Origin realm, the Refining Void realm, the Void and Dark realm, and the Martial God realm. The Gathering Spirit realm is just the entry level, and the attack method is simple, mainly relying on physical combat. Supplemented by spiritual techniques. Qi-Hai realm, levels 1 to 9 are for consolidating the foundation, with complex attack methods, mostly based on spiritual techniques, supplemented by physical combat, and the Guiyuan realm is the watershed. Once you reach the Guiyuan realm, you can use spiritual pressure, fly in the air, fly with a sword, maintain your youthful appearance, and so on. Ling Outyen examined his body carefully after these few days of fighting, especially with the beating from the master. This made him vaguely feel that he had the potential to break through to the Qi-Hai realm. He was confident that with just one more battle, he would be able to break through to the Qi-Hai realm. In this world where martial arts are respected, only by becoming stronger can you get what you want, including beauties. Ling Outyen clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with fighting spirit. That fiery gaze turned to the girl beside him. The girl has hip-length hair and looks youthful and beautiful. The emerald green silk dress wraps the 16-year-old figure perfectly. Shui Menghan, the most beautiful woman in Shuecheng. Menghan will definitely belong to me. Thinking secretly, Ling Outyen showed an evil smile. He wanted to talk to Shui Menghan and get closer to her, but he hasn't spoken yet. Shui Menghan interrupted with a frown. Mr. Ling, could you please not smile at me like that? I feel a little uncomfortable. Ha. Ha. Ling Outyen felt embarrassed and could only laugh to ease the situation. At this time, Shui Yuanshan crawled out of the deep cave and finally landed next to Shui Menghan. In his hand, he was holding a black box. Dad, what is this? Shui Menghan walked forward and asked curiously. This black box has clear textures and is surrounded by eerie insect limbs and shells. It seems difficult to open, Shui Yuanshan said uncertainly. It might be something Sha Woman accidentally dropped when he was escaping. Let's talk about it when we get back. It was evening. Wife. Don't rub my back naked. Come to the front and squat down. You can kneel down. Yes, that's it. Jiang Mu was mumbling in his sleep when he was suddenly awakened by the fright. He had slept on the table all afternoon. As a result, I had a dream. I actually dreamed about Han Yuqing. For me? Shaking his head, Jiang Mu rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked around. I found myself alone. Wait. Am I the only one here? Where's Han Yuqing? He turned his head sharply and looked towards the bed, but I only saw that the quilt on the bed was neatly folded. I didn't even see the resurrected Han Yuqing. Braze it. Where did she go? Sudden that he felt a warm sensation on his back. It's like someone is wrong. A woman, there was a naked woman hugging him from behind. Chapter 42, Ding Nanrom, like me, also has a diary. Oh shit, there's a ghost. Jiang Mu was so frightened that his whole body shuddered. Before he could jump, the back of his neck was pressed down. There was also a strange laughter in my ears. Hey, my good husband. Baji. Jiang Mu's face felt warm, as if he had been kissed. The eerie laughter sounded in my ears again. I'm going back to Wuyo sect first and will wait for you to come back and get married, hee. Baji, another kiss on the face, then my back felt relaxed. Then I saw the door opened and closed again. The huge and luxurious room fell into silence. As if nothing had happened just now. A long time. It's obvious that the woman just now was Han Yuqing. Jiang Mu wiped his face and realized what was happening. Han Yuqing was the only one who called him husband. As for why Han Yuqing is transparent, that must be because she used void invisibility. But why did she suddenly want to return to the sect? Didn't she say that she was afraid I would be harmed by the monsters, so she came here to protect me? That's right. She doesn't seem to know that she's already died once? Judging from her reaction, she probably doesn't know, right? Damn. Does she know or not? No, I must question her when I get back. Jiang Mu was very worried. Originally, I should be happy that I saved Han Yuqing, but now, he began to worry again that Han Yuqing's worldview would be impacted after knowing that she had died once. In other words, it will affect her personality. No! It won't have any impact. Jiang Mu slammed the table in anger, and immediately became very angry, cursing at the air. Damn it, her character has been distorted for a long time. It's not just her, but also Ding Nanrong and those other female protagonists, they've all gone astray a long time ago. The dog system didn't even come out to explain grass. He felt like he was tricked by the system into going to his grandmother's house. No, he was tricked into going to his ancestors' graves. Although the system gave me a diary and asked me to write in it, I would get rewards, but there must be something fishy going on. The most obvious difference lies in the characters of the female protagonists. It's all screwed up. After some careful consideration, Jiang Mu was 100% sure this dog system, while giving myself a diary, he also secretly distorted the characters of the heroines, even supporting characters like Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing were not spared. Is it because this is the last reincarnation? So the dog system secretly distorts the characters' personalities to increase the difficulty of clearing the game? It's really possible. Jiang Mu had no other choice. Now is the last reincarnation. Even if the system secretly distorts the character's personality and increases the difficulty, he could only follow the plot obediently and try his best to change the distorted plot back to normal. Fortunately, so far, the outcome of the plot is basically the same as the original plot, just like Han Yuqing just now. She said she wanted to go back to Woyo sect, and they would get married after he returned. Judging from the original plot, it is back on track after all. He returned to Woyo sect and married her after the hunting season ended. Don't think about it, let's have dinner. It's a nice night tonight. Jiang Mu stretched and took a plate of pastries from the table. Come to the window. While chewing, I admired the moon. Tomorrow is the last day of hunting season. Hope it ends smoothly. The moon is particularly round tonight and there are a lot of dark clouds. A large dark cloud slowly drifted by. It began to slowly eat away the moon. Darkness gradually replaced the moonlight, covering the entire monster mountain range. It also enveloped the entire private spacecraft. It also enveloped the woman hanging upside down under the window of Ding Nanrong's room. Han Yuqing. Bitch, I finally understand why you want to kill me, hey. Han Yuqing stared at Jiang Mu's private diary in her hand with a sinister smile. Originally, she couldn't understand why Ding Nanrong would kill her. It was not until Jiang Mu resurrected her that she remembered some information about Ding Nanrong in the diary. She carefully read the contents of Ding Nanrong's diary. The only thing that keeps her alive now is to stay by my side, to witness the complete decline and destruction of the Woyo sect, and then to kill me with her own hands. After understanding Ding Nanrong's goal, Han Yuqing continued to read the diary. Turn to the content about yourself. Woyo sect will not collapse, and will even grow stronger. Because I will have a wife named Han Yuqing, who will help the sect grow stronger. Hey! That is to say, Ding Nanrong, like me, also owns Jiang Mu's private diary. She knew that I would carry forward the Woyo sect in the future, so she killed me in advance. I never thought she would be so ruthless as to kill me without leaving a trace after her goal was thwarted. What a bitch. Tonight, I'm going to kill you, hee hee. Close the diary. Han Yuqing smiled seductively, then he used the seal and used the void god concealment. The body instantly became transparent and merged into the void. I didn't expect that after Jiang Mu resurrected me, he also gave me an extra gift. This void divine hiddenness, apart from the consciousness of the demon god realm or the martial god realm, there is basically no other way to detect my existence. And you, Ding Nanrong, are only at the Guiyuan realm, hee. Just let me get you, okay? Han Yuqing's body trembled slightly with excitement. She slowly climbed up to the window, stuck her head out, and peeked at Ding Nanrong's location. Are you going to bed so early? Then I'll send you to death soon. She saw Ding Nanrong lying on the bed and asleep. It slowly passed over the window and landed gently on the floor, then take out the dagger. Step by step, he walked towards Ding Nanrong's bed. Step 2, step 3 steps. Slowly Han Yuqing came to Ding Nanrong's bedside. At this moment, Ding Nanrong was wearing a purple nightgown, with her hands clasped on her abdomen, her eyes closed, and her chest swaying with her breathing. The sleeping posture is very beautiful, looking at the beauty in the billowing nightgown lying on the bed. Han Yuqing secretly praised her from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, He raised the dagger in his hand, slowly moved the tip of the dagger to Ding Nanrong's heart, but found that the heart was blocked. What's the point of growing so big? It's blocking your heart, and you can't enjoy a man's caress. Han Yuqing made a speechless expression, then, his expression instantly became extremely ferocious with his teeth bared and his eyebrows turned down. Go to hell, bitch! Squeak, the dagger fell. Ding Nanrong was stabbed to death on the spot. Her facial expression twitched, and her long legs stretched out instantly. Her hands, which were clasped on her abdomen, slowly loosened and placed on both sides of the bed. She never opened her eyes until her death. After a successful strike, Han Yuqing pulled out the dagger. Then, go die, 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 die. Squeak! 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 The next day. It's a sunny morning. Jiang Mu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a pungent smell. Yan, what the hell is that smell? He pinched his nose and woke up faintly. Why does it smell like blood? And it came from the old maid's room. She's not visiting relatives, is she? After complaining, Jiang Mu simply went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he returned to the table and sat down, call out the diary, while eating pastries, while starting to write today's diary. Chapter 43. The dog system is not a human being. March 11th, sunny. Today. It's the last day of hunting season. Even though I don't have any storylines today and can hang out as much as I want, I'm not at all happy. Because there shouldn't be too many bad things. For example, Han Yuqing said, forget it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm tired. In short, in one sentence, the characters of the heroines and supporting actresses are crooked, and really crooked. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before their character image collapses, right? Oh no, that second female lead, LV Churu, hasn't even gone astray yet. Damn it, I bet Lu Churu will definitely be crooked. Otherwise I'll cut it. Xuecheng, Dark Knight Tower. I in the room on the 7th floor. I've distanced myself from the male protagonist, Ling Outyan. I wonder if this counts as being crooked. Lu Churu, wearing a blue silk nightgown, lay lazily against the window, letting the breeze caress her figure. While enjoying the morning sun bath, she elegantly flipped through the diary. I don't know when I will appear again. Will it be after the hunting season ends? Nothing major happened today. At most, Ling Outyan was praised by Shui Yuanshan for finding the demon army's stronghold. Then Ling Outyan, while being modest, gave Shui Menghan a devilish smile. The result. Even the steel plate with the black water demon can imagine that Shui Menghan, that silly dog, is blushing and infatuated with Ling Outyan again. Ha, that's pretty fun. Inside the thundership of the city lord's palace, Shui Menghan, Shui Yuanshan, and Ling Outyan were eating breakfast around the dining table. Shui Yuanshan praised Ling Outyan. Master Ling not only discovered the hidden demon stronghold, but also fought Xiao Wowen, who was in the transformation realm, without flinching. His courage is truly commendable. Ling Outyan took a steamed bun, took a big bite, and replied modestly, Your Excellency, City Lord, you are too kind. I also wanted to run back to inform the police, but unfortunately, I was blocked by Xiao Wowen's men. I had no choice but to fight for my life. Said. He looked across at Shui Menghan, who was drinking porridge and paddling in the air with his hands. He deliberately bit the steamed bun without chewing it, and gave a devilish smile that he thought was handsome. I'm stuffed. With a thud, Shui Menghan suddenly put the bowl down on the table in anger. Ling Outyan was so scared that he choked on his steamed bun. Shui Yuanshan was puzzled. Honor, why are you angry? I'm not angry. Dad, I'm going out to get some fresh air. After saying that, Shui Menghan left angrily. Ha, Mr. Ling, don't blame me. It might be that the hunting season is almost over, and Honor is naughty and playful, so he is sulking because he didn't have enough fun. Ahem, no, it's okay. The city lord is overreacting. Menghan is innocent and lively. She's in the prime of her life, so it's normal for her to like to play. Ahem. Ling Outyan forced himself to swallow the steamed bun with a red face, then he smiled, his eyes following the door where Shui Menghan disappeared. Common sense bullshit. As soon as she walked out of the door, Shui Menghan said something angrily. You damn Jiang Mu. I'm not stupid, why do you always say that to me? Still blushing in nymphomaniac, I'll spend your head. I'll be crazy about you next time, snort. She walked to the bow of the boat angrily. He fiercely opened the diary, keep watching fiercely. In the end, I only saw this sentence and nothing else. Ding Nanrong has so many relatives coming? I don't remember if it was today. Jiang Mu finished writing this sentence, then he closed the diary, because he could no longer bear the smell of blood coming from Ding Nanrong's room. What on earth is this old maid doing so early in the morning? Are you slaughtering the cow in the room? Jiang Mu stood up and walked out of the room. He walked straight to the door of Ding Nanrong's room and knocked on it. Knock 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 knock. Wronger. What are you doing in there? There was no response from inside the room. So he opened the door and walked straight in. When I came to Ding Nanrong's bedside. Fuck. Why is it all blood? Jiang Mu was horrified to see that Ding Nanrong's bed was stained with pungent blood. This blood has not yet completely coagulated, and some of it is even still warm, but she herself was not there. Wronger. Where are you? Jiang Mu shouted while searching the room, but there was still no sign of Ding Nanrong. Abnormal, very abnormal. He thought seriously. Suddenly, an impossible thought came to my mind. Could Ding Nanrong be dead? Looking at the blood all over the bed, Jiang Mu couldn't help but shudder. That shouldn't be possible. By the way, check to see if there's any updates on the resurrection of the dead. He hurriedly opened Resurrection of the Dead. Check it out. Reward: Resurrection of the Dead. Rules: Introduction: Heaven is Father, Earth is Mother, and Grandpa is the God of rebirth. Any dead character can be resurrected only once. Note: characters resurrected through Resurrection of the Dead can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Note: characters resurrected through Resurrection of the Dead will randomly receive one of the following rewards from the host: forcing people to have a body of steel, a body that carries all kinds of poisons, one eye of heaven. Note: the host will permanently lose the rewards obtained by the resurrected character. Currently resurrectable characters: Ding Nanrong, supporting actress. Resurrected characters: Han Yuqing, female villain. Tip: click on the character to view details. Duili Lamu. Ding Nanrong is dead. Oh my god. What the hell is this? By Yubi a hashtag and amp wink with a frown, hashtag %at. Yuan. Jiang Mu was furious on the spot. It took about a minute to send, only then did I gradually calm down. Take a deep breath, then he looked silently at the column at the bottom. Currently resurrectable characters: Ding Nanrong, supporting actress. What the hell is this? Why did Ding Nanrong die? Why would such an important female supporting character suddenly die? Braze it. Jiang Mu knew that Ding Nanrong would also die, and would be buried together with him, but now, Ding Nanrong died prematurely just like Han Yuqing. Damn this system. It's not even human. I don't believe it. If you have the guts, let the leading female character Shui Menghan die next time. Jiang Mu angrily poked Ding Nanrong, supporting actress, and checked her details. Then the panel information changed. Name: Ding Nanrong, age 35, role supporting role relationship, your personal maid, your future Taoist partner, cultivation realm, Guiyuan realm, constitution, innate elemental body, water, status, dead, can be revived, operation click to revive resurrection. 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 Jiang Mu's crazy stab resurrection at the same time outside the Monster Mountain range, on a shady green path. This path leads to Wuyo sect in the southern border of Lizhou. This path is deserted, but along the way, blood would occasionally fall from the sky, constantly staining the sand and stones on the ground red. Moreover, you can hear strange laughter. He 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 he. At the same time, you can hear the sound of it entering the flesh. Squeak. 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 With every hiss, a stream of blood would fall. Sudden, the hissing sound disappeared. Strange whispers filled the air. Ha! Why did this bitch disappear? Bite, you used Resurrection of the Dead rules. Resurrected character, Ding Nanrong. The character is being resurrected. Please wait. 0.1%, 0.49%, 0.99%. Bite, Ding Nanrong was resurrected successfully. Ding Nanrong received your reward. Forceful iron body. You have lost the reward, forcing a man to become a steel body. After the system sound, a ball of crystal clear and smooth water appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Mu, making a gurgling sound. Boom! A curvaceous beauty in a purple nightgown fell from the water onto the floor. Chapter 44. After that night, she matured, then the water mass disappeared. Yo-hoo! Ding Nanrong is resurrected. Fuck. While looking at Ding Nanrong sleeping soundly on the ground, Jiang Mu squatted down tiredly, give her a princess hug and then put her on the bed, but he found the bed covered in blood. So he put her down feeling exhausted, changed the bed sheets, and cleaned up the bloodstains around her. After finishing, I carried her back to bed again, feeling exhausted. He also deliberately clasped her hands together and placed them on her abdomen, which was her sleeping habit. Look at her chest swaying. With her breathing, Jiang Mu sighed deeply. Alas, I don't know if she knows that she died once. Let's wait until she wakes up and ask her what happened. Tired. He rubbed his temples and turned to leave Ding Nanrong's room. After returning to his room, he sat at the table and poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. I haven't received the reward for the diary I wrote today. Keep writing. Damn it, my void invisibility and iron body are gone. I hope I can get a good reward today to compensate for it. So I called out the diary. Continue writing silently. Ding Nanrong did not have any relatives visiting. It turns out she is dead. Yes, dead. Just like Han Yuqing, he died inexplicably. I resurrected them both, but my reward was gone, split between them. Ah, what a lousy system. Shuan Menghan, resurrection? Lu Churu, resurrection? Black Water Demon, resurrection? At the same time, the three female protagonists' worldviews were almost shattered in an instant. It took a long time to calm down. Fortunately, they have gradually accepted the fact that this is a fictional world, otherwise, they didn't know how to deal with the matter of resurrection, and not just the three of them, even in various places in the Tsongling realm, for example, the Beishua Holy Mountain, the Changyu Empire, the Blood Abyss, the Joyo Quenching Valley, the Kanglan Sea, and so on. Those women who own Jiang Mu's private diary. At the same time, their three views were almost shaken by the word resurrection. Each character can only be resurrected once. In other words, if Han Yuqing or Ding Nanrong died again, then I can just be a salted fish, quit my job, and travel around the world. Anyway, I couldn't clear the game in the end, and there were no rewards. Then why am I supposed to just sit back and watch the whole story? Beside a small stream, Han Yuqing was wiping the dagger stained with dried blood. So that bitch was resurrected by my husband. She bit her lip, her expression a little grim. It's actually like this. Then let's wait until we return to Woyo sect and kill her again. Hey. Han Yuqing smiled brightly again and continued to wipe the dagger. Damn it, I can't accept this. In the 100 reincarnations, I have already reincarnated more than 70 times. This is the last time. And this time, I finally got the reward for writing a diary. If I don't pass the level, I'll have to go back empty-handed. This is fucking awesome. Gam. I will definitely pass this level. Come on. Ali Gay. Complain and then encourage yourself. Jiang Mu slammed the diary shut, waited for a long time. I haven't even waited for the sound of system reward. That's strange. Could it be that what I wrote was too empty, so there is no reward? But today, there's not much plot to write. Oh, right. I remember that in my last diary entry, I just complained about the bad things that happened and didn't write much about the day's plot, but in the end I still got the reward of one eye on heaven. Well, then let's write about Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing. So he summoned the diary again. Start writing. Next door, Ding Nanrong's room. I think I had a dream. Ding Nanrong opened her eyes, got up, rubbed her head and sat on the edge of the bed. In a dream. I seem to have been assassinated by Han Yuqing. Suddenly, she felt something, then he called out the diary. When you see the contents inside, the pupils suddenly shrank. I actually died once? Jiang Mu resurrected me? Han Yuqing is also resurrected. This Xiao is calm and composed. Even though I have already accepted the fact that this is a fictional world, I was also shocked by this resurrection incident and was speechless for a long time. Take a deep breath. Ding Nanrong finally accepted the fact that she had died and been resurrected. So that's it. My dream was real. Last night, Han Yuqing used advanced invisibility techniques to sneak into my room and stabbed me to death. I remember it pierced my heart. And it wasn't just for one night. She even carried my corpse with her this morning and stabbed it all the way. Ding Nanrong lifted up her purple silk nightgown and took out the snow-white and soft thing on the left, but no wound was seen on the heart. I guess after being resurrected, all the wounds were repaired. And I seem to have gained a certain ability? She frowned slightly then, a line of words suddenly appeared in my mind: ability, forcing people to have a body of steel. Introduction, when attacked, 10% of the attack damage will be reflected back to the opponent. When attacked, it can actually reflect 100% of the damage back to the opponent? Ding Nanrom opened her mouth, feeling incredible. Literally, when you are attacked by the enemy will also suffer the same attack. To take it to the extreme, what if Han Yuqing came to assassinate me again now? So if I die, Han Yuqing will die too, sharp. After Jiang Mu resurrected me, I actually gained such a special ability. For the sudden acquisition of the iron body, Ding Nanrong was shocked. At this time, the diary has been updated again. Let's talk about Ding Nanrong first. Ding Nanrong's attention was instantly drawn to it. In the early days, her main identity was my personal maid. In addition to protecting me, she is also responsible for my daily life, including my living, eating, washing, etc. In the middle and late stages, she began to become my Taoist companion. Yes, it's the kind of Taoist couple who practice dual cultivation. Ding Nanrong froze, as if struck by lightning. The word Taoist partner instantly made her mind go blank. She stared with her eyes wide open, her mind filled with three words: impossible. Because Ding Nanrong is one of the 5 major body types, she has awakened the power of water element. One night, when she was breaking through the refining void realm, the water elemental poison in her body suddenly broke out. Since it occurred during the process of breaking through the realm, it is more serious. How serious is it? If she doesn't find a man to release her fluids, she will become possessed, lose all her cultivation, and eventually die. And just that night, a handsome guy passed by her room. Ding Nanrong then lured the handsome guy to the bed. After that night, she has matured. That handsome guy has grown up too. Yes, I am that handsome guy. Ding Nanrong trembled all over, as if struck by lightning again. Chapter 45, there is no reward for writing about her, so I won't write anymore. Ding Nanrong opened her mouth, stared with her eyes, and looked terrible. She really couldn't imagine the scene of herself and Jiang Mu having sex crazily. She even wishes the water element poison would strike every day. Impossible. Ding Nanrong's eyes grew colder. It was only later that I learned from her that she wasn't interested in men. Because when she was a child, her family was wiped out by the leader of that small sect, and when she was 12 years old, Heroine Yuan was almost taken away. So, she has been indifferent to men since she was a child. If she hadn't wanted to see the Woyo sect destroyed bit by bit at my hands, and then kill me with her own hands to satisfy her desire for revenge, she wouldn't have forced herself to become my personal maid. Even though she became my maid, she wasn't interested in my handsome appearance at all. For example, when she was helping me wash up, she remained calm and composed throughout the whole process, showing no emotion at all. Ding Nanrong's expression was uncertain. She recalled an incident 2 years ago. At that time, because Jiang Mu was arrogant, he was beaten seriously and could not take care of himself. As a personal maid, she fed, dressed, and washed Jiang Mu for several days, and every time she washed there, she remained calm. It's a shame she made such a huge sacrifice, because she couldn't achieve her goal. Ding Nanrong stood up with a whoosh. He clutched the diary tightly with both hands. I can't achieve my goal? Why? After she gave me Heroine Yuan. She will never be able to leave me. After all, when she gave me Heroine Yuan, it was like giving me the only way to release the flood. Without me, she would be blown away. Well, that means they will become possessed and eventually die. Furthermore, the water element poison will increase as your cultivation level improves, and it can never be eliminated. Just like my own shadow. Ding Nanrong's whole body softened and she sat down on the edge of the bed. His face was full of disbelief. I originally thought that once I broke through to the martial god realm, I would be able to completely escape the suffering of the water element poison. I didn't know that this water poison could not be removed. But why do I have to give the Yin Yuan to Jiang Mu? I can't give it to someone else? She stared at the diary. Continue reading below. Speaking of which, she is also lucky. She's been with me for 3 years now, and she's become increasingly familiar with me. She even knows what I do, even the slightest movement of my hands and legs. So, subconsciously, she's no longer repulsed by me. She didn't even realize this at first. What a stubborn, stupid woman. If it had been another man who passed by her room that night, she would have preferred death to alleviating the water element poison. Why am I so sure? Because this is what she did to me later. Oh no, she said it to me. Dot. Ding Nanrong pursed her lips and frowned. She couldn't help but make some assumptions in her mind. If I really had to choose someone to be my Taoist partner now, Jiang Mu's smiling face naturally appeared in her mind. She shook her head in horror. I've written so much, I should get a reward, so I won't write anymore. What's behind? Where is my final ending, asshole? Xiao is as calm as Ding Nanrong. I was also affected by the last sentence in the diary. I won't write anymore. He was so hooked that he was talking nonsense. She looked towards Jiang Mu's room next door. I wish I could pick up the water lotus sword, break through the wall, and force him to continue writing. Otherwise, you'll be left with a suspenseful appetite. It made her feel really uncomfortable. This time. The diary has been updated. Damn, I wrote so much, but still no reward. There is no other way, I can only keep writing and see. Well, let's write about Ding Nanrong, the old maid. Good. Ding Nanrong became energetic again. He looked at the diary very seriously. Forget it, I won't write about her anymore. There's no reward for that, so why bother writing about her? Boom, a powerful spiritual pressure burst out from Ding Nanrong. The range of the spiritual pressure was so large that it covered Jiang Mu's room. Jiang Mu fell off the stool due to the pressure. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. He was crushed to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. This spiritual pressure, the old maid has woken up. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with her? Chapter 46. You died last night, did you know? After a while, Jiang Mucai felt the pressure on his body disappeared. It was obvious that the spiritual pressure had been withdrawn. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Get up and sit back on the stool to relax. Think about it. By the way, why did Ding Nanrong suddenly lose her temper? She never gets up in a bad mood. Why are you so angry so early this morning? Oh. I understand. Could it be because, did she know she was being killed? She knows who the murderer is? Jiang Mu's eyes lit up and he was very excited. After all, 2 characters died inexplicably. If you can't find a reason. So when he goes through the subsequent plot, it is like a blind man crossing a river. What if another heroine dies inexplicably? It's very grassy. We have to go ask her. Hopefully we can find the cause of her death. So he hurriedly walked out of the room and came to the door of Ding Nanrong's room. He raised his hand and started knocking. Knock, 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 knock. Romer, open the door. With a squeak, the door was opened from the inside. What's up? Ding Nanrong looked at Jiang Mu expressionlessly. Romer, that. Looking at the beauty in the billowing nightgown in front of him, Jiang Mu pondered for a moment, asked indirectly, Romer, do you feel any different now? No feeling. Ding Nanrong replied indifferently. Do you remember what happened last night? What could happen? Forehead. Doesn't she know that she died once? Then why did she unleash her spiritual pressure on me? Jiang Mu felt aggrieved and asked, like, for example, if anyone broke into your room or something like that. So what if I have it? So what if I don't have it? Damn, this old maid. Jiang Mu didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly, you died last night, did you know that? Ding Nanrong. Due to the constraints of heaven, she could not speak of death and resurrection. She didn't know what to say, so she simply closed the door. Bang. Only Jiang Mu was left standing stupidly at the door. This. Does she know or not? And damn, stood for a long time. Jiang Mu had no choice but to leave. Ding Nanrong, who was inside the door, was feeling very uneasy at this moment. Although I don't know what my final outcome will be, but judging from the contents of the diary. My future Taoist partner is Jiang Mu. Once the two become Taoist companions, then she would not be able to kill Jiang Mu, nor would she be able to destroy the Woyo sect. How about killing Jiang Mu now? Then slowly cultivate to the refining void realm, and then attack the Woyo sect in the future? Ding Nanrong's eyes gradually turned cold, then the coldness dissipated. He shook his head to deny the idea. The diary says that when I break through the void refining realm, the water element poison will flare up. If I don't have a man to help me, I will be possessed and die. And at the moment, I really don't seem to be opposed to Jiang Mu. But if Jiang Mu is not killed and the Woyo sect is not destroyed, then what's the point of what I've done in the past 3 years? What should I do now? Ding Nanrong leaned quietly against the door and slowly closed her eyes. She felt like a small boat drifting on an endless ocean. I can't find my direction. After Jiang Mu returned to his room, the diary was revived. Oh, I'm tired. Let's get today's reward first. Then he sat down. Then write in your diary. Ding Nanrong, the old maid, probably doesn't even know she died once. Because she still looked indifferent, without any emotion. A normal person would at least express some sort of reaction if they knew they had died and been resurrected, right? For example, shocked expressions like, I'm not dead, I'm reborn, is this a different world? As for Han Yuqing, she probably didn't even know she had died once. Otherwise, last night, you wouldn't have said nothing, kissed me twice, and then ran back to Wuyosek. Calculating the time, she should have returned to Wuyosek by now. On a shady green path. A young and beautiful woman in a lake blue dress. He was walking leisurely towards Jiang Mu's private lightning boat. She looked at the diary in her hands. He occasionally reveals a seductive smile. Since that bitch has the diary, then when she knows that her goal cannot be achieved, will she kill Jiang Mu? Once Jiang Mu dies, I won't be able to become the sect master's wife. Hey! My dear husband, I'm back to save you now. I'm going to kill that bitch for you. You must thank me properly in bed later. Hey. Chapter 47, The Immortal's Taoist Name, Nyo Baixinren. I hope Han Yuqing won't cause any trouble that affects the main storyline after returning to Wuyosek. Speaking of which, Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong are similar, both are stubborn women. However, Han Yuqing is more ruthless. She is a woman who will take revenge. She is a woman who will do anything to achieve her goal. Something about her was, be cruel to yourself, and even crueler to others. Negotiations break down simply because you don't give enough, and time makes the wounds deeper. Han Yuqing smiled slyly, my husband understands me. Ding Nanrong was silent. If she knew I wasn't dead, she would definitely try to kill me again. In some sense, I still admire this pervert. For her own purposes, no matter how I treated her after we got married, she had no complaints and even accepted it submissively. And she would do anything to please me. Unfortunately, I don't like her because according to my villain character, I hate and despise her. I still hit her from time to time. Yes, according to the plot, she needs to be beaten. They even abused her. Wow! My husband actually abuses me. I'm really looking forward to it. Once I kill that bitch Ding Nanrong, I will immediately return to Wuyosek and wait for you to come back obediently, my husband. He. Han Yuqing grinned with her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance, the footsteps rushing back to Jiang Mu's private spaceship. In vain, it speeds up. I think it's almost finished. There should be a reward this time. Jiang Mu closed the diary, silently looking forward to today's reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary is written successfully. Temperament +2, 16 out of 100, appearance +2, 16/100, reward, soul book, spiritual art, reward introduction, souls move when they think, come and chat with me. This ability creates a closed space and summons souls within a certain range into it. Note, the higher the level of cultivation, the longer the space will last. Note, the higher the level of cultivation, the more souls can be summoned. Note, the higher the level of cultivation, the wider the range that can be summoned. Note, use only once a day. Very good, but at least there is a reward. But this soul book seems to be of no use? Jiang Mu felt a little confused. This reward introduction doesn't look like some powerful spiritual technique. It's more like a chat room for gossiping and chatting. Chatting between souls? What the hell? Jiang Mu wanted to try this soul book, see what effect it has. Then an idea came to my mind. Soul book. Buzz, a dark circle formed with his body as the center. The circle expanded instantly. It stops when the radius reaches 10 meters. The radius is only 10 meters. That must be because my cultivation level is too low. In the entire dark space. A man of light appeared, and a book of light. The light man among them was Jiang Mu himself. My glowing state is the state of the soul? Jiang Mu looked around himself. I found that my height and body shape haven't changed, they are the same as before. However, due to the state of the light, the outline is a bit out of frame and the face cannot be seen. That book of light is Ding Nanrong's soul, right? Jiang Mu can see it. The place where the book of light was located was Ding Nanrong's room. But why is her soul in the shape of a book? Oh, books are the ladder of human progress. I guess the system deliberately shaped human souls into the shape of books to represent humanity's progress. It's quite tonal. Well, how about trying to summon Ding Nanrong's soul into chat? Ask her how she died? Jiang Mu really wanted to find out how Ding Nanrong died. Well, just pretend to be an expert and ask her. So he stared at Ding Nanrong's lightbook soul. A thought came to mind. The next moment, Guanshu turned into Ding Nanrong's human form of the light person. Ding Nanrong seemed confused and shocked when she saw Jiang Mu. She was obviously stunned. Then he immediately became alert and asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Ding Nanrong was horrified to find that her own soul had actually entered a closed dark space, but she could sense her true form, still sitting in front of the dressing table in the room. As for the man in front of her, she couldn't see his face, so she didn't know who he was. Could it be some other worldly master? But why does this master's figure look so much like Jiang Mu? Perhaps the only man that comes to mind is Jiang Mu. So much so that she immediately imagined Jiang Mu as the person in front of her. Ahem, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, who are you? Jiang Mu put his hands behind his back and spoke in a low voice, "Act like a superior." Ding Nanrong did not answer. Her face was stern, and she subconsciously wanted to take out the water lotus sword to be on guard, but he found that he was in soul state and could not use the ring. Jiang Mu saw her action and laughed in his heart. This old maid is really cautious. She always takes out her sword. Jiang Mu waved his hand, acted arrogant, and said in an unfathomable manner, "Don't panic, little girl. I am the Taichu Si Immortal. My Taoist name is Nyobai Immortal." Immortal? Ding Nanrong's pupils shrank and she was terrified. She had had the privilege of peering into the ancient ruins. According to ancient records, there were immortals in the Songling realm 100,000 years ago. There were originally 7 levels of cultivation. They are: Gathering Spirit Realm, Chi Si Realm, Returning Origin Realm, Refining Void Realm, Martial God Realm, and Immortal Realm. But later I didn't know why the cultivator in the Immortal Realm suddenly disappeared, and since then, no one has been able to break through to the Immortal Realm. So immortals became legends in the Songling world. Ding Nanrong slowly recovered from the shock. She was not sure whether the man in front of her was an immortal, but one thing is certain: the man in front of me must be at a very high level of cultivation, at least taller than her, otherwise how could he easily summon her soul into this enclosed dark space? But why did he summon me? Ding Nanrong didn't understand the other party's intention, so she could only ask respectfully, "May I ask, Immortal Nyobai, why did you summon my daughter's soul?" Ha, this old maid actually believed it, but think about it. My soul was suddenly pulled in by me silently. She must think I'm a big shot. I summoned you in because I was bored and wanted to find someone to chat with. Just to relieve my boredom. Jiang Mu explained casually. That I thought about how to find out from her who killed her. After a little consideration, he did not intend to ask her directly whether she had died once and who killed her. Instead, he should first build up his own immortal image to make her completely convinced. Then he said in a low voice, "Little girl, this immortal has read your fate. Your name is Ding Nanrong, you are an innate Yuan body, and you have awakened the power of water. When you were 4 years old, your entire family was killed. When you were 12 years old, your Yin Yuan was almost taken away from you. When you were 27, you destroyed the Langqing sect. When you were 30 years old, you entered the Guiyuan realm and have been eternally young ever since. When you were 33 years old, you saved the young master of the Woyo sect, Jiang Mu, and became his personal maid. Everything you did from then on was simply for revenge. However, just last night, your life suddenly ran out and you died. Today, I was suddenly reborn. I don't know if what I said is right or not." What? This Nyobai immortal actually knows everything about me. Ding Nanrong's heart was in turmoil. So he must know my ending too. Could he really be an immortal? Ding Nanrong's tone became more respectful, and she clasped her fists and said, "Inyo Baixian's calculations are so brilliant. I am deeply shocked." Jiang Mu nodded lightly, expressing his satisfaction. Haha, this was the first time I saw her so respectful. She never respected me so much. As expected, in this fantasy world, the strong are respected, but judging from Ding Nanrong's reaction, she really knew that she had died once. It seems that Han Yuqing must know that she has died once. Damn, why don't they talk about it? I don't understand. Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. Now we have to ask Ding Nanrong while the situation is hot, if she knows who killed her, but I can't destroy my image of knowing everything about her. So we could only pretend to be profound again and test Ding Nanrong. I know the reason for your death, but I want to hear it from you yourself. So, how did you die? Did someone kill you? Chapter 48. Of course, you will be buried vertically with me last night, yes. Ding Nanrong wanted to say, it was Han Yuqing who used her superb invisibility skills to sneak into my room and stab me in the heart to death. But I was shocked to find that I couldn't say it at all. It's as if there is an invisible force that has eliminated my voice. It's exactly like not being able to tell all the information in the diary. What happened last night? Jiang Mu asked quickly. My little girl, I don't know. Damn it. Ding Nanrong was puzzled, she didn't know what the word meant. Ahem, little girl, think about it carefully. This is related to your fate. Jiang Muyo persuaded, damn, this old virgin really doesn't know how she died. What if she died again? What the hell is that? My little girl, I don't know. Would you mind thinking about it again? I really don't know. Ding Nanrong felt regretful and helpless. It's not that she doesn't want to say it, but I can't say it at all. Well, I had a great time chatting with you today. See you next time. See you next time. If you don't know anything, what's the use of you? Jiang Mu was ready to kick her out of the chat room. Wait a minute. Ding Nanrong was extremely anxious, she didn't want to leave like this. After all, the Neo Baishenren in front of him knows his own fate. If I leave, I don't know when I will see you again. So he hurriedly asked respectfully and nervously, excuse me, Master Neo Bai, what is the fate of my daughter? Of course you will be buried vertically with me. Are you happy? But Jiang Mu couldn't tell her, otherwise, it will seriously affect her character and cause the plot to deviate. Then he said calmly and majestically, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. This immortal can only tell you that as long as you follow the trajectory of destiny, you will be happy for the rest of your life, and your ending will be beautiful. Finished. I was too lazy to listen to her nagging and just kicked her out. So Ding Nanrong's soul turned back into the state of a light book. I will live happily for the rest of my life. My ending will be happy. Ding Nanrong's soul returned to the room, and she was a little dazed. What happened today had a huge impact on her. She had no doubt about the contents of Jiang Mu's diary. He also had no doubt about what the immortal Neo Bai had just said. The prerequisite is as long as I follow the trajectory of destiny. Ding Nanrong was silent. If possible, who doesn't want a happy and fulfilling life? She couldn't help but recall the time when she was 4 years old in the courtyard under the starry sky. She sat on her father's broad shoulders. The crescent moon within reach. The mutton carefully roasted by the mother made the father and daughter so greedy that they abandoned the moon and ran over to feast on it. Grandma tapped her cane, her scolding yet doting voice still ringing in my ears. Look at you two, father and daughter, you have no manners when eating. Ronger, be good, don't be like your father, eat slowly. Grandpa teased the dog with mutton, making the dog drool. But in the end he ate it himself, and the dog was so angry that he almost cursed it. Grandma angrily hits Grandpa's bald head with her cane. Dang, you're bullying Dandan again. Puff. Ding Nanrong couldn't help but laugh, then he shook his head to suppress the scene of knife flashes and blood shadows behind him. She summoned Jiang Mu's private diary, reading it carefully. Some diary entries were found. Yes, it's the kind of Taoist couple who practice dual cultivation. After that night. She has matured. That handsome guy has grown up too. Taoist companion? She slowly closed her eyes, lost in thought. Jiang Mu retreated from the dark space. He thought carefully based on the conversation he had just had with Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong knew she had died once. But she didn't know how she died. Could it be that she was killed by Han Yuqing? After all, Han Yuqing possesses the void invisibility skill, so she can definitely sneak into Ding Nanrong's room. But if that's true, why did Han Yuqing kill Ding Nanrong? What was her motive? Well, is there a possibility that Han Yuqing was killed by Ding Nanrong, so she's seeking revenge? Vengeance? Why? Damn, they've never met before. There's no conflict between them. Could it be that the dog system secretly added hidden conflicts between the two of them? Tampered with their experiences? Jiang Mu felt his mind was in a mess. Think shit. I don't want to think about it anymore. The damn system won't come out to explain, so I can do whatever I want. He simply emptied his mind and stopped thinking about these bad things, otherwise he would soon become mentally ill. Take a break. He looked at the soul book as a reward. This soul book is really useless. Jiang Mu was very dissatisfied with today's reward. He opened his personal rewards panel. Name, Jiang Mu. Temperament, 16 out of 100. Appearance, 16 out of 100. Reward, pretend to be beaten. Reward, good waste. Reward, body that carries all kinds of poisons. Reward, resurrection of the dead. Rules, reward, one eye in the sky, spiritual technique. Reward, soul book, spiritual art. Tip, Click on the reward to view details. Look at the reward Resurrection of the Dead, rules, Jiangmu's sand value dropped a lot. He had a premonition, the system specially gave him this reward. Maybe he will use it more than once or twice. Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong were resurrected in just 2 days. After that, will more characters be resurrected one after another, and my rewards will be lost one after another? Dog system. He cursed again. Jiangmu lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Since I have nothing to do today, I am waiting for the hunting season to end tomorrow. So he planned to use One Eye of Heaven. Mainly want to take a look what are Ding Nanrong, Shui Menghan, Ling Outyin, Haishuisha, Lu Churu, Han Yuqing, and these people doing. One eye from the sky. In the darkness, Jiangmu's vision slowly rose. The outline of the world below gradually emerged from the darkness. Final. A map of the Zhongling realm appeared to Jiangmu. Lowered his vision. The image below also enlarges. Let's take a look at Ding Nanrong first. Jiangmu accurately positioned the camera on his own private spaceship. It was also located at Ding Nanrong's room. He concentrated and looked down across the deck of the ship. Within the screen, Ding Nanrong, wearing a purple silk nightgown, was sitting in front of the dressing table. She stared blankly at her half-raised hand. It looks like he is in deep thought. This old maid is ruthless and quiet outside, but very quiet in her room. But her quiet and gentle appearance gives off a sense of quiet time, which is truly beautiful. Jiangmu admired it for a while and then prepared to move the scene to Shui Menghan's side. This time, Ding Nanrong stood up and came to the standing mirror. Well, she should be getting ready to change her clothes. Jiangmu saw it. Ding Nanrong turned sideways in front of the mirror, looking at the streamlined shape of her body. Yes, undoubtedly yes. Then, Ding Nanrong placed her hands on her chest, grabbing the edge of her collar, then a little harder, pull it apart. He raised his hand and covered it with an exaggerated piece of cloth, then put on a purple tube-top skirt. Then she sat down at the dressing table and styled her hair into a jellyfish style with 2 braids. Well, I guess she's going to start meditating and practicing. Jiangmu knew very well the time period of Ding Nanrong's cultivation. If she has nothing to do, she usually meditates in the morning, meditates at noon, takes a bath in the evening, and then meditates again. Don't you feel tired from meditating and practicing every day? Regardless of his villain character or himself, Jiangmu couldn't stand this boring training life. Well, she's not meditating today? What is she doing in the bathroom? Jiangmu felt strange, because Ding Nanrong did not start meditating and practicing. Instead, he entered the bathroom. She performed the secret technique, water element clone technique. She used a large amount of water to shape a water clone that was exactly like herself. Is she going to practice the clone technique today? Jiangmu saw it. The water clone Ding Nanrong sat on the cushion and meditated with her eyes closed. However, the real body, Ding Nanrong, stayed away from the clone, stood in a corner, and stared at the clone. What is she doing? Is she trying to test the durability of her clone? Jiangmu didn't quite understand her actions. So I looked on curiously, wanting to see what she was up to. An hour and a half later. I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy. Jiangmu began to feel dizzy and weak. This is due to the excessive consumption of mental strength, willpower and spiritual power by One Eye in the sky. Damn, you're wasting my time. Jiangmu regretted it. He didn't expect it. A full hour and a half passed. Ding Nanrong didn't make any movement. The water clone had been sitting on the cushion in meditation. The original body stood in the corner, staring at the clone in a daze. No, I want to vomit. Jiangmu was forced to release the One Eye of Heaven and prepare to exit the picture. However. What the hell? What the hell? Just when the screen was about to exit, Jiangmu saw it in horror. The head of the water clone Ding Nanrong was suddenly cut open by something, rolled to the ground. Chapter 49. I will follow the trajectory of destiny. Ding Nanrong's clone suddenly died? Jiangmu felt creepy. He hurried to Ding Nanrong's room to see what was going on. I came to her door and observed the situation inside through the crack. Damn, why is there no one here? After looking for a while, I found that the room was empty. Wronger. Where are you? Jiangmu pushed the door open and went in. I searched Ding Nanrong's room inside and out. In the end, she was never found. Only a pool of water was left on the meditation mat. That was what Ding Nanrong's water clone turned back into after her death. Did she jump out of the window? Jiangmu came to the window. Lean your head out the window and look around. Outside there are only vast expanses of flowers, trees, green forests, and rocks. Occasionally you can hear the joyful chirping of birds and smell the scent of the primeval forest, but I didn't see anyone. Fuck. What happened? Where did she go? In the dense forest, Ding Nanrong's figure was like a ghost, moving swiftly through the woods. Stop it, I won't kill you, let's talk. She shouted to the air ahead, although there was no one in front, but she could sense that Han Yuqing was in invisible state, escaping from her pursuit. You can't escape. When you killed my water element clone, the water element power of my clone attached itself to you. No matter where you hide, I can find you. Don't force me to do anything. After saying that, Ding Nanrong stopped on her own initiative, looking quietly at the empty front. After a while, a long-haired beauty holding a dagger suddenly appeared in front of him. She was wearing a lake blue long dress and had a butterfly scar on her beautiful cheek, which made her look very strange and charming. Han Yuqing, she came back to kill Ding Nanrong. Unfortunately, it failed. I didn't expect that the one I killed was just a clone in the Qi Hai realm. Han Yuqing held the dagger tightly and stared at Ding Nanrong with caution and fear. However, when he spoke, he smiled in a relaxed manner. Oh, it's Sister Rong. What do you want to talk to me about? I have to rush back to Woyo sect, hee. Let's talk about my death and resurrection. Let's just pretend it never happened and let all grudges be wiped out. Ding Nanrong wanted to say this, but found out this is just like the diary message, it's completely unspeakable. After careful consideration, Ding Nanrong could only say this: I believe in destiny, and I will follow the path of destiny. Follow the trajectory of destiny? Han Yuqing was stunned for a moment. She savored the meaning of this sentence. In less than half a minute, her eyes widened. So, this bitch will follow what the diary says? So he quickly called out his diary and quickly found information about Ding Nanrong. If she hadn't wanted to see the Woyo sect destroyed bit by bit at my hands, and then kill me with her own hands to satisfy her desire for revenge, she wouldn't have forced herself to become my personal maid. It's a shame she made such a huge sacrifice, because she couldn't achieve her goal. This bitch has the diary, so she must know that her own goal will not be achieved. If you follow what the diary says, that means this bitch will become Jiang Mu's Taoist partner. Han Yuqing continued to flip through the diary with her delicate hands. In the early days, her main identity was my personal maid. In addition to protecting me, she is also responsible for my daily life, including my living, eating, washing, etc. In the middle and late stages, she began to become my Taoist companion. After she gave me her yuan. She will never be able to leave me. Looking at Han Yuqing's hands, moving in the air, Ding Nanrong nodded secretly. Sure enough, Han Yuqing also has Jiang Mu's private diary. In fact, she was not sure at first whether Han Yuqing also had a diary. Later I thought about it carefully. If Han Yuqing has the diary, then given her vengeful nature, when she knows that Ding Nanrong has been resurrected, will she turn back and assassinate her? If he really turns back and assassinates, that explains it. Han Yuqing definitely has a diary. Now it seems that my guess was correct. Han Yuqing closed the diary. Suddenly I understood. It seems that this bitch knows that I own Jiang Mu's private diary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to me out of nowhere, I will follow the path of destiny. Thinking about it, Han Yuqing asked solemnly, can you tell me, why do you suddenly want to follow the trajectory of fate? Then all your efforts over the years have been in vain? Ding Nanrong replied calmly, because I am already very satisfied with my future destiny. This was before she was in the room. After careful consideration, a decisive decision. Firstly, Niu Baixinren told her that as long as she followed the trajectory of destiny, she would be happy for the rest of her life and have a good ending. She firmly believed in this. Secondly, she wanted to try to fulfill her mother's last wish. On the night when she was 4 years old, her mother, lying in a pool of blood, was dying. Her trembling hands held half a piece of blood-stained roasted lamb. She smiled kindly at her sobbing daughter and said, Ronger, be good, don't cry. Remember what mother told you. Protect yourself. Don't let hatred blind you. In the future, you must learn how to roast lamb to win your husband's heart. And teach your children how to roast lamb. You must be happy. Her mother didn't want her to embark on the thorny road of revenge. Instead, I hope she can have a happy family in the future. She had already lost interest in men. She felt that she would never fall in love with a man in her life, let alone start a family. And now, since I have already destroyed the Langqing sect, I am not opposed to Jiang Mu as a man. Why not give it a try? Ding Nanrong looked at Han Yuqing and suggested, between you and me, let's call it even, just pretend nothing happened in the days ahead, everything will take its course. How? As she spoke, she took out a water lotus sword, quietly waiting for Han Yuqing's answer. Han Yuqing's mouth twitched slightly. She's obviously threatening me. However, since she is willing to follow what the diary says, that seems good to me. And oh, It should be said that it is very beneficial. Han Yuqing's eyes gradually brightened, because she would be Jiang Mu's wife, the clan leader's wife. Once Ding Nanrong becomes Jiang Mu's Taoist partner, she will be like one of our own. A good sister. The most important point, Ding Nanrong will break through to the void refinement realm in the future. Then when the time comes, when attacking Xianyang sect, Ding Nanrong is definitely a powerful helper. I must have a good relationship with this bitch. The most important point, now that I have the power of water element on me, even if I use the void invisibility technique, I can't escape the pursuit of this bitch. If I don't agree to her, she will definitely kill me. Then Sister Rong. Han Yuqing suddenly smiled brightly. She threw the dagger back into the space ring and pounced on Ding Nanrong without any preparation. He hugged Ding Nanrong softly. Sister Rong. From now on, you are my good sister, hee sister. Chapter 50. From now on, we two sisters should be good to each other. Chapter 50. From now on, we two sisters must be good. Ding Nanrong was suddenly hugged by Han Yuqing and kissed on the cheek, but I didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, I feel a little comfortable. It was similar to the feeling when I was holding Shui Manghan. Shake the thought. Ding Nanrong broke away from her embrace and said indifferently, I'm going back to meditate and practice. Please do as you please. Sister Rong, wait a minute. Han Yuqing called Ding Nanrong and asked with a smile, have you ever suddenly acquired some spiritual power like I did? Take a look at mine first. Said she used the void invisibility technique. The body immediately became transparent and disappeared into the void, as if it did not exist at all. Then the void god invisibility was lifted, the body reappeared. This is called void divine invisibility. It's not just any ordinary invisibility technique. Only the divine sense of the demon god realm or the martial god realm can detect it. Han Yuqing told Ding Nanrong the function of the void god invisibility without any hesitation. Ding Nanrong understood what she meant instantly. Her ability to disappear into the void was a spiritual skill she acquired after being resurrected by Jiang Mu. Only divine consciousness can see through it. No wonder I was completely unaware that night and was successfully assassinated by her. Ding Nanrong nodded and replied, what I gained wasn't a spiritual technique, but a power called force. It's the ability to reflect damage. She was going to say force a man of steel, but suddenly I didn't want to talk about it anymore, because I always feel that this word is not very elegant, and it doesn't suit her figure. Wow! Reflected damage? How? How much? Han Yuqing was surprised. She had never heard that there was such a thing as the ability to rebound damage. The rebound attack will deal 100% damage. You'll know the exact effect if you hit me with your sword. Ding Nanrong raised her snow-white left arm. He signaled Han Yuqing to hit her so that she could experience for herself how to be hurt by the rebound. Okay. Han Yuqing immediately took out the dagger from the ring. He cut Ding Nanrong's arm without hesitation. Squeak. 2 streams of blood spurted out at the same time. One was on Ding Nanrong's left arm, the other one was on Han Yuqing's left arm. Wow! That's amazing. Looking at the bloody wound on her left arm, Han Yuqing's eyes lit up. It's the exact same injury. She saw that the wound on her left arm was exactly the same as Ding Nanrong's left arm. How novel! As you can see, the more damage I endure, the more damage the other party endures. After saying that, Ding Nanrong looked at Han Yuqing deeply, then turned and left. It soon disappeared. Hey, that last look of hers, is she hinting that I shouldn't think about assassinating her? Han Yuqing laughed slyly. I can't bear to kill you, my dear sister Ronger. From now on, we two sisters must serve our husbands well. Let's go back to Woyosek. She was in a good mood, with her hands behind her back, humming a tune. He walked excitedly towards Woyosek, the demonic territory of southern Xinjiang, the headquarters of the Shade Demon Army. Inside the hall filled with white bones. Master Demon Marshal, you must avenge me. Sha Wuwen, with only his head left, complained of his suffering with tears in his eyes. Shake stood on the high steps, looking at the floating head below, and asked solemnly, you were at the transformation realm, yet you were destroyed by a human cultivator at the gathering spirit realm? Sha Wuwen immediately replied with a ferocious expression, Master Demon Commander. That human kid named Ling Outyan, although he only has the cultivation base of the gathering spirit realm, he used some unknown secret technique to forcibly elevate his cultivation base to the returning origin realm. Not only that, Ling Outyan can also use black water poison. That's the poison of the Black Water Snake Clan. Black Water Snake Clan, Shade's dark eyes widened instantly. Boom. A powerful spiritual pressure mixed with demonic energy burst out from him unconsciously. The handsome lord. Shawowan, whose life was already hanging by a thread, suddenly, he was knocked to the ground by Shay's powerful spiritual pressure and almost died on the spot. Shay realized that he had lost his composure, so he withdrew his spiritual pressure and asked urgently, "You just mentioned the Blackwater Snake Clan. Do you have any evidence?" Shawowan struggled to float up again, took a breath, and then said angrily, "Yes. My body was completely destroyed by Ling Outyan's snake god poison water fist. Oh, our base was bombed. Behind this brat, there must be a master who is at the void refinement realm." He did not forget that the stronghold was bombed into a sinkhole hundreds of meters deep, that can be done by at least a cultivator at the void refinement realm. It's not even an ordinary void refinement realm, just like this handsome demon in front of you. I see. Shay nodded to show that he understood. Shawowan's face was ferocious again, and he shouted loudly, "Master Demon Marshal, please tear that brat named Ling Outyan into pieces. To protect the dignity of our soul-devouring sandworm clan. I've made note of this matter." Shay replied calmly, then suddenly asked sharply, "Did you forget something? What is it?" Shawowan was stunned, not understanding what was going on. I also felt inexplicably uneasy. Shay stared at him coldly and uttered 3 words in a loud voice, "Bonebox." Bonebox? Shawowan suddenly realized it. In his haste to escape, he dropped the black bone box. The bone box contains a large amount of information about the human cultivators in Lizho, for example, the number of sects, the number of cultivators at each level, the types of spiritual arts, the types of weapons, the types of formations, elixirs, talismans, etc. This will be an extremely important reference for formulating strategies to attack Lizho in the future. Shawowan's face turned pale and he said in a trembling voice, "I accidentally dropped it, idiot." Shay clawed at the void in anger. Shawowan's head was instantly twisted and deformed by the pressure of space. Even the facial features were twisted together. In the end, he couldn't even make a sound and was crushed into a piece of meat. All the pieces of meat fell off. Finally, an egg-shaped, dark red demon core was left behind. Chapter 51, Am I the heroine? The supporting actress? Or the villain? Shay grabbed the demon core in midair. He stroked Shawowan's demon core, narrowed his eyes slightly, and began to analyze. Ling Outyan, Black Water Poison, Black Water Snake Clan, Master of the Void Refining Realm. Could it be that Ling Outyan's master is a remnant of the Black Water Snake Clan? But almost all of the Black Water Snake Clan members who were above the Void Refinement Realm were killed by Lord Desolate Lord himself. Wrong. There's one more. The leader of the Black Water Snake Clan, the Black Water Demon. Thinking of this, Shay felt happy. He remembers when we were besieging the Black Water Snake tribe, the soul of Black Water Demon, the patriarch of the Black Water Snake Clan, escaped. The Black Water Demon's cultivation realm is truly the demon god realm. Although she is only in spirit form, having lost her physical body and forced to possess the souls of other snakes, her true strength is far less than before. But it is still possible to unleash the strength of the void refining realm. If it really is her, then as long as I devour her soul, I will definitely be able to break through to the void realm. Ha 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 ha. Shay laughed wildly. It was as if he saw himself breaking through to the Kongming realm and ruling the world in the future. He even saw the scene of himself replacing the Lord of the Wasteland. He immediately turned and entered the secret room. In the center of the secret room stood a huge black stone tablet. He took out several crystals from his ring and placed them in the grooves of the stone tablet. He pinched the seal with his hands and chanted, "Spiritual technique." The stone tablet immediately emitted a soft light. A moment later, on the stone tablet, a woman's figure appeared hazily, although I can't see her true face, but judging from her curvy figure, she must be a beauty. Shay came straight to the point and stated his intentions. Liwa, go to the southern border of Lizho and help me investigate a person. This person should be in Shuecheng. Within the stone tablet, the enchanting voice of Lihua was heard. Who are you investigating? A human boy named Ling Outyan. Ling Outyan? The raccoon cat in the picture seemed to be surprised. This made Shay feel strange. Why, you know him? I don't know. I haven't heard of him. What do you want to investigate about him? All the information. All the information? What's so special about Ling Outyan that he actually won the favor of your Sheikh Demon Marshal? Lihua expressed confusion. Shay narrowed his bulging black eyes and said, he destroyed the stronghold I set up in the Monster Mountain range. killed my confidant Sha Wowen, and stole the bone box. I see. This grudge is quite big. Li Hua understands, then he asked, what's the reward? Sheikh directly quoted the price, 50 Kaiguan level demon cores. Li Hua shook her head, too little. I rushed from Chanyu Empire to Lizhou and couldn't even earn back the travel expenses. Shay thought so too, so he raised the price, 100 Kaiguan realm demon cores. Li Hua shook her head, it's too little. I still have to rush back to Chanyu Empire from Lizhou. I won't make any money in a round trip. Shay paused, then simply raised the price all at once, 150 Kaiguan realm demon cores, plus 5 Tongji realm demon cores. Li Hua still shook her head. If Ling Outyan finds out that I'm a demon, then all the Li Hua pavilions I've set up in Zhozhou will probably be in trouble. Shahi's tone gradually turned colder, 200 Kaiguan realm demon cores. Plus 10 Tongji realm demon cores. He was very unhappy with Li Hua's repeated demands for a higher price, but there's nothing I can do. He can blend into the human race seamlessly without being easily discovered as a demon. Only her White Fox clan can do it. Li Hua still shook her head. You also know that the spiritual arts of my White Fox clan consume a lot of soul power. If we encounter a battle, damage is inevitable. Shahi suppressed his anger and said in a colder tone, just name your price. Li Hua stated her desired price, 250 Kaiguan realm demon cores, plus 15 Tongji realm demon cores, and 2 Huaxing realm demon cores. Shahi could no longer tolerate this and shouted angrily, this is too much. The information of a mere soul-gathering realm kit is worth 2 transformation realm demon cores? Are you kidding me? Li Hua covered her face, about to cry, not knowing whether she was truly wronged or feigning it. It's been difficult for me too. 3 years ago, you suddenly attacked the southern border of Lizhou, causing the entire Zhozhou continent to begin a strict investigation of the demon race. The southern border of Lizhou was especially strict, and the investigation of the demon race was even more severe. I was forced to flee from there. Lately, I've been considering whether to transform the Li Hua Pavilion in Shuecheng into a chicken farm. Sheikh was suddenly furious, because what Li Hua said made sense. He had no way to refute it, but what if Ling Outyan's master is really the black water demon? Then these efforts are worth it.no. It's super value, so he said coldly, okay. But I have one more condition. When the time comes, I may need you to lead Ling Outyan to a designated location. Li Hua smiled charmingly and said, no problem, happy cooperation. Sheikh snorted coldly and closed the stone tablet screen. Looking at the dark, reflective stone tablet, Li Hua smiled with satisfaction. What a sucker. He has the brute strength of a void refinement realm, but his mind is full of sand. No wonder he was defeated in the battle at the Monster Mountain range 3 years ago. Soul-devouring sandworms? What a bunch of idiots. Laughed at Shay. Li Hua's mind was turning. Summoned Zhang Mu's private diary. Shay paid me a large sum of money to investigate Ling Outyan. Actually, you want to investigate the black water demon, right? She swiped her fingers lightly and found the diary entry about black water demon. Tisk tsk. Speaking of Ling Outyan's master, she's a little lowly with long, straight black hair. Although she is a little girl, her name is very domineering. Her single name is Sha, and her full name is Heishui Sha. She is the patriarch of the Blackwater Snake Clan. By the way, she is also the 3rd female lead. I didn't expect that the black water demon that the soul-devouring sandworms have been chasing is actually Ling Outyan's master. The 3rd female lead? What about me? Am I the heroine or the supporting actress? Or is he a villain like Zhang Mu? Li Hua gave a charming smile. I'm really looking forward to where my destiny will lead. When I have time, I have to meet this little guy Zhang Mu. Oh yes, in a few days, this little guy will get married to Han Yuqing. Then let's go to his wedding banquet. Closed the diary. Li Hua called a maid and said her prepare the lightning boat. I'm going to the southern border of Lizhou. Yes, Pavilion Master. Monster Mountain Range. In Zhang Mu's private lightning boat. What are you doing in my bed? Ding Nanrong returned to her room, then he saw Zhang Mu lying on his bed with his arms and legs spread out. Get up, do you want to die? Ding Nanrong's face turned cold. Zhang Mu didn't respond. He was originally in Ding Nanrong's room, waiting for her to come back and ask her what was going on, but because of the 1.5 hour use of Tsong Tian Imu, leading to increasing mental fatigue. The result is waiting. I couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. I saw him turn sideways and hold the fragrant quilt with his hands and feet. In order to sleep more comfortably. Ding Nanrong frowned slightly and just looked at the sleeping Jiang Mu silently. According to her previous temper, she would definitely throw Jiang Mu out, but now, she already knew the direction of her destiny and knew that she would become Jiang Mu's Taoist partner. So much so that she couldn't even think of throwing him out. Will I fall in love with this guy in the future? Ding Nanrong asked herself. At least now, I don't have that kind of love feeling towards him. Let it be. Chapter 52. Why hasn't that bastard updated yet? The next day, it was just dawn. Hundreds of monks gathered on the deck of Shuecheng Leguang ship. They talked to each other in high spirits. Hunting season is over. Let's go to Lihua Pavilion for a meal tonight. I have finally killed 10 wolf demons and avenged my dead brother. Ha 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 ha. This young master has slain 108 demonic beasts. From this day forward, the might of our Polar Star Divine Sword sect will resound throughout Lizho. My sword is the tomb of demons. I have killed 300 demons. The rise of the human race can be expected. I'm going to get rich next time. Woohoo! Quiet. Shui Yuanshan's loud voice reached everyone's ears. After everyone fell silent, Shui Yuanshan chose his words and gave a summary of this hunting season. This season of yours is the best I've ever seen. You have experienced the cruelty and cunning of the monsters. You understand the importance of unity in fighting against demons. You understand that money is just a fleeting possession, and fame and fortune are fleeting. Hunting monsters is a matter of both opportunity and risk. Some gain, some lose, it's just like that. But no matter what, by killing monsters, you are contributing to Shuecheng, the Southern Territory, Lizho, and even the entire Jiuzhou continent. Finished a long speech. Alright, this hunting season is officially over. Everyone, disperse. The lightning ship is ready to take off. Oh wait, before we return to Shuecheng, this city lord has another reward for one person. Shui Yuanshan turned around and looked at Ling Outyen with a smile. Ling Outyen nodded in understanding. He walked out with his head held high and chest puffed out, standing level with Shui Yuanshan and facing hundreds of monks, although among these hundreds of monks, there are many whose cultivation is higher than his, but Ling Outyen was not afraid at all, even his expression was a little arrogant. Shui Yuanshan saw this and nodded secretly. This boy seems to be more confident after 5 days of hunting. Not bad. Then he said to the monks, I've said before that there's a demon army base hidden within the monster mountain range. Their intentions are unclear. If anyone can find them, the city lord's mansion will reward them handsomely. He glanced at Ling Outyen and praised, and this young master Ling Outyen. He single-handedly uncovered the stronghold of the Shake Demon Army. He, who is in the Gathering Spirit realm, not only killed several sandworms in the Opening Light realm, he even dared to face Sha Wowen, who was in the Transformation realm, without fear of life or death. Master Ling's feat is worthy of all our admiration. He is the pride of our Shuecheng. Wow, after Shui Yuanshan finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Their gazes are like magnets attracting iron. He was instantly sucked onto Ling Outyen's body. This guy actually found the base of the Shade Demon Army? Even the people from Dark Knight Tower couldn't find that. He, who is at the Gathering Spirit realm, actually killed several sandworms at the Opening Light realm. He even dared to confront a demon cultivator in the Transformation realm. Amazing. So strong. This girl wants to marry him. I'm also going to undergo sex change and marry him. I will marry him even if I don't change my gender. Listening to the surprise and admiration of the monks, the corners of Ling Outyen's mouth curled up, revealing a delighted and evil smile. He couldn't help but look back at Shui Menghan. I want to share my joy with her. However, Shui Menghan didn't notice him. Her arms moved in the air, still pouting, muttering that bastard Jiang Mu, why hasn't he updated yet? Is he sleeping in? Humph. His expression seemed to be dissatisfied. Could it be that Menghan is unhappy because someone said he wanted to marry me? Ling Outyen shook his head and laughed. He thought this was unlikely. After all, it's still early in their relationship. The more likely possibility is that she is dissatisfied because the hunting season is over and she hasn't had enough fun. After all, she is so innocent, lively, and playful. Since it was young Master Ling Outyen who found the demon tribe's stronghold, then this city lord will fulfill his promise and reward young Master Ling handsomely. Shui Yuanshan took out a token from his ring. The front of the token is white and engraved with a music box pattern, the reverse side is black and is engraved with a pattern of an ancient building. Someone recognized the token and cried out in surprise. It's the Voice of Daylight command from the Dark Knight Tower. The Sound of Daylight order? What's that token? Everyone was talking about it. Shui Yuanshan coughed lightly and explained, the Daytime Sound token is a token specially made by the Dark Knight Tower. Those holding the token will not only enjoy various preferential treatments in Dark Knight Tower. Most importantly, you can also participate in the Voice of Daylight Ruins exploration organized by the Dark Knight Tower. Shui Yuanshan handed the token to Ling Outyen with a smile. Master Ling, congratulations! You have earned the qualification to enter the Sound of Daylight in 3 days. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Ling Outyen took the token with joy that he had heard about it from Wanner before. The Sound of Day is a relic. The portal to this ruins can only be opened by the Dark Knight Tower. There are countless treasures in the ruins. As long as you find it, it belongs to you. Ling Outyen was very happy I didn't expect to participate in such a hunting season. In addition to helping the master recover some strength, avenging the destruction of the village, being valued by Han Yuqing and receiving investment, and touching the threshold of the Qihai realm, etc. I even got the qualification to participate in the Daytime Sound ruins. Let's not talk about the treasures in the ruins. He is absolutely confident that he can break through to the Qihai realm in the ruins. Who knows, because of her outstanding performance, she might even be favored by Lu Churu, the owner of Dark Knight Tower and one of the 3 great beauties in Shueqing. The more Ling Outyen thought about it, the happier he became, and his eyes seemed to be shining. He wants to share this happiness with Shui Menghan. Menghan, I'm very happy today. More. Shui Menghan suddenly shouted with joy. She saw that the diary was finally updated. Ling Outyen thought that Shui Menghan was so happy because she was responding to him. So I couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. He touched his nose, handed the token to Shui Menghan, and said proudly, Menghan, look. I'm going back to my room first. Shui Menghan didn't want to read the diary in front of so many people. So he hurriedly said this. He ran back to the room like a gust of wind. This caused Ling Outyen's hand holding the token to freeze in the wind. His expression was proud on the left and embarrassed on the right. Bang! After Shui Menghan closed the door, just sit at the table, concentrate on reading the diary. March 12, sunny with occasional clouds. Abnormal. Ding Nanrong is very abnormal. I accidentally fell asleep in her bed and slept there for a whole day and night. She didn't throw me out. I remember one time in the sect, I accidentally fell asleep in her bed, and when I woke up, I found myself falling off a cliff. Puff. Fall off the cliff, ha 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 ha. Serves you right. Shui Menghan couldn't help laughing. Continue reading below. Chapter 53, this old maid actually got the plot right. Happy May Day. Why does Ding Nanrong seem to have changed her personality this time? She became crazy from cultivating her clone? Nah, forget it. Anyway, this old maiden's character has been distorted since she changed her look. High in the clouds. A small private lightning ship was flying at high speed towards the Woyo sect. In the room, Zhang Mu was sitting at the table writing in his diary. Today's plot is a transition. This section mainly discusses the conclusion of the hunting season and sets the stage for the next main plot. Shui Yuanshan will praise Ling Outyen in front of everyone, praising how awesome he is. Then everyone was shocked and admired. Of course, this also includes Shui Menghan. She will follow the stereotypical silly dog character and show the standard infatuated face to Ling Outyen. From then on, the relationship between the two of them deepened. Ah! You're the stupid one, you're the one obsessed with Ling Outyen. It also enhances relationships. I'm going to fuck you. Shui Menghan was so angry that her teeth were itching. If Jiang Mu were here, she would definitely give him a beating. It's a pity that it's useless to improve the relationship. Because this is a harem-related story, you can't even touch it with your hands. Could it be that the original author wanted to write a platonic harem novel? Whether it is or not, it will probably flop, because she just can't handle the relationship line. So much so that the leading female character Shui Menghan has been constantly wandering between being infatuated, secretly in love, infatuated, secretly in love, infatuated, secretly in love. The love line is slow to progress. Later, some readers couldn't stand it anymore and started to criticize it directly, criticizing it chapter by chapter, paragraph by paragraph, sentence by sentence, and word by word. They were so harsh that they couldn't even criticize the punctuation marks. The result was that the author's glass heart exploded, and he cried and directly changed Schwemminghan's ending. What happened to my ending? Write it now. Seeing her own ending, Schwemminghan felt curious and anxious. After a while, the diary content has just been continued. Good news. Good news, Ding Nanrong just came in. She also brought a plate of milk and honey buns, saying she made them herself and asked me to try some. I'm very happy, Ding Nanrong. Why are you so happy? It's not your first time eating it, Schwemminghan. This bastard likes to eat milk and honey buns. Why am I happy? Because this old maid actually got the plot right. In the original story, while she was flying the spaceship, she took the time to make me some milk and honey buns. My dear Ronger, your personality is finally normal for once. Mwah. But this milk honey bun is too sweet. She put too much milk and honey. Ding Nanrong Schwemminghan, eat quickly, and then write my ending. You know what, this milk and honey bun is quite refreshing. Alas, I suddenly missed the bun shop in my hometown. I open the window first, then drink the soup, one gulp of it, and my mouth is full of fragrance. Regardless of whether I can clear the level successfully or not, I will definitely have a feast of steamed buns when I get back. Well, that's all for today. What about my ending? Schwemminghan pouted, unhappiness written all over her face. Oh, right, I forgot to mention one more thing. Is this my end? Schwemminghan's eyes lit up and she stared at the diary closely, but I was disappointed to see that it was about the sound of day. That is to pave the way for the next main plot, the exploration of the ruins of the daylight sound. This main storyline will feature the second female protagonist, Lu Churo. Dark night building. I am the room on the 7th floor. Sure enough, after the hunting season, it's my turn to appear. Lu Churo lay lazily on the couch, flipping through her diary elegantly. Well, I'm mentally prepared. Lu Churu's character design will definitely be distorted. After all, the first and third female characters are in conflict with the two female supporting characters. Then this old witch is no exception. Why did Jiang Mu call me an old witch? I am 290 years old, and the black water demon is nearly 1,000 years old. If you want to talk about old, I'm not as old as Haishuisha. Lu Churo discovered a small detail. Jiang Mu seemed to have nicknames for them all. She is Lu Churo, an old witch Schwemminghan, a silly and crazy nympho, a black water evil, dead gossip Ding Nanrong, an old maid Han Yuqing, pervert. I just hope that by then, this old witch won't go too far. Well, that's about it for today's main plot. When I return to Wuyo sect, I will officially face Han Yuqing, the pervert. And tomorrow night, I will marry her, and the marriage will be over. I'll write tomorrow's plot tomorrow. Hope there will be a good reward today. Finished. Jiang Mu closed the diary, while eating milk and honey buns, looking forward to today's reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary is written successfully. Temperament +2, 18/100, appearance +2, 18/100, reward, transformation, immortal technique, reward introduction, transform for me. You can transform one person into another. Note, in the transformed state, spiritual power will be continuously consumed. When the spiritual power is exhausted or intermittent, it will be automatically released. Note, in the transformed state, it cannot be seen in any external form. Note, the target object to be changed must be seen in person. Note, you can actively cancel the transformation state. Words from a writer about to fail. Recently, due to YQ and work reasons, I have been exhausted and have no time to read. Sorry for the poor updating. I won't cry about raising books, I just ask you not to abandon them. Chapter 54. Welcome back, Master. This transformation technique. It's actually a magic technique? Jiang Mu was stunned for a moment. Naturally, he was no stranger to immortal arts, that is a magic that can only be performed by immortals, and it is more powerful than spiritual magic. There are apparently 6 levels of cultivation in this world. The highest level is the martial god realm, but in fact, there is also a 7th level above the martial god realm, the immortal realm. In this record of martial gods in the harem, 2 female protagonists are in the immortal realm, but they all appeared later. This transformation technique. It can transform one person into another. That is to say, I can transform myself, and I can also transform others. Well, try to transform yourself. Jiang Mu became interested. He walked to a standing mirror that was as tall as a person. Looking at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but admire myself. A villain is a villain. With this figure, this beauty, and this temperament, if put into real life, she would be at least 10 times better than Leo. I don't know what will happen to my body when my temperament and appearance reach 100 points. It won't be so cool, just finish and eat. Jiang Mu straightened his clothes a little, then think about who you want to become. Just turn into Ding Nanrong and see. Then Ding Nanrong's appearance, figure and clothes appeared in my mind. A thought came to my mind. Transformation technique. Bang, the handsome man in the mirror, she immediately turned into a cold beauty with a tube-top miniskirt, 2 jellyfish braids, and a proud figure. Fuck, that's heavy. Jiang Mu suddenly felt his center of gravity rise, and he lost his balance and knelt in front of the mirror with his buttocks raised. Good fellow. Even these two have appeared. Jiang Mu looked in the mirror in surprise. It turns out that she has been carrying such a heavy weight all this time. I guess she had a hard time as a child. Jiang Mu stood up and walked back and forth a few steps. It made him very uncomfortable. Well, it's worthy of being called a fairy technique, etc. If even the top has changed, then what about the bottom? He did an upward split. It's worthy of being called a magic technique, untie. Jiang Mu cancelled the transformation technique. The body immediately returned to normal. Try changing into another person. Let's just take Han Yuqing. Then Han Yuqing's appearance, figure and clothes appeared in my mind. Transformation technique. Bang, the handsome man in the mirror, she turned into a mysterious woman in a light blue dress with a butterfly scar on her cheek. Looking at Han Yuqing in the mirror, Jiang Mu couldn't help but have a sudden idea. This transformation technique can turn one person into another. That if I were to transform Han Yuqing into Ding Nanrong, or into Shui Menghan, Lu Churu, or Heishui, I wouldn't want Gangban, Shunishang, Liwa, Bai Qishue, or Qingyue Fairy. So according to Han Yuqing's perverted personality, she seduced me like crazy. Hiss. Good fellow. Think about those scenes where the heroine seduced the villain like you. An inexplicable sense of evil rose in Jiang Mu's heart, shaked his head. This damn system rewarded me with a useless transformation technique. Could it be that you want me to fall for Han Yuqing and lose interest in clearing the level? If that's the case, that's really disrespectful, 2A. An hour later, private lightning boat at noon landed on the bluestone square of Woyo sect. Jiang Mu had just landed the spaceship. Hundreds of disciples standing in 2 rows in the square immediately shouted in unison. Hunting season is over. Welcome back, Master. The sound resounded throughout Woyo Mountain. Damn. What's going on? Jiang Mu was really scared by the strong smell. At this time, a fragrant breeze blew over, and she fell into Jiang Mu's arms in surprise. Husband. Okay, I remember now. Jiang Mu then remembered. In the original plot, after the hunting season ends, when he returns to the sect, he will be welcomed by all the disciples in the sect. Such a grand event was actually specially arranged by Han Yuqing. Han Yuqing was familiar with his dandy and arrogant temperament, therefore, they specially arranged for all the children of the clan to welcome him in a grand manner to satisfy his vanity and sense of superiority. This will make him feel good about himself. Then eggs. What do you mean by husband? We haven't even gotten married yet. Let me go. According to Jiang Mu's villain character, he hates her. So you can't fall for this, okay? Han Yuqing obediently but reluctantly left Jiang Mu's arms. She stood aside obediently like a little wife, looking at Jiang Mu with a smile on her face. A face full of happiness. This made almost all the male disciples feel uneasy. Miss Han is so well behaved. I love her so much. The butterfly tattoo on her face is so beautiful. I want to touch it. Her smile is so charming. She took my soul away. I would be willing to shorten my life by 30 years if I could marry her. Why doesn't any woman do this to me? Ronger, I don't want to walk anymore. Take me back to the sect master's hall. Jiang Mu didn't even look at Han Yuqing and gave instructions to Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong didn't say anything and hugged him from behind. Han Yuqing, who was standing aside, smiled brightly and said to Ding Nanrong, Sister Rong, you must hold your husband tightly. If he falls, I will be very sad. There was a deep concern in his tone that could not be concealed. This made all the male disciples admire her even more. Holy crap. Sister Rong? Jiang Mu almost slipped. Did he hear it right? What did Han Yuqing call Ding Nan Rong? Sister Rong. After more than 70 reincarnations, Han Yuqing has never called Ding Nanrong Sister Rong. Even though Ding Nanrong became her Taoist partner, Han Yuqing still only called her Ronger, and now, one is the future clan leader's wife, and the other is a maid. The sect master's wife actually called the maid sister, Wujhua. The dog system really secretly changed their experiences. Jiang Mu couldn't help but ask Ding Nanrong, Ronger, are you familiar with her? Ding Nanrong replied calmly, not familiar. Before Jiang Mu could say anything, he was picked up by Ding Nanrong flying towards the master's hall. Han Yuqing, who was lying on the ground, did not forget to shout to Jiang Mu, who was gradually moving away, a husband. Can I have dinner with you tonight? Jiang Mu's voice came from afar, eat a chicken. It's too far to hear clearly. Han Yuqing smiled happily and shouted even louder, it's a deal then. I'll come to you for dinner tonight. Jiang Mu's voice came from far away, eat your %, at an amp. It's too far away to hear. Chapter 55. It's just an illusion. Stay calm. At the same time, a huge lightning ship landed outside the gate of Shueqing. After Ling Outnan got on the boat, he did not return to the city lord's mansion immediately. Instead, he followed the instructions of his master Haishuisha and came to the foot of an uninhabited mountain. Master, there aren't many people here. You can come out now. Ling Outyan said to the ring. A ball of black mist emerged from his ring. It formed a little girl with golden eyes, a black dress and straight black hair. Master, what are you doing here? Ling Outyan was puzzled. I'm going to relax. Haishuisha said this expressionlessly as he walked towards Wuyo Mountain. Master, this is human territory. What if your demon identity is discovered? Just kill him. Then when will you come back, master? Ling Outyan was a little worried. He always felt uneasy when his master was not around. If he were to encounter the Biang 7 in Shueqing, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. Come back? It depends on my mood. Haishuisha's face turned cold and he replied grimly. Ever since she knew that her ending was to sacrifice herself to fulfill Ling Outyan, she just wanted to kill Ling Outyan and put an end to it. But after 2 days of quiet reflection, she finally gave up on killing Ling Outyan temporarily. She decided to contact Jiang Mu first to see if she could change her fate later. If not, SOE killed Jiang Mu, the so-called reincarnation. Master. The direction you are heading is Wuyo Mountain, which is the territory of Wuyo sect. So what? Haishuisha didn't want to say more, and ripples began to appear around him. It seems that he is preparing to use space magic to escape. Ling Outnan suddenly remembered something and shouted hurriedly, Oh, master. I'm going to explore the Sound of Daylight in 3 days. You must return in time. Shut up. The black water demon suddenly burst out with spiritual pressure, forcing Ling Outyan to kneel on the ground. Sure, master, poof. Ling Outyan couldn't bear the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't understand why his master suddenly became furious. I am doing my job, why should I need others to tell me what to do? Haishuisha said this cruelly and disappeared into the air on the spot. What happened to the master? Last time in the cliff cave, she suddenly appeared and beat me up. Today, you suddenly used your spiritual pressure to hurt me again. Ling Outyan felt inexplicably wronged, more of a feeling of dissatisfaction. He knew that Black Water Demon was very vicious, but she had never been cruel enough to hurt him. Isn't he her apprentice? At this time, from the mountain road ahead, the voices of several men talking could be heard. Look, buddy, there's a young man kneeling down there. Ha, could it be that this brat knew I, Buyang, would pass by, so he knelt here specifically to wait for me? But he's so handsome. I'm jealous and want to beat him up. He looks like the same person. Buddy, do you remember him? Looks so familiar. Yeah, I think we beat him up before, stripped him naked and threw him into the monster pig kennel. What was his name? It should be called Ling something Outyen. Hearing this, Ling Outyen subconsciously looked up. When I saw 7 people with strange heads, deformed bodies, and different heights, weights and bodies, his heart skipped a beat. It's them. the Byung 7, he had not forgotten the shameful incident of being thrown into a pigpen by the Byung 7 member group in the Monster Mountain Range. One day, I will get my revenge. Ling Outyin clenched his fists and swore secretly in his evil and cold eyes. There was also a barely perceptible chill. Fuck. There was a flash of coldness in that kid's eyes. I saw it. What? He dares to be hostile to brothers? Damn it, I'm going to get beaten less, right? Beat him. Tear him off. There's a wild boar's den in the mountains. Woohoo! Wow, 7 unprepossessing men rushed towards Ling Outyin with anger and jealousy, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. What are you going to do? You don't come over here. Ling Outyan's face was filled with horror. Wuyo sect. I in the bedroom of the sect master's palace. Transform. Bang, Jiang Mu used the transformation technique to turn himself into Ding Nanrong again, then he walked around the room gracefully. Well, the more I use this transformation technique, the more proficient I become. Jiang Mu practiced transformation techniques in the dormitory for a while. It's a pity that I can only transform into people who have seen it. I was originally planning to change into the most beautiful woman in the Tsanling realm. He originally wanted to see what made by Chishua, the so-called most beautiful woman in the world. So beautiful, what a regrettable discovery. This transformation technique cannot be performed by people who have not seen it with their own eyes. Sudden, there were ripples in the air. Then a little girl in a black dress and long straight black hair appeared in the room out of nowhere. After the little lowly landed, she stood face to face with Ding Nanrong, big eyes staring at small eyes, steel plates. Facing the waves. Jiang Mu was stunned. Well, it's broad daylight. Why am I hallucinating? Could it be that he developed an illusion from practicing transformation techniques? He closed his eyes. More than 70 rounds of absolute experience told him so. At this moment, Haishuisha was in Ling Outyan's storage ring, and Ling Outyan is in Shuecheng. So the black water evil in front of me is absolutely fake, it is an illusion. Open your eyes again. The two of them were still staring at each other. It's just an illusion, stay calm. Then close your eyes again, open your eyes again. The two of them still faced the waves with their steel plates. Hallucination. Close your eyes again, open your eyes again. Fuck, you're real. As soon as Jiang Mu opened his eyes, he was shocked to see that the black water demon was actually rushing towards him. Boom, he was pinned to the ground by the black water. His own body was also imprisoned by her using space magic. What are you going to do? Jiang Mu's skin was numb and his face was full of disbelief. The black water demon before my eyes is actually real. She came to his dorm to look for him. Why? Haishuisha narrowed his golden pupils and said with a sinister smile, I just wanted to chat with Jiang Mu, but after seeing you, the maid. This clever god has come up with a plan. Want to chat with me? What are you talking about? Let's talk about steelboard surfing. I don't know you well, but what did she just say? Have a plan in mind. What are you looking for me and my clan leader for? What else are you going to do to me, a maid? Jiang Mu now looks like Ding Nanrong, even his voice is Ding Nanrong. So he changed his words in time, and also wanted to know what this gossip was going to do to Ding Nanrong. What to do? You'll know in a moment. Haishuisha smiled sinisterly. She stretched out her delicate arms and clenched her fingers into fists. A strong soul force condensed in the fist. Black water soul erosion technique. Hiss hiss, the fist turned into a snake head, but without eyes, only a snake mouth like the abyss. The gloom on Haishuisha's face intensified a bit, and he grinned and said, since you are Jiang Mu's personal maid, then I will simply transform you into a loyal servant of this god. I'll let you monitor Jiang Mu every day and report his every move to me. What the hell, she wants to monitor my every move, why would she do that? Before Jiang Mu could react. Become this god's loyal servant. The black water demon shoved its snake-like fist into his mouth. Chapter 56 Ronger, Save Me, M. Jiang Mu widened his eyes and resisted silently. The snake fist that was stuffed into his mouth spewed out a warm, soul-eating poison. The soul-eating poison passed through the throat, through the chest, and reached the heart. Eventually, the soul-eating poison merged into the blood and was transported to every corner of the body. Wipe it, this familiar feeling. Jiang Mu recalled what happened that day in the uninhabited canyon in the Monster Mountain Range. I was almost turned into a slave by the Black water demon. Fortunately, he had the body that carries all poisons, which absorbed and refined her soul-eating poison, otherwise, it would have been gone long ago. Jiang Mu quickly mobilized the poison explosion pill to absorb the soul-eating poison. You are the second person who has made this god willing to sacrifice decades of his life in order to perform a forbidden technique. Haishuisha stared at Ding Nanrong with a smile. Although I don't know why that bastard Jiang Mu was able to resist the black water soul erosion technique. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as you, my personal maid, become my slave, the result will be similar. Your mission from now on is to monitor, protect, and seduce Jiang Mu day and night, making him obey your orders. Since it is impossible to turn Jiang Mu into a slave, you can also start with his personal maid, then let the maid get information about his fate from him. So you can control your own destiny and change the outcome. The black water demon glanced at Ding Nanrong's exaggerated curved body and couldn't help but stick out his long forked tongue and licked her small mouth. You've grown so big because of the water poison, it's even bigger than your head. No man can resist these few pounds of charm. So, that bastard will definitely fall for you. As he spoke, he pointed his long forked tongue at that hiss. Holy shit, this feeling is so fucking real. Jiang Mu was so touched that he actually shivered with a comfortable warmth. I almost screamed out. Haishuisha brushed his long straight black hair and smiled sweetly. Do you feel your soul starting to chirp now? Do you want to prostrate yourself and sing praises to this god? Are you eager to sacrifice your life for this god? Congratulations, you are about to become my loyal servant. Soon, you will be in bed with Jiang Mu and become his Taoist partner. Are you looking forward to it? Looking forward to seeing you. Jiang Mu was very unhappy that he probably had guessed the fundamental reason why the black water demon was looking for him. It must be because he threw her into the 100-meter Tianqing. Given her vindictive and cruel nature, she will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. This is not that she's coming to me now, but he also took control of Ding Nanrong and let her seduce him, causing him to completely fall into depravity. If this gossipy woman gets unhappy, he might even be killed. Damn, this plot is totally messed up. Is this the consequence of having a distorted personality? Bah. Dog system. Trash novel. Jiang Mu cursed inwardly, but no matter how distorted the plot and characters are, that he has to overcome the current difficulties first, otherwise, I would really become this bitch's slave. That's completely over. Then, Jiang Mu sucked hard. At the same time, he accelerated the activation of the poison explosion pill, desperately trying to absorb and refine the soul-corroding poison. I can't suck you dry. It seems that you can't wait to become my servant. Feeling Ding Nanrong's active sucking, Haishuisha was very satisfied. However, it didn't take long. She felt a severe dizziness in her head. What the hell is going on? My soul-eating poison is out of control? Her expression suddenly changed. The soul-eating poison that he had given to Ding Nanrong suddenly increased uncontrollably. This feeling is exactly the same as when Jiang Mu sucked me that day. Loose your mouth. Haishuisha had this experience once before, so he decisively pulled his arm out, but Jiang Mu held it tightly and couldn't pull it out. Loose your ass. I'm not stupid. I'll see if I can't suck you to death. Jiang Mu sucked frantically. How could this god possibly fall into the same pit? Haishuisha's expression was extremely cruel. She stretched out her little hand, made a 5-finger gesture, and tried to strangle Ding Nanrong's neck. The black water demon finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her 5 fingers suddenly caused ripples in space. It seems that he wants to completely destroy that star. Damn it. Jiang Mu was so scared that he immediately stopped the transformation technique. Bang! He returned to his original form. Because he returned to his original state, he was able to avoid the fierce attack of the black water evil. The 5 fingers of Haishuisha, which were rippling, actually grabbed a distorted vacuum above Jiang Mu's chest. Good job, it was almost gone. You? After Haishuisha successfully pulled out his arm, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. What did she see? Ding Nanrong turned into Jiang Mu. You are Jiang Mu? She understood instantly. It turns out that this Ding Nanrong was actually Jiang Mu, and from beginning to end, this transformation technique is so advanced that even her spiritual sense cannot penetrate it. Jiang Mu ignored her, taking advantage of her weakness. He jumped up and ran out the door. He ran and called for help. Ronger, save me. The man hasn't even reached the door yet. Haishuisha, despite feeling weak and dizzy, appeared behind him in a flash. Another knife strike knocked him unconscious. Boom. There was a sound. Jiang Mu fainted directly on the ground. Haishuisha was also very weak, so he sat on the ground to regulate his breathing. Because a large amount of soul power was absorbed, it was so difficult for her to recover for a while. This time, a water lotus sword shot in from the door. It stabbed straight into her chest. Chapter 57, using her snake meat to make hot pot to nourish her husband. The black water evil's golden pupils shrank rapidly. A space barrier suddenly formed in front of her chest. The water lotus sword pierced through the space barrier, and the tip of the sword just touched her chest, and it could no longer move forward. She took the opportunity to bounce back, grabbing with her 5 fingers. There was a crisp sound of "ka." The water lotus sword was forcibly cut off by the space barrier. Suigen, Great Water Dragon Technique. Followed by a cold female voice. An extremely thick water dragon came through the door and spiraled towards the black water evil. The black water demon originally wanted to use space magic to escape, however, due to excessive loss of soul power and his body being too weak, he was unable to perform the move successfully. So he had no choice but to flee. A mere Guayuan realm is worthy of blocking my path? Ripples appeared on Haishuisha's arm, and a layer of spatial protective film covered it. She went forward to meet the dragon. The arm was slashed violently. Crash! The big water dragon was directly chopped to pieces. However, he did not expect that the water dragon did not dissipate, but turned into a large amount of water. The water covered her, soaking her black skirt and black hair, and the pointed corners of the lotus leaves were faintly visible. When she rushed out of the dormitory, wet Ding Nanrong raised her sword and stabbed at him at high speed. The black water evil blocked with his arms. The spatial protective membrane on the arm crawled along the tip of the sword towards Ding Nanrong like a maggot attached to the bone, and temporarily imprisoned Ding Nanrong in an instant. The black water demon's eyes were sinister, and a shiny black water snake emerged from his other hand. Snake God Poison Water Fist. Go to hell. She punched Ding Nanrong hard in the abdomen. Because Ding Nanrong was at the Guayuan realm, she was too weak to be arrogant. Only by killing the other party can you ensure your safe escape. Ding Nanrong's abdomen was pierced on the spot, and the black water snake instantly sank into her body. Puff! Ding Nanrong vomited blood. Ah! Haishuisha screamed. They both knelt on the ground. Haishuisha was horrified to find that his abdomen was suddenly pierced by something. She quickly pulled out her fist and jumped back away from Ding Nanrong. At the same time, he hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power and soul power, frantically repairing the bloody hole in his abdomen. She looked at Ding Nanrong, her face pale and horrified. How did you fight back against me? She had no idea how Ding Nanrong had hurt her. I remember that day in the deserted canyon, when I was beating Jiang Mu, he inexplicably fought back. Ding Nanrong's current situation is exactly the same as Jiang Mu's. Why? The black water demon was shocked and confused. She no longer dared to kill Ding Nanrong rashly. Ding Nanrong did not reply. She was mobilizing the water elemental power in her body to curb the worsening of the wound and suppress the spread of the black water snake venom. Black water evil took this opportunity and decisively ran out of the sect master's hall, then escaped towards the cliff behind the mountain. She was already very weak, plus he's seriously injured now. So she didn't dare to stay for even half a breath. Otherwise, if another cultivator of the Guayuan realm or even the Chihai realm comes, she will not be 100% sure of escaping. And just after the black water evil escaped, Han Yuqing just happened to be carrying a plate of spiritual fruits and walked over happily. Sister Rong? What are you doing sitting here? Ah! Your stomach is pierced. Han Yuqing was shocked. She originally wanted to give Jiang Mu some spiritual fruit to eat in order to bring them closer, because she couldn't wait for dinner. Result. But now, at the door of Jiang Mu's dormitory, he saw the seriously injured Ding Nanrong. Sister Rong. What the hell is going on? Who hurt you? Han Yuqing put the spiritual fruit on the ground and hurried to check her body. Ding Nanrong waved her hand to stop her and said to her weakly, I am a water elemental being and possess healing abilities, so this kind of injury won't kill me. I just came back from the back mountain. Suddenly I heard the clan leaders cry for help. When I came here, I saw a snake demon with golden eyes. That golden-eyed snake demon knocked the sect leader unconscious. Han Yuqing was very anxious. What? My husband was knocked unconscious? She wanted to go into the dormitory to see how Jiang Mu was doing, but he was stopped by Ding Nanrong. The sect master is just unconscious, he's fine. What you need to do now is to quickly kill that golden-eyed snake demon. Said, she touched Han Yuqing's forehead with her finger and injected a stream of water energy into it. Sister Rong, what is this? Han Yuqing was very surprised. She mobilized the power of water element and was actually able to sense a vague and uncertain aura coming from the direction of the back mountain, which was getting farther and farther away. Ding Nanrong explained that golden-eyed demon snake is at the void refinement realm, but it seems only slightly stronger than me. She is covered in the water of my great water dragon technique. As long as she is wet, you can sense her. Han Yuqing's face was solemn, but the strength of the demon race is generally stronger than that of humans at the same level, and I am only at the 9th level of the Qi-Si realm. Ding Nanrong said, that's not a problem. Because she shot through my abdomen, the damage was reflected back by my force counterattack ability, so she is seriously injured now. As long as you use the Void God's hidden aura, you will have a chance to kill her. Han Yuqing's eyes lit up, good. She stood up and took out a dagger, looking towards the back mountain. He smiled strangely. As a demon, you actually dared to break into my Woyo sect and knock my husband unconscious. I must kill her and use her snake meat to make a hot pot to nourish my husband. It is 1,000 miles away from Woyo Mountain. In a damp and dark waterfall cave, the black water evil, in the form of a human body and a snake, lay weakly on the ground, recuperating. That bastard. You ignored the black water soul erosion technique twice in a row, and even turned around and absorbed me. That made Ding Nanrong is just like that bastard, capable of launching a counterattack that this god cannot detect. Damn it! As a demon god, she felt very humiliated. She has always been the one who bullies others. I didn't expect that today. I would be made so embarrassed by just 2 humans. Son of a bitch. One day, this god will skin you alive and tear your bones apart. And you, Ding Nanrong, you're still that bastard's future Taoist partner. Very good. One day, this god will order Ling Outyin to rape you and then kill you. Secretly swore a poisonous oath. She was so weak and tired that she finally couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 58. Where should I start? The bedroom of the sect master's palace. When Jiang Mu woke up, it was already night. It hurts, it hurts. The sharp pain in the back of his head made him grimace. What's wrong with me? Yeah, I remember now. I was knocked unconscious by that damned black water bitch. Where is she? Jiang Mu rubbed the back of his head and looked around the room, but there was no trace of the black water demon. It seems that he ran away after knocking him out. He got out of bed and walked to the table, pouring a glass of water to moisten his throat and check your dantian, because he absorbed a large amount of soul-devouring poison from the black water evil. Therefore, a poisonous explosive pill surrounded by black gas has been born in the dantian. Estimating its power, it could probably poison a cultivator at the Guiyuan realm. Damn it, what's the use of this broken pill? That damn bitch is beyond help. Given her ruthless character, she will never give up. Then how can I continue the storyline? Grass. Jiang Mu felt very tired. He wanted to go out to the cliff behind the mountain to feel the breeze, look at the moon, and relax. When the door is opened, then I saw 2 female disciples in the Qi-Hai realm guarding outside the door. What are you doing here? Jiang Mu was curious. Normally, his dormitory doesn't need anyone to guard it. After all, Ding Nanrong lives next door, so safety is not a problem. But what's more, the cultivators who can successfully break into the Master's Hall are probably all in the Lianshu realm. Then there would be no point in arranging 2 Qi-Hai Jing disciples to guard it. Return to the sect master. It was Miss Rong who ordered us to stay here. She said that when you wake up, go to her bedroom to find her. This old maid actually asked me to find her. It's really strange. Bullshit. It must be because of the distorted character. Jiang Mu remembered that the cold Ding Nanrong never asked him to go to her dormitory before they started dual cultivation. Well, you guys go down. He waved them off, and then he returned to his dormitory and walked to the wall separating him from Ding Nanrong's dormitory. There is a door in the wall, which makes it convenient for Ding Nanrong to come and protect him. Knock knock knock. Ronger, I'm here. Come in. A weak voice came from the other side, and the tone was still anxious. What's wrong with her? Jiang Mu was confused. He pushed the door open and went in. Ronger, you're looking for me. Holy shit. What's wrong with you? He just walked in. Now I was shocked to see it. Ding Nanrong lay on the ground with her face pale, and her posture was very deformed and weirder from the waist up. She was lying on the ground with her back tilted back, below the waist. The legs are crossed normally while sitting on the cushion. This moment, she was using her hands to support herself on the ground, trying her best to sit up straight. Jiang Mu hurried over and helped her sit up from behind. However, after she sat up straight, her upper body became limp again and she fell back into Jiang Mu's arms. Ronger, what are you doing? Jiang Mu's eyes widened. Why does she feel like she is paralyzed? Ding Nanrong's next words made his scalp tingle. My abdomen was pierced by a golden-eyed snake demon. That golden-eyed snake demon also injected a black water snake into my body. Golden-eyed snake demon, isn't that the black water demon, the damned bitch injured Ding Nanrong? He also injected black water snake venom into her body, oh Blanche. This is clearly an attempt to put Ding Nanrong to death. Jiang Mu felt his scalp tingling. A surge of anger came up. Ding Nanrong has died once. What if I die again? What kind of plot is that? Romer, how do you feel now? Although the tone was full of concern, but Jiang Mu was not very panicked. Firstly, Ding Nanrong has a water elemental body and can heal herself. Even if her stomach is pierced, it will not take her life. Secondly, I can definitely help her absorb the black water snake venom in her body, but where to suck from? We need to understand her situation first. Metropolitan. From my waist down I've lost all consciousness. And it's starting to show signs of shrinking. Veins bulged on Ding Nanrong's forehead, and beads of sweat the size of cold beans were oozing out. She is trying her best to mobilize the power of water to curb the spread of black water snake venom, but because the abdominal injury needed to heal, it took up most of her energy. This also resulted in the black water snake venom in the body being unable to be effectively contained and slowly spreading. She tried her best, but could only stop the spread of the poison to her upper body. Now my lower body is unable to move and has begun to shrink. I see. Jiang Mu understood that he couldn't help but recall the day when Xue Menghan was poisoned by the blood poison tree demon, and many bloody holes were pierced in his legs. That he used his mouth to suck the bloody holes on Xue Menghan's legs. Finally all the toxins are absorbed. So same principle that he can also use his mouth. Romer, has the hole in your stomach been repaired? Fixed, alright. So where should I start? Jiang Mu couldn't help but look at Ding Nanrong's pale lips. Ding Nanrong seemed to be prepared. She tore the clothes from her belly. Metropolitan. How did you help Miss Shui get rid of the poison before? Now, please help me get rid of it. If she had said this before, she would definitely be calm. To the point that she is actually a little nervous now, it shouldn't be stressful. Okay, let's go to bed. Jiang Mu nodded and picked her up by the waist. After laying her flat on the bed, he took off his shoes and climbed up, placing his hands on both sides of her waist. Then his head dropped towards her abdomen. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. It is 1,000 miles away from Woyo Mountain, in a damp and dark waterfall cave. The black water demon with a human body and a snake shape was sleeping comfortably with its body coiled up. Sudden, her eyes were pierced by something sharp. Raw. The black water demon, who was sleeping soundly, let out a terrible wail on the spot. The wailing sound echoed throughout the waterfall cave. Lasts forever. Chapter 59. When will that damn gossip come again? The eyes of this god. Haishuisha covered his eyes, which were bleeding profusely, and his dark and thick snake body thrashed and rolled on the ground in pain, causing the rocks in the cave to shatter and fly everywhere. As she rolled over with her belly facing up. Hey! Xian Guang, exterminate! A dazzling small beam of light shot down from the top of the cave. He shot through the tough white belly of the black water demon on the spot. The black water demon screamed in agony after being shot. She curled up her snake body, endured the severe pain, and released her spiritual sense. Who is it? Get out here right now. The spiritual consciousness instantly covered the entire waterfall cave. The next moment, she discovered that an invisible woman was hanging above her head. Judging from his spiritual energy, he is at the Qi Si realm. Get down. The black water evil snake flicked its tail and rushed forward on the spot. She actually found me? Han Yuqing, who was invisible, looked changed. His own invisibility into the void could not be detected except by spiritual consciousness. Could it be that this snake demon possesses spiritual consciousness or some special perception ability? No time to think about it. Han Yuqing jumped away from her original position and easily avoided the attack of the black water evil. After both of them landed, Han Yuqing immediately ended her invisibility to save her spiritual energy, looking at the black water demon in front of her, who was blind and had a hole in his stomach. Han Yuqing laughed strangely. Hey! Sister Rong said that you, who are in the Lianshu realm, have been seriously injured. I didn't expect you to be this weak. As a demon, you are not content to stay in the demon realm. Instead, you sneaked into my Woyo sect and knocked my husband unconscious. I'm going to kill you right now and use you to make snake head soup. Jiang Mu is Han Yuqing's reliance for revenge. If anything happened to Jiang Mu, causing her to lose her position as the clan leader's wife, then her revenge would be almost hopeless. Han Yuqing's face turned grim, and she rushed towards Haishuisha with a dagger in her hand. You are only at the 9th level of the Qi Hai Jing, and you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of this god. The black water demon leaned forward and placed his palms on the ground, his face ferocious. He decisively consumed a large amount of spiritual power and black water snake venom to perform a secret technique, Black Death Pool. Crash! The solid ground in front of her instantly turned into a pool of surging black water. One of Han Yuqing's feet happened to land on the water. Result: Han Yuqing was instantly pulled back and could no longer move forward. What's this? She was horrified to find that she was unable to move forward. The legs that were submerged in the black water gradually became paralyzed, and the whole person even slowly sank. No matter how she struggled, it was of no avail. Don't bother. Haishuisha had a furious look on his face, and he couldn't help but lick his small lips with his long forked tongue. The Black Death Pool has the power to stick. The black water snake venom inside will eat into your legs and spread upwards to your entire body. Once you are completely submerged in the pool, you will turn into dry bones and die. Ha 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 ha. While laughing wildly, he did not forget to mobilize his spiritual power and soul power to repair the bloody hole in his abdomen. Xiantian Luyang slash. While she was repairing, Han Yuqing decisively swung the dagger. A stream of light as strong as the sun shot out from the dagger and slashed across the snake body of the black water evil. She deliberately tilted the light slightly upwards, forcing the black water demon to duck and dodge. Really, Haishuisha subconsciously lowered his head and easily avoided the flowing light. Hey. Han Yuqing laughed eerily as if she had succeeded. Xian Yang Yao Dao Guang. Her body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the lake blue dress on her body burst into pieces in an instant, and her whole body turned into a dazzling white light like the sun. Go to hell. Han Yuqing turned into light and shot directly at the crown of Haishuisha. Squeak. Haishuisha's head was cut in half on the spot. She opened her hollow eyes wide, her face full of horror. My demon god soul. Boom. The black water demon with a human body and a snake tail fell heavily to the ground. After his body twitched twice, he became motionless. Han Yuqing was naked and her legs were corroded by the venom of the black water snake, so she could not walk normally. She limped to the body of Haishuisha. Then he crossed his palms and aimed them at the heart area on Haishuisha's back. Xian Guang annihilates. A dazzling small beam of light shot out from the palm of his hand. He shot directly through the black water demon's heart. To be conservative, she used the dagger again to chop at Haishuisha's neck and cut off half of his head. When the head and body are separated, the black water demon's body shrank and turned back into an ordinary, non-venomous water snake. Luckily, I was able to finish you off and turn you back into a snake. Otherwise, I'll just have to boil you into soup like this. Han Yuqing threw the half-snake head and body into the storage ring, then she took out a lake blue long skirt and put it on herself hurriedly. We must return to the sect as soon as possible to remove the black water snake venom from our legs. Otherwise, my legs. Han Yuqing shook her legs with a serious expression. I found that in addition to the numbness, there were also subtle signs of atrophy. She knows that time is precious. Then he limped back towards Wuyo sect. The next day. Early morning. In Ding Nanrong's dormitory, Zhang Mu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by something soft and fragrant. He raised his head and opened his eyes blearily. He saw Ding Nanrong sleeping soundly, lying flat under him. It seems that after I finished sucking her last night, I was so tired that I accidentally fell asleep on her. She's so quiet and beautiful when she sleeps. Zhang Mu admired the beautiful woman on the bed. I just got up and stretched. Come to the table and sit down. Oh shit. I don't know when that damn bitch will come back. Zhang Mu felt a headache when he thought about the black water demon. Never mind for now. The memory of a day begins in the morning. Let's get today's reward first, and then think about other things. You summon the diary, start writing in your diary for today. Chapter 60, let's have some good rewards. Dog system. On March 13th, the clouds rolled up and did not disperse. Bother. So annoying. I feel so upset. The black water demon came to see me yesterday. She also wanted to turn Ding Nanrong into a slave, ordering her to monitor and seduce me day and night, to make me fall for her, and ultimately to make me obey her every word. Damn it, I just threw you into a 100-meter high Tianken, but you're still holding a grudge? You're taking advantage of the cruel personality the bastard author gave you and you do whatever you want. Grass. Fuck. After venting a little, Zhang Mu turned his head and glanced at the sleeping beauty on the bed. Continue writing. Damn, the black water demon even nearly killed Ding Nanrong. Why doesn't this damn bitch just die? Alas, this incident taught me that from now on, I should return to reality and never mess with a woman with such an extreme personality. No, that bitch can't be considered a woman because she doesn't have any femininity. Although she has lived for nearly 1,000 years, her mind and temperament are like a child. Because of her, forget it, I don't want to talk about her anymore. Jiang Mu rubbed his head. Think about what you want to write. What's the main plot today? Except that Li Hua came to Xuecheng to investigate Ling Outyen. Also, I'm getting married to Han Yuqing tonight. Let's write about Beaver first. So I continued writing. That Li Hua is coming to Xuecheng today. She is the head of the Li Hua pavilion and one of the 3 great beauties of Xuecheng. This evildoer is actually the 4th female lead. High in the clouds. A private lightning ship with the appearance of a white fox was flying at high speed towards Lizhou Nanjing. I in the incense room. An enchanting woman in a white brocade jacket sat cross-legged on the soft bed. I'm the 4th female lead. Li Hua's charming almond-shaped eyes stared at the Jiang Mu's private diary in her hand with great interest. This evildoer traveled thousands of miles from the Chinyu Empire to Xuecheng in order to investigate Ling Outyen. After she arrives in Xuecheng tonight, she will send someone to invite Ling Outyen to her Li Hua pavilion for their first meeting. As a result, Ling Outyen's protagonist attribute of falling in love with every woman he meets came into play. When he saw this enchantress, he was instantly attracted by her allure and charm, and fell in love with her, just like when he saw Shui Menghan and Lu Churu, the kind of love at first sight. I don't want to complain anymore, I just fall in love with everyone I meet, that's basic. Then Li Hua took advantage of Ling Outyen's affection for her to keep him in suspense, slowly extracting information from him. Is that so? But I basically learned everything about Ling Outyen's situation from his diary. Isn't the black water evil that resides in his ring the demon god mirror? Isn't Black Water Demon the leader of the Black Water Snake Clan? Isn't he the target Shay is looking for? Then there's nothing to investigate now. Li Hua blinked. The reason why she came to Xuecheng, firstly, it is to serve as an example for Shay. Secondly, she was actually very interested in Jiang Mu. So, taking advantage of the situation, she came to Xuecheng. Someone come. Li Hua called the maid and ordered. After arriving at Lizhou Nanjing, don't go back to Xuecheng, go directly to Woyo sect. Jiang Mu finished writing about Li Hua. Then write your own. Tonight, I will marry Han Yuqing. Is that bastard getting married? Shui Menghan was in the courtyard, holding a diary. I don't know why when I knew Jiang Mu was getting married, she seemed a little lost. Although it is a marriage. But based on the villain character, I don't like Han Yuqing. I like Shui Menghan. He likes me. Shui Menghan's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Mu had said that he liked her at her 16th birthday party, but she wasn't cold at all at that time. But now, look at the sentence, I like Shui Menghan. Somehow, the feeling of loss she had just felt gradually dissipated even a little. Happy? Pa, I don't care about your liking. Shui Menghan shook her head fiercely, then continue watching carefully. Also because I don't like Han Yuqing. So this wedding banquet was not grand, it could be said to be very simple. As for the guests who came to congratulate? Except for Shui Yuanshan, the mayor of Shui City, no one was invited. Oh, by the way, someone will show up uninvited. That's my other fiancée, Shui Menghan. Shui Menghan was very happy. She gave me a big red envelope and sincerely wished Han Yuqing and me a happy life, saying, I hope you and your wife will have a baby soon, stay together forever, and love each other forever. Then, as a lickspittle villain, I licked her a bit, saying that even though I was married to Han Yuqing, I would still love her, Shui Menghan, for the rest of my life. Bah, I love you like a ghost. Shui Menghan's face couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Since the leading female character is here, why is there a lack of the leading male character Ling Outyen? So, after meeting Li Hua, Ling Outyen rushed to Woyo sect. At the wedding banquet, he angrily scolded me, saying that I was pregnant with Han Yuqing and was using the marriage certificate to force Shui Menghan to marry me. He said I was not a good person. Anyway, he scolded me. I was so angry that I had to hit him. In the end, he beat me up. As for my wife, Han Yuqing, she symbolically beat up Ling Outyen. Afterwards, Han Yuqing secretly approached Ling Outyen, saying that she was impressed by his courage and potential and wanted to invest in him and collaborate with him. Damn, I'm so old. That's all for today. Finished. Jiang Mu closed the diary. Give me something good, dog system. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary is written successfully. Temperament +2, 20/100, appearance +2, 20/100, reward, extreme transfer technique, immortal technique, reward description, the surgeon is not as skilled as the master. You can remove one character's ability, spiritual skill, immortal skill, or physique and transfer it to another character. Note, the character that is stripped will permanently lose the ability, spiritual skill, immortal skill, physical fitness. Note, the transferred character can and can only use this ability, spiritual skill, immortal skill, physical fitness once unconditionally. Note, this technique can only be used twice. It will disappear on its own after the number of times is exhausted. Number of times used, 0/2. Chapter 61. I'll also bend the art of extreme transfer? It sounds like a bullfrog. Jiang Mu looked at the introduction carefully. You can strip and transfer a character's abilities, spiritual arts, immortal arts, and physical constitution. Use them once unconditionally. That is to say, he can take away someone else's ability, spiritual skill, immortal skill, or physical condition, and transfer it to someone else or himself. You can also transfer yours to other people. In that case, it just so happened that I resurrected Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong earlier, and their invisibility and counterattack abilities were taken away. And this extreme transfer technique can be used just twice. Then can I get my invisibility and damage counterattack back? Jiang Mu feels very nice, but after thinking about it, I felt it was useless, because even if you get it back, you can only become invisible once and counterattack once. It doesn't seem to be of much use. This damn system only rewards garbage. It would be nice if you could give me a realm upgrade. Don't you know that I'm going to be beaten by Ling Aotian tonight? At the very least, any healing, attacking, or speed-up spell would be fine. Don't you understand the principle that a blacksmith must be strong himself? Dog system. Jiang Mu was very dissatisfied with today's reward. He carefully read the extreme transfer technique again. He had a flash of inspiration and found a more interesting place. Ability, spiritual arts, immortal arts, and physical fitness. It seems like there's a lot of room for maneuver. Especially ability and physique. He knows it very well. Abilities basically refer to abilities unique to each realm, such as Guiyuan Mirror's abilities, spiritual pressure, levitation, sword flying, and youthful appearance. In the realm of emptiness, practicing emptiness and fasting. The realm of emptiness and darkness, the body contains the void, and the void is broken. Martial god realm, regeneration of broken limbs, divine consciousness, and soul condensation. Immortal realm, nirvana, rebirth, immortal soul, and a world of its own. That is to say, if I deprive Ding Nanrong of her ability to levitate, then I can use a levitation flight. And Ding Nanrong has permanently lost her ability to float. Isn't this equivalent to giving someone a permanent debuff? Jiang Mu couldn't help but look back at Ding Nanrong, who was sleeping soundly. As for physique, there's a concept called awakening. Constitution refers to the 5 major constitutions: innate primordial body, innate spiritual body, demon ancestor bloodline, moon god body, and reincarnation of the god of war. If I deprive Ding Nanrong of her water elemental body, then I can awaken the power of water element once. Because awakening is like a one-time switch, after awakening, I will always be a water elemental body. As for Ding Nanrong, she will become an ordinary cultivator and will never be possessed by demons again. This extreme transfer technique seems to be quite impressive. Just imagine that if you randomly pick a supporting role, the physique of this supporting role is one of the 5 major physiques, such as the fire element body, then he deprived this extra of his fire elemental body and took it for himself. Wouldn't that make me a cow? Yeah, not bad, not bad. Jiang Mu was very satisfied with today's reward. Sudden, the sound of clang came from my own dormitory next door. It looked like someone had knocked over a table or something. Did someone enter my room? Fuck. Could it be that damned bitch again? Jiang Mu was startled, but he soon calmed down. Wrong. That damned bitch has absorbed so much of her soul-eroding poison from me, and since she injured Ding Nanrong, she's definitely going to be counter-injured by Ding Nanrong's forced iron body. So, she needs to recuperate and recover from her injuries, so it's impossible for her to come here so soon. At this time, an anxious and painful female voice came over. Husband! Where are you? Is it Han Yuqing? What's wrong with her? Jiang Mu hurried through the small door and entered his dormitory. Fuck! He saw it with horror. Han Yuqing, with a pale face, was lying on the overturned table. She was biting her cracked lips tightly, cold sweat was pouring down her forehead, her bloody hands were trying hard to hold on to the edge of the table, and her legs were weak and unstable. Her light blue dress was covered in mud and grass, and was already worn and torn. What's wrong with you? Jiang Mu was shocked and was about to help her up, but he suddenly thought of his villain character. I can't show any emotion like concern towards her, because this may cause the relationship between the two parties to heat up prematurely. Shit, Han Yuqing's situation clearly shows that there is a big problem. It's all crooked anyway, then I'll do the same. Makes sense, right? Grass. Jiang Mu no longer cares about the bullshit villain character setting. He quickly came to Han Yuqing and picked her up by the waist, then put it on your bed. What's going on? Why are your clothes so tattered? Jiang Mu's brows were almost wrinkled into a ball. The clothes on Han Yuqing's abdomen and chest had been worn to tatters, revealing a faint glimpse of her spring scenery. Also, what's wrong with your legs? He lifted Han Yuqing's skirt. A pair of well-proportioned, snow-white long legs, but covered with horrifying scars, were exposed before his eyes. Take a closer look. The skin on her legs was actually slowly shrinking. My dear, my leg has been poisoned by a black water snake. Please get the elixir to help me get rid of the poison quickly. Han Yuqing held Jiang Mu's hand tightly. She is now very frightened and afraid that she will die unexpectedly. The black water snake venom, although small in quantity, is so overbearing that she couldn't completely contain it. The poison spread throughout the legs, causing almost complete loss of sensation in the legs. It has even begun to shrink. She was on her way back this time. To save her legs, she crawled half the way back. We climbed all night long. Black water snake venom? Jiang Mu's scalp suddenly exploded. Fuck, this damn bitch, she also wants to kill Han Yuqing. Shit. Is she ever going to finish? Jiang Mu was filled with anger and rushed forward with a swish, swish, swish. Han Yuqing, like Ding Nanrong, had died once. What if I die again? Haha. If possible, he would have beaten Haishuisha to death. Well, shaking his head, Jiang Mu sighed helplessly. The most urgent task is to heal Han Yuqing's legs first. He comforted her and said, don't worry, I will help you get rid of the poison, trust me. Yes. I believe in my husband. Han Yuqing tried her best to smile, but because of the mixture of fear and pain, the smile was extremely ugly. Jiang Mu stretched out his fingers and used his nails to cut the skin on her calf. Then he didn't care about the horrific scar on her leg. Just cover it with your mouth. Sister. Chapter 62. I'm fine. My husband is so awesome. After 1 hour of absorption, Jiang Mu finally absorbed all the black water snake venom from Han Yuqing's leg. I'm feeling it, husband. I can feel it in my legs. Han Yuqing's previous worries and fears were instantly swept away. She excitedly raised her leg and slowly began to stretch and kick. I found that apart from a little numbness, there was basically no problem. As for the atrophy and wrinkles of the skin, they can be slowly healed by simply applying good elixir. There's another leg. I'll continue to help you remove it. Jiang Mu used his nails to cut the skin on her calf, then he covered it with his mouth. Keep going. Okay. Thank you, husband. Han Yuqing responded sweetly. She is not worried at all now. Jiang Mu can even resurrect someone, so removing a minor poison shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? She smiled as she watched him suck, and taking this opportunity of skin contact, I talked to him, hoping to get closer to him. Husband, how does it feel when you suck my legs? Only a pervert like you can ask such a question. Jiang Mu ignored her. Husband, I'm starting to feel something in my legs. It seems like something is flowing out and you're sucking it into your mouth. What does it taste like? Why do I feel like there's something else behind her words? Oh, my dear, I remember now. I think I was only wearing a skirt. Only a skirt. Husband, do you want to see it? He. Should I lift it up? Will you shut up? Jiang Mu glared at her fiercely. Okay, my husband told me to shut up, so I'll shut up. Han Yuqing really shut up obediently. However, she soon began to speak again. By the way, husband, do you like snakehead soup? Jiang Mu ignored her and continued to smoke hard. I'll make snakehead soup for my husband later, okay? Dot. Do you like bitter or spicy drinks, my husband? Dot. Would you like some more ketchup? Jiang Mu was speechless, seeing that Jiang Mu remained silent. Han Yuqing also tactfully stopped talking, taking advantage of her boredom. She called out her diary. I want to see if today's diary has been updated. So I turned to the latest page. I took a closer look. Finally, I found the diary contents about myself. Tonight, I will marry Han Yuqing. I almost forgot. Tonight is the wedding day. Han Yuqing just remembered this matter. So he said with joy, husband, we are getting married tonight. I am very happy. Are you happy too? Jiang Mu didn't want to talk at all. He just wanted to get rid of the poison quickly and let her do what she needed to do. Seeing this, Han Yuqing stopped talking, then read the diary. But based on the villain character, I don't like Han Yuqing. I like Xue Menghan. According to the villain character, he doesn't like me. What if he doesn't follow the villain's character setting? But what about himself? Will he like me? Han Yuqing suddenly became very curious. Although she is beautiful and has high aptitude for cultivation, but I have scars all over my body. Will he like it? No man would like that, right? Hey, who cares? As long as my goal can be achieved, nothing else matters. Han Yuqing continued to read her diary. At the wedding banquet, I was beaten to a pulp by Ling Outyan. Han Yuqing symbolically beats up Ling Outyan. He secretly found Ling Outyan and said that he was impressed by his courage and potential and wanted to invest in him and cooperate with him. It turns out that according to the plot, I will cooperate with Ling Outyan then. Am I not early? Han Yuqing's expression turned strange. The reason why she went to the Monster Mountain range was during the hunting season. It's because I know Ling Outyan is the protagonist. That's why I had the idea of investing in Ling Outyan after she used the Buyang group of 7 to test Ling Outyan. She found that he did have great potential. So we invested in him on the spot and reached a cooperation with him. Close the journal. Looking at Jiang Mu smoking hard, Han Yuqing couldn't help but think Jiang Mu must know her ending. So can she achieve her goal of using Wuyo sect to attack Shenyang sect in the future? What was her ending? Curious, very curious. An hour later. Okay, the poison is gone, go for a walk and see. Jiang Mu let go of Han Yuqing's legs in motion for Han Yuqing to stand up and walk. Okay. Han Yuqing slowly stood up and tried to walk back and forth in the room. Jiang Mu went to straighten the overturned table, sat on the chair and rubbed his temples. By the way, I checked the poisonous explosion pill in my dantian and found that it had grown several times bigger. It seems that poisoning an ordinary Guiyuan mirror monk should not be a problem. I'm fine. My husband is amazing. Han Yuqing excitedly hugged him from behind Abaji and kissed him on the cheek. Wipe, rebellion against her. Get out. Leave me alone. Jiang Mu pushed her away forcefully. Oh, then I'll go make snakehead soup for my husband to nourish his body. Please wait for me. As she spoke, Han Yuqing was about to walk out the door. Wait a moment. Jiang Mu called her. He had to understand clearly what was going on between Han Yuqing and Haishuisha. Tell me how you got poisoned by the black water snake. Let's start from yesterday. Okay, yesterday, there was a golden-eyed snake demon. Han Yuqing told her about how Ding Nanrong was injured by a snake demon yesterday, about how he tracked down the snake demon and killed it in the waterfall cave. Then there was the story of how he crawled back after being poisoned by a black water snake. Speak it out completely. Jiang Mu listened. My head suddenly felt like it was struck by lightning. The world was spinning around me, and I almost fell down. A long time. Unfortunately, there were the precedents of Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong's deaths. He was able to calm down quickly. That is to say, Black Water Evil dead. The third female protagonist was killed by the female villain. Jiang Mu took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Then he said to Han Yuqing expressionlessly, so, the snakehead soup you mentioned is made with that golden-eyed snake demon? Yes. Han Yuqing smiled sweetly. She took out half of a snake's head and body from the ring. Look, my husband. This little snake demon is still in the Lianshu realm. It must be very nourishing. I'll use it to make soup for you, my husband. Wait for me. With that, she turned around and left happily. No, just give me the snake. Jiang Mu shook his head and sighed. Why? Han Yuqing tilted her head in confusion. Don't you want to drink the soup? This snake is still very fresh. If you don't want to drink it, give me the snake and don't bother me anymore. Oh, okay. Han Yuqing didn't ask any more questions. Like a little wife, She placed the snake on the table obediently, then she smiled sweetly at Jiang Mu and went out. He even closed the door considerately. Looking at the half-snake head and body on the table, Jiang Mu did not show any excessive emotional reaction. There was even a feeling of bloating in my heart, but there is more, I felt nauseous. If I really drank the snake head soup. Resurrection vomit. Chapter 63. Let's see how you continue to be extravagant in the future. The picture is too fucked. It made Jiang Mu feel uncomfortable. He calmed himself down and tried to keep a calm mind. Then he looked at the half-snake head and body on the table. I can't help but feel confused. The black water evil is a demonic mirror. It has the ability to regenerate severed limbs and condense souls to escape. Basically hard to kill. But he was killed by Han Yuqing? Jiang Mu knew it very well that if you want to kill the demon god mirror or the martial god realm, you must destroy their souls. The soul resides in the spirit center. The location of the lingtai is in the area of the top of the head. Look at the half-snake head. Jiang Mu already knew the cause of Haishuish's death. This is a smooth, even cut. She must have been weakened by Han Yuqing's Xian Yang Yao Dao Guang. Her soul was too weak, so it must have been shattered on the spot. It's really bad luck again. I was secretly complaining in my heart. At the same time, think seriously about this question. What would happen if the black water evil was not resurrected? Thought for a long time. Jiang Mu slammed the table angrily and couldn't help cursing. Oh shit. If we don't resurrect her, the plot won't be able to move forward at all. But if she's resurrected, given her ruthless personality, she'll definitely try to get me. It might even mess with Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing, who are by my side. If we kill them both, the plot won't work at all. It's difficult. This is a multiple choice question about resurrection or not. Jiang Mu won't do it anymore. Is this the last reincarnation that I will be sent to? Will I return to reality empty-handed? What a dog system. Jiang Mu opened the personal reward panel. I want to see my current rewards. Name, Jiang Mu. Temperament, 20 out of 100. Appearance, 20 out of 100. Reward, pretend to be beaten. Reward, good waste. Reward, body that carries all kinds of poisons. Reward, resurrection of the dead. Rules, reward, one eye in the sky. Spiritual technique, reward, soul book, spiritual art. Reward 7. Transformation, immortal technique. Reward, extreme path transfer technique, immortal technique. Tip, click on the reward to view details. Transformation. Jiang Mu suddenly had an idea. Can I use the transformation technique to transform a character into the Blackwater Demon? And let this character take over the storyline on behalf of Blackwater Demon? Damn, that's not feasible. He gave up the idea immediately. After all, it simply won't work if only the appearance is the same and everything else is different. The diary reward at the back, will there be some kind of reward like copying abilities or personalities? Then I'll create another Blackwater Demon? Jiang Mu couldn't help but guess. Then he shook his head in denial, because it is too illusory. After all, no one knows what rewards will be given tomorrow. Well, it's difficult to do. Jiang Mu shook his head and sighed. He really wants to drink a bottle of Fat House Happy Water, lie lazily on the sun lounger, empty his mind and think about nothing. This time, the door to Ding Nanrong's dormitory was opened. Ding Nanrong, wearing a tube-top miniskirt, came to Jiang Mu. She looked at the snake's head and body on the table and asked doubtfully, where did the snake come from? Jiang Mu sighed and replied, this is the golden-eyed snake demon that Han Yuqing killed. Ding Nanrong frowned slightly and asked in confusion, this snake looks like an ordinary non-venomous water snake, it's not even a monster. Are you sure it's the golden-eyed snake demon? Jiang Mu nodded and replied, it's certain. Her soul was completely destroyed by Han Yuqing. Black water evil is the state of the soul. She condensed her soul and took over the body of this ordinary water snake. In other words, this water snake had died long ago, and it was just a container of the black water evil. Ding Nanrong looked at the snake, then looked at Jiang Mu and asked, why did this snake come after you? Why did it knock you unconscious but not kill you? I don't know either. Maybe she saw that I was handsome and wanted to take me back to the monster mountain range. Jiang Mu didn't know how to explain it, so he just gave a perfunctory explanation with his eyes full of loopholes. Handsome, Ding Nanrong looked at him strangely. Even though she was not interested in men, she still thought Jiang Mu was quite good looking. Since the snake is dead now, then there would be no need for her to stay by Jiang Mu's side all the time to protect him. I'm going to meditate on the cliff in the back mountain. After saying this, she walked out of the room. Watching her leaving, Jiang Mu felt something flash through his mind. Ronger, wait. Ding Nanrong was called and looked back at him in confusion. Jiang Mu came to her and circled around her. He was still muttering to himself, that's weird, what is it? He had a feeling that he might be able to find something from Ding Nanrong to solve the problem of the black water evil, but that thing made him unable to grasp it for a while. What is it? Perhaps she was annoyed by the transfer. Ding Nanrong said indifferently, you have this free time, you should practice hard. I can save you once, but I can't guarantee it will happen again. What is it? What is it? Jiang Mu seemed not to hear her words and continued to circle around her. Ding Nanrong's face gradually turned cold. Don't think you can be so rude to me just because you sucked out the black water snake venom from my body and saved me. Black water snake venom. Jiang Mu paused and stopped to think. Black water snake venom, black water snake venom, black water snake venom blast pill? Fuck. Got it. Jiang Mu's eyes suddenly lit up and he almost jumped up with excitement. He thought of a solution, a special method to cure black water evil. This method is absolutely effective. That's right. It's the black water snake venom. Ronger, you're absolutely right. Jiang Mu excitedly and subconsciously hugged Ding Nanrong. He even picked her up and spun her around a few times. Ding Nanrong's long braids fluttered beautifully. Put me down, or die. Either way. A cold voice reached Jiang Mu's ears. Jiang Mu was frightened and immediately let her go. Then he laughed awkwardly and said, Ronger, don't worry, I just want to weigh you. Ding Nanrong's eyes flashed, and the spiritual energy in her body suddenly surged. Damn. Is she angry? She'll beat me. Jiang Mu really wanted to slap himself in the face. It's all my fault for being too excited and saying the wrong thing. Ronger, what I mean is that you have everything you should have and nothing you shouldn't have. You don't need to lose weight at all. As he spoke, he stretched out his arms and held his head high and chest out. Be ye prepared to be beaten by her. Boring. Ding Nanrong said coldly, then he withdrew his breath. He walked out of the room without looking back. She didn't hit me. Jiang Mu felt strange. I remember that I hugged her during my first reincarnation. That was when we were flying with the sword. Because I was feeling dizzy from the sword, I had to hold her from behind. I don't know if I held the wrong part or what. Anyway, the result was that she beat him up, threw his flying sword, and broke his leg. Could it be that because I saved her, she will forgive me for crossing the line this time? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Her character is already distorted anyway. The most important thing now is to resurrect that damn bitch. Jiang Mu came to the table excitedly. I took a look at the snake head and body on the table, then open Resurrection of the Dead. Check the information. Reward, Resurrection of the Dead, rules, introduction, heaven is father, earth is mother, and grandpa is the god of rebirth. Any dead character can be resurrected only once. Note, characters resurrected through Resurrection of the Dead can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Note, characters resurrected through Resurrection of the Dead will randomly receive one of the following rewards from the host: temperament, 20 points, pretending to be beaten, good waste, a body that carries all kinds of poisons, soulbook, spiritual arts, 6 transformation, Xianjutsu. Note, the host will permanently lose the rewards obtained by the resurrected character. Currently resurrectable characters: a black water demon, the third female lead; resurrected characters: Han Yuqing, female villain; Ding Nanrong, supporting actress. Tip, click on the character to view details. Oh shit. Why is temperament even an option? This damn bitch actually has 6 options. Remember Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong? There were only 3 or 4 of them? Is it because of the heroine? But fortunately, not all rewards are options. And please don't take my good waste away. Praying silently. Jiang Mu clicks black water evil, third female lead, check her messages. Name, black water evil, age, 997, race, black water snake, role, third female lead, identity, Ling Out Yin's master, patriarch of the black water snake clan. Cultivation realm, demon god realm, 0 turn, constitution, demon ancestor bloodline, black water snake god. Note, a lonely soul who has lost everything. Status, dead, can be revived, operation click to revive resurrection. Jiang Mu stabbed resurrection without hesitation. Bite, you used Resurrection of the Dead, rules, resurrected character, black water demon. The character is being resurrected, please wait. 0.1%, 0.49%, 0.99%. Bite. The black water evil was resurrected successfully. Black water demon has obtained your reward, soulbook, spiritual art, you lost the reward, soul book, spiritual art. After the system sound, a ball of dark mist appeared out of nowhere in front of Jiangmu. Boom, a little girl in a black skirt and long black hair fell from the black fog onto the table. Looking at the black water demon who was sleeping on the table, Jiangmu jumped up without hesitation, straddling her, and covering her little head with his palm, then used magic. The art of extreme transfer. Buzz, his palm emitted a brilliant mysterious light. At the same time, the eye and the mind.an interface appeared regarding the black water evil's abilities, spiritual arts, immortal arts, and physique. Roll black water demon abilities, human language, spiritual pressure, youthful appearance, fasting, spiritual awareness, regeneration of severed limbs, soul concentration. Spiritual arts, shapeshifting, snake breath, black death pool, snake god poison, water fist, black snake god thunder, black water soul erosion, forbidden, snake god age, forbidden, space teleport, space lock, space barrier. Magic, none. Constitution, demon ancestor bloodline, black water snake god, operation. Click to select an item to peel it off and transfer it to another character. It's you! Black water soul erosion technique. Jiangmu chose the spiritual technique without hesitation. Black water soul erosion technique, forbidden. Since he wanted to resurrect the black water demon, he also asked her to follow the plot and not mess with him anymore. Then the best way is to eliminate the black water evil. Become your own loyal servant. Peel. Bite. Black water evil permanently loses its spiritual power. Black water soul erosion, banned. You have obtained the spiritual technique, black water soul erosion technique, forbidden. You can use this spell once unconditionally. Buzz, black water soul erosion technique, forbidden, disappeared from the interface. Finally, it was transferred into Jiangmu's body. Next second, in his mind, he seemed to be born with an innate familiarity with the spiritual art of black water soul erosion. I took a quick look to discover the conditions for using this forbidden technique are black water snake clan, Lianchu realm. Upper limit of lifespan exceeds 400 years, and loss of lifespan of 50 years, consumes when used, black water snake. Venom and soul power. Because of the extreme transfer technique, Jiangmu can now be used unconditionally. As for the black water snake venom, the poisonous explosion pill in his dantian just happened to have it. Good job. Jiangmu decisively stretched out his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. A strong soul force condensed in the fist. Black water soul erosion technique. Hiss hiss, the fist turned into a snake head, but without eyes, only a snake mouth like the abyss. Oh shit. This damn bitch. Let's see how you continue to be so extravagant in the future. Jiangmu forcibly pried open Haishuisha's little mouth as wide as possible. Then become my loyal servant. Jiangmu stuffed his snake-like fist into her mouth. Chapter 64, Calling Master Poof. 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 The snake fist stuffed into the black water demon's mouth continuously spewed out warm soul-eating poison. The soul-eating poison passed through her throat, through her chest, and reached her heart. Final, the soul-eating poison traveled along with her blood to every corner of her body and began to erode her soul. The soul of the sleeping black water demon began to tremble. Gradually. As the soul is eroded more and more, her body also began to twitch. Clang clang soundly. The golden pupils rolled up their eyelids and their breathing became more and more rapid. Half an hour later, the poison explosion pill has just been used up. Boo! Jiangmu forcibly pulled the snake fist out of her mouth. The IT also brought out a slender, shiny, and smooth silk thread. Damn, I feel dizzy. Due to excessive consumption of soul power, IT made his head dizzy. The whole person collapsed on the delicate body of Haishuisha. This damn bitch has become my loyal slave now. During the break, Jiangmu carefully sensed it. I sensed it immediately. He felt as if his soul and the black water evil beneath him were closely connected. But I am the dominant one and she is the subordinate one, and my thoughts can absolutely dominate her thoughts. It's a wonderful feeling. It was as if just a random command from me could make her do it irresistibly. For example, if you ask her to learn how to dance the Compendium of Materia Medica, she will really learn how to dance the Compendium of Materia Medica. Even though she resisted with a grimace, she couldn't help but jump. It's worthy of being called the black water soul erosion technique. Bullfrog. After controlling the black water evil, Jiangmu felt relieved. After, I'm not afraid that she will harm me and Ding Nanrong and the others. I'm not afraid that she won't follow the plot. This time, the black water beneath him moved violently. Me. She opened her golden vertical pupils and stared blankly at the ceiling. I feel like I'm dead, but I'm not dead? I feel so heavy. She felt something pressing down on her body. Then, a handsome face came into her sight. Is it you? Son of a bitch. What are you doing lying on top of me? Get out! Haishuisha recognized Jiang Mu and his face suddenly turned fierce, and he was about to pull him away. Stop! Jiang Mu shouted coldly. The soul of Haishuisha trembled, the half-raised little hand actually froze in the air. Son of a bitch! What have you done to this god? Why can't I do anything to you? The black water demon's pupils seemed to be shaking. She was shocked to find that she was unable to resist Jiang Mu's orders. This feeling, could it be? Is it the black water soul erosion technique? You used the black water soul erosion technique on me. Haishuisha checked his body in horror. It was as if I was struck by lightning, and my brain exploded on the spot. It was as if her soul had merged with Jiang Mu's. Deep down in her heart, she actually developed a strong desire to submit to Jiang Mu. It's like the meaning of my life is for Jiang Mu. Even if she had to sacrifice her life for Jiang Mu, she would absolutely be willing to do it. And can produce such an effect, obviously, only her Black Water Snake Clan's forbidden technique, Black Water Soul Erosion technique, can do this. Son of a bitch. Why? Why is this happening? Why? The black water demon roared heartbreakingly. She also discovered that she had lost the black water soul erosion technique. Her pair of golden vertical pupils stared at Jiang Mu. It bared its teeth, as if it wanted to bite Jiang Mu to pieces. Damn, you still dare to be so arrogant? Jiang Mu jumped down from the table. He ordered her fiercely to come down. The black water demon gritted his teeth and refused to obey. However, deep in my soul, I couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance. So I don't know what happened. She came down in a daze. Damn, you didn't educate me enough. Come and dance Compendium of Materia Medica with me. Jiang Mu slapped his legs and hands in front of her, danced to the first beat of Compendium of Materia Medica. Come with me. Go. Haishuisha looked at Jiang Mu's strange leg-slapping action in astonishment. Her body, her hands, her legs. He actually started moving along with it. The movements are exactly the same. Son of a bitch. Stop it now. The black water demon roared angrily. She is a demon god of her generation, actually dancing like a human. Shame. 5. 6. 7. Switch. Jiang Mu ignored her and changed to raising his legs and patting his knees, continuing to dance enthusiastically. Haishuisha also changed to the movement of raising his legs and slapping his knees, and was forced to continue dancing frantically. You son of a bitch. Stop it now. Haishuisha screamed, wishing he could kick Jiang Mu away. However, he could only think about it in his mind, but his body was very honest and danced along with Jiang Mu. Side. Bend over. Come one. Go. I will kill you. Haishuisha bared his teeth and changed his movements to follow Jiang Mu's dance. Left foot. Follow. Together. Come on. Go. This god will kill you. Mermaid line. Vest line. Come on. Go. This god will kill you. The soles of the feet. Look at the soles of the feet. Come on. Go. This god will kill you. An hour later, Hud Dad is so tired. Jiang Mu was so tired that he lay on the ground. He swore that he would never dance to Compendium of Materia Medica again in his life. It's too fucking special for a normal person to dance like that. The black water demon standing aside, his face turned green and yellow, and he stared at Jiang Mu on the ground. If looks could kill, she would have killed Jiang Mu millions of times. Damn, what's with your expression? Come and press my legs. Jiang Mu gave her another order. Haishuisha bared his teeth and squatted beside Jiang Mu's legs, then with her delicate little hands. He pressed Jiang Mu's legs. This god is going to kill you. Oh, press harder, haven't you eaten yet? The black water evil increased its strength. This god must kill you. Oh, the floor is too cold. Carry me to the bed. Haishuisha picked up Jiang Mu by the waist and carried him to the bed. He glared at Jiang Mu fiercely. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come up. Haishui's delicate body trembled as she climbed onto the bed with weak hands and feet. You bastard. This god will definitely kill you. Yo-ha? You dare to act wild in bed? Call me master. Jiang Mu ordered unhappily. Impossible. The black water demon does nothing but grinning. Even if this god is crippled. Even if he is useless. Even if his soul is shattered. I will never obey you, master. Jiangmu. Haishuisha's face froze. What did she just say, owner? Should Nobar. It was evening, Sha. I'm going to get married to Han Yuqing soon. Stay here for now and don't let anyone see you. You know. Jiang Mu got up from the bed comfortably and gave instructions to Haishuisha, who had been massaging him for the whole afternoon. No. Black Water Demon replied cruelly. After an afternoon of being adjusted and calm, she finally accepted her fate. No way, there is no solution to the Black Water Soul Erosion technique. After you get hit, you either accept your fate or die, but her body has not been recovered and her enemies have not been destroyed. So, she couldn't die. Good. Jiang Mu touched her little head. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open. Ding Nanrong walked in and said to Jiang Mu, the auspicious time has come, and the elder wants you to go to the ancestral hall to get married. Okay. Jiang Mu replied. I turned around and found that the Black Water Demon had disappeared. It seems that she used space magic or something to hide. So he went out with Ding Nanrong, prepare to have a simple marriage with Han Yuqing. Chapter 65. Although I married her, I still love you forever. The moon is shining brightly. Wuyo sect, ancestral hall. In front of hundreds of spirit tablets stood 2 rows of elders and deacons of the Wuyo sect, as well as Ding Nanrong and Shui Yuanshan. Their eyes were all on the newlyweds in red attire in the middle. Tonight it is the wedding day of Jiang Mu, the leader of Wuyo sect, and Han Yuqing, the darling of Xianyang sect. Although it was a wedding, the only guest who came to congratulate was Shui Yuanshan, and the wedding banquet was so simple that no one was there. This is what the sect leader Jiang Mu requested. Firstly, because it had only been 3 years since Jiang Mu mourned his parents and the 9,000 martyrs of Wuyo sect, he did not want to hold any big celebrations. Secondly, according to the villain's character, he, Jenner, doesn't like Han Yuqing right now. Jiang Mu wearing the groom's red robe. I am quickly going over my own story in my mind. Shui Menghan will arrive before the wedding ceremony. She will be happy to say some words of blessing. And I flattered her back, saying that I only loved her or something. Then Ling Outyan would come in and taunt me, and I would get so angry that I would beat him up. In the end, I was beaten back. Then Han Yuqing took action and gave Ling Outyan a symbolic beating. Finally, Han Yuqing secretly found Ling Outyan and invested in him. Yeah, that's it. At this time, outside the ancestral hall, a disciple's voice came to report. Guests are arriving. Are there any guests? Shui Menghan is here. Jiang Mu immediately got into character. Get ready for the arrival of the dog-licking plot. The voices of the disciples outside continued to report. Report to the sect master. Lihua, the head of Lihua Pavilion, is here to visit with gifts. Who, not Shui Menghan. Jiang Mu's head was a little confused, and he couldn't remember who Lihua was for a moment. Then a pair of charming and alluring phoenix eyes gradually appeared in my mind. What the hell? Could it be the 4th female lead, Lihua? Jiang Mu looked outside the ancestral hall in surprise. Then an enchanting woman in a white brocade jacket walked into the ancestral hall. She was wearing a sexy and revealing slit silk skirt, with her sexy long white legs hunched over and her slender waist twisted. She came to Jiang Mu in a charming manner. Grass, why is this monster here? Lihua looked at Jiang Mu with smiling eyes. A soft and sweet voice wafted out from those bright red lips. I, your humble servant Lihua, heard that sect master Jiang was getting married, so I came specially to offer my congratulations. The soft sound fell as several maids behind him carried several exquisite boxes and placed them on the ground. Lihua smiled and said, May sect leader Jiang and Madame Han be happily married and live in eternal love. With every frown and smile, her curvy figure and the faintly visible roots of her legs seemed to exude an alluring magic. This caused some of the male elders and deacons present to feel a surge of blood and rapid breathing. She is the head of Lihua Pavilion? One of the 3 great beauties of Xuecheng? I've heard that the allure of the cattail flower is so alluring that it can tempt people to commit sin. Seeing it today, it's true. So gorgeous. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Muzheng smiled and thanked him. However, I had already cursed the sky in my heart. Damn, this monster. Isn't she staying in Lihua Pavilion? Why did you come here to commit sin? Oh fuck. Well, it's crooked. It's really all crooked. The dog system secretly modified the character's personality, causing the plot to become increasingly distorted. Jiang Mu had no idea what to do, and now the plot is going astray. The only thing he can do is to try his best to ensure that the outcome of the plot does not deviate. and thus ensure that the main line does not deviate. Liwa suddenly leaned close to Jiang Mu's ear, her breath as sweet as orchid, and she spoke softly, "The door of Miss Liwa Pavilion is always open to you, Sect Master Jiang, 90% off, and order one get one free. Remember to come and play often." After saying that, she threw a coquettish glance at Jiang Mu. She twisted her waist and stood next to Ding Nanrong. "Damn, this monster. Whispering this to me while I was married, it's worthy of being called a demon character, but your lousy group blocked me for no apparent reason before." Jiang Mu gets angry whenever he thinks about this. So I secretly decided to order 10 next time. Ding Nanrong looked at the charming woman beside her and felt curious. I asked this Liwa, the so-called fourth female lead. I remember it was mentioned in my diary. Only 3 outsiders, Shui Yuanshan, Shui Menghan, and Ling Outyan, attended the wedding banquet tonight. Does the arrival of this raccoon girl derail the plot? Ding Nanrong couldn't help but ask curiously, "I remember you. 3 years ago, during the Monster Mountain War, you fled Shueqing and went to the Changyu Empire. Why are you suddenly here in the Woyo sect now?" Liwa smiled charmingly and replied, "I respect the Woyo sect's martyrs who fought against the demons, and I heard that your sect master is getting married, so I came here specially to congratulate you." As he spoke, his eyes scanned Ding Nanrong's figure unscrupulously. Is this Jiang Mu's Taoist partner? It's so beautiful and big. I wonder if Jiang Mu can handle it this time. Guests are arriving. Outside the ancestral hall, another disciple's voice came to report the news. Now Shui Menghan is coming. Jiang Mu calmed his mind and immediately got into character. Continue to prepare for the arrival of the dog-licking plot. Report to the sect master. What is Ling Outyan doing to you? Ah. He's hitting someone. Fuck you. Help. Add #%. Hashtag. What's going on? Is someone causing trouble? Not only Jiang Mu, but everyone present was confused. Bang! A disciple flew in backwards and fell heavily to the ground. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Then a handsome man with an awe-inspiring demeanor and evil eyes. He walked into the ancestral hall with steady steps. Grass. How could it be Ling Outyan? Jiang Mu's eyes widened. According to the original plot, it should be Shui Menghan who came in. She wouldn't have come, would she? Jiang Mu looked behind Ling Outyan anxiously. Then I saw a girl in a long green dress. That's Shui Menghan. It's okay. It's good that you're here. I understand. It must be because Liwa didn't ask Ling Outyan to go to Liwa Pavilion. That's why Ling Outyan and Shui Menghan came early. But why would Ling Outyan resort to violence and hit people? Before Jiang Mu could ask any questions, one of the Woyo sect's deacons pointed at Ling Outyan and shouted angrily, "Where did this wild brat come from? How dare you hurt a disciple of my Woyo sect?" Ling Outyan stared at the deacon with a stern look and said coldly, "None of your business, court deaf." The deacon was furious. He directly punched Ling Outyan with all his strength using the second level of Qi Hai Jing. Ling Outyan sneered, "A mere second level of the Qi Hai Jing? You're overestimating your abilities." He used the power of the spirit gathering mirror to punch out with all his strength. Boom, fist to fist, the deacon returned to where he had come from. Hiss. How terrifying. Looking at the domineering Ling Outyan, the deacons gasped, "Stop." Jiang Mu stopped the elder who was about to take action. Damn, it's obvious that the plot is distorted. In a way, I had no choice but to improvise and leave. Jiang Mu immediately got into character. Pointing at Ling Outyan, he shouted angrily, "You're a country bumpkin. What are you doing here?" Ling Outyan took a step forward and stared at Jiang Mu with a cold gaze. "I'm going to seek justice for Menghan." Justice? Jiang Mu was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Shui Menghan. I noticed that her eyes were slightly red. It seems like crying. Shui Menghan came to Jiang Mu, put his hands behind his back, and said with a forced smile, "Master Han Jiang, I wish you and Han Yuqing the best. I hope you two will have a baby soon, be together forever, and love each other for the rest of your lives. This is my gift to you." Said. She took out a valuable box and gave it to Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu casually threw the gift to Ding Nanrong who was standing beside him. Then he started to act like a dog and said affectionately, "Menghan, thank you for your gift. Although I'm married to Han Yuqing, I still love you. Even if you said you wanted to cancel the engagement, even if you tore up your marriage certificate, I would not hand over mine. Because I really love you. Menghan, I love you forever." Shui Menghan quickly lowered her head, her face slightly red, and her heartbeat quickened a little. In fact, she had been thinking about it for a whole day and she didn't want to attend Jiang Mu's wedding banquet, but when she thought about Jiang Mu saying to her, "I will love you forever." I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of it, and just now, when she stepped into the gate of Woyo sect, her eyes inexplicably became red. I feel like crying, and now, when I actually heard him say I will love you forever, I don't know why, but I feel a little shy. But then he thought about the fact that he would be spending his wedding night with Han Yuqing. I don't know why, but I feel a little sad again thinking about it. Shui Minghan's eyes gradually turned red again. She was afraid that someone would find out that she was different. He immediately turned around and ran out. Ling Outyan happened to see her like this, and he immediately became furious. It must be because of the surname Jiang. He has already married Han Yuqing, but he still doesn't hand over the marriage certificate. Now he actually said in front of Han Yuqing that he would love Shui Menghan for the rest of his life. It's simply shameless and beastly behavior. The more Ling Outyan thought about it, the angrier he became. He pointed at Jiang Mu and shouted angrily, "When a man and a woman fall in love, they need to be in love with each other. You're relying on a marriage certificate to restrain Menghan's wings and prevent her from finding true love? What kind of a good person are you? You don't treat your wife wholeheartedly, but you're thinking of having 2 girlfriends at the same time? What kind of husband are you? Today, I will seek justice for Menghan." Ling Outyan clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "If you're a man, challenge me in a duel." He suddenly burst out and rushed towards Jiang Mu. That fist gathered a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. "Let's fight one-on-one. I'll kill you." Jiang Mu also burst out his spiritual power and rushed forward. Oh shit, fortunately, he has the body that can pretend to be tough and take a beating, which can offset 50% of the damage. Otherwise, in a moment, my weak body will be beaten away. However, Jiang Mu hasn't moved yet. Ling Outyan suddenly froze and began to wail miserably. Take a closer look. Just found out there were ripples in space around his body, and one of his arms was actually broken in midair. Chapter 66. I will never go back. My hand. Ling Outyan was shocked to find out his left hand was suddenly broken by an invisible force. The black ring on his middle finger was also broken, and the body was still imprisoned by this invisible force, which caused the internal organs to shift. Puff. He was so injured that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The invisible force withdrew, and Ling Outyan fell to the ground in pain. He stared at Jiang Mu, his anger evident in his words. "We agreed on a one-on-one duel. Despicable villain. What the hell? What's going on?" Jiang Mu was dumbfounded. He turned his head and looked left and right. "I want to see who did it, but I found that almost everyone's face was full of confusion." One of the elders speculated, "I just saw space ripples, which were obviously caused by space magic. As for spatial spiritual arts, they can only be used by those who have reached the Lianshu realm. Could it be that the third elder has successfully broken through to the void refining realm and has come out of seclusion? Lianshu realm?" The third elder, the elders and deacons present were all extremely surprised and looked around for the third elder. All the high-level cultivators of Woyo sect, especially those in the Lianshu realm, had died in the battle in the Monster Mountain 3 years ago. This caused the Woyo sect status, which had been at its peak, to plummet to the bottom. Now, if the third elder successfully breaks through to the Lianshu realm, then the status of Woyo sect will be raised to a higher level. What the hell is the point of practicing the virtual realm that was born in the middle and late stages? Okay, Jiang Mu was very angry, yet he already knew what was going on. There are no cultivators in the Lianshu realm in the Woyo sect today. Then it can only be that guy Haishuisha. She broke her apprentice's hand. Why, damn it, no matter why, she must be punished for acting on her own initiative later. Thinking angrily, Jiang Mu glanced at Han Yuqing beside him. She was wearing a red veil and was waiting quietly and obediently for the wedding ceremony. Since she wasn't the one who beat Ling Outyan, she had to do it herself. Then, Jiang Mu continued with the plot, came in front of Ling Outyan, and looked down at him from above. Arrogant and arrogant. "Menghan is my fiancé. Why do you, a country bumpkin, need to seek justice? Crawl down here." He kicked Ling Outyan in the stomach. Rah! Ling Outyan was kicked out of the ancestral hall. After falling to the ground, he rolled several times. He fainted. "Come here. Imprison this country bumpkin in our sect's dungeon." "Master Jiang, wait a minute." At this time, Shui Yuanshan came out to plead for Ling Outyan. He smiled warmly and said, "This boy is young and impetuous, and he bumped into you rashly because of my little daughter Honor. Today is your wedding day, it's not appropriate to get angry. Why don't you just give this city lord some face and let him go?" Said. He took out an exquisite space ring with heartache and secretly put it into Jiang Mu's hand. He spent a lot of money and asked for many favors to find a master from Tianji Pavilion to customize this space ring. "I couldn't bear to wear it myself, So I just gave it away. No way. He is very optimistic about Ling Outyen's potential and believes that he will achieve something in the future. If you save Ling Outyen now, you can earn a favor, and the day after tomorrow, the Dark Night Tower will open. The relic of the Sound of Day participating in the exploration of the Sound of Daytime will be of great benefit to Ling Outyen's growth. So no matter what, Ling Outyen cannot be trapped here. Jiang Mu took the ring calmly and waved his hand generously, saying, since my future father-in-law has spoken, then this sect will show mercy and let this country bumpkin go. Someone, throw Ling Outyen out of the mountain gate. Wow, this space ring is so exquisite, it looks like it was customized at a huge cost. I didn't expect the plot to go astray, and there were unexpected gains. Whatever, that's it. The ending of this plot is pretty okay. Jiang Mu managed to restore the outcome of the plot. Later on, Han Yuqing would secretly invest in Ling Outyen or something, but that's none of my business. The wedding banquet continued. The auspicious time has arrived. Bride and groom, please prepare. An elder who was acting as the master of ceremonies shouted loudly, love shines like the sun and the moon, and affection surges like the rivers. I bow to heaven and earth. Jiang Mu and Han Yuqing each held the two ends of the wedding silk and bowed to heaven and earth. I will never forget your kindness in raising me. I bow twice to you. The two of them kowtowed and bowed in front of the spirit tablets of Jiang Mu's parents. We will share the joys and sorrows together, and remain faithful until death. Husband and wife bow to each other. The two men turned around and bowed face to face. Send into the cave. The bedroom of the sect master's palace. A ripple appeared in space. Then a little Lolita with golden eyes and a black skirt and long black hair fell to the ground out of thin air. This god really wants to kill Ling Outyen. Haishuish's face was full of cruelty just now. Because she was bored, she used her spiritual sense to sense the situation of Jiang Mu and Han Yuqing getting married, but he also sensed Ling Outyen. This made her think of her own ending, which was the ending of self-sacrifice to fulfill Ling Aotian. So I got angry. He sneaked over and used space magic to break Ling Outyen's hand. He even deliberately broke and destroyed the ring where he was staying. If it weren't for the influence of Jiang Mu deep in her soul, she would not have been able to kill Ling Outyen. She wished she could chop off Ling Outyen's head right then and there and be done with it. What should I do next? Will that bastard Jiang Mu order me to return to Ling Outyen? But I don't want to go back. The more Haishuisha thought about it, the angrier he became. The more I think about it, the more worried I become. She had already known from the diary that Jiang Mu was going to follow the plot. As the third female protagonist, she is Ling Outyen's master. So there is a real possibility that I will be asked to return to Ling Outyen. This god will never return. Haishuisha gnashed his teeth and paced back and forth in the dormitory, thinking about countermeasures. First, I have to convince that bastard to let me stay. Secondly, this god must change the course of fate and avoid an ending of self-sacrifice. Finally, we must successfully recapture our true form and exterminate all the soul-devouring sandworms. What should I do? What should I do? I want to kill someone. Haishuisha grabbed his scalp and rubbed it frantically. He rubbed the paper and stomped the ground. She felt very irritated. Rub and rub. She suddenly discovered, in your own mind, it seems like there's something extra. What's this? Soul book. Then in her mind. A few lines of words appeared to spiritual art, soul book. Introduction, it can create a closed space and summon souls within a certain range into the space. Note, the higher the level of cultivation, the longer the space will last. Note, the higher the level of cultivation, the more souls can be summoned. Note, the higher the level of cultivation, the wider the range of summons. This is? Haishuisha stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. A look of disbelief. As a demon god, she has witnessed many types of spiritual arts, but I have never seen a spiritual technique that can absorb the soul into space. What's the use of this soul book? She was very curious. Try it. Then, she performed it in one go as if she had learned it by herself. Soul book. Chapter 67. Buzz, a dark circle formed with her body as the center. The circle keeps expanding and expanding. It seems like there is no end. Certainly. When the circle expanded to cover the entire Lizho, the black water evil immediately stopped it from expanding further. This soul book actually consumes so much soul power. She found out the larger the circle expands, the faster the soul power is consumed. So the mind changes, make the circle smaller. Finally, it shrank to cover only the entire Wuyo sect. The soul of the god, she looked around herself. My soul is actually in the state of a light man, just like the petite version of herself, it's amazing. She scanned the entire dark space. Discovered in addition to his own light man soul, there are hundreds of souls, but these souls are in the state of light balls. Presumably, these are the souls of the Wuyo sect's disciples. These 3 souls, why is it in the state of a book? Among them, there were 3 light book souls that caught her attention, because he had previously used his spiritual sense to explore the entire Wuyo sect. Therefore, she knew very well the location of these 3 light book souls. One is on the cliff in the back mountain. It belongs to Ding Nanrong. One is at the mountain gate, and it's a lynx. And the last one is in the new house next door, and it belongs to Han Yuqing. The black water evil is clear. Next door is Jiang Mu and Han Yuqing's new home. These 2 should be in the bridal chamber, right? But why are you chasing me around the room? Haishuisha looked at it curiously. The soul of the Book of Light was chasing the ordinary soul of the Ball of Light, chasing him all over the room. Husband, why are you running away? Come to my bridal chamber, hee. Han Yuqing chased after Jiang Mu with a bright smile on her face. Several times, she almost succeeded in knocking him down. What a fucking room! Jiang Mu cursed while trying desperately to escape from Han Yuqing's attack. I'm warning you. Marrying you is already the limit. Don't try to get more after gaining an inch. Damn it, this is the plot of being forced into the bridal chamber. It's so fucking exciting, but I can't spend the wedding night with her, because according to the original plot I was forced to do it by the possessed Ding Nanrong in the middle and late stages. Husband. Han Yuqing stopped chasing. She pouted, looking aggrieved. Is it because she's not good looking? Is Xue Menghan younger and prettier? But she is better than Xue Menghan said. She took out a knife and lifted up her wedding dress, revealing her snow-white legs covered with scars. But then I suddenly remembered that tonight was the wedding night and it was not appropriate to see this kind of blood. So she immediately dropped the knife and covered her pretty face, started sobbing. My husband won't spend the wedding night with me. I'm sad and crying. However, Jiang Mu remained indifferent. With such superb acting skills, you will definitely win the next award. He knew that Han Yuqing was pretending. Everything she did was to please him, or even to satisfy his curiosity. As long as she successfully gave her body to him, then she could tie him down tightly and gain more power. If you get pregnant, then the entire Wuyo sect would almost belong to her. You keep crying, I'm going back to sleep. Oh yeah, I'm warning you. Tonight is a special day, so this sect will forgive you for transgressing the rules. From now on, don't even think about touching a hair of our sect again. Got it? Jiang Mu warned fiercely. At the same time, he was on guard against her while slowly moving towards the door. As long as he walked out of this door, the finale of his marriage with Han Yuqing would come to an end. As for Haishuisha's presumptuous behavior, he had to go back and punish her just when Jiang Mu walked to the door. Hey! Han Yuqing, who was sobbing, suddenly pounced on him again. Flash. Jiang Mu anticipated her move and easily dodged her lunge. Husband. If you keep running away like this, I'll be really angry. Han Yuqing put her hands on her waist, puffed out her round chest, and glared at Jiang Mu angrily. Jiang Mu couldn't help but praise him inwardly. This woman is clearly a pervert, but she pretends to be an angry little woman. This contrast is really frustrating. It really stirs up people's emotions. You're so mad. Jiang Mu maintained his villain persona and pointed at her angrily. Since you are my wife, I command you to go to bed and lie alone for one night. No. Husband. Han Yuqing felt wronged and wanted to cry. Go lie down. Husband, lie. Oh, Han Yuqing lowered her head, and her steps felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead as she moved towards the big red bed. Final, she sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Jiang Mu pitifully. Her eyes were still watery, and a line of tears slowly overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Tears slid across the butterfly scar on her cheek, adding a touch of pity to her strangeness. She looked like an abandoned bride who was not loved by anyone. Jiang Mu, however, remained calm and took the opportunity to slowly move towards the door. Sudden, his heart skipped a beat. He saw that Han Yuqing, with tears in her eyes, actually showed a strange smile. What is she going to do again? Somehow, Jiang Mu had a bad feeling. He quickly quickened his pace. Just when he was about to reach the door. WTF is done? Jiang Mu widened his eyes, and a chill rose from his toes to the top of his head. Because Han Yuqing actually became invisible. I caught up with him. Haishuisha looked at the two souls stuck together with great interest. After a while, the soul of the lightbook seemed to have dragged the soul of the light ball to the table, then, stick them together again. After a while, the ball of light seemed to want to escape, but was dragged to the bed by the book of light. After a while, the more Haishuisha watched, the more he became involved. They also started to criticize each other. TSK, Doc, crash. Positive, superficial. Sideways, superficial. The opposite, superficial. He's so skillful in his exchange, is it an innate ability? Human race, superficial, really superficial gradually, because she was concentrating too much. So much so that no one noticed. Just take the soul of the lightbook that is in violent collision, summoned in. Chapter 68, Pervert. Gossip. Guang Shu Gang was summoned into the space to it turned into Han Yuqing's light man appearance. Han Yuqing, the light man at this moment. He was kneeling with his arms folded across his chest, his neck stretched out, and his eyelids turned up, dancing waist. Ho! 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 She was suddenly stunned, because the experience changed instantly, becoming a little empty and blocked. What's wrong with me? Here it is. She gradually discovered my soul actually entered a dark space, and in front of me, there was also a glowing little girl soul standing there, wearing a black dress and long straight black hair. Is it you? Han Yuqing recognized the appearance of Haishuisha at a glance. It was the golden-eyed demon snake that she had killed before. You still remember me? Haishuisha narrowed his golden vertical pupils and stared at Han Yuqing. She would never forget it. That night in the waterfall cave, Han Yuqing cut off the top of his head and destroyed his soul. She wanted revenge very much, however, influenced by Jiang Mu's soul, she couldn't even think of killing Han Yuqing. Do you know why this god summoned your soul in? Haishuisha is not yet clear about what this space is used for. In addition, summoning Han Yuqing's soul in was completely unintentional. So I chatted with her first to familiarize myself with the space. You called me in here to kill me? You want revenge? Han Yuqing immediately became panicked, able to summon one's soul in silently and soundlessly. How much power does this require? This is definitely something that I cannot reach. Kill you? For revenge? If I could, I would turn you into a slave and torture you to death bit by bit. Haishuisha's face was full of gloom. If I hadn't become Jiang Mu's slave. If I hadn't lost the black water soul erosion technique, then she would definitely turn Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong into her loyal slaves, then use 1,800 methods to slowly torture them to death. Then why did you call me in? Aren't you already dead? Han Yuqing couldn't help but ask. The black water demon in front of him was obviously alive. Why? He had clearly shot her heart and chopped off her head, causing her to turn back into a water snake from a human body with a snake tail. She also personally gave her snake head and body to her husband. Wait, husband? Could it be that it was her husband who resurrected her? If that's the case, then why resurrection? Han Yuqing couldn't help but observe the black water evil carefully. As I was watching, I suddenly remembered what I had written in my diary. This black water demon usually has a human body and a snake tail. When it transforms into a human form, it is a little girl with long black hair. Human body but snake tail, long straight black hair. Han Yuqing's eyes widened gradually, and she came to a conclusion in shock. The little girl with long black hair in front of me could very well be the black water demon. She immediately asked everything she thought of. Is your name Black Water Demon? Are you Ling Aotian's master? Are you the leader of the Black Water Snake Clan? Were you resurrected by your husband? Listening to Han Yuqing's series of rapid questions, Black Water Demon's eyes widened gradually, his face filled with shock. How did you know that? Han Yuqing blurted out in shock, because the diary said it. Black Water Demon was also shocked and blurted out, diary? You have one too, etc. The two girls suddenly stared at each other with their eyes wide open, their mouths open so wide that two snake fists could almost be stuffed in. They actually told about the diary? In this space? You have your husband's diary? You have the bastard's diary? You are the third female lead? You're a female villain? Are you a gossip? Are you a pervert? Deathly silence. However, the silence was instantly broken by Han Yuqing's abnormality. Somewhere in Han Yuqing's soul seemed to be pierced by lightning. My body. Ah. Ho! 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 Han Yuqing hugged herself and began to tremble uncontrollably. Her neck was stretched out, her mouth was open, and her eyelids were turned up. What are you doing? Black water demon also gradually recovered from his shock, looking at Han Yuqing. She looked like she wanted to die. She seemed to have a guess. So I looked carefully at the location of the new house. Just see it, that ball of light soul. It is colliding violently, shallow. Haishuisha said it with disdain and dissatisfaction. It's rare to be able to talk about the diary in this space, but he was interrupted by this superficial thing. But she didn't get in the way. Instead, he came in front of Han Yuqing with a pair of big golden eyes, just quietly watching Han Yuqing's expression. An hour later. Damn it! Can you guys please hurry up? The black water demon and others are no longer difficult to annoy. She has a lot to say in her heart now, and she had a hunch. Can she not go back to Ling Outyan from now on? The answer can be found from Han Yuqing, who owns the diary. However, Han Yuqing still had a dying expression, shallow. Haishuisha cursed inwardly in anger, but I can only wait helplessly. This time. A light book entered the next room. Remember that room as Ding Nanrong's? Black water demon saw it in Ding Nanrong's room. The light book seemed to have walked into the bathroom, etc. Book Han Yuqing's soul is in the state of a book. Ding Nanrong's soul is also in the state of a book. And Han Yuqing has the diary. Then does Ding Nanrong also have a diary? Absolutely. Haishuisha made a positive judgment in his heart. Do you want to summon Ding Nanrong's soul in as well? While she was thinking, her mind was already changing. At the next moment, Ding Nanrong just took off all her clothes and soaked in the bathtub. The soul is called in. Chapter 69. Do me a favor. After Ding Nanrong's soul was summoned into the space. He turned into a naked man of light. Here it is. Why does it look so much like Nyo Baixinren's space? She was stunned for a moment. Then I remembered it instantly. His soul had been summoned into such a space once before by the immortal Nyobai, but the person standing in front of her at this moment was not some Nyo Baixinren. Instead, it was a little girl with golden eyes, a black skirt, and long black hair. Who are you? It's you? The golden-eyed demonic snake. Ding Nanrong felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. The little girl in front of him was actually the snake demon that had knocked Jiang Mu unconscious and pierced her abdomen. So he subconsciously took out the water lotus sword from the ring. However, because he was in soul state, he was unable to use the ring. Yes, it's me. Black water demon saw all of Ding Nanrong's actions and said jokingly, your awareness of defense is good, but you are no match for this god. Ding Nanrong asked solemnly, weren't you killed by Yuqing? She remembered that Han Yuqing told her that the demon snake had been chopped into 2 pieces and turned back into a water snake. The water snake's body has also been given to Jiang Mu, but the little girl in front of him was obviously alive. Black water evil said straight to the point, let me ask you, do you also own Jiang Mu's private diary? Diary? How did you know that? Ding Nanrong's eyes gradually widened, and she was so shocked that the mountains and peaks shook. 1 minute later, after Haishuisha's explanation, Ding Nanrong slowly calmed down. She looked at Han Yuqing, who was groaning and looking like she was dying. He looked at the black water demon in front of him again, then calmly reviewed. That being said, you, Yuqing, and I all have diaries. What's in the diary can be spoken in this space. And this space was created by your soul book. As for the soul book, it is the spiritual art you obtained after being resurrected by the sect master, is that so? After Ding Nanrong finished speaking, Haishuisha replied affirmatively, that's right. Then, Black Water Demon made his purpose known without any concealment, call you in. I just want you to do me a favor and convince that bastard to let me stay in Wuyo sect. Because I don't want to go back to Ling Outyan. Stay here, not going back to Ling Outyan. Ding Nanrong thought about the contents of the diary and roughly understood the reason. So he asked, do you want to change the ending where you sacrifice yourself to fulfill Ling Outyan's wish, right? Haishuisha's face was full of cruelty. Why should I sacrifice myself to help Ling Outyan? My fate is decided by me. Ding Nanrong was silent. If it were her, she would not have followed the original plot. So here comes the question. Haishuisha is the 3rd female protagonist and Ling Outyan's master. If you don't go back, it will definitely have an irreversible impact on the plot. Maybe it will also affect Ding Nanrong's happy ending. After some consideration, Ding Nanrong said directly, I suggest you go back. Impossible. Black Water Demon gnashed his teeth and said, might as well tell you, I have become that bastard's loyal servant, the kind who is willing to sacrifice my life for him. In other words, that bastard is my closest person. And you are his future Taoist partner. Han Yuqing is him again. She glanced at Han Yuqing, who was still groaning and about to die, and continued to grit her teeth. Han Yuqing is his wife again, so, you two are also my closest people. You don't want this god to have such a tragic ending, do you? Sooner or later, the two of them would find out that he was Jiang Mu's slave. It's better to say it openly. What's more, if he wanted to stay, he would need to build good relationships with both of them and ask them to help him find a way to persuade Jiang Mu. Ding Nanrong frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Jiang Mu would definitely let Haishuisha go back. Think about it. She decided to stay out of it and not get involved. Then he replied calmly, I can't help you. Don't come to me, you. Haishuisha's eyes were bulging with anger, then he rolled his eyes and said seductively in a gentle tone, You know that I am the demon god mirror, right? That's the peak existence in the Songling realm. As long as you succeed in getting this god to stay with that bastard, then you are my best sister. From now on, this god will guide you in your cultivation and help you avoid detours, and this god will also agree to your 3 requests within the scope of my ability. How about it? She smiled and tempted Ding Nanrong as if she was using a lollipop to tempt a child. I believe as long as you have a normal mind, I won't refuse, however. Not interested, you. She is a big-breasted, brainless fool. Heishui was so angry that he wanted to rush forward and crush Ding Nanrong's at this time. Ho! 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 A high-pitched, long moan startled them. Look around, then I saw Han Yuqing lying limply on the ground, trembling all the time. You are finally done being superficial. Haishuisha was overjoyed and hurried to squat beside Han Yuqing. Since Ding Nanrong is unwilling to help, we can only place our hope on Han Yuqing, she said directly. Please do me a favor. She repeated what she had just said to Ding Nanrong. After Han Yuqing finished listening in a daze, her eyes suddenly lit up. Are you serious? Will you agree to my 3 requests to the best of your ability? Of course. This god only kills people, not lies. Haishuisha smiled broadly, feeling very confident. Looking at Han Yuqing's reaction, she knew that Han Yuqing would definitely help her. I'll help you. Han Yuqing seemed to be afraid that Haishuisha would go back on his word, so she immediately agreed to her request. This is the demon god mirror. He is the pinnacle existence in the Songling realm, even if it is only in the state of soul. Its strength is only at the Lianshu realm, but that is also a powerful help. From now on, I will have more strength to attack Xinyang's sect. Han Yuqing was very excited. Even more exciting than Jiang Mu just now. Is it all okay if I just convince my husband to let you stay in Wuyo sect? She confirmed it again excitedly. Black Water Demon smiled and emphasized again, that's right, as long as that bastard doesn't let me go back to Ling Out Yen. But. Han Yuqing gradually calmed down. She suddenly remembered something. Jiang Mu is going to follow the original plot, and Jiang Mu hates himself. Then can I successfully convince him? Han Yuqing frowned. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Ding Nanrong standing naked beside her. Sister Rong? Why are you here too? Ding Nanrong pointed at the Black Water Demon and said calmly, She called me in, too. Han Yuqing asked curiously, So you also know about the diary? Ding Nanrong nodded, indicating that she knew everything. Sister Rong. Han Yuqing came to Ding Nanrong and hugged her naked body. Will you help me convince my husband to let her stay? As he said this, he rubbed it a few times. I've already refused. I won't get involved. Ding Nanrong let Han Yuqing hug her, unmoved. Han Yuqing looked disappointed. If she were alone, she would not be completely sure that she could make Jiang Mu stay with the Black Water Evil. What should I do? Chapter 70. What kind of trick is this? Thought about it for a long time. Han Yuqing could never come up with a good solution. Suddenly her soul trembled to feel it carefully. It turned out to be his own body, which was suddenly clamped by Jiang Mu's hands and feet while he was sleeping. Why not let her be with my husband? Han Yuqing had a flash of inspiration and came up with a simple and crude idea. So he came in front of the Black Water Demon and bent down, talking to himself. She's petite. She's pretty cute. Large golden pupils. That expression should be something new to my husband. That's right. You're a snake, show me your tongue. Han Yuqing seemed to have thought of something interesting and urged Haishuisha to stick out his tongue. What happened to my tongue? The Black Water Evil is confused, but knowing that the other party was trying to find a solution for him, he opened his mouth immediately. A long forked tongue was thrust out and coiled in the air. Wow, it's so long. And it's forked. Han Yuqing's eyes were full of stars looking at the forked tongue. which is as long as an arm, is like looking at a rare treasure. She excitedly leaned close to Haishuisha's ear and whispered something. After Haishuisha heard this, his mind went blank with a buzzing sound. You actually want me to use my tongue with him? She was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and her face was as colorful as it could be. Han Yuqing said with a smile, "This is my experience just now. My husband can't resist it. You have to take advantage of this, hee. No, impossible." Haishuisha's chest heaved with anger, and he directly rejected this superficial method. She is the lord of the Black Water Jedi and the leader of the Black Water Snake Clan. He is also a great demon god. He is the pinnacle existence in the Tsongling realm. Now she is asked to use her tongue with humans. Shame, abnormal, nausea. Pooh. Don't be so quick to refuse. Han Yuqing gave her a look that told her to stay calm. Then there is a concise analysis. Men are a very possessive species. If you become your husband's woman, do you think he will let you return to Ling Outyin? As women, we have natural advantages. In this world where the strong are respected, we must learn to use our own advantages to gain more benefits. Aren't you at the demon god level? Aren't you standing at the pinnacle of the world? Then you can satisfy your husband's sense of conquest. And you can transform into a half-snake, half-human form, right? You can also summon various snakes, right? Then you can satisfy your husband's curiosity. You have so many advantages that when the time comes, you might not be able to escape even if you want to. He. Listen to Han Yuqing's sly smile. Haishuisha's expression was extremely gloomy. The strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. She had already deeply experienced this truth in the Black Water Jedi, but I always feel that there is something wrong with what Han Yuqing said. Haishuisha racked his brains to think. Finally, I thought of a key point. How can you guarantee that after I'm with that bastard, he'll definitely let me stay? Hey, you don't have to worry about that. Han Yuqing put her hands behind her back and said confidently, "It's very simple. If your goal is not achieved, if the benefits you gain are not enough, then there is only one reason. Even the price you paid wasn't enough. Meaning, I have to keep fighting with that bastard." Haishuisha's expression suddenly turned ugly. What the hell is this method? Only a pervert like you could come up with that, right? Is this human nature? Shallow. Haishuisha felt a tightness in his chest. It felt like there was air trapped inside my body that I couldn't let out. She didn't know whether the method Han Yuqing suggested would work, because she doesn't understand that kind of human stuff. She never thought that one day she would be with a man. Oh, little Sha, you can't hesitate. Seeing that Haishuisha was struggling for a long time, Han Yuqing tried her best to persuade him. The day after tomorrow will be the day when the ruins of Daylight Sound will be opened. When the time comes, Ling Outyin will participate, and you'll have to go back to him. That means you only have tomorrow at most. Time waits for no one, one day? Haishuisha panicked and his face suddenly became so gloomy that water could drip from it. In fact, I just heard what Han Yuqing said about this trick. She suddenly thought of a more suitable method, that is to use the forbidden technique of Snake God Era to create a permanent puppet to replace her, Haishuisha, and return to Ling Outyin. However, this forbidden technique can only be performed in the Snake God's tomb and the Black Water Jedi. So she could follow Han Yuqing's advice and talk to Jiang Mu first to buy time to stay with him. Later, he would take some time to return to the Black Water Jedi and use the Snake God Era to create a puppet, but she actually forgot that the day after tomorrow was the day for the daytime music. Going back and forth to the Black Water Jedi would take at least a few days. Even if she kept using space magic to speed up her journey, it's simply too late. Could it be I really have to go back to Ling Outyin? The next day, early morning, Jiang Mu woke up from the fragrant lump. I looked around the red wedding room, and then looked at the dress and belly band on the ceiling. Finally, he looked at Han Yuqing, who was sleeping beside Tian, sighed deeply. Well, it should be cool. He came to the table and sat down, pouring water and drinking it frantically. Tons. Bang, the cup sat heavily on the table. Oh shit. According to the original plot, my first time should be for Ding Nanrong. And now? He turned around and glanced at Han Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly. Now it's been taken away by this pervert. She used the Void God's concealment to stun me. Stir it up. Well, I feel helpless. He drank several glasses of water, only then did I slowly adjust. We still haven't dealt with the Black Water Demon's presumptuous behavior last night. I'm tired. Let's write today's diary first and see what rewards there are. Grass. He cursed and called out the diary. Start writing. Chapter 71 Let the Bastard, Chapter 71 Let the Bastard, all day March 14th, light rain, then clear. I am guilty. Last night, I was forced to lose my supreme tranquility. No way, she's too slippery. She's sure to win first place in the debate. Alas, I can only say that life is like. But she suddenly fainted midway through, and I was so scared I almost thought she had failed. My kidneys are so good? Shu Etching, City Lord's Mansion. That bastard ended up with Han Yuqing. Will he still care about me in the future? Shui Menghan pursed her lips tightly, feeling uncomfortable and scared. She herself didn't know why she was afraid that Jiang Mu would ignore her in the future. Today is just a transition, there is no plot for me. Jiang Mu thought about what to write today. Suddenly, a faint, tearful whisper came from behind. Mom, don't hit me. Jiang Mu looked back. Discovered it was Han Yuqing lying on the bed talking in her sleep. She kicked her legs a few times while trembling, and the quilt stained with dried blood fell under the bed. She had a nightmare. It was a dream about my childhood, when I was chased and beaten by my mother. Jiang Mu came to the bed, picked up the quilt and shook it, then he gently placed the side without dried blood on her fair, yet scarred body. Would you like to write about her? Looking at Han Yuqing with a frown on her face, Jiang Mu suddenly wanted to write about her. So he returned to the table. Continue writing. Han Yuqing mumbled in her sleep. She said, Mom, please don't hit me. Apparently, she had a nightmare about her childhood being abused by her mother. If we follow the original plot, this situation should have happened in the middle to late stages. It was only in the middle and late stages that I gradually changed my opinion of her. After that, I slowly began to pity her, accept her, and empathize with her. Finally. Of course, I fell in love with her in a ridiculous way. As for Shui Menghan? Of course, I'll keep licking. I love her to the point of stumbling into despair. The villain character designed by this flop author is so stupid and weird, I almost vomited from acting. He loves me desperately? He still cares about me. Shui Menghan felt her breath was choked. I have an indescribable strange feeling in my heart. It's like I want to accept Jiang Mu's love. Pa. It's all an illusion. She slammed the diary shut. My face is burning, and the fear in my heart has disappeared. It's just that Han Yuqing and I have already cooked dinner, so the plot has moved up. In other words, my relationship with her had already heated up. Damn it, this is all the fault of the dog system secretly changing the character setting. There is also the black water evil. Last night, she broke Ling Outyan's hand without permission. Oh shit. The main storyline of Sound of Daylight begins tomorrow. How can you expect Ling Outyan to participate with full HP? This damn bitch is always causing trouble for me. She will be severely punished later. Then order her to return to Ling Outyan. Let her live in harmony with Ling Outyan. Don't beat Ling Outyan again. No running around. Not allowed. In the master's bedroom next door. Son of a bitch. You really want me to go back? Haishuisha stared at the diary intently, his teeth chattering. I feel both hatred and fear in my heart. If she really returns to Ling Outyan, she will follow the plot exactly, then she probably won't have the chance to return to the Snake God's tomb and the Black Water Jedi. There is no way to create puppets, and her self-sacrifice made Ling Outyan's ending perfect. It can't be changed. This god is unwilling to accept this. Black Water Evil tried his best to suppress the violent spiritual power in his body. She suddenly looked next door, which was Jiang Mu and Han Yuqing's wedding room. In my mind, recalling the method Han Yuqing told her last night, men are extremely possessive species. If you become your husband's woman, do you think your husband will let you return to Ling Outyan? In that case, then I have no choice but to give it a try. Time is too tight and Haishuisha has no choice. In fact, after a night of careful consideration, she felt that these superficial things were no big deal. Anyway, this body of mine is just a shell. Just an ordinary water snake. It's not my true body, so it's no loss for this god to be defeated. Since we only have today. Then you bastard will be fine for the whole day. Haishuisha smiled viciously. At the same time, he expanded his spiritual sense to constantly detect the situation on Jiang Mu's side. I plan to go there when Jiang Mu is alone. That's all for today. Finished. Jiang Mu closed the diary, silently waiting for today's reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. Temperament +2, 22/100, appearance +2, 22/100, reward, extreme flash, immortal technique, reward introduction, my traces are all over the world. You can teleport to any place. Note, the place you want to teleport to must be seen with your own eyes. Note, limit used to twice a day. Another magic? Extreme flash. Look at the reward description and restrictions. Jiang Mu felt that this magic was not as effective as some spiritual arts used for attack. That's not right. This extreme flash is equivalent to a return to city skill or an escape skill. Like last night. If I had this skill, I wouldn't be stronger than Han Yuqing. Damn, this skill is broken. It won't come sooner or later. Jiang Mu was very unhappy that he had already concluded that the dog system was definitely playing tricks on him. Rewards for these journals, either they are useless or they are all hindsight. Husband. Han Yuqing's joyful voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Mu turned around and looked. Han Yuqing lifted the quilt and got out of bed naked and barefoot, then he limped in front of Jiang Mu. She hugged him and said pitifully, "Husband, I can't stand anymore," crying. Jiang Mu didn't feel disgusted or anything when he saw Han Yuqing's body covered with scars and pimples. After all, it's been more than 70 rounds, and I'm used to it. What's more, the two are now husband and wife. Well, according to the original plot and the villain's character, I have slowly begun to accept her. She gradually gained more power and began to develop the Woyo sect. Jiang Mu sighed. You will go to my bedroom later, take my token, and take charge of all the internal affairs of the worry-free sect. Okay. Thank you, husband. Baji, Han Yuqing kissed Jiang Mu happily, then he limped towards the door excitedly, etc. Jiang Mu called her. What's the matter, husband? Oh, I see, husband wants to have sex. Han Yuqing licked her lips and was about to pounce on him with a smile. Think of shit. Jiang Mu scolded her, then she jumped up and pulled the dress and belly band off the ceiling. Throw it to Han Yuqing. My husband is so kind. Han Yuqing put on her clothes in front of him. Baji, Jiang Mu took another sip of the fragrance. Finally, he couldn't wait to open the door and limp to the sect leader's bedroom next door, and Han Yuqing had just left. Behind Jiang Mu, a space ripple appeared. Chapter 72. The heroine's character collapsed. Despair. There was the sound of footsteps behind me. Jiang Mu turned around and looked. He saw Haishuisha, trembling, staring at him with his big golden eyes. You come and do it. Jiang Mu hadn't finished asking the question. His mouth was sealed by a space lock, even the body was imprisoned. What does she want to do? Rebellion against her? Jiang Mu was shocked. He saw it. Haishuisha's chest began to rise and fall, his expression became extremely abnormal, and he looked more brutal than before. Damn, what on earth does she want to do? Jiang Mu glared at Haishuisha angrily, silently resisting and ordering her to lift the ban. Haishuisha pretended not to see it. Turtle. Master. Master. She suppressed her discomfort and spoke haltingly, cursing in her heart. Shame. Shallow. I want to kill someone, but in order to stay, she had no choice. Then he continued stumblingly, this god wants to. What the hell are you thinking? Damn, what's wrong with her? Jiang Mu's eyes were as big as copper bells. Although Haishuisha has become his slave, he will not harm him and will absolutely obey his orders, but if he didn't give orders, at best he could only slowly influence her in the depths of her soul. But he couldn't actually command her efficiently. Obviously, Haishuisha also knew this, that's why he was silenced. But it can't be closed for too long. Not so. Hiss. In front of Jiang Mu, she decisively tore her black skirt. Wow. Jiang Mu suddenly felt his scalp tingling. There was even a moment when my mind was blank. He couldn't understand why Haishuisha would do such an anti-character move even if he was beaten to death. And the series of actions that followed from the black water demon, he almost died on the spot. She came up to him and grabbed his belt with her small hands. A hiss. The robe rustled. The inner garment rustled. The shirt rustled. The bottoms ripped. The final truth, hiss, hiss. What is she going to do? What is she going to do? What is she going to do to me? Jiang Mu's pupils were already experiencing an 18-magnitude earthquake. Next door to in the bedroom of the sect master's palace, Han Yuqing searched through all the drawers and treasure boxes. Where's the token? Where's the token? Where's the token? She hadn't found the Woyo sect's internal affairs token, and her face was full of anxiety. Finally, he pulled out a dusty token with the word Ni engraved on it from under the bed. Found it. It's the Woyo sect's internal affairs order. Han Yuqing smiled and wiped the token carefully as if it were a treasure. Now, I have successfully taken charge of the Woyo sect's internal affairs. Next. As long as I get pregnant with Jiang Mu's child. So. The entire Woyo sect will be mine, hey hey. She happily threw the token into the ring, then he limped out of the dormitory yet he planned to go to the meeting hall, summon the top leaders of Woyo sect, and announce his powers. When passing by my own wedding room, I suddenly remembered that I haven't done what I promised to do to help Haishuisha last night. Then go in and beg your husband to let the little Shasha stay with you. So he opened the door and went in. Ha! The scene in the room made her stunned. Little Shasha is really quick. So she quietly left just as the door was about to close. She suddenly thought of something interesting and a seductive smile appeared on her face. Hey hey. Let me, your elder sister, help you, little evildoer. The god of void hides. She used invisibility to disappear into the void. After a while, Jiang Mu felt a familiar shiver. For some reason, he thought of Han Yuqing who had crawled into bed last night. This also made his mind clearer. Looking at the face so close to him, Jiang Mu frantically thought of a way to escape. That's right, how could I forget about Extreme Flash, Wipe? Jiang Mu suddenly remembered the reward he got for writing in his diary, Extreme Flash, that can teleport to any place. So where? To teleport? Whatever, I can teleport twice a day anyway. The most urgent thing is to stay away from this gossip before she takes the opportunity to get in. That's the place, the cave in the Monster Mountain range, extremely flashing. Jiang Mu's mind turned and he used magic. The next moment, a flash of light appeared to Jiang Mu and Haishuisha's bodies disappeared into the bridal chamber along with the light. Tens of thousands of miles away, a cave in the Monster Mountain range. A ray of light flashed out of nowhere, illuminating the barbecue grill and animal bones on the ground. Then a naked and barefoot man with long straight black hair appeared in the cave together. Jiang Mu? Black water demon? Han Yuqing, who was kneeling on the ground, mumbled. Damn it! This extreme flash can even teleport others along with it? Looking at the black water evil hanging on his body, Jiang Mu's heart turned cold. It's over. It's over. This is a crappy game copy. I don't know how to play it, yeah. Come on baby, hiss. A long, hoarse cry killed a group of birds and beasts outside the cave. Husband, I'll roast some beast meat for you to replenish your energy. Han Yuqing said to Jiang Mu, then he looked at the trembling black water demon and blinked his eye, then he came to the center of the cave and took out barbecue utensils and animal whip from the ring. Get busy, Edut. Feeling the person in his arms, Jiang Mu's mouth twitched. As a villain, he was defeated by the third female lead. Alright, the character of the heroine Haishuisha has collapsed. It completely collapsed. Dog system. Well, a long time. Jiang Mutsai asked the black water demon in his arms, tell me, why are you doing this? His mind is in a mess now. He didn't know how to proceed with the plot. Haishuisha had anticipated Jiang Mu's question, so he replied with reason and evidence, because I am your servant, my soul is deeply influenced by you. Last night, you and Han Yuqing, so today, I can't help but, this is an impulse from the depths of my soul, and even this god cannot control it, and now. Said, she raised her head, her golden eyes fixed on Jiang Mu, and said resolutely, now, this god can't leave you. Can't leave me. It turns out that the black water soul erosion technique has such an effect. Jiang Mu looked suspicious, but he had no evidence to verify it. After all, he is the master and she is the servant. So here comes the question, now Haishuisha can't leave him, then how could she go back to Lingoutyin? Even if she could go back, she has already become his Jiang Mu's woman. This plot. Interesting. That's really interesting. Grass. Master? The time came to evening. Chapter 73. How can I pass this level? The moon and stars are sparse. Inside the cave, hiss. A high-pitched, hoarse cry, mixed with a faint spiritual pressure, stunned the birds and beasts outside the cave. Haishuisha fell limply on Jiang Mu's body, powerless. Before she fell asleep, she did not forget to emphasize, this god cannot live without his master. He said this, but cursed in his heart, bastard. It's been a whole day and he still hasn't fallen. Then, he fell into a weak sleep, but good fellow. She truly is worthy of being a member of the Black Water Snake Clan. I really do have a good waist. Jiang Mu twisted his waist and felt that only half of his blue bar was consumed. He held Haishuisha in his arms so that he could cover her naked body with his robe, looking at her profile that was tired, unwilling, determined, and a little bit scared. I couldn't help but sigh deeply. Well, what a ridiculous plot. She can't leave me now. Should I just give up, let go, and have a blast in this final reincarnation, grass? Jiang Mu felt more tired than ever before. If Haishuisha's character is distorted, he can still try his best to remedy it, but her character collapsed. As the third female protagonist, she has become the slave and woman of this villain and cannot live without him. In other words, she had no intention of returning to Ling Outyan from the bottom of her heart. Besides, it was impossible for him to order her to go back. The question is, it's the man's possessiveness that's at work. So here comes the problem. How will the plot proceed if Ling Outyan loses his master? How can I pass the level by myself? Damn it! Dog system. I don't believe it. I will definitely pass this level. Ali fuck. Jiang Mu encouraged himself, and his competitive spirit suddenly became excited. For the first 70 or so rounds, there was only one reward for completing the game, the ability to choose any character from the novel and bring them back to the real world. But now, in this final round, the rewards for clearing the level are very generous. Not only can he return with a diary reward, he can also bring Han Yuqing, Ding Nanrong, and Haishuisha, these three women back. That is to say, as long as he passes the level, he will definitely be a winner in life. We have to think of a safe way to solve the problem of Ling Outyan not having a master. Jiang Mu began to ponder. Tomorrow will be the main storyline of Sound of Daylight. If it weren't for the help of Haishuisha, Ling Outyan would probably have exposed his cards on the first day. What should I do? Think about it. Jiang Mu finally seemed to have come up with a more compromising solution. I brought Black Water Demon and lurked near Ling Outyan to help him complete the plot? Damn, that's all we can do for now. At this time, Han Yuqing came in from the cave entrance. She was also holding a dozen large birds and beasts that she had killed. Ha! Husband, are you finally done? Now that we've finished eating the beast whip, I'll roast a few more birds to replenish your body. Hey. As she spoke, she was about to put the birds and animals on the grill. No, let's go back. Jiang Mu stopped her. The reason he teleported here was to avoid the black water evil, not to eat barbecue. Now that he has been killed by the black water, there is no need for him to stay here overnight. Go back? How are we going to go back? Han Yuqing was puzzled. Then she remembered. While I was hiding and talking, I suddenly came to this cave. So, with his eyes shining and full of curiosity, he asked Jiang Mu, "Oh husband, do you possess some powerful secret technique of teleportation?" Yes, that's extremely, ahem. Jiang Mu immediately shut up and almost revealed the reward for the diary. Well, etc. Diary rewards. Han Yuqing's question gave Jiang Mu some clues. Could he use the journal rewards to solve the problem? So I opened my personal panel to see which rewards were more useful. Pretending to be tough but getting beaten. Good waste body that carries all kinds of poisons. Resurrection of the dead. Rules. One eye of heaven. Spiritual art. Transformation technique. Immortal technique. The art of extreme path. Transfer. Immortal art. Extreme flash. Immortal technique. Look carefully. He seemed to have grasped something in his mind, but also seemed to have grasped nothing. One eye in the sky. Transformation technique. Extreme path transfer technique. Extreme flash. Husband, what are you thinking about? Han Yuqing came and sat down next to Jiang Mu, holding his arm, looking like a curious baby. Nothing, let's go back first. Jiang Mu dealt with it casually. He couldn't think of anything for the time being. Then he changed his mind and used his magic. Extremely flashy. A flash of light appeared. The three of them followed the light and disappeared into the cave. Of the next day, early morning, the third floor of Dark Knight building. Dozens of young men and women were standing in the spacious floor. They were chatting animatedly just because today is the day when the Sound of Daylight ruins opens. Brother Chen, I heard there are a lot of treasures in the ruins. Treasures? Is this true, real? Wow. Are we going to get rich then? We must go on a treasure hunt like crazy. We'll make a killing. Brother Chen, do you want to make some money, random? But the monsters inside are very ferocious. I heard they are the monster soldiers under the command of a certain monster general. Do you know this guy, Brother Chen? I don't know. I also heard that this ruins is actually a border town of a fallen nation. It was occupied by that demon army general. Brother Chen, are you afraid? Good. Don't be afraid. It's none of our business anyway. I just want to get rich. And then redeem Xiaohua from Lihua Pavilion. Brother Chen, do you know Xiaohua? Who? Ha ha ha. It's the one with the eagle and two rabbits. After we get out of the ruins, I'll take you, Brother Chen, to taste his delicious food. I guarantee it'll be unforgettable. Okay. Ling Outyan was completely oblivious to the animated conversations of others. He was very worried at the moment, because his master Haishuisha has not returned yet. So he, with his left arm broken, would be very unsafe in the ruins. At this time, there was an exclamation from the crowd. It's the host. The host is coming down. Everyone's eyes turned towards the stairs. Then I saw a beautiful woman with a graceful figure in a blue dress, stepping on the stairs one by one with her slender jade feet. With every step you take, the peaks sink and the valleys shake. Everyone was drooling at the sight. Chapter 74. Her tongue is really long and forked. The gentle and graceful Lu Chura stopped at the staircase landing. She looked at the hundreds of young men and women below and spoke softly, "Welcome to the Dark Night Tower and participate in the exploration of the sound of daylight." The so-called daytime sound is derived from the meaning of the kingdom of spiritual sound under the sun. Linging country, I believe some of you have heard of it. Linging country, isn't that a small country that has already perished? Some people were whispering to each other, discussing matters concerning the Linging kingdom. Lu Churo continued, Linging country is a human kingdom that was conquered and occupied by the demon army. Under the ruins of the city, there are treasures of immeasurable value buried. However, the ruins are inhabited by various monsters. And there is only one thing you have to do. That is, in Linging country, you must hunt down all the monsters and drip their blood into the Sound of Daylight token to record the monsters' information. Eventually, you will hand the token over to the Dark Night Tower. As long as you collect enough information about monsters, Dark Night Tower will not only not take any of the treasures you obtain, but will even give you extra rewards. Wow! Lu Chura's words made everyone excited. Dark Night Tower, so grand. They all knew that the main business of the Dark Night Tower was to sell information about monsters to major sects and cities. Now, in order to obtain the information source about the monsters, the Dark Night Tower not only refused to take their treasures, but even gave them rewards. This is called pattern. After everyone's excitement subsided, Lu Churo continued, since this is your first time participating, you have no experience. And your cultivation is not high, so I will be the person in charge of this expedition. I will personally lead you to explore the ruins of Linging Kingdom. Said suddenly I felt something. Did Jiang Mu start writing a diary? So let Water explain some of the following matters, then stand aside gracefully, call out the diary, watch it. March 15th, sunny and windy. I was woken up by the black water demon early in the morning. As a slave, is she addicted to me as her master, servant, owner? Lu Chura was curious. She remembered that Haishuisha was the third female protagonist and Ling Outyan's master. How come Jiang Mu and I have become a servant-master relationship now? She couldn't help but look at Ling Outyan in the crowd below. I found him covering his left arm wrapped in white bandages, listening to Wanner's words with a worried look on his face. Ling Outyan seemed to be born with the ability to sense the gaze of beautiful women. He turned his head to look and really found that Lu Chura was looking at him. Then he curled the corners of his mouth slightly, raised his head and chest without saying a word, and showed a confident and charming smile. He walked around Shuechen yesterday and found that no matter where he went, there were a bunch of women staring at him. This made him deeply realize how attractive his smile was to women. Just then, Wanner, who was speaking, saw his evil smile and her heart suddenly beat fast, and she showed a crazy face on the spot. Good. Very handsome, but Lu Chura pretended not to see it and continued reading the diary. I asked her why she wanted to get under the covers. She said that as a loyal servant, she couldn't leave me anymore and was afraid I would drive her away, so she would come to me often. This scared me a lot. To be honest, I can't leave her anymore. If I had to give a reason, it would be her tongue, which is really long and forked. You bastard! Do you think this god is willing? Haishuisha cursed inwardly in the bathroom while rinsing his mouth. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, but Han Yuqing's method is really effective. That bastard's possessiveness and curiosity are indeed very strong. Now, my actions have been successful. At least that bastard won't order me back to Ling Outyan for the time being. Next, I will find an opportunity to return to the Black Water Jedi and enter the Serpent God tomb. Then create a puppet to replace me as Ling Outyan's master. When the time comes, I will find another opportunity to regain my physical body and replace this filthy snake body. Most importantly, this god can avoid the end of self-sacrifice. He. Gurgle 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 gurgle. Calculate the time. Now, Lu Churu, the second female protagonist, is about to open the portal to the Sound of Daylight. She will lead Ling Outyen and others into the ruins of Linging Kingdom to hunt down monsters. And Lihua, the fourth female protagonist, disguised herself as a female cultivator and blended into the crowd to investigate Ling Outyen, making it easier to approach him in the ruins. In other words, this Sound of Daytime dungeon will feature two female protagonists, Lu Churu and Lihua. After that, even with the Black Water Demon's steel and toenails, it's clear that Ling Outyen will develop a clear relationship with these two female protagonists. Develop a love line? But I never thought of getting close to Ling Outyen. Lihua held his chin and stared at the diary with interest. After she returned to Lihua Pavilion from Woyosek that night, she never left the house again. No one was sent to invite Ling Outyen. If I didn't know Ling Outyen's information and the Black Water Demon's affairs, then I will really pretend to get close to Ling Outyen. But now I know everything. And Black Water Demon has actually become Jiang Mu's slave? And he can't leave him? Then the target I want to approach will become Jiang Mu, right? After all, I want to lead the Black Water Evil to the designated location in the Sand River. That's really interesting. Oh, and Black Water Demon, she will play a huge role in this main storyline. But she's already on my side. So, in order to ensure the plot doesn't deviate from the original, the only thing I can do right now is to sneak into the dungeon and secretly help Ling Outyen. Damn it, this crappy dungeon originally had nothing to do with me. Now I am forced to open a business. Grass. So, Jiang Mu will also participate? Lihua's eyes rolled around and he thought of something interesting, not as good as, I'll just disguise myself and go in to play with Jiang Mu? As for the female lead, Shui Manghan, she went to the Changyu Empire with Shui Yuanshan yesterday, so she has nothing to do with this instance. Well, that's about it for today. Finished. Jiang Mu closed the diary. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. The system's reward sound just sounded, then Haishuisha walked out of the bathroom. She looked very bad, as if she had eaten something unpleasant. Come here, little cutie. Jiang Mu waved to her quickly. Since the word sha sounded too cruel and domineering, he simply called her little cutie. Haishuisha's face turned ashen and he came to him immediately. Jiang Mu raised his left hand, and on his middle finger was an exquisite ring. This was the bribe Shui Yuanshan gave him when he pleaded for Ling Outyen. From now on, you will stay in the ring. Go in. The Black Water Demon didn't say a word, but turned into a ball of black mist and drilled into the ring. Jiang Mu pondered for a moment. The Sound of Daylight is about to start. I need to say hello to Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing before leaving. In the original plot, he was in the sect, watching over Han Yuqing and preventing her from messing around with the Woyo sect, but now the plot has changed and he will disappear for a while. So I have to say hello to the two girls. So I walked to the side door. Knock knock knock. Romer, are you there? Exist. After getting a response, Jiang Mu went in. Ding Nanrong was seen sitting in front of the dressing table, her bare hand stroking something in the air. Jiang Mu didn't care, he just found a relatively reasonable excuse and said, Romer, I'm going to Shueching to play for a while. It's a bit difficult, this old maid will probably go with them. Jiang Mu was very worried, because Ding Nanrong was his personal maid and was almost inseparable from him. However, be safe. She actually agreed. Isn't she going with us? Jiang Mu was very surprised. Well, I guess it's because her character has gone astray. Jiang Mu walked out of the room and came to Han Yuqing's room. No knock on the door yet. Han Yuqing opened the door and came out. As soon as she saw Jiang Mu, there was confusion on his face at first, then it turned into surprise. Husband? Wow. Did you come all the way here to say good morning to me? I'm so happy. Ba Chi, she hugged him tightly and kissed him deeply. Jiang Mu pushed her away and warned, I'll go out and lie down for a bit. Before I come back, you have to take good care of the Woyo sect's internal affairs. Got it? Han Yuqing stood there obediently, smiling and replied, I know. I will definitely take good care of Woyo sect. Jiang Mu nodded, then he turned and left. Chapter 75, this female supporting role, is she going to be promoted? After Jiang Mu went down the mountain, just find a deserted forest, prepare to use Extreme Flash to teleport directly to the Sound of Daylight dungeon. This Extreme Flash cannot be used to teleport unless you have seen the destination with your own eyes. But fortunately, it can be used in conjunction with One Eye of Heaven. He had already thought of this idea. With one eye in the sky, you can see the whole world. It can even be seen in caves, underground, and inside clothes, and Jishan can teleport to any corner of the world. The combination of the two is a perfect travel skill. So he used spiritual magic. One eye from the sky. Buzz, Jiangmu was instantly plunged into darkness. Below the visual field, the complete map of the Tsongling realm gradually emerged. He moved his gaze northward. At last, set in a devastated country in ruins. Let's take a look around Lingyin country first. This way, it will be convenient to teleport in there at will. Jiangmu spent some time looking at almost every corner of Lingyin country and memorizing it in his mind. After memorizing, I just found an abandoned ancient city, which is the entrance city of the dungeon. No one in town? That means they haven't teleported in yet. Then I'll go in and wait. Extreme flash. His mind was turning. The whole person turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the woods. Lingyin country. An abandoned city on the border. A ray of light flashed out of nowhere. Jiangmu landed steadily on the ground. The hot wind, mixed with the stench of monsters, blew in my face. It was so stuffy that it made it difficult for him to breathe. The dilapidated walls of the surrounding houses were also deformed by the hot air. Over 70 rounds. This is my first time participating in the Sound of Daylight dungeon. He even brought the black water demon with him. Why do I feel like I'm the protagonist? It's fucking. Jiangmu complained speechlessly. Then he asked the ring, "My dear, are you sleeping comfortably on the Higurashi ice bed?" Shu is okay. The lazy voice of Black Water Evil was heard from the ring. She at this moment, he was in a state of being a human but with a snake's tail, sleeping comfortably on the ice bed of Chichon. This bed was specially placed for her by Jiangmu to help nourish her soul power. Jiangmu continued, "You should have a good rest. I will call you if I need you later. Because this place is full of monsters, and my cultivation level is only the spirit gathering mirror, therefore, Black Water Demon may often be needed to come to the rescue." This time, the huge city gate in the distance emitted a strong light, forming a vortex-like gate. A graceful woman in a blue dress and long white legs walked out of the vortex-like gate. She controlled her steps gracefully, so her heavy chest did not shake violently. This old witch's size must have reached the limit of human capabilities. Almost catching up with Ding Nanrong. Jiangmu hid behind a broken wall and watched from afar. Then I saw a group of male and female monks walking out of the light gate one after another. After Lu Churu said a few words to everyone. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, everyone rushed into the ancient city frantically. Well, the copy has begun. Jiangmu planned to blend into the crowd in order to get close to Ling Outyan and ensure the restoration of the plot outcome. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Churu's character. I guess her personality has become distorted. In the original plot, Ling Outyan would take the initiative to approach her and talk to her. Because she admires Ling Outyan and sees his potential, she will tell him in detail about the situation in the ancient city and the distribution range of the monsters. And Ling Outyan smiled confidently and charmingly, trying to show off to her to win her favor. In the end, she did improve her favorability. In order to confirm whether Lu Churu's character is distorted, Jiangmu then set his sights on her. See the results. Ling Outyan was just about to go up and talk to her, but she turned around and left as if on purpose. Very good, Lu Churu's character is indeed distorted. Ha, then the raccoon that sneaked in disguise must have been crooked too. Isn't that Warner? This extra girl. Damn it. What is she doing? Is she trying to get promoted? Jiangmu saw it in surprise. Lu Churu's maid Warner actually took the initiative to talk to Ling Outyan. She looked shy. Master Lingling, you must be careful of monsters. Miss Warner, don't worry. You've already informed me of the situation of this ancient city and the monsters. I'm no longer afraid of anything. I will definitely return victorious. Ling Outyan said this with a confident and evil smile. Warner's heart was beating wildly, her eyes were obsessed, and her cheeks, ears, and neck were almost red. Good fellow. This female extra, with her crazy face, is so skilled. She's so skilled that she's probably better than Shui Manghan by a few cyberpunks. She's not going to get involved with Ling Outyan, is she? Jiangmu discovered something extraordinary. This record of the martial god and the harem is a pure plaintext. Until the end, Ling Outyan was a virgin. He had never even touched a woman's hand, but now Warner is like a crazy fan. I'm afraid it will be given for free? Wow, it seems that if the heroine's character is distorted, it will also cause the supporting characters around her to be distorted? What a shitty system. Jiang Mu cursed inwardly. Ling Outyen left in a leisurely manner under Wanner's infatuated gaze. At the same time, there was a pure and sweet girl in a white dress who followed Ling Outyen blatantly. This cheered Jiang Mu up. The evil Liwa has started to act. She wants to take this opportunity to disguise herself as a young girl and get closer to investigate Ling Outyen, if her character setting is correct. But whatever. I have to follow secretly. Jiang Mu's mind turned and he used his magic. Transform. Bang, he turned into a soft and cute girl in a yellow skirt. As for why not transform into another man, that's purely out of desire. Chapter 76. This broken catflower is crooked on the abandoned ancient road. A young man in a black robe and a young girl in a white skirt were walking back and forth. Little flower girl, there are so many male monks here, why do you want to go with me? Ling Outyen turned around and asked with a smile. In fact, he probably guessed the reason. Firstly, he had just been chatting very intimately with Wanner, which must have been seen by the girl in the white dress, so she wanted to get close to him, and then to Wanner. After all, Wanner is the official person in charge of the Dark Knight Tower and has great power. Secondly, because I am handsome and the girl is pure and sweet, she is attracted to me. After all, it is natural for a beautiful woman to admire a handsome man. Master Ling is asking questions even though he already knows the answer. Humph. Liwa, disguised as a girl in a white dress, feigned anger and said, I'm sure they want to go with you because you're handsome. Besides, it's very dangerous here, people are very scared. Master Ling, are you going to chase them away? Said. A pair of small hands covered the chest, revealing a worried and frightened expression. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little flower girl. Ling Outyen waved his hand with confidence and said with a smile, although I, Ling Outyen, am handsome, I am definitely not a mediocre and heartless person. As for safety issues, there is no need to worry, Miss Hua. I will definitely keep you safe. Ha ha ha. He was in a good mood and enjoyed the feeling of being depended on by a beautiful woman. As expected, my charm is really irresistible to women. Upon hearing this, Liwa smiled happily. Thank you, Master Ling. Is this the male protagonist? You are too self-righteous. You are not as handsome as Jiang Mu. Liwa's impression of the male protagonist Ling Outyen can only be described as average. After all, she has lived for 400 years and has seen countless young talents. The reason why she wanted to travel with Ling Outyen was because she knew that Jiang Mu would secretly follow Ling Outyen. She was simply curious about how Jiang Mu would straighten out the plot. Roar. There were roars and screams of monsters coming from the front. Miss Xiaohua. There might be someone hunting monsters up ahead, let's go check it out. Ling Outyen said this and ran over first. Li Hua followed. Behind the two of them, there was a cute girl in a yellow skirt following secretly. Well, it's coming, Ling Outyen's treasure hunt plot. Jiang Mu, transformed into a girl, recalled the original plot. Ling Outyen will display his divine power and snatch the swords picked up by other cultivators and the demon cores they hunted. But he underestimated his opponent and failed to snatch the ball. Then when he was about to borrow the power of the black water demon, Li Hua took the initiative to rescue him, just to gain his trust so that it would be easier to investigate him. This also made Ling Outyen fall in love with Li Hua. That is to say, the so-called emotional line begins to develop. Well, that's about it. In an abandoned open-air square, two male monks were busy dismembering a dead two-headed wolf demon with swords. We are so lucky. Not only did we pick up 2 swords, but we also encountered a weak two-headed wolf. That's because this is just a border town of Linging country. The further you go in, the more powerful the monsters will be. That's true, but I hope this wolf has a demon core, so we can make a small profit. Hopefully, huh? It's a demon core. I dug it up. Ha ha ha. One of the monks dug out a dark red demon core the size of an egg from the wolf's head. I dug it up too. Ha ha ha. Another cultivator also dug out the demon core from another wolf head. The two laughed out loud with joy.at. This time, boom, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed behind the two of them. Who is coming? The two men turned around in shock, alert to the black-robed young man in front of them. The young man was naturally Ling Outyen. He sneered evilly and said proudly, hand over the demon core, and don't force me to use force. Come to steal the treasure, the two looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. They looked at Ling Outyen. He was found with a white bandage on his left hand, obviously injured. The spiritual energy that emanated from him was only from the spirit-gathering mirror. How dare such a half-crippled person steal things from the shining duo? Either he is mentally retarded or he has someone to rely on. They looked around nervously. Finally, I saw a girl in a white dress standing in the distance behind Ling Outyen, but the girl's aura was only that of the spirit-gathering mirror, and it seemed that she had no intention of coming to help Ling Outyen. This situation made the two of them laugh. "Ha, you want to rob us like this? Are you out of your mind? I think he must have been drunk. How dare he fight against two of us with just one spirit-gathering mirror?" The two men laughed and walked towards Ling Outyen step by step with swords in hand. "I plan to teach this ignorant brat a lesson." Ling Outyen did not flinch at all. He half-knelt, clenched his right fist, and smiled coldly. "With just two spirit-gathering mirrors, I can defeat you with just one hand." Arrogant. The two were enraged by his words and immediately unleashed their spiritual power. He flashed towards Ling Outyen at an extremely fast speed. "How come you guys are so fast?" Ling Outyen was suddenly shocked, but he had no time to think, so he could only burst out his spiritual power, gather the spiritual power in his right fist, and shoot it towards the two of them, crackling, clanging, clanging. A moment later, "Let me go." Ling Outyen was trampled to the ground by the two men, roaring angrily with a bruised face. "Let you go? You're a jerk with barely grown hair, and you dare to come and rob us without even asking about us, the shining duo? Ha!" One of the monks spat on Ling Outyen's back. "What? You're the shining duo?" Ling Outyen was shocked and thought something was wrong. He originally thought that these two were just ordinary monks, but who would have thought that they were the shining duo who were famous for their speed? If his master Haishuasha was here, Ling Outyen would not be afraid no matter how fast they were, but master did not come back. So will want to escape danger. He either reveals his final trump card, the prismatic crystal in his heart, or Miss Hua will come to save him. Ling Outyen looked expectantly at the little flower girl standing in the distance, but I found her looking around, not knowing what she was looking for. Ling Outyen has been knocked down. Isn't it time for Jiang Mu to make his debut? Liuo was curious and put his palm flat on his forehead, looking around for Jiang Emyu. It seemed that she didn't care about the battle situation on Ling Outyen's side at all. Seeing this, Ling Outyen could only make up his mind secretly. There's no other way, the only thing left is to reveal your cards, so he secretly mobilized the prismatic crystal block in his heart. "Damn, you idiot, what the hell are you looking around for? Didn't you see Ling Outyen got knocked down? Go save him. If you save him, you'll gain his trust. He'll also fall in love with you. Are you still going to continue the investigation? Are you still going to develop the relationship line, grass?" Jiang Mu, who was hiding behind the ruins and observing secretly, cursed Li Hua inwardly, feeling disappointed with him, although it was predicted that the tabby cat would also be crooked, but when I actually saw it, I couldn't help but curse. After all, this directly led to the failure of Ling Outyen's treasure hunt plot, and in this way, without the help of the black water demon, Ling Outyen could only mobilize the source fragments of his heart in order to turn defeat into victory. No! If he reveals the source fragment now, the main storyline will be disrupted. Damn it, we have to stop him. No way. In order to avoid deviation from the plot outcome, Jiang Mu had no choice but to take action. Chapter 77. She bumped into someone while dribbling the ball. It's a foul. Hey! Look here! Jiang Mu let out a soft roar. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Then I saw a girl in a yellow skirt, barehanded, rushing out from behind the ruins. Could it be Jiang Mu? Liuo was very suspicious. Under the current circumstances, if someone shows up to save Ling Outyen, it is 99% likely to be Jiang Mu. After all, Haishuasha has become Jiang Mu's slave, and he needs to restore the plot outcome, but he is a man. How could he be a girl? Could it be, did he invite this girl? Or is he pretending? Liuo didn't quite understand. So, out of curiosity, I watched the girl in the yellow skirt rush towards the shining duo. Seeing this, both of them smiled sarcastically. Little sister, this place is very dangerous. They didn't finish their words. Jiang Mu used the transformation technique on them at the same time. Change for me. Bang, bang, two grown men turned into two little kids wearing open crotch pants. After Jiang Mu succeeded, he immediately turned around and ran away. The two children were left looking at each other in confusion. A baby voice, "You? I. This sudden incident left them unable to react for a while. Ling Outyan, who was lying on the ground, was worthy of being the protagonist. He reacted on the spot. So he took this opportunity to turn over and jump. He gathered spiritual power into his fists and launched a violent attack on the two little brats. Die for me! Boom 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 boom. Wow! In an instant. One man was furious, two children were crying, and a cloud of dust was flying. Liwa was not watching this intense scene at all. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Mu's back as he ran away. His face still looked shocked. That girl can actually transform others into children? What an amazing transformation! This is 100 times more powerful than the 1,000 faces technique of my White Fox clan. I want to learn this. Liwa excitedly chased after Jiang Mu. Firstly, she personally likes spiritual arts such as transformation and disguise. Secondly, if she learned this transformation technique and taught it to her clansmen, then it would be easier for her White Fox clan to blend into the Kyushu continent. I didn't expect that. I came here on a whim, just wanting to play with Jiang Mu. But I met such a magical girl. This trip was worth it. Liwa wanted to take this opportunity to approach the girl and build a good relationship with her. I hope to learn this powerful transformation technique from her, even if it costs me a huge price. I will do it. Damn! Why is that Liwa chasing me? Jiang Mu hid behind a ruined wall. When he looked out, he saw a pure and sweet girl in a white dress running towards him with excitement on her face. Why is she so excited? Is she in a hurry to reincarnate? It would be fine if she didn't help Ling Outyan, but now she's chasing me for no reason? She's lost her mind. While cursing, Jiang Mu prepared to use extreme flash to escape. However, Liwa suddenly burst out with powerful spiritual power, accelerated and leaped into the air. Instantly flying behind Jiang Mu, she quickly grabbed his hand and smiled innocently and sweetly. Hello, my name is Xiaohua. What's your name? Call you uncle. You're asking for trouble by coming here instead of following the plot. Do you believe I will let a snake bite you? Jiang Mu really wanted to call Haishuasha to teach her a lesson, but it's just a thought. After all, if the black water evil was exposed to her, things would be even more chaotic. Then he put on an expression of keeping strangers away and replied coldly, my name is Tsuihua. Please let me go. I'm leaving. As he said this, he tried to pull his arm free, but he couldn't draw it out, because Liwa's real cultivation level was Qi Hai Jing, and his power was greater than his. Your name is Tsuehua? Then we are a perfect match. Be my sister. Liwa's eyes flashed with a foxy gleam, with an expression that said we are good sisters. Be your lamb, you are 400 years old, okay. Jiang Mu cursed inwardly while pulling his arm out with all his might. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would definitely not have anything to do with her. After pulling his hands out several times without success, he angrily said, let go. Don't force me to hit you. Oh my dear sister, you are so heartless. I am so sad. Liwa's eyes were filled with sorrow and he was about to see her wide eye in secret. He was performing this same fragrance enchantment technique. Her fair skin exudes an invisible fragrance. This incense has the effect of same sex attracts same sex, which can charm the souls of the same sex and make the same sex feel good about and dependent on it, and in order to make the effect better. Liwa put her arms around Jiang Mu's slender waist and pressed herself against him. They also made intimate. Bumping movements. At the same time, lift your fragrant and smooth knees and rub them. Oh shit, she broke the rules. Jiang Mu shuddered all over. He was hit and rubbed by her and almost lost his transformation. So he quickly clamped his legs together and used his hands to push her shoulders apart. Stop it now. If you keep doing this, I'm going to use force. Why is this beautiful girl not affected by my fragrance? Liwa stopped in shock. It was the first time she had seen a woman who was immune to the same fragrance ecstasy. That's impossible. As long as the other person's soul is female, it is impossible to be immune. Could it be that there is too little incense? After thinking about it, Liwa decisively used all his strength to perform the same fragrance bewitching technique. Her skin exudes a strong fragrance. So much so that her whole body suddenly became fragrant. Cough cough cough. Achoo achoo. Jiang Mu choked and sneezed repeatedly, feeling very uncomfortable, and he looked like this. Obviously he didn't fall into the trap. How is that possible? Liwa was really shocked this time. The incense is so strong that it can deeply attract the souls of even the same-sex people of different species. But why this flower-destroying girl, etc.? Could this girl be a boy? Somehow, Liwa thought of this ridiculous possibility. But the feeling of impact and friction just now told her that's clearly unique to women. Why? My thoughts changed. Liwa was possessed by some strange force. He used the strange fragrance enchantment technique. Chapter 78. As long as you are willing to teach, I will agree to anything. Her skin exudes a strong and alluring fragrance that is alluring. When Jiangmu smelled it, the lust deep in his soul gushed out like a fountain. Hiss. Why do I want to? Looking at the pure and sweet girl in front of him, Jiangmu felt an impulse from the bottom of his heart. Because of this impulse, bang, Jiangmu eventually changed back from the girl in the yellow skirt to her original appearance. You, who are you? Liwa half closed her mouth and her eyes widened in shock. The girl in the yellow skirt that he was hugging and rubbing against was actually Jiangmu? Jiangmu's handsome face slowly approached her face. What are you going to do? Liwa's mind went blank in an instant, and his long, fair legs were stretched straight. Her hands reflexively hugged Jiangmu's waist. At this moment, Jiangmu has fallen into a wonderful and dreamy state. The warmth, tenderness, softness, and fragrance of the tabby cat all tempted his soul, makes him want more. Then, the palms can't help it. Suddenly, a hoarse and cruel voice sounded in my mind. Disperse. Buzz. Jiangmu's thoughts suddenly became clear. Looking at the confused girl so close to him, he immediately pushed her away. Bo. Lips parted. It's broken, it's broken, it's broken. Looking at the confused Liwa licking his lips in front of him, Jiangmu secretly cried out that he was doomed. He kissed Liwa. That's the fourth female lead. The key point is that Liwa also saw his true face. When Jiangmu was full of worries, the Liwa in front of him suddenly grabbed his hand. Master Jiang. Liwa actually smiled sweetly, as if she didn't care at all about what had just happened. Then, her petite and pretty body, the changes are visible to the naked eye, and the body gradually becomes kavya. The white dress gradually turned into a long slit skirt and a white brocade jacket. Final, she started out as a pure and sweet girl in a white dress. She turned into a charming and seductive woman wearing a white cotton padded jacket and revealing clothes, those charming almond-shaped eyes looked at Jiangmu with a smile. It's my slave family. 2 days ago, I sent you a wedding gift. Liwa Pavilion even specially opened a back door for you. Remember? Said. A soft and sweet voice wafted out from her bright red lips. Want to touch it? Gurgle. Jiangmu couldn't help swallowing. Looking at the unfathomable river and ravine, he wanted to measure it but was also very annoyed. Damn, this monster was very decisive and showed up right in front of me. She's clearly trying to seduce me with her sassy look, but what good would it do her to seduce me? Jiangmu thought quickly. He knew Liwa's personality very well. She won't do anything that has no benefits. So, what did she want from him? Don't quite understand. Seeing that Jiangmu didn't react, Liwa simply stuck to him. The bright red lips were pressed against his ear, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. Master Jiang, can you please teach me your transformation technique? Slurp. Oh shit. Jiangmu felt that the great power in his body was about to slip out of him. He is truly a monster. Damn, it turns out you're attracted by my transformation skills. No wonder. Jiangmu understood Liwa's behavior. Her White Fox clan is good at disguise and transformation. Since the human race and the demon race are in a hostile relationship, there are almost no traces of the demon race in the Kyushu continent. Her White Fox clan relies on its unique camouflage skills to move back and forth between the demon clan and the human clan without being easily discovered. If only he had a more powerful disguise and transformation technique, then her White Fox clan will be able to blend into the Kyushu continent more conveniently and easily, greatly improving safety. But I can't teach you how to transform. Even if I can teach you, why should I teach you? What's more, this will mess up the plot. Jiangmu rejected her without a second thought. I can't teach you. I'm leaving. Goodbye. He pushed Liwa away, turned around and left, not wanting to have anything to do with her. But Liwa hugged her waist from behind. She came closer again, her red lips pressed against his ear, her breath soft as orchid. Master Jiang, as long as you are willing to teach me, I will agree to anything you ask. Damn, this damn monster. No wonder the Liwa Pavilion grew bigger and bigger, even to the fish city of the Changyu Empire. Let go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Jiangmu struggled to pry open the slender hands that were clasped around his belly, but I couldn't break it apart. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? There was no other way. He had to call out Haishuasha and knock her out. However, Liwa's next words forced him to give up this idea. Master Jiang, you have already taken away my first kiss. If you don't compensate me, I will be very sad. When I feel sad, I don't want to participate in the daytime music anymore. I just want to go home and cry. You don't want me to cry for 2 or 3 years without leaving the house, do you? Wu talking and talking. She rested her chin on Jiangmu's shoulder and sobbed sadly. Leave here and go home, don't go out for 2 or 3 years. What kind of plot is that? Jiangmu was really panicked. Although I don't really believe that Liwa would do this, But what to do? At this time, behind the ruins, Ling Outyan's joyful voice could be heard from afar. Little flower girl. I got the demon core. I'll give one to you. The sound is getting closer. Obviously, Ling Outyan was running towards this side. Damn, if Ling Outyan saw the true faces of himself and Liwa, then this plot would not have been released. In a way, Jiang Mu had no choice but to use a delaying tactic to temporarily stabilize Liwa. He turned his head and said to her swiftly, I promise to teach you the art of transformation. However, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened. Also, let's all change back first, quick. Finished, bang, she was the first to transform into a cute girl in a yellow skirt. Okay, Sect Master Jiang Liwa gave a charming smile of success. She let go of Jiang Mu and formed a seal with her hands. Thousand Faces technique. Then, her curvy figured it will slowly shrink with changes visible to the naked eye. Even the long skirt with a revealing slit turned into a white dress. In the end, she transformed into a pure and sweet girl. Sister. There are a lot of little monsters here. I'll take you to play. Liwa smiled sweetly at Jiang Mu with joy, then she took his arm affectionately and walked out of the ruins. Play a chicken, Jiang Mu cursed inwardly and was dragged out by her with an expressionless face. Little flower girl, is this the one from just now? After Ling Outyan arrived at the ruins, he saw Liwa walking out with a girl in a yellow skirt. Chapter 79. See if you are a man. Ling Outyan's eyes lit up. This cute girl in the yellow dress is the one who saved him just now. Miss, thank you for your help just now. My name is Ling Outyan. May I know your name, young lady? After Ling Outyan introduced himself, he gave Jiang Mu an evil smile. Jiang Mu was speechless after seeing this. He smiles evilly whenever he sees a woman. He is worthy of being the male protagonist. However, this also shows that Ling Outyan's character as the protagonist is relatively normal, with repeated adventures, battles, and encounters with beautiful women. Ling Outyan has gradually grown up and learned how to use his charm to attract women. Jiang Mu glanced at Liwa beside him and motioned her to answer for him. After all, he just wanted to restore the plot outcome, so there was no need to say anything to Ling Outyan. Liwa seemed to understand Jiang Mu's thoughts. So he replied for him, her name is Suihua, she's my sister. She doesn't like to talk, so don't talk to her in the future. After saying that, she turned her head and smiled sweetly at Jiang Emud. It seems like he is taking credit. Am I smart? Jiang Mu glanced at her unhappily. How can I not kill you? Ling Outyan laughed and said, it turned out to be the flower-destroying girl. You two sisters are so beautiful. Since Miss Suihua doesn't like to talk, then I won't bother you at all. He originally wanted to ask Suihua how she turned the shining duo into children. More importantly, why would she risk her life to save him? Could it be that she had been secretly observing him and had feelings for him? I really want to confirm, but since Xiaohua has spoken, then he had no choice but to bury these questions in his heart. But Ling Outyan will never forget the fact that Suihua saved him. I must protect her, repay her well, and finally successfully capture her and make her one of my women. Ling Outyan, thinking passionately of the faces of Shui Menghan, Luchuru, Ding Nanrong, Han Yuqing, Haishuisha, Liehua, and Xiaohua emerged in my mind. Ling Outyan readily took out 2 demon cores and 2 swords. Without hesitation, he handed it to Jiang Mu and said sincerely, flower-destroying girl. I snatched this from those 2 people. Please accept it, Miss Suihua. Just consider it a thank you for your help. Jiang Mu didn't answer. Lihua beside him took it and said dissatisfiedly, Master Ling, you just said you would give me a demon core. Now they've all been given to my sister. What about mine? Ling Outyan felt a little embarrassed by the question. He touched his nose, trying to cover up his inappropriate words and actions, and said confidently, don't worry, little flower girl. Next time, I'll definitely snatch it for you. Lihua wanted to say something, but Jiang Mu whispered in her ear, hurry up, don't waste time. Lihua understood and said to Ling Outyan, it's settled then, let's go now. Ha 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 ha. Good. Ling Outyan laughed out loud, then he turned around and led the way to the center of the ancient city, intending to look for monsters or other cultivators. Maybe this ancient city is located in a remote area and there are not many monsters. So he found nothing all day. It was evening, inside a dilapidated residential house. Ling Outyan felt that he had failed to snatch the treasure and had let Xiaohua down. So he reflected on himself and stood guard at the door of the hall to ensure the safety of the 2 flowers, and in the back hall Jiang Mu, who had returned to his original appearance, was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed like an old monk in meditation. Lihua still looks like a pure and sweet girl in a white dress. At this moment, she was sitting close to Jiang Mu, with her legs crossed, her arms supporting the ground, her chin resting on his shoulder, and her beautiful long hair intentionally falling between his thighs. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to splash water onto his face. It has been swaying for an hour. However, Jiangmu ignored her. He has been thinking hard how to solve the problem of Li Hua pestering him and wanting to learn the transformation technique. Damn it, what a bad idea. I never thought that Li Hua would want to learn the transformation technique. Jiangmu was very upset, because the heroine Li Hua has almost no intersection with the villain himself. So I naturally ignored the specific personality of Li Hua. He also ignored Li Hua's desire to learn advanced transformation techniques. She is a member of the White Fox clan. Everyone is born with brow bones, is extremely cunning, and is especially good at messing with men. And Li Hua herself would definitely be better at it. In the original book, although Li Hua never personally dealt with men, she had always been the leader of the pavilion, making all the decisions, but Jiangmu absolutely believed it. Li Hua is the fourth female lead. Once the power is shown, that's like a cow riding a rocket launcher. So awesome, she is no less difficult to deal with than the Black Water Demon. Oh shit. Li Hua already knows my true identity. When I return to Wuyo sect, will she come to me and try every possible means to get me to teach her the art of transformation? But I really can't teach you this transformation technique. Headache. Jiangmu thought for a long time. I still can't think of any good solution. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. Let's take a look at today's diary rewards. He remembered today's diary reward, but he hadn't looked at it yet. So open the reward information, check it out. Date, March 15th, sunny and windy. Temperament +2, 24/100, appearance +2, 24/100, reward, spiritual power stimulation, spiritual art, reward introduction, explode, my little universe. Condense a blood essence pill within your dantian to unleash all of your dantian's spiritual energy and gain ultimate power. Note, you can inject the essence and blood pill into someone else's dantian to make it work. Note, the effect of the essence and blood pill disappears when the spiritual power is consumed. Note, different realms have different effects, so please refer to the actual situation. Spiritual power is stimulated. Well, it's an explosive skill. Not bad, not bad. Finally, there's someone I can fight with. I'll try it some other day and see how explosive I am after I explode. Jiangmu was very satisfied with this reward. After all, firepower is truth. Suddenly Jiangmu felt something gripping his firepower, and he shuddered. He suddenly opened his eyes. Then I saw Li Hua unbuttoning his pants. Jiangmu, what are you doing? Li Hua, unbutton your pants. Jiangmu, why do you do this? Li Hua, let's see if you are a man. Jiangmu? Li Hua wanted to reach in. Bang, Jiangmu slapped her hand away and warned, I'm not a fledgling who hasn't seen the world, don't try that on me. Li Hua showed a pure smile, and slowly put her little mouth close to Jiangmu's ear, breathing a sweet breath. So which one do you want? Slurp. Chapter 80, remarks on the release. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, and I will try to update it twice a day in the future. The chapters on the shelves are less stocks and more astringent. Chapter 81. She keeps seducing me, and it's hard for me to deal with it. Hiss. Holy shit, Jiangmu's ears were electrocuted and his whole body was numb. Damn, this tabby cat is really good at flirting. She looks like a pure and sweet girl, but she says seductive words and makes provocative gestures. This contrast really makes him a monster. She is such a bitch in her bones, but the flop author didn't even let her touch Ling Out Yin? The martial god in the harem, what an excellent trashy harem novel. Complaining in his heart, Jiangmu pushed Li Hua away and said coldly, I've been around for so long, I've seen all sorts of storms. Put away your little tricks. Li Hua blinked, put her index finger to her lips, leaned forward slightly, stared at Jiangmu's firepower, with a simple expression, how big is it? Jiangmu. She leaned forward slightly again, what are wind and waves? Then he leaned forward slightly, is it that kind of crazy, that kind of wild? Then he leaned forward and said, I want to go crazy and have fun too. Plunge down, crazy wave. Jiangmu was so scared that he held her face with his hands in time. Oh shit, it seems that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. She's looking so eager to get to the bottom of things. If I fall asleep, I'll definitely be forced into having erotic dreams. If you want to learn the transformation technique, just go to bed and don't bother me. In order to keep his ears clear, Jiangmu had to paint a pie in the sky for her first. Okay. When Li Hua heard this, she immediately changed from a teasing and provocative horsefly to a pure, sweet, and quiet girl. Only she was afraid that Jiang Mu would run away, so she put her arms around his, then she smiled sweetly and fell asleep on his shoulder. This left Jiang Mu speechless. He looked at the ring on his finger, concentrated his mind, and tried to communicate with the black water evil in his mind. Little cutie? Little cutie? Moss moss. What's up? Wow, they can really communicate. Little cutie, do you know about Li Hua and me? I know. This god has been using his divine sense to perceive everything. Then do you have any method to stop Li Hua from pestering me? She keeps seducing me, and it's hard for me to handle. Fuck her. I mean, to get rid of her completely. Killed. What use are you? Jiang Mu felt that asking for help from the black water demon was pure madness. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Sleep of the next day. In the eastern part of Kyushu continent, the Changyu Empire, a fish city, Seaview Tower. Father, who are we going to see so early in the morning? Shui Menghan looked at the portal in front of her curiously. Her father Shui Yuanshan brought her here, saying that he wanted to meet an important person. The person we want to meet is a peerless figure who has not appeared in 1,000 years. Shui Yuanshan's tone was respectful and his expression was solemn and calm. 1,000 years without appearing? That seems pretty impressive. It was the first time that Shui Menghan saw her father look like this. The word amazing is no longer enough to describe her. Shui Yuanshan stroked his beard and said with heartfelt admiration, if you say. Who in the world can unify the Kyushu continent? That's her. At this time, the portal ahead glowed. She's here. Buzz, two pretty women dressed as guards were the first to walk out of the portal. They looked around the sea-viewing tower. After confirming that only Shui Yuanshan and Shui Menghan, father and daughter, were present, only then did it send a signal to the other side of the portal indicating that there was nothing abnormal. Then a beautiful woman in a gorgeous dress appeared from the portal. Behind her, there were two pretty female guards. Shui Yuanshan immediately stepped forward, bowed to the beautiful woman in the middle, clasped his fists, and said respectfully, Shui Yuanshan, greetings to the Empress of the Fish. The Queen of Fish? Shui Menghan couldn't help but look at the beauty in front of him. She is tall and has beautiful facial features. Her black jade-like hair was tied with a golden fork and cascaded down like a waterfall. The solemn and noble temperament on his body seems to make people look up and kneel down in worship. Hunter, why are you in a daze? Come and meet the Empress. Seeing Shui Menghan standing still, Shui Yuanshan hurriedly urged. Menghan has met the Empress. Shui Menghan immediately imitated his father's behavior and saluted Chang Yuanming. Chang Yuanming looked at Shui Menghan with curiosity. Is she the first female lead? Then will I also be the heroine? If so, which one am I? With curiosity, she came to Shui Menghan. Raise your head and let me see you. The gentle voice entered Shui Menghan's ears. Like a spring breeze, she raised her head and looked straight at Chang Yuanming. Maybe it's because I was spoiled since I was a child and used to the style of a rich girl. So even if the person standing in front of her was the Empress, Shui Menghan didn't feel anything big. Not bad, neither humble nor overbearing, quite like Aunt Lan's temperament. Auntie Lan? Shui Menghan looked puzzled. Chang Yuanming smiled slightly and said, Yunlan, your mother is also the captain of my personal guard. Yunlan, hearing this deceased name, Shui Menghan's heart tightened. The eye sockets gradually became red. Linging country. In a ruined ancient city, Jiang Mu, who had transformed into a girl in a yellow dress, sat with Li Hua on the stone wall of the ruins. They were like two sisters on a tour, watching the battle between a man and a monster below. That was Ling Outnan fighting with a giant two-tailed scorpion. Look, sister. He's got the scorpion pinned down. I think he'll kill it pretty soon. What do you think, sister? Li Hua shook Jiang Mu's arm and pointed downwards with interest. She looks like an innocent little girl who loves to watch the fun. He'll end up getting beaten to death by the scorpion. Jiang Mu replied expressionlessly. I am the original plot. Ling Outyan relied on the help of Haishuisha and the guerrilla warfare of Li Hua. Finally, he barely defeated the giant two-tailed scorpion and obtained the spoils. During the battle, Ling Outyan and Li Hua fought side by side, and their relationship became closer. That is to say, the love line is developed. And now, Jiang Mu touched the storage ring. Then he looked at the tabby cat beside him. Li Hua immediately noticed Jiang Mu was looking at her, and said with a smile, Sister, you are looking at me like this. What do you want to do to me? As he spoke, He moved his face closer. An expression that says you do it. Jiang Mu pushed her face away and said unhappily, once Ling Outyan is beaten away, we will go down and kill the scorpion. Don't be lazy, or I won't teach you the transformation technique. Damn it, if I and Li Hua don't end up like this, unless Ling Outyan reveals his trump card, he will be dead. Okay. Li Hua agreed very readily. She naturally knew Jiang Mu's plan. In order to learn the transformation technique, she even hoped that Jiang Mu would make more demands on her. If it's an excessive request, that would be even better. For example, something like, if you don't have sex with me, I won't teach you how to transform. As a member of the White Fox clan, if she could have intercourse with Jiang Mu. So she has absolute confidence, can tame Jiang Mu completely. Sudden va. Ling Outyan's screams were heard from the battlefield below. He was swept away by the giant scorpion's tail. Boom. There was a sound. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, and found it difficult to stand up. It seems that he cannot defeat the giant two-tailed scorpion now. Jiang Mu gave the order and jumped down immediately. Li Hua followed closely behind. Chapter 82. Sister, save me. You go to the front to attract its attention, and I'll go to the back to copy it. Jiang Mu took out a sword from his ring and ran in circles to the back of the giant scorpion. He planned to attack from both sides with Li Hua. He knew the giant scorpion's weakness very well. Lie in the middle of its two tails, there is an inconspicuous small bone ball. As long as this bone ball is destroyed, the giant scorpion will be destroyed. Okay. Li Hua responded. She also took out a sword from her ring, run towards the giant scorpion head on. Flower destroying girl. Little flower girl. Thank you. Thank you. Ling Outyan, who was lying on the ground, was so moved that he almost cried. These two beautiful girls actually stood up for Ling Outyan. Ling Outyan, swear. I will never let you sisters down in this life. Li Hua leaped up and did a gorgeous spin in the air. He raised his sword and chopped off the giant scorpion's head. Flower slash. Squeak, a crack was cut on the giant scorpion's head by the raccoon flower. The black blood spurted out from the crack. The giant scorpion was so angry that it chased after the raccoon, and Jiang Mu followed closely behind. Little flower slash. What a lousy name, so tacky. Jiang Mu complained about Li Hua's attack moves, while looking for an opportunity to see if he can burst the giant scorpion's bone ball with one sword. Suddenly, the giant scorpion stopped. Li Hua's screams for help could be heard from the front. Ah! Sister, save me. What's going on? Jiang Mu looked up. I was shocked to see it. Li Hua was held high in the air by the scorpion's huge claws, and his legs were kicking in panic. Grass, damn, aren't you in the Qihai realm? How the hell would you get caught against a Kaiguang realm demon beast? You are kidding me. Jiang Mu cursed heartbrokenly. He only thought of one possibility. Li Hua was caught on purpose. Why? Sister, save me. I'm about to be crushed. Wu Li Hua kept kicking her legs and crying loudly. The voice sounded very scary. How come I can't kill you with the clamp? Just pretend. Jiang Mu was angry and had no intention of saving her. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when the giant scorpion stopped and find the right opportunity to explode its bone ball. Little flower girl. Ling Outyan slowly stood up, roaring in pain, his eyes red with anxiety. The person he loves is now in danger. In order to save him, but he can't do anything. He hates it. Why didn't Master come back in time? In his heart, Ling Outyan began to hate Haishuisha's behavior. If Haishuisha was still here, it wouldn't have come to this. No. I still have a trump card. Ling Outyan suddenly thought of the prismatic crystal of the heart. Hope was rekindled in an instant, but the next moment I became worried again. Not if the final trump card is revealed, then how should I explain it to Miss Xiaohua and Miss Cuihua? Will they take a fancy to my trump card? What if they ask me for it? And just when Ling Outyan was hesitating, Jiang Mu immediately went around to the side of the giant scorpion and prepared to rescue Li Hua. I was still cursing in my heart. Fuck. If Ling Outyan reveals his cards early because of her, then the plot would be messed up. What a damn monster. Just causing trouble. No way. Ling Outyan's roar just now reminded him. If he didn't rescue Li Hua, then Ling Outyan will take action. So, I must save her. Sister, please save me. Hurry up. Wu when Li Hua saw Jiang Mu, she seemed to see hope. Bullshit, if you spur me on again, I'll stab you to death with my sword. Jiang Mu was furious. He circled around to the giant scorpion's claws. He raised his sword and leaped forward. He cut hard at the pliers. Flower crushing strike, when the pliers are too hard to cut. Sister, sister. Kill it. Wu Wu Liwa cried even louder. However, if you look closely, you can see that she is crying without tears, even crying while holding back laughter. But Jiang Mu was concentrating on chopping the giant scorpion's claws and had no time to observe her micro-expressions. When, after being chopped several times, the pliers remained intact. Turn into a pig for me. Jiang Mu suddenly remembered the transformation technique, so he used it to turn the giant scorpion into a pig. However, the scorpion did not succeed. Only then did he remember transfiguration is the art of changing one person into another. It is ineffective when used on monsters that have not transformed. Alright, I almost forgot to stimulate my spiritual power. Jiang Mu remembered the reward from yesterday that can stimulate the spiritual power in the Dantian to gain ultimate power. Okay. Take advantage of this opportunity now. Look at how explosive this skill is. He jumped out of the giant scorpion's attack range. The mind is turning. Spiritual power stimulated. The next moment, a red essence and blood pill condensed in his Dantian. Under the stimulation of the essence and blood pill, the spiritual power in the entire Dantian is like a volcanic eruption. It gushed violently to every corner of the body. Boom! Jiang Mu's body instantly burst out with blue spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy evaporated violently. The steam made his skirt flutter and the gravel on the ground vibrate. He is in the state of Super Saiyan 3, good fellow. The power in my body is constantly surging. I feel like I'm going to explode. Jiang Mu clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force. At this moment, even if she was a Liwa in the Qihai realm, he could still pin her to the ground and rub her for 3.5 seconds. Without hesitation, he jumped again. He raised his sword and slashed at the giant scorpion's entire body. Flower crushing slash. Pa, crescent moon sky strike. A crescent-shaped spiritual sword light shot out. It hit the giant scorpion completely. Hiss. The giant scorpion was cut in half on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Liwa was thus able to escape and began to fall from midair. Sister, pick me up. I'm going to fall to my death. Wu Wu. Jiang Mu rushed to the rescue and jumped to catch Liwa. Finally it landed steadily on the ground. Untie. He immediately released the state of spiritual power stimulation to stop the crazy consumption of spiritual power. Sister. I almost thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. Woohoo! After being rescued, Liwa hugged Jiang Mu tightly. Maybe because she came back from the brink of death, she was scared and afraid of upper body collision, scared to the point of lifting my legs and rubbing them. Jiang Mu, but he seemed to understand something. Sister, thank you for saving my sister. Liwa's eyes were filled with joy and his heart was moved. She hugged Jiang Mu's face and kissed him with her lips. Jiang Mu resisted. Bo! Lips parted. A crystal string shone in the sunlight, creating a rainbow. Jiang Mu licked his lips and finally figured it out. The reason why Liwa deliberately got caught was so that he could save her. I just want to create a melodramatic hero saves the beauty scene to get closer to him and make him more intimate. The ultimate goal is also very obvious, which is to let him teach her the art of transformation. Damn, you really are worthy of being called a vixen. Little flower girl. Flower destroying girl. You. Ling Outman covered his abdomen and rushed over with an anxious look on his face. But I saw the two girls just now. He didn't know why, but he felt inexplicably excited. When I think about the future, I and my 2 daughters, he became even more excited. He was so excited that his injury was almost healed. He said excitedly, I'm so glad you 2 sisters are okay. Thank you for saving me. I will never forget this kindness and virtue. I, Ling Outyan, will definitely repay you. Liwa frowned and said unhappily, Master Ling, you're just talking big but not doing anything. You're not sincere. I almost died. Why didn't you come and save me? Well, actually, I want to save him. Ling Outyan was speechless and looked slightly embarrassed. He had decided to reveal his true colors to save her, but when he saw Tsuhua going up to save her, he breathed a sigh of relief and gave up. Jiang Mu nudged Liwa with his elbow, signaling her to stop looking for trouble. Liwa understood and said with a smile, since Master Ling said he wanted to save him, that means Master Ling has someone in his heart. I'm very happy. After saying that, she happily took Jiang Mu's arm, turned around and walked away together. Looking at the cute backs of the 2 girls, Ling Outyan smiled with relief. Yes, I have her in my heart, and that's very important. She was so happy, which means she didn't blame me for not saving her. Little flower girl is so gentle. I, Ling Outyan, will never let you down. Think about it. Ling Outyan followed cheerfully. Chapter 83 What a Troublemaker, the Other Side. See Viewing Tower, inside the pavilion. Your mother, Yunlan, is the captain of my personal guard. Back then, an assassin from the fishing society attempted to kill me. It was Auntie Lan who risked her life to save me, perishing alongside the assassin. That's how I was able to survive. Chang Yuanming's face turned gloomy when he talked about Shui Menghan's mother. She looked at Shui Menghan, whose eyes were red from crying, and said sincerely, Menghan, you are Aunt Lan's daughter. Then from today onwards, you are my dear. She suddenly stopped talking and took back the word personal guard, because she thought of Jiang Mu's private diary. Shui Menghan is the first female lead. Think of this. Chang Yuanming smiled slightly and changed his words. Menghan, from today on, you are my sister. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 female guards were all shocked. Actually, this morning, the Empress revealed that she would recruit a personal guard to add a sister to the 4 of them, but now the Empress has changed her mind. She wants to recognize this girl as her sister. They all looked at Shui Menghan, who was sitting opposite them. I want to see what is so special about this girl that she can win the favor of the Empress. Shui Menghan was shocked. She quickly wiped away her tears. Empress, I am just an outsider. If I become your sister, it will violate the rules of the imperial family. Chang Yuanmeng interrupted her and said calmly, in the Changyu Empire. What I said is the rule. You are my sister, so it's settled. Shui Menghan didn't know how to respond. This empress is so domineering. Shui Yuanshan next to him was very excited. When he brought his daughter to see the empress, he knew that the empress would give his daughter a position as a personal guard, but I didn't expect that the empress would actually recognize her daughter as her sister. This is equivalent to being second to none and above 10,000 people. Shui Yuanshan suppressed his inner excitement and replied respectfully, I, Shui, would like to thank the empress for her grace. Chang Yuanming nodded slightly, then he took out a token the color of fish belly white from the ring, handed it to Shui Menghan personally. This is Auntie Lan's personal guard identity token, and I'm returning it to you now. Shui Menghan quickly took the token. The words Yu Wei are engraved on the front and Yunlan are engraved on the back. Chang Yuanmeng continued, with this order, you will have unimpeded access throughout the empire, and everyone you meet will treat you with the utmost courtesy. Thank you, Empress. Shui Menghan held the token tightly, as if it were an important treasure. It's not because of how powerful this token is, simply because it was her mother's relic. City Lord Shui next to him, looking at the token in his daughter's hand, Yunlan fell into sad memories, but I adjusted quickly. He came to see Chang Yuanmeng because he had something important to report. That's about the bone box. Empress. This is the box that Shui found in the Monster Mountain range, after being appraised by the Dark Knight Tower. This box is called the Bone Box. Shui Yuanshan took out a black box from his ring. The black box has a clear texture and is surrounded by eerie insect limbs and shells. He took out another formation scroll and placed it on the table. Then placed the bone box in the center of the scroll. Then he quickly made hand seals rise. Buzz, the scroll glowed black. The next moment, the bone box opened automatically with a chi sound. A square brick of bone was exposed to everyone. Shui Yuanshan took out the bone brick and handed it to Chang Yuanmeng. He continued to explain, inside this bone brick is engraved information about Lizhou's sects and cities, such as the Lihua sect, Xianyang sect, Wuyo sect, Xueqing, and so on. It also records the number of people at each level of cultivation in Lizhou, the types of spiritual arts, the types of weapons, the types of formations, elixirs, talismans, and other information. Most importantly, it also contains the rough plan of the Sheikh demon army to attack the southern border of Lizhou. As long as the Empress injects spiritual power into the bone brick, she can detect all information. Chang Yuanmeng took the bone brick, inject spiritual power and explore carefully. I found that what Shui Yuanshan said was absolutely true. She thought for a moment before asking, when do you think the Sheikh demon army will attack the southern border of Lizhou? Shui Yuanshan stroked his beard roots and said with a heavy face, Shui and the city lord's mansion staff have made estimates for a day. Finally concluded, the Sheikh demon army will attack the southern border of Lizhou at the end of the month. That's about 15 days later. Chang Yuanmeng shook his head in denial. She put down the bone brick and analyzed it carefully to Shui Yuanshan. The soul-devouring sandworms are aggressive, competitive, and fearless. Shea lost the bone box, which means the plan was exposed. The longer it takes, the worse it will be for him. Xueqing has just finished its hunting season, and the monks are in a relaxed state. In addition, Dark Knight Tower Master Lu Churu took away a group of Xuecheng's mid-level elite cultivators, causing Xuecheng's combat power to decline. More importantly, I learned that Shahi was defeated in the Monster Mountain range 3 years ago, and the Wasteland Lord Shabilawan was furious, so, under pressure from above, under the current circumstances, I have concluded that Shade had already begun recruiting demon soldiers on the first day his stronghold was destroyed, no more than 7 days. Shay's vanguard will reach the Monster Mountain range and head straight for Xuecheng. 7 days, Shui Yuanshan's heart sank. He had no doubt about Chang Yuanmeng's inference. It seems Xuecheng must be prepared in advance. Around noon, Jiang Mu and Li Hua were staying in a dilapidated tea house. Li Hua was leisurely sipping the tea she brought with her, while staring at Jiang Mu, who was resting with his eyes closed across from him. "Sister, don't you think Ling Aotian is stupid?" Instead of resting in such hot weather, he ran out to grab treasures. Jiang Mu glanced at her and said coldly, "He went out to grab the treasure, wasn't it to give it to you?" Liwa smiled cunningly and said happily, "Hee, sister, are you jealous?" "Eat shit, what I mean is, you shouldn't sit here so leisurely, you should follow him out to grab the treasure." Jiang Mu didn't bother to pay attention to her and continued to close his eyes and rest. Liwa moved his butt, rubbing it, and soon he was next to Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu opened his eyes, turned his head and stared at her coldly. She smiled sweetly and said, "Elder sister, are you thirsty in this hot weather? Can I feed you tea?" As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea and held it in her mouth. She just kissed Jiang Mu directly on the mouth. "Drink a fuck." Jiang Mu held her chin with his palm and pinched her cheeks hard with his fingers. Puff, the tea in her mouth sprayed out. "I want to rest, don't bother me." Jiang Mu sat away from her. Damn, what a nuisance. Jiang Mu was depressed and helpless. According to the original plot, Ling Aotian would sneak out at noon to steal other people's treasures, planning to come back and give Li Hua the surprise, and in order to investigate Ling Aotian, how could Li Hua let him out of her sight, so Li Hua would follow him secretly. Later, the emotional line began to develop, but now, this monster is actually teasing me here. It's just fucked up. Li Hua saw Jiang Mu moving away from her. She lay pitifully on the table, staring at him without blinking. "She looks like a little girl who was not loved by anyone." Jiang Mu pretended not to see it. He remembered today's diary, which he hadn't written yet. Then, just like that in front of Li Hua, "Call out the diary." I started writing. Chapter 84. Fortunately, no big mistake was made. Chapter 84. Fortunately, no big mistake was made. March 16th, the sun was scorching. I just wrote a sentence. Li Hua, who was sitting opposite him, immediately sat up straight. Her arms were still moving on the table. In Jiang Mu's eyes, he just thought she was bored and drawing circles to kill time. So I ignored her. "Just keep writing. So annoying. Although I entered the sound of daylight and successfully reversed the plot twice. But I also encountered the evil Li Hua. As soon as she saw me, she became obsessed with me. And no matter how much I scolded her or dumped her, she refused to leave. Because she thinks I'm handsome and wants to have a baby for me. Alas, this charm of mine has nowhere to go. Ha 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 ha. The Li Hua opposite suddenly laughed out loud. Jiang Mu glanced at her. Is this monster stupid? "You're not sick, are you?" "I'm not sick, ha ha." "Ugh." Li Hua covered her mouth, trying hard not to laugh, and her beautiful eyes were about to burst into tears. Jiang Mu just thought that she was too bored and wanted to make some noise to attract his attention. Childish, I was too lazy to pay attention to her. "Keep writing. No matter how much my charm shines on you, I am still the man you can't have. My perfect body is for my wife and lover. Oh, I should say, it's reserved for my wife and partner, and now I'm adding a super tight little cutie. The black water evil sleeping in the ring? I don't know why. Maybe he's annoyed by the tabby catkins. I actually miss the well-behaved and obedient Han Yuqing. Or is it because I haven't seen this pervert for 2 days, so distance creates beauty? Could it be that my taste has become heavier? Woyo sect, meeting hall. Han Yuqing sat in a high seat, reading a diary. "Hey, my husband actually misses me. Whatever the reason. When you come back, my husband, I will definitely reward you with a new position. He. While she was reading the diary, he also did not forget to preside over the meeting below. Pass on my wife's order. Relax the selection criteria for Woyo sect's disciples. The monthly salary of all disciples will be doubled. The sect's secret realms, forbidden trial areas, library, spiritual fields, spiritual weapon halls, and formation pools are all open to the public for 3 days. All disciples can enter without any conditions. Execute immediately. Also, a large reward is being offered for one person, Uncle Fu, who is guarding the mountain gate. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders and deacons below were suddenly in an uproar. They strongly opposed doubling the months and opening up completely. Han Yuqing smiled seductively and took out the housekeeping token Jiang Mu gave her, bang, put it hard on the stone table. There was a sudden silence below. And Ding Nanrong, I miss her a little too. Maybe it's because she said to me, be careful. Looking back now, it seems like her gentleness started earlier. I remember that she only started to take good care of me after she became stronger in the middle and late stages. How strange. The cliff on the back mountain. Ding Nanrong sat quietly on the stone bench, listening to the singing of birds in the tree behind her, her eyes fixed on the cranes dancing in the clouds below the cliff. Occasionally he would look down at the diary on his lap. After reading it, he continued to stare blankly at the dancing cranes. It was only when she recalled the words, I miss her a little bit too. Her gaze didn't seem so dull anymore. What else should I write? Jiang Mu paused and thought about what to write, but suddenly I found that Li Hua didn't know the time, already sitting next to him. Why are you sitting next to me? Nothing, he. Li Hua smiled sweetly, then lowered her head to scratch the table. Jiang Mu. She must be sick. By the way, why not just write about this monster? So I continued writing. This morning. Li Hua and I team up to attack a giant twin-tailed scorpion in the Kaiguang realm. But the evil Li Hua is causing trouble. She got herself captured on purpose so that I could rescue her. The result. Even the little cutie can figure it out with her tongue. It was me who showed off my might, unleashing incredible power and killing the scorpion in one blow. This heroic rescue scene instantly earned me a sweet kiss from Li Hua. Although I ruthlessly pushed her away, I hid my achievements and fame. But I have to say, her mouth is really fragrant, soft and moist. I'm really afraid that if she does this to me a few times, I won't be able to hold back and explode. Sister. Suddenly, I heard the rippling sound of catkins. Jiang Mu subconsciously turned his head to look, then a pair of moist lips covered over him. Wipe, make a sneak attack. I should have thought of it earlier. There would be no good things happening if this monster sat next to me. Jiang Mu pushed her away fiercely. Bo. Lips parted. I'm warning you. If you want to learn the transformation technique, you have to teach me. Before he could utter the word be content, the moist lips covered him again. Wipe, is she bored or horny? Jiang Mu pushed her away again. This time I found that I couldn't push it open, because she rode on it with her whole body. Her arms were still tightly wrapped around his neck. 5 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. Don't force me. Believe it or not, I'm fine. Before he could finish yelling, moist lips covered him again. Wipe, will she ever stop? 10 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. Get out of here. As soon as I finished scolding, the moist lips covered me again. 15 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. Wipe, I think I'm a little addicted. 20 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. 25 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. 30 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. Damn it. I can't kill you. Jiang Mu was completely enraged. He picked up Li Hua by the waist and hurried to the guest room. Sister, please take care of your younger sister. The cat in his arms had 5 fingers touching the riverbed, wiped it hard. The wiping made Jiang Mu tremble, but at this moment a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Flower destroying girl. Little flower girl. I'm back. Ling Outyan had just stepped into the tea house. I saw the girl in the yellow dress, holding the girl in the white dress, standing at the door of the guest room. Their faces were all red. What's wrong with you? Is it too hot? Ling Outyan said with a smile, taking out a storage ring from his arms. I have good news for you. I just met a lone monk and stole his storage ring. There are a lot of good things in it, ha. Miss Xiaohua, I'll give you the demon core right now. Ling Outyan was about to take out the demon core from the ring, but he found that there was something wrong with the way Xiaohua looked at him. It seems like hostility. Li Hua was really unhappy and wanted to kill someone. After several rounds of attacks, she was about to tame Jiang Mu, but now it has been ruined by Ling Outyan. Jiang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no big mistake was made. He suppressed his desire, put down Li Hua, and coughed lightly. Do your best to recover, but he found it difficult to recover, so he went straight into the guest room and planned to calm down slowly. Li Hua glared at Ling Outyan and said unhappily, "Mr. Ling, please don't disturb us sisters." After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Outyan to reply, walked directly into the guest room. Chapter 85, Little Cutie, you seem very unconvinced in the dilapidated guest room. Jiang Mu sat on the edge of the bed, concentrating and calming himself. In an attempt to ease the anger in my heart. Sister, let's continue. Li Hua just entered the guest room. That unhappy expression turned into a sweet smile in seconds. She untied the ribbon around her waist, then she slowly lifted up her dress, revealing her white belly bit by bit. It seemed like she didn't care at all that there was someone outside. Stop. Don't lift it. Jiang Mu sternly stopped her. Damn, they are a clan of all-female white foxes. They are so wild. This monster is really willing to spend a lot of money to get my transformation technique as soon as possible. Looking at Li Hua's faintly visible small breasts, Jiang Mu's lust, which had just subsided a little, was aroused even more. But he understood, I must not let the tabby cat mess with me. After all, now the heroine Haishuisha has collapsed. In order to restore the plot, I have been extremely busy and almost reached my limit. What if another female protagonist collapses? Then I can just sit back and wait for failure. Finally, I have to go back to reality and work empty-handed. From now on, don't you dare touch a hair on me. Otherwise, I will never teach you the art of transformation. Do you understand? Jiang Mu used the transformation technique as a threat and scolded Li Hua without allowing any rebuttal. However, Li Hua turned a deaf ear to it. She knew that Jiang Mu was actually like a dam filled with water. If a gap is opened, he will definitely leak, so she smiled slyly. Sister, look at me. She moved her hands up to her chest and grabbed the edge of her collar. Pull it apart suddenly. Bio. Damn it, Jiang Mu stared at the scene, his lust surging violently. Bang, he lost control and the transformation technique was automatically cancelled. With shy eyes, Li Hua approached Jiang Mu, who had returned to his original appearance, step by step, feeling very proud. You little brat, you said not to lift it, but now you are staring at it with your eyes wide open. Later, I will let you taste the unique skills of my White Fox clan. It will make you addicted. In fact, the reason why she was anxious to tame Jiang Mu, firstly, he couldn't wait to learn the transformation technique. After all, he didn't know when Jiang Mu would leave. Secondly, it was because Jiang Mu had burst out with powerful spiritual power this morning, killing the giant scorpion that had opened the mirror with one strike. This made her suddenly realize. In addition to the powerful transformation technique, Jiang Mu must have other more magical and powerful spiritual techniques or treasures, and her intuition told her. As long as Jiang Mu is tamed, then she, and even her White Fox clan, you will definitely get unexpected benefits. Sister, touch. Li Hua's eyes were full of spring, and she straightened her upper body towards Jiang Mu. Touch Namabo. Jiang Mu cursed inwardly, his breathing becoming rapid. I can't bear it anymore. He didn't bother to be shy and said it in front of Li Hua immediately. Perform magic. Extreme flash. A flash of light appeared. The two little balls were illuminated by the white light. Wait until the light disappears. Li Hua looked at the empty guest room and her eyes gradually widened in shock. He disappeared? Li Hua looked left and right, up and down, front and back, and searched the guest room carefully. Even the rat hole in the corner was not spared. Final, she was absolutely certain Jiang Mu disappeared completely. How did he do that? Li Hua was so shocked that she couldn't breathe. She couldn't imagine why Jiang Mu turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. Could it be? What secret technique of teleportation does he possess? Yes. That must be it. He even has a transformation technique that can change gender and transform others. Then it makes sense to have the ability to teleport. I still need to learn this. Li Hua was so excited that he saw stars in his but almost burst out a foxtail. Jiang Mu is really a treasure. It really surprised her. This teleportation technique is compared with the transformation technique, even worse than before. If she learned how to teleport, if all the members of her fox clan could teleport, then her fox clan can travel to the Kyushu continent without any obstacles or pressure, etc. Maybe the issue of the dissipation of ancestral souls, maybe it can be solved by teleporting? Li Hua's heart moved. She thought of the soul of the fox ancestor beneath the Jodo quenching valley. The fox fairy's soul gradually dissipated. If you don't enter the glazed fairyland and seek the power of the immortal soul. So the fox spirit soul will dissipate. By then, her fox clan, without the fox fairy soul, will definitely fall out of the list of the 3 major demon clans. Even and you will fall into an abyss from which there is no escape. Imaki must be tamed. Liwa seemed to have seen a way to resolve the Fox clan's crisis. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, so excited that her blood began to flow faster. Eventually the excitement got too much. Puff, a white fox tail burst out from the tail was so excited that it shook violently from side to side at a very fast frequency. The whole room was filled with billowing dust. Woyo sect. The bedroom of the sect master's palace. A ray of light flashed out of nowhere. The light disappeared and Jiang Mu fell to the ground. Little cutie, come out now, he called out to the ring. Almost at the same time, a black mist emerged from the ring. The black mist transformed into a little loli with golden eyes and a black skirt and long black hair. Jiang Mu didn't say anything, picked up Haishuisha and went to the bed, because he and Haishuisha are master and servant. So even if he didn't say anything, Haishuisha had already received his YW. Then Haishuisha was familiar with the route, and his small hands grasped the lofty truth. At the same time, stick out the long forked tongue. 2 hours later, hiss. Haishuisha fell limply on Jiang Mu's chest. Bastard, I will definitely conquer you. She was very unconvinced. She had discovered that Jiang Mu was able to control himself every time, and when she was about to surrender, he would surrender with her. Next time, I will definitely let you surrender first. Little cutie, you seem very unconvinced? Jiang Mu couldn't help but laugh. He could feel the strong competitive spirit of Haishuisha in his arms. So what? Next time, I will definitely make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Haishuisha stared at Jiang Mu fiercely with his large golden pupils. He stared at her so hard that he laughed out loud. Why do I suddenly find that she is a little cute? Jiang Mu couldn't help but touch her face, touch on the left and pinch on the right, quite soft and smooth. The Haishuisha did not avoid it either, and his pair of golden eyes continued to stare at him fiercely. Alright, your eyes are almost popping out, go back to the ring and sleep. Jiang Mu patted her but and carried her aside. Then get up and get dressed. He planned to look for Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong. Let's see if Han Yuqing follows the original plot and takes his internal affairs order to issue a series of sect regulations. Let's also take a look at Ding Nanrong. Is she meditating and daydreaming on the cliff in the back mountain every day according to the original plot? Haishuisha rested for a while, got out of bed, and put on her skirt with rustling rustles. She looked at Jiang Mu's back and narrowed her eyes. I almost forgot, this bastard can teleport. She remembered what happened before Jiang Mu'ing took her and Han Yuqing and teleported to a cave in the Monster Mountain range. Finally, he teleported back from the cave, and the day before yesterday, he teleported directly from Woyo sect to the ruined ancient city of Linging Kingdom. This time, he teleported back here directly from the ruined ancient city. So can he also teleport to the serpent god's tomb? What are you staring at me for? Jiang Mu found that Haishuisha was staring at him. I don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 86. I'll take you to eat grilled lamb kebabs some other day. Haishuisha is not a hesitant person. She came to Jiang Mu and asked directly, can you teach me your teleportation technique? Cannot. Jiang Mu rejected it without even thinking about it, because this is extremely difficult to teach. Even if he could teach her, he wouldn't teach her. After all, it is better to have less trouble than more. Why not? Black Water Demon asked. Because I can't teach you. Jiang Mu told the truth. Can't teach? Haishuisha frowned. She believed Jiang Mu would not lie to her. Since I can't teach. After thinking about it, Haishuisha simply asked, can you use teleportation to take me to a place? Where? Haishuisha paused, stared at Jiang Mu, and said solemnly, Blackwater Jedi, Serpent God's Tomb. Snake God Tomb? Never heard of it. Isn't it the altar of the Snake God? Jiang Mu tried hard to recall and look at the original plot. Has the map called Snake God's Tomb ever appeared? But let him think whatever he wants. I couldn't think of any information about the Snake God's Tomb. That doesn't make sense. Jiang Mu felt very strange and asked, are you talking about the Serpent God altar or the Serpent God Tomb? It's the tomb of the Snake God. What is that place? You don't know? Haishuisha was surprised. Doesn't he know everything? How come you don't know about the ancient tomb that sealed the soul of the ancient snake god? I don't know. Jiang Mu was also puzzled. He only knew about the serpent god altar, which was the place where the Blackwater Snake Clan regularly sacrificed some snakes to the serpent god, but this snake god tomb was the first time he heard of it. I asked a new map. The dog system is causing trouble again. Wipe. Jiang Mu suddenly became very worried. That was the only explanation he could think of now. It's because the character design of Haishuisha collapsed, which led to the emergence of a new map. Little cutie, what is the Snake God Tomb? Why are you going there? He needs to understand this new map and the Blackwater Demon's intentions. After all, she is still the third female lead, and any move she makes may directly affect the outcome of the main storyline. Black Water Demon thought for a moment and replied, "The snake god's tomb is located beneath the Black Water Forbidden Land. Inside the ancient tomb, the soul of an ancient snake god is sealed. I went back to create, it's to pray to the ancient snake god." She had meant to say create a permanent puppet, but when the words came to his lips, he immediately changed his words and told a lie. She was afraid that Jiang Mu would reject her after knowing her intentions. After all, it's always better to be careful. Pray to the ancient snake god? If that were all, Jiang Mu wouldn't think it was a big deal, but he didn't want to go, because the unknown means uncontrollable. Then he asked, "Why do we need to pray to the snake god? Can't we just not pray?" Black Water Demon narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Jiang Mu, and replied word by word, "Because I have given my virginity to you, a bastard, I want to pray and celebrate." "Do you have to pray and celebrate after breaking C? What a damn reason." Jiang Mu was speechless. He thought this reason was pure bullshit. So I refused directly. He didn't finish his words. A Black Water Demon jumped up and hung on him, wrapping his arms around his neck, the little mouth pressed down hard. Wipe, why are you doing this too? 5 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. Haishuisha licked his little mouth, her face flushed for the first time. Those cruel golden pupils actually contained a hint of shyness, but she was just pretending. She said shyly, "Master, praying for blessings is my little wish, please fulfill my wish." How shameful. I want to kill someone. A Heroine hashtag at % and amp at hashtag at Jiang Mu. I don't know if she is really shy or just pretending to be shy, but don't say it yet. Her cruel and shy look is really unique. Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow morning. After much consideration, Jiang Mu finally agreed to her decision. Firstly, this was the first time she didn't call herself this god, which made Jiang Mu realize that she really wanted to go back and pray for blessings to celebrate breaking through the sea level. Secondly, she is already his woman, so as her man, it is understandable for him to go back with her to pray for her blessings. Thirdly, praying doesn't take long anyway. After it's done, you can just teleport back to Linging Kingdom immediately. Thank you, Master. It was evening. She used her remaining strength to transform her naked body into a ball of black mist and slipped into the storage ring. Finally, exhausted and weak, he fell asleep on the stone bed. This little cutie. You think I can get down on my knees and beg for mercy? Ha, naive. Jiang Mu twisted his waist and didn't feel tired at all. My nice waist seems to be a little bit abnormal. He felt okay with this reward. Oh, by the way, I haven't looked at the reward for writing in my diary today yet. Forget it, let's go check on Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong first. Jiang Mu planned to go and see if there was anything abnormal with Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong. I picked up clothes from places like the table, under the bed, and in the bathroom and put them on. He also jumped onto the ceiling, took off Haishuisha's black skirt, and stuffed it into the ring. Finally went out, walked straight to the cliff behind the mountain. Not long, Jiang Mu came behind a big tree. Looking at the cliff not far away, he saw a sexy and lonely figure staring blankly at the moon. The breeze from the cliff blew, ruffling the beauty's braids and bringing with it the fragrance of her tube-top skirt, fragrant and elegant. Finally, it floated into Jiang Mu's nose behind the tree. He was dazed by the sound. Well, this old maid is still so peaceful and beautiful. She must be reminiscing about the scenes of grilled lamb kebabs in her childhood. Jiang Mu had no intention of going over. After confirming that Ding Nanrong was normal, he turned and left, but because of the panic just now, he accidentally stepped on a branch or made a noise. Damn, my crow legs. Jiang Mu immediately turned around to look. I found that the cliff was empty and there was only a lonely moon hanging in the night sky. Looked back, then he found Ding Nanrong standing in front of him. Ronger, good evening. Jiang Mu scratched his head, but couldn't pretend not to see her. When did you come back? Ding Nanrong's face was calm, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Jiang Mu. She smelled a strange smell. Just got back. Jiang Mu lied casually. After all, I had spent the entire afternoon fighting the dragon and snake romance with Haishuisha, so there was nothing much to say about this matter. Hearing this, Ding Nanrong didn't say much. Then he crossed the river and walked towards the cliff. Jiang Mu looked at her back in the moonlight. For some reason, he felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his 70-plus reincarnations. Could it be that the dog system has secretly changed the character of me as a villain? Shaking his head, Jiang Mu denied this possibility, yet he knew that this was just his true feeling. After thinking for a while, he called Ding Nanrong. Ronger. Ding Nanrong stopped and turned around. I don't know what Jiang Mu called her to do. Jiang Mu said naturally without any unnecessary expressions or movements. Someday, I'll take you to eat grilled lamb kebabs as a thank you for your protection over the past 3 years. Well, as the clan leader, it seems reasonable to reward your personal maid. Ding Nanrong's eyelashes trembled slightly and she opened her mouth, but I don't know how to reply. She could feel Jiang Mu's sincerity when he said this. A long time then he replied calmly at random. He turned around, walked to the edge of the cliff and sat down. I stared at the moon again. Well, this old maid is still aloof and quiet, not bad. Jiang Mu turned and went down the mountain, then go find Han Yuqing. Chapter 87. The reward has not disappeared, it just stays with you in a different way. Chapter 84 has been released and is currently unedited. Jiang Mu came to the library thinking. According to the original plot. After Han Yuqing got my internal affairs order. Today, she will issue a series of regulations to develop the Wuyo sect. And at night, she is in the library, processing the sex files from the past 3 years. The library is 8 stories high. After Jiang Mu entered, he went straight to the attic. At the top of it was his personal study, which he hadn't entered for 3 years. He pushed the door open and walked inside, looking over the screen. Just see it, Han Yuqing under candlelight. He was sitting at the desk, concentrating on flipping through the animal skin file in his hand. Her brows were sometimes wrinkled and sometimes relaxed. He used the animal bone pen in his hand to record information on paper. From time to time, when you feel tired, stop and rub your temples. Then he continued to read and record. As if unwilling to waste a moment, her feet were already filled with files that had been read. This woman, when she's not a pervert, is actually very dedicated and serious at work. Jiang Mu walked in directly. Wife, have you taken care of the sect today? Since the two were already husband and wife, their relationship warmed up early. So Jiang Mu simply followed her character and started calling her his wife. Anyway, so far, it hasn't affected the main storyline. Husband? Han Yuqing was stunned at first, then he showed an expression of surprise. Husband. She immediately threw away the file and pen in her hand. The whole person jumped out and pounced on Jiang Mu. Baji. She even kissed Jiang Mu's face fiercely. Well. Anytime, anywhere, she always wanted to please me in order to enhance her position in my heart. Jiang Mu nodded secretly. Han Yuqing's performance is very consistent with her personality. Husband. Did you just call me wife? I'm so happy. He. Han Yuqing smiled happily, really happily. That kind of mood. It was like a lowly servant was promoted to the head of the family overnight. She felt that the entire Wuyo sect would soon be in her pocket. Husband, can you please call me wife again? Han Yuqing acted coquettishly. Don't worry about the details. Jiang Mu pushed her aside and asked, what did you do today? Tell me. Okay. Han Yuqing counted on her fingers, counting the things she had done one by one. All set out. For example, relaxed the selection criteria for disciples of the Wuyo sect. The disciples' months were doubled within 3 days. The trial forbidden area, spirit weapon hall, formation pool, etc. will be fully open. There is also a large reward for Uncle Fu. Why are you offering a reward to Uncle Fu? Jiang Mu was stunned. He remembered Uncle Fu, who was guarding the mountain gate. After cursing the Wuyo sect, he ran away with the mountain gate. Because he insulted my Wuyo sect, this lady will punish him. Han Yuqing's face turned grim, and the majesty of the sect leader's wife emanated from her. Okay, after all, she has become the sect leader's wife, so it is normal for her to maintain the sect's reputation. Jiang Mu thought it was nothing. I have to go out tomorrow, you have to take good care of the sect. Said. He turned and walked out, ready to go back to the master's bedroom to sleep. Husband, wait a moment. Han Yuqing hurriedly called out to Jiang Mu. What's wrong? Jiang Mu turned around. Hey. Han Yuqing came up to him with a smile and hugged his waist tightly. Husband, I miss you. Do you miss me too? Left pressure, right pressure, come on, Baji, lower friction. Jiang Mu. In order to conceive my child and thus take control of the entire Wuyo sect, she really knows how to seize every occasion and every opportunity. Jiang Mu gave an irresistible order. Let go, I'm going back to bed. He just came to see if there was anything unusual. What if I mess around with her and something goes wrong? That would be bad. Oh, okay. Han Yuqing was very obedient and reluctantly let go of his hand. It's just half loose, she whispered quietly into Jiang Mu's ear. Say shyly, a husband, I can do a handstand. I can do a handstand. Jiang Mu didn't understand what she meant for a moment. Isn't handstand a very common exercise? But looking at her shy look, I quickly understood it. Good job. In just 2 days, she learned this without any instruction. I guess it won't take long. Handstand is good for your health. Just do it slowly. Jiang Mu pushed her away and walked out. He remembered today's diary reward, but he hasn't looked at it yet. However, when he walked to the screen, a strange laugh came from behind. He. Jiang Mu subconsciously turned around and looked. Just see it. Han Yuqing gradually disappeared into the void. Oh shit. Jiang Mu felt a 180-degree change the next day. Early morning, sunlight shines through the window. He got down from the desk, climbed onto the top of the bookshelf, and took down a lake blue dress. Then he covered Han Yuqing's naked body on the table. Well, I couldn't resist the temptation of novelty in the end. You need to reflect on yourself. Looking at Han Yuqing sleeping soundly, Jiang Mu silently reflected on himself. He discovered, I seem to have been a little indulged in lust lately. He actually had sex with Haishuisha and Han Yuqing in one day. Of course it is. The dog system specifically gave me this reward. It must be to make me deeply addicted. Jiang Mu felt at ease and attributed the reason for his indulgence to the useless reward of good waste. Oh, by the way, I haven't read yesterday's diary reward yet. I hope to have an awesome skill. Jiang Mu couldn't wait to sit on the chair, open the journal for rewards, check it out. Date, March 16th, Scorching Sun, Temperament +2, 26 out of 100, Appearance +2, 26 out of 100, Reward, Thunder Finger, Immortal Technique, Reward Introduction, Eat My Finger. Gather spiritual power to your fingertips to form extremely powerful lightning and shoot down the enemy. Note, the power of thunder depends on the amount of spiritual energy consumed. Note, excessive consumption of spiritual energy may lead to weakness or coma. Finger Thunder. This is a great reward. This is another combat skill after spiritual power inspiration. Jiang Mu really likes this simple and crude skill. He wanted to test the power of the Finger Thunder, then he raised his index finger. Finger Thunder. Chirp, a purple arc of electricity wrapped around the index finger. Electric arcs flashed, making a piercing sound like the chirping of thousands of birds, filling the entire attic. Jiang Mu pointed to the window. Shoot. A purple lightning shot out from the fingertips. Finally it disappeared into the endless horizon. Wherever the lightning passed, a short vacuum line was formed, so fierce. If we were to face the giant two-tailed scorpion from yesterday, then I don't need to stimulate spiritual power, I can just use this Finger Thunder to shoot it to death. Immortal Technique pointing to thunder, awesome. If combined with spiritual power stimulation, it will be even more awesome. Jiang Mu's sense of security suddenly soared. As expected, a blacksmith must be strong himself. Unfortunately, 3 of the rewards from the diary are gone. Otherwise, I can use the void invisibility to hide in the void and perform all kinds of finger sneak attacks. Damn, dog system. Jiang Mu suddenly felt very unhappy. His 3 rewards are the void invisibility, the iron body, and the soul book, all gone. Tai Ti was taken away by the resurrected Han Yuqing, Ding Nanrong, and Haishuisha. It's just fucking No, it seems that this reward is not gone. The 3 of them now. One is my wife. One is my Taoist companion. One is my loyal servant. After clearing the level, I can bring them back to reality. So, looking at it this way, these 3 rewards, just a different way of staying with me? Jiang Mu suddenly came to his senses. He seems now, regarding the premature death of the character. Doesn't that seem so unacceptable? Chapter 88, Snake God Tomb Bullshit. Please, no more dead characters. If the plot goes so awry that it can't be reversed, then all our efforts will be in vain. Jiang Mu silently prayed to the dog system that he did not forget the conditions for passing the game. The main storyline cannot deviate, although so far, thanks to his efforts, the main storyline is still on the right track and the results are not distorted, but he was really afraid that another important character would suddenly die in the middle of the story. This directly leads to the main storyline being unable to proceed. That would be really disappointing. Oh shit. Even a heroine as indispensable as Black Water Demon will die. Then the other heroines will most likely die too. The more Jiang Mu thought about it, the more anxious he became. Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. When an enemy comes, we will fight him. When an abalone comes, we will peck at it. For now, I'd better stay calm and follow the plot. Today, he has to go back to Linging country and continue to follow Ling out Yen secretly. To prevent the main plot from deviating. By the way, I promised you yesterday, cutie. I'm taking her to the snake god's tomb to pray for blessings this morning. Jiang Mu glanced at Han Yuqing at the table. He found that she had just woken up, with her eyes open, looking at him with a smile. Jiang Mu said to her, "Morning, I have to go." Okay, Han Yuqing replied lazily, closed her eyes again, and took a good nap. Jiang Mu nodded, then he walked out the door. Suddenly he remembered something and turned around and said to Han Yuqing, "The files have accumulated over the past 3 years. There are too many for you to read alone. Find a few attentive female disciples to help you." Finished. He opened the door and went out. Han Yuqing slowly opened her eyes. Does my husband care about me? She wrapped the dress around her body, her eyes open, unblinking. I don't know what he was thinking. The bedroom of the sect master's palace. After Jiang Mu took a shower, he lay down on the bed. He planned to use his heavenly eyes to check the location of the snake god's tomb and the Black Water Jedi, then use the extreme flash to teleport directly there. But he only knew the location of the Black Water Jedi, and did not know the exact location of the snake god's tomb. So I have to ask Black Water Evil. So in my mind, communicate with the Black Water Evil in the ring. Little cutie, are you up yet? It has started. Didn't I promise you yesterday that I would take you back to the snake god's tomb to pray for blessings? I'm going to teleport over now. But I need you to tell me the approximate location of the ancient tomb and the general structure inside. Good. Haishuisha was very excited, then he began to talk in an orderly manner. The location of the ancient tomb is in the north of Blackwater Jedi. The land there is dark red, and filled with poisonous gas. The ground is covered with the skeletons of various monsters. And 2 miles underground is the location of the snake god's tomb. The ancient tomb is a cave, dark red and shiny. In the center of the cave, there is a huge white snake skeleton. While Haishuisha was describing, Jiang Mu has already used the Eye of Heaven. He quickly positioned his vision to the northern part of Blackwater Jedi, then, through the red surface of the earth, explored 2 miles underground. Soon, he saw a huge, bright red cave. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge white snake bone coiled up. Found it. Jiang Mu's mind turned and he used his magic. Extreme flash. A flash of light appeared. He disappeared into the bed wilderness of Blackwater Jedi, north. 2 miles below the Red Land. Inside the huge dark red cave. A ray of light flashed out of nowhere. After the light disappeared, Jiang Mu landed steadily on the ground. Here we are, little cutie. He called out to the ring. A ball of black mist could not wait to emerge from the ring. Finally, she turned into a little loli with golden eyes and a black skirt and long black hair. Jiang Mu looked around. It was discovered that the so-called snake god tomb was just an ordinary hollowed-out cave. At the edge of the cave, there is a river of clear water. That's probably the only way out. In the middle of the cave. A huge white snake bone was coiled around. It's about 7 stories high. Jiang Mu followed Haishuisha and came to the snake bones together. How do you want to pray, little cutie? He was in the mood. Only the protagonists are eligible to participate in large mainline dungeons like Blackwater Jedi. As a villain, he has no right to participate. Master Haishuisha was not used to calling Jiang Mu his master, but she didn't want Jiang Mu to know that she summoned the snake god and created puppets. So you have to get used to it even if you are not used to it. Master, please stay away. It's best to stand at the edge of the cave and do nothing. Just wait. Okay. Jiang Mu had no doubts. He walked to the edge of the cave, where there were many small rocky hills. He found a stone to sit on and watched Haishuisha's actions quietly. I saw Black Water Demon stretching his palms to both sides. He was muttering some obscure snake language. Gradually, behind the rocky mountain at the edge of the cave, groups of water snakes emerged. There is a small black water snake. Just crawled out from under Jiang Mu's crotch. This gave him a big shock. Goodness, I thought there were no snakes here, but I didn't expect there would be so many. Jiang Mu looked at the water snakes curiously, which kept gathering around the bone snake from all directions. Eventually they converged into a big circle. Black Water Demon put his palms together. Go. At the command, the snakes gathered in a circle and scrambled to crawl towards the bone snake's trunk, and while the snakes were crawling, the Black Water Evil grabbed at the void. He accurately caught the only black water snake, then he strangled it to death and threw it at his feet. After all the snakes have climbed onto the snake bones, Haishuisha knelt on one knee and slammed his palms on the ground to fall. Buzz, a dark red radiance suddenly descended from the top of the cave in the shape of a huge cylinder. It just happened to fall on the huge bone snake, covering it completely. The red light emanated a powerful pressure. Jiang, who was on the edge, felt a tightness in his chest. Good boy, no wonder she told me to stay away. Jiang circulated his spiritual power and was barely able to resist the pressure. On the other hand, there is the black water evil. She was so close, yet nothing happened to her. As expected of a demon god realm cultivator, there's a world of difference between you and a rookie like me in the spirit gathering realm. Black water demon stared at the huge red pillar in front of him. Inside, the flesh and blood of the snakes were slowly seeping into the snake bones. Not long after, the red glow dissipated. It was originally a huge white snake bone. It looks like it is coated with a layer of red film, becoming shiny and red. Haishuish's face lit up with joy. The soul of an ancient snake god is sealed within this snake bone. She wanted to break the seal, summon this soul, and then seal the soul permanently in the black water snake. Ultimately, a permanent puppet must be created to replace her and become Ling Outyan's master. Creating a puppet requires 4 steps. The first step is to use a large amount of water snake flesh and blood to sacrifice to the snake bones. The second step is to use the snake bones as a medium to temporarily awaken the snake god's soul within. The third step is to briefly attach the soul of the snake god to the black water snake that was strangled to death just now. The fourth, final, and most important step, he used the forbidden technique Snake God Age to permanently seal the snake god's soul in the black snake's body. At the same time, he deleted, tampered with, and implanted memory fragments into the soul to make it into a puppet, simulating it into a second black water evil. Perfect. Chapter 89. What kind of blessing is she praying for? Next, let's proceed to the second and third steps. Looking at the huge red snake bones in front of him, Black Water Demon raised his arms, palms facing the snake's head. He was muttering to himself. Blue spiritual energy emerged from her palm, forming a thin line, slowly transported to the top of the snake's head. Gradually, the red snake bones began to shine. The flesh and blood of the snakes above began to evaporate, condensing into a blood mist above the snake bones. The blood mist grew bigger and bigger until the blood and flesh of the snake bones completely evaporated. The black water demon immediately stopped sending spiritual energy, quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted, "Untie." The blood mist dissipated with a bang. Final, a huge black water snake soul appeared above the snake bones. The black water snake soul slowly opened its eyes. An ancient, heavy, murderous aura emanated from those golden pupils. The murderous aura was so strong that it filled the entire cave. Jiang, who was sitting on the edge of the cave, was filled with fear and palpitations. Is this the soul of the ancient snake god? What a murderous aura! Jiang heart was pounding so much that his body was shaking, and cold sweat was already oozing out of his back. Black water evil sensed Jiang situation. She immediately waved her hand and set up a space barrier for him to block the invasion of murderous aura. Hi, you're my sweet little cutie. I have to reward her well next time. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down to regulate his breathing and watched Haishuisha praying from afar. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes, stared at the snake god, and said nothing. The snake god also stared at the black water evil. He could sense it. The little girl with golden eyes in front of him was from the same demon tribe as him, the black water snake tribe. Moreover, it is also the state of the soul. The level of cultivation is also the demon god level. Seeing that Haishuisha was still silent, he took the initiative to ask, "My clansman, are you the one who lifted the ban on me?" The voice was hoarse and cold. It was a man's voice. That's right. Black Water Demon replied, then asked, "Your soul has been sealed for 10,000 years. Do you want to be free again?" Free. The snake god's eyes became dazed. Many of his memories disappeared due to the ban, but he still remembered that after he was executed by his tribe, his body was imprisoned here, and his soul was also sealed in the bones by his tribe. It's been banned for thousands of years. As time goes by, my memory gradually disappears, and my soul power gradually fades away. But I don't want to die just like that. He came back to his senses and looked at the black water demon. So, she's going to let me out? He suppressed his inner excitement and asked, "My clansman, will you help me regain my freedom?" Black Water Demon replied with a sinister smile, "That's right." The snake god quickly asked, "Why?" Black Water Demon replied domineeringly, "This god does what he pleases." Oh? The snake god didn't expect this to be the reason. He exclaimed, "My Black Water Snake clan is honored to have such an outstanding member like you. In the future, you and I will join forces and lead my Black Water Snake clan to once again become the leader of the wild demon clans." He even unified the human race and the demon race, and looked down upon the Tsongling world. Mastiff, mastiff, mastiff. Black Water Demon narrowed his eyes and replied, "Thank you for your good wishes. Then he pointed to the dead black water snake on the ground and said, "Oh, once you go in, you will be temporarily free. Do you want to go in by yourself, or do you want me to help you?" The snake god cast his gaze towards the ordinary black water snake and said dissatisfiedly, "I am at the demon god level. 10,000 years ago, he was the head of the clan. You let me possess a dead, useless snake? My soul cannot stay away from snake bones, so go find a living snake. This way, after I possess the living snake, my power won't be reduced too much." Black water demon flatly refused. "Anyway, there's a formation in this cave, so you can't possess it for long. Once you get out, can't you just find a new one?" The snake god replied helplessly, "All right, but you have to stay away. During the possession process, I will generate powerful soul power that may hurt you." The corner of Haishuisha's mouth curled slightly and said, "Can." She knew this snake god, and he looked kind on the surface. In reality, he was a treacherous, selfish, and cannibalistic beast, therefore, he will definitely escape after being possessed. The black water demon did not expose him either. Instead, he retreated as he wished, away from the dead snake on the ground. "Give him a chance to escape." The snake god looked at it and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. His huge soul immediately turned into a ball of black mist. The black mist penetrated into the body of the black snake. Gradually, the black snake's corpse began to wriggle and slowly changed shape. The dead black snake transformed into a little boy in black clothes with disheveled hair and golden pupils. As soon as the little boy appeared, he immediately used space magic to escape from the cave. He also did not forget to laugh at the black water demon. "What an idiot. Just because I called you a tribe member twice, you took it seriously. The so-called tribesmen are nothing more than nutrients used to increase one's own strength. Once I regain my peak strength, I will devour your soul. I imagine your soul will be delicious and nourishing." Mastiff, 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 mastiff. His body instantly disappeared into the void. However, next second, he was ejected from the void. Black water demon sneered, "This cave has long been imprisoned by a formation, with many restrictions. It is impossible to escape using spatial spiritual techniques." "Is it impossible to use space magic to escape?" The little boy looked horrified. He was also horrified to see that the black water evil had disappeared into the void and flashed over. Haishuisha raised his fist, and space ripples appeared on his fist, forming a fist armor, hit him hard in the face. The little boy had no way to retreat and had to fight back with the same fist. Boom, the little boy was defeated and was knocked back, falling heavily to the ground. Puff. He was so injured that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene. Jiang Mu, who was far away, was stunned. "What the hell? What's going on?" Then the snake god turned into a little boy? The little cutie even beat him until he vomited blood? What kind of blessing is she praying for? Jiang Mu felt like a donkey. It was obvious that Haishuisha had deceived him. The tyranny of his master was severely disrespected. Damn it, even the master dares to lie? Rebellion against her. When we get back, I'll punish her severely. Make her fly upside down. On the battlefield, Haishuisha finally punched the little boy away. Puff. The little boy fell heavily and spat out another mouthful of blood. He quickly got up and begged for mercy. "Hold on. I surrender. I am willing to follow you." However, the black water demon did not stop. She flashed through space again and appeared in front of the little boy. Then he grabbed into the air with his 5 fingers. She grabbed the little boy's throat in midair and lifted him off the ground. Black water demon stared at him and said with a cruel smile, "The demon god of the ancient black water snake clan? It's just a beast that eats its own people. Since you're restless and want to escape, I'll knock you out first. Finally, I will turn you into a permanent puppet." Young. Permanent puppet, etc. Could it be? She's going to use the snake god age on me? The little boy was delighted and thought of a perfect plan, so he simply gave up resistance. Eventually, he passed out due to lack of oxygen. Seeing this, the black water demon threw him to the ground. She turned her head to look at Jiang Mu. She found Jiang Mu staring at her. This made her feel guilty, and she immediately turned her head away, not daring to look again. He knows that I have deceived him. Through the master-servant relationship, Haishuisha can sense Jiang Mu's intentions. It's probably saying, "How dare you lie to me? Get ready to fly upside down when you get back." Haishuisha felt an inexplicable expansion and contraction somewhere. My legs couldn't help but tremble. Through Jiang Mu's will, she had already seen the scene of everything falling and flying. Ugh. Superficial. After shaking his head, Haishuisha quickly recovered. She looked at the unconscious little boy on the ground. "There's no time to lose. We must quickly turn this snake god into a puppet." Chapter 90. Does he dislike me? Haishuisha looked at the unconscious little boy on the ground. This last step in making the puppet is crucial. It's also very simple. The IT is to use the forbidden technique of snake god age to permanently imprison the soul of the snake god in the little boy's body. At the same time, the memory of the snake god's soul can be deleted and tampered with, and then specific memory fragments can be implanted. After that, this little boy will live like a puppet according to these memories forever and will no longer be his original self. Perfect. This god must be a rare genius that appears once in 1,000 years. Haishuisha was so excited that he couldn't help but praise himself. As long as it succeeds, then this little boy will return to Ling Outyan on his behalf and continue the story until he sacrifices himself to fulfill Ling Outyan's wish, and myself, you can survive. This god will surely bring glory to the Black Water Snake clan in the future. I will also lead the Black Water Snake clan to regain the top spot among the wild demon clans. The Black Water Demon's eyes were scorching. It was as if I saw the spectacular sight of the Black Water Snake clan dominating the wilderness. Calm your mind. She looked at the little boy on the ground. He suddenly put his palms together. He made a complicated hand seal and performed the forbidden technique of the Black Water Snake clan, Snake God Geo. The next moment, her long, straight black hair began to fade slowly. Her body was losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her fair skin began to become rough and wrinkled. This is the price of using the Snake God era. The caster must overdraw twice his lifespan and reduce his lifespan by half before he can cast this forbidden technique. This is equivalent to her overdrawing her lifespan by 997 years, as she was originally 997 years old. The upper limit of lifespan of more than 5,000 years has also been reduced to about 2,500 years. In addition, she had used the Black Water Soul Erosion technique twice before, overdrawing her lifespan by more than 100 years. As a result, she has now overdrawn her lifespan by more than 1,100 years. In general, she could have lived for another 4,000 years, but now she can only live for 400 years at most. Even if there are only 400 years left, it's better than a self-sacrificing ending. Haishuisha's face was resolute and cruel, and he had no regrets at all. She continued to overdraw her life. When the overdraft is completed, she eventually grew up from a petite lowly with long straight black hair. He became white, straight, skinny, and looked sickly, like an old man in his twilight years. I wonder if that bastard will make me fly upside down after seeing me in this state. Somehow, she actually felt a little worried in her heart. So he subconsciously turned his head and looked at Jiang Mu at the edge of the cave. She found that Jiang Mu's eyes were wide open and his mouth was open so wide that she could fit her hand in it. He looked like he had seen a ghost. Fuck it. What's wrong with her? Why do you seem to have aged so quickly? Looking at Haishuisha's white-haired and skinny appearance, Jiang Mu was really shocked. Damn it. She must be plotting something and hiding it from me. Jiang Mu really wanted to rush over and teach her a lesson, to teach her to respect her master and to be open-hearted to her master, but he was separated by a space barrier and couldn't get out at all. So he could only call out loudly to the Black Water Demon. Hurry up and open the space barrier. I want to come to your place. However, while performing the forbidden Black Water Evil technique, he was unable to concentrate on anything else. She changed her seals her eyes. The soul of the snake god floated out of the little boy's body. Then, she stretched out 3 skinny and shriveled fingers and pointed at the snake spirit. Go. 3 lines, red, white and green, were drilled out from the fingertips. Those are the lines representing memory deletion, memory tampering, and memory implantation respectively. The 3 memory line was inserted into the snake soul's head. She carefully sensed all the memories of the snake soul and used her own soul power to mark and classify them. Then, use soul power to control the red line and delete most of the snake soul's memories, such as cannibalism, being executed by the tribe, and having the soul sealed. Then manipulate the white line to tamper with part of the memory, such as changing it into Haishuisha's memories of past years, Haishuisha's personality, hobbies, behavioral habits, etc. Then operate the green line to forge a strong memory out of thin air and implant it. These implanted memories include but are not limited to, not killing Haishuisha and Jiang Mu, not killing Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong, assisting in teaching Ling Outyan, obeying and protecting Ling Outyan, and sacrificing oneself to fulfill Ling Outyan's wishes. She also gave the snake spirit a new name, Black Water Seed. After half an hour of operation, Black Water Demon finally succeeded in turning the little boy into the second Black Water Demon. Mission accomplished. Haishuisha was extremely excited. Looking at the unconscious little boy, she was so excited that she couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. This god has changed the world and defied fate. Ha 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 ha. After the cathartic laughter, she analyzed it carefully in her mind to see if there were any major problems. After analysis, only one problem was found. That's gender. The soul of this ancient snake god is male. So, the snake god Jedi can only create male black water demon. But it doesn't matter. Because the bastard's diary said it. This is some kind of harem-based novel. The storyline between Black Water Demon and Ling Outyen, a master disciple, was banned midway by a document from above. So, there won't be any close contact between the master and the disciple. In other words, the gender issue can be almost ignored. Black Water Evil is not worried at all about whether Black Water is a man or a woman. It can't be possible that the Black Water group defeated Ling Outyen by force, right? Besides, there's no point in worrying. If she wants to create a second Black Water Evil, then the cultivation level of this Black Water Evil must also be the same as hers. The Demon God Realm and the entire Black Water Snake clan. The only surviving Demon God Realm members are her and the Ancient Snake God, and because the soul of the Ancient Snake God is male, therefore, only the male Black Water Evil could be created, which is now the Black Water Seed. Haishuisha glanced at the petite little boy in black clothes with disheveled hair on the ground. Next. It means letting Black Water Seed return to Ling Outyen on my behalf. She wished she could go back to the ruined ancient city of Linging Kingdom right now and hand the Black Water Seed to Ling Outyen. She turned to look at Jiang Mu and smiled from the bottom of her heart. She is very happy to. I am really happy that I have solved a big problem in my heart. I was so happy that I couldn't help but shout, Master. Release. She unlocked the spatial barrier that blocked Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu was shocked and thought he had heard it wrong. She seemed very happy to call me master just now? Wasn't she very resistant? How come after becoming this skinny, white-haired ghost, your personality has become like a completely different person? Could it be that she's addicted to that and is afraid that I'll abandon her? With doubts, Jiang Mu walked towards the Black Water Demon. Haishuisha grinned, his eyes fixed on Jiang Mu. I don't know if it's because he successfully created the Black Water Seed, or because he's become addicted to Jiang these past 2 days. Or maybe both. So much so that now, she really wants to be severely punished by Jiang Mu. Master, come and punish me. Haishuisha stood in place, opening his pair of bony, dry hands. She smiled sinisterly and waited for Jiang Mu to come and knock her down, however, but she saw that Jiang Mu's face suddenly turned into fear. That kind of fear was as if he was about to lose something precious. This made Haishuisha's smile gradually disappear. Doesn't he want to waste it in my body? He really is. You dislike me. Haishuisha narrowed his golden pupils and lowered his withered hands. It might be an illusion, but she felt a slight pain in her heart. Ridiculous, shallow. She didn't know who she was scolding. Her dry fists clenched slightly and her face turned ugly. However, Jiang Mu's expression became even more frightened. He also rushed over, rushing and shouting in panic, run, little cutie. Run. Run, run. Haishuisha's eyes suddenly became confused. Why, he dislikes me, so he tells me to get out. It might be an illusion, but she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Sudden. A cruel and cold horseboy's voice came from behind her. Die for me. Snake God Poison Water Fist. Squeak, a hand wrapped with a black water snake pierced through her abdomen from behind. Ah! She screamed in pain towards the sky. Chapter 91, Kill Someone, Are You Okay, Puff? She spat out a mouthful of blood. He was kicked hard in the back and was sent flying forward. It just happened to fly towards Jiang Mu, who was running towards him. Little cutie. Jiang Mu quickly caught her. After backing up a distance, he put her on the ground. Examination revealed a bloody hole in her abdomen. There were 4 dark water snakes with golden eyes attached to the edge of the blood hole. This snake is black water poisonous. Jiang Mu's face was solemn. He recognized it at a glance. It was a snake transformed from black water poison, and it was very powerful. Now the 4 snakes have turned into poisonous water, seeping into and corroding the black water evil's body. Little cutie, quickly suppress and refine the black water poison. I'll take you away right now. Although I don't know what's going on, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The little boy in black who was transformed from the ancient snake god wanted to kill the black water evil. Jiang Mu was wary of the little boy in the distance. I saw him with disheveled hair and petite body staggering towards me step by step. As he was walking, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then he got up and continued walking. He fell down again after taking only 2 steps. It looks like he is Not used to his own body, he had a cruel smile on his face the whole time, and his golden vertical pupils were staring at the black water demon in Jiang Mu's arms. He kept saying in a sinister voice, "I will kill you, I will kill you, I will kill you." Jiang Mu felt a chill when he saw this. Why does this little boy look so much like the evil black water demon? Damn it, no matter what kind of ancient snake god you are, I'm going to kill you later. Jiang Mu was very angry. His own woman was almost killed in front of him. He wanted to skin the little boy alive, but he only had the spirit gathering mirror and was no match for the opponent. So I had to use extreme flash and teleport to escape, and just when he was about to perform extreme flash, the black water demon in his arms grabbed his hand and said weakly, "Wait. We can't just leave like this." As she spoke, she stood up using Jiang Mu's shoulders. However, due to the serious injuries, coupled with the consumption of a large amount of spiritual power and soul power, and the shortening of his lifespan, as a result, she is now extremely weak. He was so weak that he could barely repair the blood hole in his abdomen and barely suppress the black water poison that was spreading and corroding his body. Jiang Mu frowned. She looks so sick and dying. How can she beat the other party? Are you waiting to die if you don't run? So he said without hesitation, "I don't know what you did without telling me. But I can sense that you are very weak now, so weak that you can only defeat me at best. Even if we put our strength together, we can't beat the other side. No matter what the reason is, I will definitely avenge you in the future. But now, we have to go." Seeing Jiang Mu's decisiveness, Haishuisha's expression suddenly turned panicked. No. Her original plan was to ask Jiang Mu to take the black water seat back with her after successfully creating it, but now the black water, which was supposed to sleep for 2 days, woke up early. He even attacked her after waking up. Could it be that the snake god Jidai failed? If you really fail, then everything you do will be meaningless. Haishuisha was terrified. She looked closely at Jiang Mu and pleaded, "Don't go yet, give me some time, I have to figure out something." She must know whether the snake god Jidai was successful. Jiang Mu frowned even deeper and looked at the little boy in the distance. It was found that it stopped and fell to the ground. He still had a look of pain on his face, covering his head and rolling around, screaming at it. In other words, the two of them are still safe for the time being. Then he agreed to the black water demon, "Okay, if there's any danger, I'll teleport you away." "Thank you, master." Black water demon's joy was beyond words, and he quickly said, "Master, carry me on your back so I can see the black water seat's condition clearly." Black water, that's the little boy's name. Jiang Mu understood in his heart that he carried the black water demon on his back. This allowed her to more easily observe the black water sea monster, which was rolling around and screaming in the distance with its head covered. A black water demon watched carefully. The mind is working at high speed, thinking and analyzing. She knew that black water seat, which had been made into a puppet, needed to sleep for 2 days to allow its soul and body to merge. But now black water woke up early. So, was Snake God Chronicles a success? Thinking, she thought of a way to verify it. Then he said to Jiang Mu, "Master, can you attack him? Just a few long-range attacks will be fine." "Okay." Jiang Mu didn't ask why, but simply raised his index finger. Chirp, purple lightning flashed from his fingertips, making the sound of thousands of birds chirping. Finger thunder. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his fingertips. The lightning struck the abdomen of black water, but it was blocked by a space barrier. Jiang Mu continued to shoot out lightning, attacking several times in a row. The lightning was blocked by the space barrier and could not cause any damage to the black water constellation. "I see." Haishuisha suddenly realized. She already understood Snake God Jidai was successful, but it was not completely successful. There are 3 reasons. First, the reason why black water was in a state of rolling around and screaming with his head in his hands was because he woke up prematurely, which resulted in his soul not having enough time to adapt to the body. As a result, the soul and body were gradually beginning to adapt, causing him great pain. Secondly, when Jiang Mu attacked Kuromizu, he was blocked by the space barriers surrounding Kuromizu. Those spatial barriers were naturally generated after the success of the Snake God era. Their function is to protect the lives of the puppets. They will not disappear on their own until their souls and bodies have been integrated. Thirdly, she had implanted a memory into Haishuisha and Jiang Mu must not be killed, but when black water woke up, he immediately attacked her. That is to say, black water constellation actually still has its own memories. This reminded Haishuisha of a secret. The forbidden technique of Snake God Jidai is not unsolvable. But there is only one person who can break this forbidden technique, that is the founder of this forbidden technique. Haishuisha's face gradually turned pale. She planned everything, but she couldn't have predicted it. The puppet she created, this ancient snake god, was actually the founder of the forbidden technique of the snake god era? That is to say, her puppet plan completely failed. What's wrong with you? Jiangmu sensed the black water evil behind him and his mood became very bad. I won't give up. Haishuisha tightly grasped Jiangmu's shoulders, gritted his teeth, and stared at Haishuizuo, who was rolling around in the distance with his head in his hands. I have obviously paid so much, but in the end it was all in vain. Is it my destiny to sacrifice myself to fulfill Ling Outyan's wish? I won't accept this. The black water demon was furious and unwilling to give in, yet I felt anxious and uneasy. She asked Jiangmu in a trembling voice, Master, will you kill me? She knew that Jiangmu would definitely follow the plot, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to enter Lingyin country, approach Ling Outyan, and try so hard to restore the plot's outcome. That is to say, Jiangmu will eventually order her to sacrifice Haishuisha to help Ling Outyan. Kill the fuck, are you okay? Jiangmu was speechless. It's already this late, and she still has the mind to make jokes. Haishuisha was stunned. She was scolded, but she didn't feel angry at all, feeling a little happy instead. That's right, happy. I was so happy that I couldn't help asking again. Master, will you kill me? Will you let me die in order to achieve a certain goal? You are my woman. I won't sell women. If you ask such a stupid question again, ask it once. Jiangmu was really speechless. Because of their master-servant relationship, he can sense Haishuisha's true emotions. He sensed the black water evil and was truly afraid that he would kill her. Similarly, Haishuisha could also sense the sincerity in Jiangmu's words. He really wouldn't kill her. This made her very happy, very happy, very happy. Jiangmu was completely speechless towards her. She's acting very abnormal today. Could it be that snakes also have relatives? Master, I want to tell you everything I did today. Black water evil has made the decision. Since the puppet creation plan failed, then there is no need for her to hide what happened today. Besides, Jiangmu will ask her questions sooner or later. So I just told it all on my own initiative. This, at least, would leave a good impression on Jiangmu.as for whether she would be ordered by Jiangmu to sacrifice herself for Ling Outyan. She doesn't know. She only knew now that Jiangmu would not kill her. Let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 92: How to completely turn the black water seed into a puppet. You want to tell me everything you did today? Jiangmu was stunned for a moment. He had wanted to torture her for a long time. She deceived him as her master by using the excuse of praying for blessings and celebrating her climax. She tricked him into bringing her here, and she was acting so mysteriously that no one knew what she was doing. Result, now she came up with this black water thing and almost killed herself. She is really not cute or obedient at all. Jiangmu glanced sideways at Haishuisha, his teeth itching with anger. You should have told me from the beginning. What kind of shabby ancient tomb did you come to? How dare you lie to me and say you were here to pray for blessings? Pray to the devil. Now they've created this black water seep that almost killed you. Do you still see me as your master, whatever your reason? After you go back, wash your butt. He looked so angry and heartbroken in Haishuisha's eyes. He didn't feel scared at all. Instead, I feel relaxed, even happy. Yet he was so happy that he couldn't help but grin, showing his white teeth. She put her arms around Jiangmu's neck and put her little mouth close to Jiangmu's ear. Then he told me the reasons why he did all these things today. Master, you know that I am Ling Outyan's master, right? In fact, from the moment I became your woman, I was destined to be inseparable from you. I can no longer go back to Ling Outyan and continue to be his master, so I want to create a permanent puppet to replace me and become Ling Outyan's master. Let Ling Outyan be able to. The black water demon suddenly fell silent. She originally wanted to say, let Ling Outyan follow the plot smoothly. As a result, when the words came out of his mouth, the sound was eliminated by the way of heaven. So I found a suitable reason and continued, let Ling Outyan become stronger. Because I promised Ling Outyan that I would guide him in his cultivation and help him achieve his goals. He also promised me that he would help me achieve my goal in return. And out of the friendship between master and apprentice, I can't break my promise, so I came to the snake god's tomb to create puppets. But I'm afraid you won't agree. So I hid it from you and said I was here to pray for blessings. Haishuisha said this. It then continued with the process of using the snake god era to create the black water sea puppet, as well as the result of its failure. All were explained in detail. This situation has continued until now. After listening to this, Jiangmu fell into deep thought. Haishuisha looked at his profile nervously. Her withered hands that were wrapped around his neck subconsciously tightened a little. For some reason, she was a little scared. She was afraid that Jiangmu would be angry with her. This is a really strange feeling. If it were someone else, would they dare to get angry at her, Haishuisha, she would just slap him into a pulp. After Jiang Mu finished thinking, suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked into the distance and saw Haishuizu rolling on the ground with his head in his hands. He quickly confirmed and asked Black Water Demon, little cutie, you just said that guy didn't become a puppet because he still retained some of his own memories? Black Water Demon nodded and replied, yes. It was because of the memories he secretly retained that suppressed the memories I implanted, so he will live on according to his own memories and is not a puppet. Jiang Mu asked, suppose, for example, you cast the Snake God Chronicle again. Can that erase the part of his memory that he secretly retained? Erase memory. Haishuisha understood what Jiang Mu meant. The answer is yes, just delete the memories that Black Water Seat secretly keeps, then the memories she implanted would take over, then Black Water will become a complete puppet. In fact, that part of his memory was preserved through the Snake God memory sealing. Snake God sealing memory is a one-time trigger type technique that only works on the Snake God era, when you are caught in the Snake God era. Snake God memory sealing will automatically start and seal the memories of the recent period. After that, after the Snake God era is over, those sealed memories will resurface and take the dominant position, that is to say, as long as Black Water Demon uses the Snake God era on Black Waters will once more, that part of the memory will be deleted again, then Black Water will become a complete puppet. But Haishuisha knew she could no longer cast the Snake God Chronicle because her lifespan is not enough, so he sighed and said to Jiang Mu with regret, if I cast the Snake God era again, that would indeed make Black Water a complete puppet. But I only have 400 years left to live, and if I want to use the Snake God era, I'll need to overdraw for 997 years. So, I can't use it. After hearing this, Jiang Mu didn't feel any regret at all. Instead, he said excitedly, as long as I can delete it, it's easy. It doesn't matter if you can't perform it. Then I told her the method I had in mind. Listen up, little cutie, I have a method now, a method that can completely transform the Black Water Seed into a puppet. The prerequisite is that you need to imprison or stun Black Water. Can you do that? Imprisoned or knocked unconscious, Haishuisha frowned. She looked into the distance and saw the Black Water Seat still rolling around with its head in its hands. Judging from the sneak attack that Black Water had just launched on him, his strength was probably only around the 9th level of the Chi-Si realm. So unless her Black Water Evil can also unleash the power of the 9th level of the Chi-Si mirror. Otherwise, she couldn't restrain him at all. So he said to Jiang Mu helplessly, the current strength of the Black Water Sea is approximately at the 9th level of the Chi-Si realm, unless I can also unleash the power of the 9th level of the Chi-Si realm. Otherwise, there's no way I could hold him, let alone confine or knock him out, and in my current weak state, the power I can exert, at most, it's only the 1st level of Chi-Hai realm. Chi-Hai Jing, 1 level? 9 levels, it's okay, as long as there isn't a huge difference in realm, there's no problem, Jiang Mu smiled. Chapter 93. You are such a cutie, he asked Black Water Demon, if you unleash all the remaining spiritual energy you have now, can you unleash the power of the 9th level of the Chi-Si realm? Black Water Demon replied affirmatively, able. How long can it last? 2 sticks of incense at most. 2 incense sticks, which is 10 minutes. That's enough. Without further ado, Jiang Mu took the Black Water Demon off his back, then he turned around, squatted down, looked at her straight in the eyes and said, I have a spiritual technique called spiritual power stimulation. This spiritual technique can stimulate the spiritual energy in your body, allowing you to gain ultimate strength. That is to say, I want you to explode from the 1st level of Chi-Hai realm to the 9th level, but before I perform this spiritual technique on you, I need to transfer one of your spiritual arts to me. Transfer the spiritual power, is there such a method? Haishuisha widened his eyes, as if he had heard something extremely absurd, but she didn't have the slightest doubt, because she believed in Jiang Mu. Then he asked, which jutsu are you going to transfer me? Jiang Mu smiled slightly and said firmly, forbidden technique, Snake God Geo. The chronicles of the Snake God. Haishuisha's face was solemn, she had already guessed the method Jiang Mu was talking about. Your method is, while I'm restraining Black Water, you'll cast the Snake God Age on him and erase that part of his memory? Yes, this is the only way. No. Haishuisha denied it without even thinking about it, because to perform the Snake God era, one needs to overdraw twice the lifespan and reduce the upper limit of lifespan by half. Jiang Mu is in his 20s. For him who has the Spirit Gathering Mirror, his upper limit of lifespan is currently only 100 years. If he had used the Snake God Age, this would require overdrawing one's lifespan by more than 20 years, reducing the upper limit of lifespan by 50 years, then he only has a few years left to live. What's the difference between this and suicide? Little cutie, are you worried about me? Jiangmu felt very curious. The character of Haishuisha is the kind of person who is cruel, vindictive, kills when he is unhappy, and is selfish, but judging from her decisive denial of his use of the Snake God Chronicle, her tone clearly showed that she was worried about him. This contrast is quite strong. So what? I always do what I want. Haishuisha narrowed his big golden eyes and stared at Jiangmu fiercely, but her ears felt a little hot. Little heart feels a beating sensation that I have never felt before. Shame, it must be the master-servant relationship at work. This is absolutely not my true intention. Ha, you are such a cutie. Jiangmu couldn't help laughing. He reached out and stroked Haishuisha's little face. It might be because of their master-servant relationship, and the fact that they have cooked together more than a dozen times. So much so that the emotional relationship between the two is now very close. Jiangmu could definitely sense the sincerity of Haishuisha's feelings, looking at her cruel and worried look. Jiangmu suddenly wanted to tease her. Ju raised his mouth and slowly moved closer to her. Forehead. Haishuisha's ears felt even hotter because of Jiangmu's sudden action. The strange beating sensation of my little heart also became stronger. Be it cheap. Jiangmu finally kissed her forehead hard, then he pinched her face and said, "Don't worry, I don't need to consume my lifespan, because I can use the Snake God era unconditionally." He also mentioned how he had previously deprived her of the black water soul erosion technique and turned her into a slave. They were all set out one by one. Haishuisha didn't know how he finished listening. It started with Jiangmu slowly kissing her forehead. She felt a little dizzy and her breathing was a little disordered. This feeling is very sudden and wonderful. What a wicked master-servant relationship. Shame, shallow. Cute. Cute. Do you understand, silly? Jiangmu saw that she suddenly looked distracted and comforted her with concern. Ha? Oh, I understand. Haishuisha quickly came to his senses. She stroked Warji's chest and calmed her breathing, then think back to what Jiangmu just said. Turned out to be Jiangmu had previously used the extreme transfer technique to deprive her of her black water soul erosion technique and transferred it to himself. At last, he unconditionally cast the black water soul erosion technique on her, turning her into a loyal slave. If she had known this from the beginning, she would probably have gone crazy and exploded on the spot, but now, she actually had a strange feeling that this is also good. Don't be in a daze, little cutie. Are you ready? I'm about to start transferring your spirit. Jiangmu slapped her face. Haishuisha nodded. She looked into the distance. The black water sea monster was still rolling around with its head in its hands, but not as violently. Obviously, he was about to complete the integration of soul and body. He immediately said solemnly, "Ready." Then Jiangmu placed his palm on her forehead. Perform magic. The art of extreme transfer. Buzz, Jiangmu's palm emitted a brilliant mysterious light. At the same time in his mind an interface appeared regarding the black water evil's abilities, spiritual arts, immortal arts, and physique. Roll black water demon abilities, human language, spiritual pressure, youthful appearance, fasting, spiritual awareness, regeneration of severed limbs, soul concentration. Spiritual arts, shapeshifting, snake breath, black death pool, snake god poison, water fist, black snake god thunder. Snake God Chronicle, Forbidden, Space Teleport, Space Lock, Space Barrier, Soul Book. Immortal Technique, Nun Constitution, Demon Ancestor Bloodline, Black Water Snake God, Operation. Click to select an item to peel it off and transfer it to another character. Bring it here, Snake God Ji Dai. Jiangmu chose the spiritual technique, Snake God Kyo, Forbidden, Peel. Buzz, Snake God Era, Forbidden, disappeared from the interface. Finally it was transferred into Jiangmu's body. Next second in his mind, he seemed to be born with an innate familiarity with the spiritual art of Snake God Chronicle. Then he performed spiritual magic. Spiritual power stimulated. The next moment a red essence and blood pill condensed in his dantian. He did not catalyze the essence and blood pill. Instead, he prepared to expel it and let the black water evil swallow it. However, he discovered that the essence and blood pill could not directly pass through the stomach. It ran upwards. It ran to the chest, esophagus, and throat, and was about to run into the mouth. Jiangmu immediately held Haishuisha's face and signaled her to open her mouth quickly. Haishuisha's ears felt burned again and he immediately opened his mouth. Jiangmu immediately closed it. Haishuisha let out a hum. The red blood essence pill passed from Jiangmu's mouth into her mouth. Subconsciously, she wrapped her arms around Jiangmu's neck and swallowed it. The blood essence pill began to flow into her throat and through her chest. Finally it entered the dantian. Boom. Under the stimulation of the essence and blood pill, the spiritual power within the black water evil's dantian erupted like a volcano. It gushed violently to every corner of the body. Her body instantly burst out with blue spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy evaporated violently. The steam made her skirt flutter. She looked like a violent little loli with white hair and withered hair. Boo. Mouth separation. What a powerful spiritual technique. Haishuisha felt the condition of his body. The power in my body is constantly surging. I have already reached the 9th level of the Chi-Si realm. She looked inward. I found that there was nothing unusual in my body, that is to say, Jiang Mu's spiritual technique has absolutely no side effects. It's incredible. At this time, the black water constellation in the distance has completed the integration of soul and body. He stopped rolling around with his head in his hands and began to slowly stand up. Those golden pupils stared at Haishuisha and Jiang Mu with a sinister and cold look. There was also a creepy and vicious laugh coming from his mouth. Kill you, kill you, kill you. He suddenly burst out and rushed forward. A punch hit Jiang Mu's back hard. Recommend a friend's book. Chapter 94, The Little Cutie is Awesome. Haishuisha immediately picked up Jiang Mu and retreated urgently. Black water's attack missed, and his fist slammed into the ground, creating a large dent. He raised his head suddenly, his golden pupils fixed on the two black water demons, and he laughed hoarsely and sinisterly. Kill, kill, kill. Haishuisha put Jiang Mu aside. She took a step forward, wary of the black water seat, and said to Jiang Mu, he has already completed the integration of soul and body. So, the spatial barrier protecting him has disappeared. I'm going to hold him back now. Said, just about to explode and rush forward, etc. Jiang Mu held her back. He leaned over and whispered some tactics to her. After hearing this, Haishuisha's eyes gradually brightened. Good. Two black water snakes coiled out of her fists. The whole person rushed towards the black water seat in the distance in a violent state. Two black water snakes were also wrapped around Haishuizua's fists. Hoarse cry, kill. Bang! 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 The two men raised their fists and attacked each other fiercely, and the black snakes on their fists attacked and bit each other. Watching the fierce battle between the two people who were equally matched, Jiang Mu immediately used his magic. Spiritual power stimulated. Boom! His body instantly burst out with violent blue spiritual energy. The spiritual energy made his robe and hair flutter, and he looked like a Super 3 state. At this moment, his strength has soared to the extreme of the spirit gathering realm, possessing the power to fight against the cultivators in the Chi-Hai realm. He took advantage of the fact that Black Water Seat and Black Water Demon were fighting and had no time to distract themselves. Quickly go around to the side and raise your index finger to point at the waist and abdomen of Black Water Seat. Use magic to launch a sneak attack. Finger thunder. Chirp, purple arcs of electricity curled around his index finger, emitting a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Shoot. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his fingertips. Shoot towards the waist and abdomen of Black Water. Wherever lightning passes, everything turns into a vacuum. Black Water sensed a huge threat. Almost at the same time, they entered a full-scale defensive state, while defending against the fierce attack of the Black Water Demon, while quickly dodging the incoming lightning. Jiang Mu didn't expect to hit him with one move. So he ran towards Haishuizu and kept shooting lightning at him. Finger thunder. Finger thunder. Finger thunder. Finger thunder. As the saying goes, two fists cannot beat four hands. Final. A purple lightning bolt successfully shot through Black Water's waist and abdomen and Kuromaza screamed in pain. He endured the pain and did not fall down. While dealing with the attack of the Black Water Evil, he suddenly turned his head. He stared at Jiang Mu, as if he wanted to remember Jiang Mu's appearance firmly. Look at what your father is doing. Change for me. Jiang Mu, who had already run closer, shouted loudly and threw a transformation jutsu at Kurozuza. Bang! Black Water actually turned into a little brat. This. Me? This sudden incident left him completely confused. While he was confused, the two black snakes on Haishuisha's fist broke out at high speed. It instantly drilled into the bloody hole in the waist and abdomen of the Black Water Seed and turned into black water poison. It eroded madly. Black Water screamed miserably. Bang! He learned it by himself and untied the transformation technique, turning from a child back into his original form. He quickly jumped out of the attack range of the Black Water Demon. At the same time, suppressed the black water poison in the body and prevent it from continuing to erode the body. The Black Water Evil then pursued the victory. She leaned forward, placed her palms on the ground, and suddenly performed a secret technique, Black Death Pool. Crash! The solid ground in front of her instantly turned into a dark and surging pool of water. Black Water was not careful and fell into the pool of water. His legs gradually became paralyzed and his whole body slowly sank. No matter how he struggled, I could never break free from the sticky bondage of the pool. That's awesome, little cutie. Jiangmu praised Haishuisha generously. Haishuisha glanced at him and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. She obviously enjoyed his praise. She came to the front of the pool, narrowed her eyes, stared at the ferocious and struggling black water seat, and laughed. He was able to create such a heaven-defying spiritual art as Snake God Chronicle. I have to say, you are indeed a genius. The general term ancient snake god does suit you very well. However, you are nothing but a beast that devours your own people. Now, use the forbidden technique you created on yourself, turn you into a puppet of fate. How fitting, how ironic. At this time Jiang Mu came to his side. He has released his spiritual energy from the state of stimulation in order to conserve his spiritual energy to perform the snake god age. Looking at the black water sea monster struggling desperately in the pool but to no avail, then he turned to the black water demon and said, without further delay, I will cast the snake god chronicle on him now. You must first restrain him with all your strength. Haishuisha nodded. She raised her arms, expended a large amount of spiritual energy, and cast a space lock. Black Water's body was immediately firmly locked by the space lock. The limbs could no longer move at all. Jiangmu knew that the amount of spiritual power of the Black Water demon was not enough to maintain the space lock for too long. So we have to fight quickly and decisively. Sudden. Just as he was about to cast the Snake God Chronicle, the black water seat in the pool suddenly widened its eyes, staring at Jiangmu, baring its teeth and grinning sinisterly. You, a mere spirit-gathering mirror, dare to stand before me. Your body is weak, but your soul is full of flavor. It smells really good. Jiangmu didn't understand what he said for a moment, but Haishuisha reacted instantly. Her face turned pale and her eyes widened. At the same time, he screamed, Master, run away. Run away. Jiangmu still hadn't reacted. The black water seat in the pool lowered its head instantly. It looks like he has lost his soul and is dead. Run away. He's trying to take it away. The black water demon's cry had not yet fully reached Jiangmu's ears. Jiangmu was completely clueless. Boom, the whole person fainted on the ground. No! The black water demon screamed miserably. I don't know if it's because of the soul connection between master and servant, or because I've cooked with Jiangmu more than a dozen times. Or maybe both. When she saw Jiangmu faint, it was as if she saw the whole world collapsing. In endless darkness. Two souls are floating. One of them was the sinister-looking Haishuiza. He let out a sinister laugh of he. And floating opposite him, it is Jiangmu's soul. In fact, Jiangmu already knew what was going on. Since black water is in the realm of demon gods, it can condense its soul and escape. You can even condense your soul and take over the body of another person. And now I am in the state before being possessed by black water. It's numb, it's numb, it's numb. I calculated everything, but I forgot that he would condense his soul and take over my body. Jiangmu was filled with remorse. He miscalculated. As Haishuisha said before, Haishuiza only has the power of the 9th level of Qi Haijing. This made him naturally ignore the black water's original cultivation level of the demon god realm. If he remembered that black water seat could condense its soul and escape and take over another body, then he would definitely ask Haishuisha to find ways to knock Haishuiza out, instead of imprisoning him. Oh shit. It seems that the black water seed is about to be completely turned into a puppet, which will perfectly solve the problem of Ling Outyan having no master. But now could it be that I have failed to pass the level, grass? Jiangmu was furious, yet I feel powerless. He was still looking forward to passing the level in the future. I take Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong out to play every day, for example, shopping, eating, watching movies, riding the Ferris wheel at the amusement park, going to the park or the woods, playing online games. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the cutie. He can also take the little cutie and pretend to be father and daughter to go to a haunted house or something. After all, families can enjoy reduced ticket prices. Well, I have been reincarnated so many times, and have invested so much emotion, energy, and brainpower, but now, this is the outcome. I don't know if the little cutie will be sad and painful. After all, she and I are master and servant. Etc. Little cutie. Just when Jiangmu was becoming more and more emo, suddenly, an idea struck him. He seems. From the black water demon, I thought of a way to escape from the possession. I'm recommending a book by a friend. If you're interested, you can check it out. Chapter 95, Handsome Boy, You Are So Handsome, All the Snake Girls in the Village Must Be. Chapter 95, Handsome Boy, You Are So Handsome, The Snake Girls in the Village Must Be Outside at this time. The Black Water Evil has released the state of spiritual power stimulation. She knelt on the ground, hugged Jiang Mu's body, and shook it violently. She gritted her teeth, her pupils filled with ferocity. But more of it is fear. You son of a bitch. Wake up! Wake up! However, no matter how she shouted or shook, Jiang Mu always looks like a dead body. There was no response. If she hadn't understood the master-servant relationship, she would have been able to sense that Jiang Mu's soul hadn't been possessed yet. She completely destroyed Jiang Mu's body on the spot. Sudden, it was vague in her mind. I heard someone shouting. Little cutie, touch the silk, touch the silk. Little cutie, this sound. It's him. Haishuish's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart seemed to be pulled by someone. Her heart was burning with anger, and she replied to Jiang Mu in her mind, son of a bitch. Wake up quickly. If you dare to be possessed, I will completely destroy you. And then kill everyone. Until there are no more to kill. This god will definitely keep his word. Don't worry, cutie. I'm not dead yet. Jiang Mu appeased the black water demon. He could clearly sense the fear and confusion in Haishuish's heart. Because of the relationship between master and servant, she was willing to die for him. If his soul was really taken over, then she would lose the meaning of living. Jiang Mu, as her master, is very clear about this. Don't worry, little cutie. I haven't punished you for lying to me yet, so how can I bear to die? Now listen to me. I have a way to free myself from Black Water's possession and turn him into a puppet completely. When the Black Water demon outside heard this, it was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Her tone became joyful and she asked eagerly, tell me what you're going to do. Jiang Mu said in a deep tone, Soul Book, as long as you use the Soul Book, a spiritual technique, to summon the soul of the Black Water seed into the space. So, he won't be able to take over my body, and I will wake up. But the black water seeds summoned into the soul book space may resist and attack you. This requires you to possess soul power strong enough to suppress his soul. Moreover, you must knock his soul unconscious and drive it back into his body so I can use the Snake God Chronicle on him. Can you do that? Without even thinking, Haishuisha replied sinisterly, there is nothing I can't do. Finished, she was in a hurry, prepared to use the soul book. Jiang Mu tried to delay the time of being possessed by his body. He looked at the black water seed in front of him who was laughing sinisterly. He then showed a harmless smile and complimented sincerely, handsome boy, you are so handsome, all the snake girls in the village must like you. The snake girls in the village, Haishuiza suddenly became dazed, and his sinister laughter stopped abruptly. Several fragments flashed through his memory. That was the scene where he cruelly ate up many snake girls who had a crush on him. Seeing him stunned, Jiang Mu secretly thought that there was hope, so he continued to smile harmlessly and complimented, handsome boy, you are so handsome, you must be the village hunk, no, the clan hunk, so handsome that it makes you drop grains, as a member of the tribe, you must be very kind-hearted. You must love your people very much. Protect your people. Black Water Seed frowned. A few more fragments flashed through his memory. That was the scene where he secretly captured and imprisoned his own people, then brutally devoured them one by one. Jiang Mu continued, showing a chrysanthemum-like smile, and complimented brilliantly, you must be very popular among the tribe. You are the pillar of the clan. Without you, your race will be set back thousands and thousands of years. Your people must regard you as the supreme being. You are endlessly loved by your people. Deeply loved by the tribe members. A few more fragments flashed through Haishuiza's memory. That was the scene where the tribe surrounded him, skinned him, and finally sealed him in this cave. It has been banned for 10,000 years. Haishuiza's expression suddenly became fierce. His golden vertical pupils stared at Jiang Mu. Just a lowly human. You are about to die, yet you still dare to discriminate against me? Do you think you are courageous, or do you think you are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? Become my nourishment. He. Kurozuza pounced on Jiang Mu frantically, wanting to devour him directly. Fuck, we were chatting so happily, why did he suddenly get angry? Jiang Mu was very panicked, because his soul was intimidated by the black water seat. So I couldn't move at all. Even if he could move, his soul power was so weak that he could not escape being devoured by the other party. Hurry up, little cutie. Hurry up. Jiang Mu's soul began to tremble. Fortunately, it was at this moment, when the black water seed is about to touch Jiang Mu, he suddenly turned into a ray of light, finally disappeared from Jiang Mu's sight. The next moment, the endless darkness became bright. Jiang Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and the dark red cave came into view. Call. That was a close call. I almost sent it. As soon as he woke up, he saw the white-haired and skinny Haishuisha lying unconscious on him. Well done, little cutie. He praised it fiercely. It's obvious a black water demon has already used the soul book. She successfully summoned the soul of black water into the space of the soul book. Cute, get him. I'm going to turn him into a puppet. Jiang Mu stood up immediately, walked to the front of the corpse of black water. Chapter 96 Black Water Evil. Hey you Lamu, he suddenly clasped his palms together, waiting for the opportunity to cast the snake god age, and at this time in the soul book space, when black water's soul was summoned in, it took the form of a little boy. He looked at the darkness around him and the black water demon in front of him, who was grinning sinisterly. He said with a frightened look, "How are you? How do I summon your soul from the master's spirit platform?" Black water demon explained his confusion, and then said coldly and proudly, "This is the spiritual art that the master gave to me, called the soul book." Your master? That lowly human being outside? Haishuizuo's three views were severely impacted, and his expression became extremely ugly. It's not because his soul in the demon god realm was forcibly summoned and he couldn't resist, but because his black water snake clan was once the ruler of the wilderness. Now there are actually people in the tribe who would accept lowly humans as their masters? It's an insult to the black water snake clan. Disgrace to the honor of Blackwater Jedi. He sarcastically said to Black Water Demon, "You actually got close to the lowly human race? You even recognize a weak human as your master? It's a disgrace to our clan. You have ruined the honor of the Blackwater Jedi." Black Water Demon sneered and said sarcastically, "You are a beast who relies on cannibalism to improve your cultivation, yet you can actually say such righteous words. Should I laugh at you and despise you, or should I despise you and laugh at you, ancient snake god, according to this god? The bottom line of the anal worm in your body is higher than your moral character." Ha 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 ha. Black Water Demon laughed wildly while secretly accumulating soul power. Her purpose was to anger Kuromizu and make him off guard. So that he can use his soul power to knock him out with one full blow. Haishuizu may have been stimulated by Jiang Mu just now. After hearing what Haishuisha said, he instantly became excited. "I was so excited that it seemed as if my pupils were trembling." He finally couldn't help but roared in anger, "I eat my own kind. It's because they have such poor aptitude. Keeping them alive would be a waste of Blackwater Jedi's resources. You also know that the wild land is barren and the spiritual energy is thin, right? It would be better to integrate those burdens into my body. Become my nourishment. Make me stronger. When I become powerful, I will be able to lead the Blackwater Jedi to regain the throne of the Lord of the Wilderness. If I can break through to the legendary immortal realm, then my Blackwater Snake Clan will become the #1 race in the entire Tsongling realm. My Blackwater Snake Clan will unify the Tsongling realm, so I'm not wrong. You short-sighted people. You don't understand my good intentions and my greatness at all. He. Hey you Lamu. Black Water Demon actually imitated Jiang Mu and cursed. Her eyes widened, and the accumulated soul power burst out from her body. It shot directly towards the black water seat with a sinister smile. Boom. He. Black Waterswa, who was smiling sinisterly, was not careful and was hit by this powerful soul power on the spot. He fainted immediately. You get lost. Haishuisha kicked Haishuizuo out of the soul book space with a fierce kick. At the same time, in her mind, she communicated with Jiang Mu ecstatically. "Master! I knocked that beast unconscious. This little cutie is so awesome. Moa." Jiang Mu outside was overjoyed and praised Black Water Demon. He immediately made complex hand seals and cast a forbidden spell on Black Water's body. Snake God Geo, rise. The next moment, a snake god soul floated out of Haishuizu's body. Then Jiang Mu stretched out 3 fingers and pointed at the snake soul. Go. 3 lines, red, white and green, were drilled out from the fingertips. Those are the lines representing memory deletion, memory tampering, and memory implantation respectively. The 3 memory line was inserted into the snake soul's head. Jiang Mu carefully sensed the memory of the snake soul. Just found out, there is a strong desire to kill the black water evil. There are also memories of the black water creatures cannibalizing the remaining members of their tribe, being imprisoned by their own people, and so on. It seems that these should be the memories that black water has secretly retained. That's weird. Apart from this part of the memory, I don't seem to see any memories that the little cutie tampered with or implanted. Jiangmu felt strange, because Haishuisha had confessed to him before when she turned Korozuzu into a puppet, she tampered with Korozuzu's memory and implanted some of her forged memories, but what Jiangmu saw now was only the part of the memory that was secretly preserved. And no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the altered, implanted memories. To this, Jiangmu only thought of one possibility. These tampered and implanted memories were completely overwritten by the secretly preserved memories as Blackwater awakened early. In that case, the only option is to re-implant it. Jiangmu had no choice but to re-implant some memories. So he first used his soul power to control the red line and took away all the memories of the black water snake soul, delete it completely. Then he operates the green line to record the little cutie's experiences, cognition, behavior, habits, etc. It was completely implanted into the black water serpent soul. At the same time, in order to ensure that black water can absolutely follow the plot, Jiangmu implanted some strong memories, including but not limited to a do not kill Shui Menghan, Lu Churu, Liwa, Han Yuqing, Ding Nanrong, Chang Yuanmen, Jiangmu, Chunishan, Bai Qingwu, Shui Yule 100% assist in teaching Ling Outyan, 100% obey and protect Ling Outyan, 100% sacrifice themselves to fulfill Ling Outyan, etc. After 1 hour of operation, Jiangmu just used up his soul power when he cast the black water seed, successfully created the second black water evil. At last Jiangmu's soul power was completely exhausted, and he was too weak to bear it, so he fell into a deep sleep, and before falling asleep, he felt a pair of withered and white hands behind him. Hold on tight. Chapter 97. Why does it feel like she is acting like a spoiled brat? Chapter 97. Why does it feel like she is acting coquettishly? I don't know how long it took. Jiangmu was awakened by the smell of blood. What comes into view is a narrow cave. Half of the cave was a pool of fishy and sticky blood, the other half was where he lay. Pain, my chest hurts. Like being locked by a steel pipe. Jiangmu felt that his body was bound by the steel pipe, and his chest was stuffy and he could hardly breathe. Look down. I saw a pair of withered and pale hands firmly holding my chest. Turn around and look. It was discovered to be the black water evil. She leaned against the cave wall with her eyes closed, holding him tightly. Little cutie? Wake up. Jiangmu shouted softly. Haishuisha's eyelashes trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The ferocious golden vertical pupils were fixed on Jiangmu's face. Moment, the golden pupil was filled with surprise. You son of a bitch. You finally woke up. Haishuisha was ecstatic and hugged Jiangmu's arms, hugging him tighter involuntarily. Let go. My ribs are going to break. Jiangmu seemed to hear the crisp sound of his ribs crackling, and hurriedly slapped Haishuisha's hand. Haishuisha quickly let go of his arm, worry written all over his face. Are you okay? She hurriedly rubbed Jiangmu's chest, but the fingers had withered like dry branches, with no flesh left. Jiangmu felt a sharp pain from the rubbing. Your hand. Jiangmu frowned, carried Haishuisha to the front and placed him on his lap. He scanned her form. I found that she had lost several times more weight than at the beginning. Then he grabbed her arms. Upon inspection, it was found that there was no meat left, and the body had become dried up and looked like skin and bones. Her collarbone and shoulders are also extremely bony. Jiangmu then reached into her dress with both hands and held her ribs. The ribs feel is extremely strong. Going up, there is only a little resistance. Going down, the pelvic feeling is extremely strong. Further down, the humerus, calf, and foot it all feels skinny. Jiangmu frowned and asked Blackwater Demon in confusion, what's going on? The demon god realm can even regenerate severed limbs. If I want to recover some flesh, it should be easy, right? Why don't you recover? Haishuisha narrowed his eyes, stared at Jiangmu's eyes, and replied, because I used the serpent god age. The lifespan I overdrawn is the lifespan of my soul. Is it the soul's lifespan that is being overdrawn? You mean you can't go back to your old self? Jiangmu frowned even deeper. He felt sad for Haishuisha. Originally she was a petite lowly, so cute, and now he has become skinny and miserable. No one can accept it. Blackwater Demon smoothed his long white hair with his dry fingers, stared at Jiangmu and smiled. Why, seeing this withered and skeletal appearance of mine, do you feel disgusted? Jiangmu was speechless. Because of their master-servant relationship, Haishuisha can sense his emotions. He didn't dislike her at all, and now that she can make jokes, it means she doesn't care about her appearance. You son of a bitch. You despise me, don't you? Haishuisha grabbed Jiang Mu's shoulders, his eyes becoming more sinister. Jiang Mu didn't reply. He looked around the narrow cave and found that they were the only two people there. What about black water? Then he asked anxiously, where are we? Where's the black water? Black water demon replied coldly, this is a dark cave inside the snake god's tomb. This is also the secret blood pool I secretly opened up before. As for that beast from black water, he is still sleeping in the ancient tomb. I'll be unconscious for at least another day. I see. So why come here? Jiang Mu looked at the sticky blood pool in front of him and asked curiously, why did you bring me here? What's the use of this pool of blood? Black water demon said dissatisfiedly, you haven't answered me yet. Tell me. Do you dislike me? Jiang Mu was speechless again and just stared at her. Her ears began to turn red and hot. What are you looking at? You just despise me. Humph. Good job. Why does it feel like she's acting like a spoiled brat? Jiang Mu's expression turned strange. So he moved closer to her face and stared at her carefully. You're still looking. Tell me. Do you dislike me or not? Haishuisha's ears turned even redder as he was stared at. My little heart started beating fast. Her dry fingers gripping Jiang Mu's shoulders tightened unconsciously, but she still looked fierce. Jiang Mu had already made up his mind. She is acting like a spoiled brat. Really so novel. It's so fun. Hi. Jiang Mu felt like laughing. He found that Haishuisha was becoming more and more adorable. Haishuisha saw Jiang Mu wanting to laugh but trying not to. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. She didn't know why she kept dwelling on the issue of dislike. In fact, deep down in her soul, she already knew that Jiang Mu did not despise her, but I don't know why she just wanted Jiang Mu to say it himself. She really wanted to hear Jiang Mu say with her own ears that he didn't despise her. Speak. Otherwise, I will kill you. Po ha 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 ha. Jiang Mu finally couldn't help laughing like a pig. What the hell are you laughing at? Come on, tell me. Haishuisha was so disgusted by his laughter that he wanted to find a hole to hide in, and he even wanted to plug his mouth with a punch. Okay, I'll tell you. Jiang Mu slowly stopped smiling, then he coughed lightly and looked into her eyes seriously. He could see anticipation and nervousness in her eyes. What a little cutie. This is. Jiang Mu was stunned. He saw that there was a faint mark at each corner of Haishuisha's eyes. Those are traces of tears. Did she cry? Then I asked directly, little cutie, were you crying before? The anticipation and nervousness in Haishuisha's eyes were instantly replaced by panic. She was so panicked that she couldn't speak clearly, but she still looked fierce. So what if I cry? If I wasn't afraid that you would lose all your soul power and fall into a deep sleep, I wouldn't cry at all. This god is the head of the clan. He is even a peak powerhouse in the demon god realm. You're actually crying like a baby? What a shame, shallow. Pooh. Neither covering nor concealing, you are worthy of being the black water demon. Jiang Mu was a little touched. He smiled slightly and held her face in his hands, then he opened his mouth, slowly kissed the tear marks at the corners of her eyes. Haishuisha was shocked by his actions, but there was no dodge. Just open your big golden eyes and wait quietly. Be it chitbachi. Jiang Mu kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then I said it naturally, I don't dislike you, never. He had just finished speaking. A black water demon's breath was choked, then he suddenly threw into the ground. A pair of withered hands grabbed his belt. Hiss. Damn. Clothes are free. You pay for it. Chapter 98. Did I pinch you? 2 hours later. Hiss. A long, hoarse cry echoed throughout the narrow cave. The violently surging pool of blood also gradually weakened as the long cry ended, and gradually calmed down. Jiang Mu was soaking in the blood pool as if he was in a hot spring, leaning comfortably against it. Little cutie. This pool of blood. It can actually restore your body to flesh and blood? Jiang Mu massaged black water demon's arms, ribs, and leg bones. These areas have grown flesh and there is no obvious bony feeling. Now Haishuisha's body has absorbed the essence of the blood pool. It's almost back to normal, but her hair is long and white. Well, this blood pool was secretly opened up by this god back then. Haishuisha lay comfortably on Jiang Mu's chest. She placed his 2 large hands on the small obstacle. Suddenly he tilted his head back and asked, what do you like? Jiang Mu lowered his head, kissed her forehead, and replied, I like you no matter what you are. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes, very satisfied with the answer. She hugged Jiang Mu's arm and her fingers moved between his fingers. At the same time, let's talk about the function of this blood pool. This blood pool, in addition to helping me recover my flesh and blood, can also improve your physical condition. Improve my physique? Jiangmu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but stop rubbing his fingers. Haishuisha nodded. She redirected Jiangmu's fingers and continued to massage. Then he continued, as long as you absorb and refine the essence in the blood pool, not only will your fitness improve, your cultivation realm will also be able to increase significantly. Probably, I can break through to the third level of Qi High Realm. Qi High Realm. Third level, good job. Jiangmu was really shocked. You have to break through from the gathering spirit realm to the Qi Si mirrored. It requires great perseverance and hard practice day and night. It's just that the average person's physique may require practice for a lifetime. None of them can break through the Qi High mirror. And the villain Jiangmu really has the physique of an ordinary person. Fortunately, he grew up immersed in high-level spiritual medicines. His perseverance was also strong enough. And he basically worked hard to take pills day and night. That's why he was able to break through from the gathering spirit realm to the Qi Si realm more smoothly later on. But now, Black Water Demon mentioned this pool of blood. It actually allowed him to break through from the gathering spirit realm directly to the third level of the Qi Si realm. It's really awesome, no matter how you look at it. This seems like an opportunity that only the protagonist has. Am I the protagonist? However, Jiangmu would never choose to break through because he has to follow the plot. So he said to the Black Water Demon, I won't absorb the essence of the blood pool. You should absorb it all and recover as soon as possible. Black Water Demon blinked. She had already guessed the reason why Jiangmu refused to absorb it. Then he deliberately asked, Are you worried that absorbing some of the blood pool's essence will affect my recovery? Oh wow, how can you say that? Jiangmu took the opportunity to answer, and replied affirmatively, That's right. I'm just worried about your health. Look, I'm good to you, right? For you, I don't even want the chance to break through. So, you must listen carefully to my words from now on. Don't let my kindness to you go to waste. Do you know? Finished. He even rubbed it hard, putting on an expression that said, I'm doing this entirely for your sake. Haishuisha only found this amusing. She didn't expose him either. Instead, he suddenly changed the topic and asked, Did I pinch you just now? What? Jiangmu was confused and didn't understand what she meant. She asked again, Just now, did you get pinched? Said, she smiled and moved up and down. Jiangmu understood now and nodding and replying, Yes, but as your flesh and blood slowly recovered, it started to get better. Black Water Demon grinned. She stuck out her long forked tongue and dove into the pool of blood, smiling sinisterly again. Before Jiangmu could reply, her tongue was already fighting in the pool of blood. The beating caused the blood pool to surge violently. After a while, she stood up slightly, then sit down suddenly. Hiss. It was evening. The black water evil has absorbed and refined all the essence in the blood pool in our body. It has changed from its previous skinny appearance. It returned to its normal fleshy appearance. Jiangmu stood aside, watching her use her soul power bit by bit to create a white dress on herself. I can't help but praise, you look great in a white dress, too. It goes really well with your white hair. Haishuisha glanced at him arrogantly without replying. The joy on his face speaks for itself. After she fixed her dress and combed her long hair, just grabbed Jiangmu's hand. Let's go out. She cast a space magic. A space ripple appeared around. The next moment, the two disappeared into the cave inside the snake god tomb. A ripple appeared in the air. Then, suddenly, a little Lolita with a white dress, long white hair and golden eyes appeared out of nowhere. There was also a young man. My dear, did Black Water Star ever wake up during the journey? Did he see what we look like? None. This beast was completely struck by my powerful soul power and has been unconscious until now. He won't wake up until tomorrow at least. That's good. Jiangmu was very satisfied. If Blackwater woke up and saw the two of them, that would be difficult. Jiangmu came to the sleeping Heishuizua and looked at his disheveled hair and black robe. I feel quite satisfied, although Blackwater is a male, but it will not affect Ling Outyan's revenge line, upgrade line, and harem line, especially the harem line, because a document came down from above in the middle of the process. The author was so frightened that he immediately changed the plot of Jockey Mozu and changed the happy ending of Blackwater into a tragic ending of self-sacrifice to fulfill Ling Outyan. Therefore, it is impossible for Blackwater to get involved with Ling Outyan. There wasn't even a chance for physical contact. But it's indeed a rubbish harem novel, Jiangmu said to the Blackwater demon beside him. It's already taken a day, there is no time to lose. I have to go back to Linging country to find Ling Outyan as soon as possible. Go into the ring first. I'll just grab the Blackwater seat and teleport back. Haishuisha nodded. It turned into a ball of white mist and entered Jiangmu's storage ring. Before diving in, she made a correction. It's not just 1 day, you've been in a coma for 4 days. 4 days, boom. Jiangmu was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, unable to move for a long time. What's wrong with you? Master? Master? Bastard. Blackwater demon's curious questions came to my mind. No, I'm just thinking about something. Jiang responded stiffly, however. I was already cursing the sky in my heart. Fuck, I was in a coma for 4 days, that is to say, today is March 20th, and the day after tomorrow, the 22nd day, that is the day when the vanguard of the Sheikh Demon army attacks the southern border. Oh shit, I have to throw the black water sea to Ling out and quickly. Then he hurried back to Wuyo sect. Jiang quickly grabbed He Shuizua by the back of his clothes. Perform magic. Extreme flash. After a flash of white light, Jiang disappeared into the snake god's tomb.